Ling Yun forthwith produced a diminutive jade tablet, scarcely an inch in breadth, and tossed it to Jiang Xiaobai. The latter was taken aback. A jade scroll? This jade scroll can be perused without cultivation. Make haste and utilize it, Ling Yun urged. Yet, observing Jiang Xiaobai's continued bewilderment, he was compelled to personally seize the jade scroll and affix it to Jiang Xiaobai's forehead. In that instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt as though delicate filaments were penetrating his brow, directly infiltrating his mind. Simultaneously, a plethora of information surfaced within his consciousness. This world was known as the immortal martial continent, an immeasurably vast expanse, replete with myriad sects and countless races, all predicated upon the martial way, where the strong are venerated. The path of martial arts, when mastered, could lead to celestial heights. Upon embarking on this path, the levels of cultivation ascend from the rudimentary to the sublime. Qi condensation, core formation, profound condensation, essence transformation, divinity transformation, emptiness transformation, life and death, nirvana, and the 9 realms of Qianquan. Each realm is further subdivided into 5 minor stages: early, middle, late, lesser perfection, and greater perfection. Within the Ancient Sword Sect, the most accomplished individuals, the sect leader and the great elder, were both powerhouses at the profound condensation level. The most exceptional disciples, such as Ling Yun and Feng Shui, had attained the lesser perfection stage of core formation. A world predicated upon martial arts, where the strong are venerated. Jiang Xiaobai murmured, an unusual brilliance igniting within his eyes. He was not a quiescent individual otherwise. He would not have engaged in the profession of a tomb raider. At present, he seemed to have arrived in an exceptionally captivating world. You have acquired an understanding of cultivation knowledge, have you not? Ling Yun inquired, discerning the shift in Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, but soon after, he posed another question. I comprehend the cultivation knowledge, but I possess no cultivation myself, and I am unfamiliar with the temperament and experiences of your chief disciple. How am I to convincingly impersonate him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt somewhat relieved. Although his current situation was far from ideal, as long as he could preserve his life, he could accomplish much more. Ling Yun pondered for a moment, then approached the deceased man and removed a cloth bag from his waist. Reaching inside, he produced a set of white garments, as if by prestidigitation. A storage bag. The term immediately surfaced in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, followed by information about storage bags. Soon, a smile graced his lips as he mused that if he had possessed such a bag capable of holding the contents of several rooms in the past, he could have plundered all the burial goods within the grand tombs. This is the sect's uniform put on. Ling Yun tossed the garments to Jiang Xiaobai, who was still clad in his earthly attire. Jiang Xiaobai lifted his eyelids to glance at the wind and snow garments. Chuckling softly, he inquired, "Do you wish to watch me change?" "Umph." Before the wind and snow garments could respond, Ling Yun, visibly displeased, let out a huff. With a sweep of her sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, sending Jiang Xiaobai soaring through the air like a withered leaf, landing directly amidst the nearby thicket. Remarkable! After receiving such a lesson, Jiang Xiaobai felt no fear, rather, he was invigorated, proclaiming, I, Jiang Xiaobai, shall also learn to wield such power. I am determined to carve my own path in this world. With that declaration, he promptly donned the attire. Upon inspection, apart from his spirited short hair, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased man. As he emerged from the thicket, both Ling Yun and the wind and snow garments cast a satisfied glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Indeed, he is the spitting image of him, albeit the hair differs slightly. It is of no consequence. Jiang Xiaobai approached and retrieved the sword of the fallen man, grasping it firmly. Ling Yun clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, flawless! Before Jiang Xiaobai could boast, Ling Yun stepped forward, seizing him. With a deft gesture, a beam of sword light erupted from his storage pouch, allowing Ling Yun to leap upon it, soaring into the sky amidst the howling winds, while the wind and snow garments summoned a flying sword to follow suit. Good heavens! Gazing upon the expansive landscape beneath him, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed with elation, "This is precisely what I've always yearned for." Humph! How provincial a mere flight upon a sword has you so enraptured, Ling Yun remarked, his vigilance toward Jiang Xiaobai gradually diminishing. He reasoned that one so transparent and prone to exclamations would hardly dare to defy him, especially with the threat of the bone-devouring pill looming. "By the way, senior brother Ling Yun," Jiang Xiaobai inquired suddenly, "would you be so kind as to enlighten me regarding other aspects of this Jiang Xiaobai? The more detailed, the better, to preempt any potential blunders." In truth, his curiosity was piqued as to why the individual whose identity he had assumed, ostensibly the formidable chief disciple, possessed inferior prowess compared to Ling Yun and Feng Shui, even to the point of having a cultivation level that barely scratched the surface of the martial path, merely at the qi condensation initial stage. To compound matters, this Jiang Xiaobai was, regrettably, a cultivation simpleton, having toiled for over a decade, yet remaining stagnant at the qi condensation initial stage, making no discernible progress. Such meager cultivation, coupled with his elevated position, inevitably stirred envy among many. However, the decree of the previous sect leader was inviolable. In retrospect, Jiang Xiaobai's existence was a torment, and his demise might well be a form of deliverance. Even though Jiang Xiaobai had mentally prepared himself, he was still awestruck by the magnificent and ethereal scene before him. "This world truly is the realm I have longed for," Jiang Xiaobai repeatedly affirmed his heart. "I must cultivate diligently to explore this world." Soon, he was led to a relatively remote yet vibrant peak, crowned only by an elegant pavilion. Ling Yun pointed upward and declared, "This Su Yun pavilion is now yours. Reside here diligently. It is advisable that you refrain from wandering about. I shall visit once a month to provide you with the antidote. Of course, if you wish to cultivate, you may do so. However, should you dare to play any tricks, I could extinguish your life with a mere flick of my finger." Jiang Xiaobai quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Senior brother Ling Yun, worry not. I shall remain here obediently." He was eager to further explore this world and had no time for frivolous escapades. Feng Shui cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiaobai, causing a shiver to run down his spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Ling Yun then said, "Junior sister, let's depart. We must continue with the good fortune that was interrupted by that fellow today." Feng Shui smiled alluringly, invoking a burst of blossoms. "Very well, senior brother." With that, the two turned and mounted their flying swords, departing from the scene. Jiang Xiaobai finally exhaled in relief, rubbing his stomach. After consuming the bone-eating pill, he felt an unsettling discomfort. "Damn it! Once my cultivation rises, I shall repay you with 100 of these bone-eating pills that you have fed me today, and you shall not spit them out." Jiang Xiaobai uttered a resentful remark before stepping into the elegant loft. The structure comprised 2 levels. The ground floor featured a vast, empty hall, with a solitary meditation cushion at its center, presumably intended for contemplation and practice. Ascending to the second floor, Jiang was pleasantly surprised to find it brimming with bookshelves. This discovery filled him with joy despite possessing a foundational understanding of this world. His knowledge remained limited. However, the presence of these tomes promised an enlightening transformation. Indeed, books are the ladder to human progress, Jiang exclaimed as he approached the shelves, casually selecting a volume to peruse. Time slipped away, and as twilight descended, a faint voice emerged from a shadowy corner outside the loft. "Senior brother, this fellow seems to harbor no ill intentions." "Very well, junior sister. Since he appears to be behaving, let's take our leave." Inside the loft, Jiang Xiaobai felt a dizzying fatigue after a day spent engrossed in reading. Nevertheless, he clutched a book in his hands, savoring its contents under the faint moonlight streaming through the window, reluctant to set it aside. Upon closer inspection, the cover bore three striking characters: Tian Diju. At first glance, the name seems quite formidable, however. If outsiders were to discover that Jiang Xiaobai was perusing this book, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter, for it would explain his stagnant progress in cultivation. After all, he was enamored with such a profoundly useless technique. Several hours passed, and as dawn broke, Jiang Xiaobai finally set aside the heaven and earth technique, stretching languidly as he remarked, "This technique, despite being a rudimentary method of cultivation, is rather commendable. Its low entry threshold allows nearly anyone to practice it. Yet, it lacks uniqueness and is rather mediocre. True cultivation should venture into the unconventional." If Ling Yin were to overhear Jiang Xiaobai's musings, he would surely be taken aback. Although the heaven and earth technique is considered inferior, it is not something that just anyone can critique so freely. One must recognize that this technique is the first cultivation method created by humanity amidst the cosmos' simple, yet profoundly significant work. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai, who had never engaged in cultivation before, managed to discern its strengths and weaknesses after a single night of study. This could only be perceived by a genius, could it not? Is it possible that Jiang Xiaobai is, in fact, a prodigy? After a moment of self-reflection, he set the book down, only for his stomach to audibly protest in hunger. After all, he remained merely a mortal. Having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, hunger gnawed at him. Alas, the absence of cultivation brings such troubles, requiring one to seek nourishment. Jiang Xiaobai lamented as he set aside his book and turned to descend the staircase in search of food. Suddenly, a sharp cry captured his attention. He beheld a white crane gliding gracefully from a distance, neck elongated and wings spread wide, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Were he on earth, it would undoubtedly be revered as a celestial crane. Yet, in the eyes of a famished individual, it was nothing more than a beautifully poised roasted goose. Chapter 3. Seating the verdant cloud pavilion. To me, although the gratuitous slaying of a white crane evoked a sense of unease, Jiang Xiaobai found himself with little recourse, particularly given his current trepidation about venturing outdoors. Acting upon his impulse, Jiang Xiaobai observed the soaring crane, estimating its distance to be a mere 20 meters. He swiftly stooped to gather a stone, weighing it in his hand. As the crane glided overhead, he unhesitatingly drew back his arm and hurled the stone with considerable force, cleaving the air with a subtle, piercing whistle. Accustomed to unhindered flight among the various peaks, the crane possessed no inherent wariness, as no one had ever dared to target it. The stone struck its breast squarely, and in an instant, it plummeted earthward like a plane devoid of fuel. A smirk graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips. Fortuitously, my childhood endeavors have proven beneficial. Otherwise, I would have been unable to procure sustenance today. Subsequently, he retired for the evening. Upon awakening at dusk, Jiang Xiaobai retrieved the remaining portion of the roasted crane from midday and resumed perusing the texts. He resolved to immerse himself in literature before embarking upon cultivation, eschewing haste. Imperceptibly, a month elapsed with astonishing rapidity. Jiang Xiaobai, toiling from dawn till dusk, neglecting even meals and sleep, managed to peruse at least 100 books with remarkable alacrity. Possessing a keen intellect, he selected texts of considerable significance, thereby acquiring an understanding of this world that he dares to assert rivals that of any native inhabitant. Laying aside the heaven and earth decree, Jiang Xiaobai realized he was absorbed in his third reading of this manual. Although this cultivation method appears simplistic, Jiang Xiaobai perceives a formidable advantage over others: its all-encompassing nature. Virtually all other techniques seem to have evolved from this fundamental scripture, the Heaven and Earth Sutra, suggesting boundless potential. Mastering it to a certain extent would undoubtedly result in immense power. However, if he were to cultivate this method, his progress would be significantly slower, and his combat prowess would be comparatively weak. Jiang Xiaobai found himself in a quandary, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, a subtle movement in his abdomen was followed by excruciating pain in almost every bone in his body. He collapsed to the ground, feeling as if countless awls were piercing his flesh and drilling into his bones. The biting agony was almost unbearable. The bone-devouring pill was taking effect. Jiang Xiaobai realized that it had been a month, yet that scoundrel Ling Yun had not delivered the antidote. The intense pain continued to spread and intensify, and for some reason, Jiang Xiaobai found it impossible to lose consciousness. He could only endure the torment, his body drenched in sweat that soaked the floor. His lips turned black, veins bulged on his forehead, and his mouth gaped open like a fish out of water. His throat convulsed, but he could not even utter a sound. The bone-devouring pill was once a torture drug used for extracting confessions, its pain being notoriously severe. Ling Yun. If I ever achieve cultivation, I will repay today's agony 100-fold. The intense agony had rendered Jiang Xiaobai's mind a tabula rasa. Yet he hadn't forgotten the source of his torment. It was at that moment that the azure bead, nearly forgotten by Jiang Xiaobai himself, trembled subtly. Enveloped in perspiration, it gradually underwent a transformation, emitting faint, almost imperceptible luminescence. A deafening roar seemed to erupt within Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and in the subsequent instant, darkness enveloped him. His entire being relaxed, and the pain completely dissipated. Had anyone been present to observe, they would have noticed Jiang Xiaobai vanishing into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. I couldn't have perished just like that, could I? Jiang Xiaobai muttered, a wry expression on his face. It would be utterly vexing to meet his end in such a manner. You are not deceased, a voice resonated abruptly, both distant and profound. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. He swiftly ran his hands over his body, relieved to find himself intact, his garments still damp. Indeed, he was not dead. Who are you? Though assured of his survival, Jiang Xiaobai's vigilance remained unwavering. Ruan Sen, the voice uttered a name, proceeding to elaborate. During a great conflict, I concealed myself within this celestial extinction bead. With great difficulty, I journeyed from that spirit-depleted planet to this immortal martial continent. My objective is simple: resurrection. A tremor of astonishment ran through Jiang Xiaobai's heart. He was no simpleton. From the fragmented words of the other, he sensed that he had encountered a personage of considerable importance, and that his transmigration was entirely attributable to him. I seek resurrection, yet I cannot achieve it alone. I require your assistance, Ruan Sen declared. Jiang Xiaobai spread his hands and asked, how can I assist you? He was acutely aware that he had no other options at present. The cultivation of the celestial decision would allow him to resurrect when his prowess reached the god transformation realm. It seemed that this voice had long harbored a scheme. Jiang Xiaobai paused, torn between the decision to cultivate the celestial decision, when unexpectedly, a senior urged him to pursue it. However, he resolved not to hasten into cultivation without clarifying the doubts in his heart. Senior, although the celestial decision is indeed remarkable, it carries numerous drawbacks, such as a sluggish cultivation speed, weak combat power, and formidable bottlenecks. There is no need to worry about the pace of your cultivation. Have you noticed the character for water inscribed on the celestial pearl? Ruan Sen's voice remained calm. If you immerse the celestial pearl in the morning dew for an hour, the dew will be transformed into a spirit liquid comparable to spirit stones. By consuming this liquid during cultivation, your efforts will yield extraordinary results. The very reason I could draw you into the celestial pearl at this early stage was due to the spirit liquid resulting from your own perspiration. Jiang Xiaobai faltered slightly, astonished to learn that the celestial pearl possessed such a function, and a wave of joy surged within him. Ruan Sen continued, as for combat prowess, you need not fret. I will teach you a sword technique called the 10,000 sword method, which, when combined with the celestial decision, can summon 1,000,000 swords to vanquish foes. Jiang Xiaobai opened his mouth, speechless for a while, overwhelmed by the thought of 1,000,000 flying swords darkening the sky as they surged forth. The issue of bottlenecks was even less of a concern. With my guidance, there will be no bottlenecks. Ruan Sen's voice exuded confidence. Very well. I shall cultivate the celestial decision and commence my training immediately. With unwavering confidence, Jiang Xiaobai was eager to commence his cultivation immediately. Very well. I shall promptly present you with the celestial annihilation pearl. You must safeguard it with utmost diligence. Furthermore, the bone-eating pill within you has already been resolved by the celestial annihilation pearl. Ling Yun has come seeking you, so do not reveal your true intentions. As Ruan Sen's words faded, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and the surroundings transformed into a loft filled with towering bookshelves, the floor slick with perspiration. Yet he remained in his original position. At that moment, footsteps echoed from below, and upon hearing them, Jiang Xiaobai's expression changed drastically, contorting into one of fierce animosity. The veins in his neck and forehead bulging ominously. Apologies for my tardiness. Ling Yun's voice rang out, laced with a hint of amusement. You. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his jaw tightly, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to articulate a response, yet words eluded him for what felt like an eternity. Do not harbor hatred towards me. After all, I have guided you onto the path of immortality, and I am still preserving your life, am I not? Ling Yun, unsuspecting of any deceit, produced a pill with a flick of his wrist and deftly administered it to Jiang Xiaobai. As the tremors of Jiang Xiaobai's body began to subside, Ling Yun chuckled softly and remarked, Very well, I shall seek you again next month. I must take my leave. This individual was at the minor perfection of qi condensation, his strength unfathomable. However, with my assistance, when he returns next month, you shall be able to vanquish him. Ruan Sen's voice echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, bidding farewell to Ling Yun with a smile and a wave. Brother Ling Yun, do arrive early next month. I shall gather dew in preparation for my cultivation. As Ling Yun departed, Jiang Xiaobai promptly ascended to the attic, procuring several small gourds from the abundant collection of calabashes and porcelain vessels. However, scarcely had he emerged from the attic when a flash of sword light rent the heavens, accompanied by a tempestuous gale, swirling sand and pebbles, and causing a subtle alteration in the sky's hue. Who are you? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, unfamiliar with the approaching figure, the question escaping his lips instinctively. The Danfeng-eyed youth's lip curled into an even more pronounced sneer. The chief disciple's proclivities are indeed extraordinary. I had been wondering about the recent depletion of white cranes within the sect. It appears they have been gracing the chief disciple's palate. The words chief disciple were enunciated with particular emphasis, dripping with undisguised derision. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, the epithet good-for-nothing pricking at his pride. Yet, recognizing his disadvantageous position, he suppressed his burgeoning ire, inquiring, What is it you desire? The Danfeng-eyed youth chuckled, Nothing much, merely an observation that this void cloud pavilion is excessively large, rendering the chief disciple's dwelling rather solitary. Thus, I extend an invitation for you to reside in a more populated locale. As for this void cloud pavilion, I shall take it off your hands. Chapter 4. Talisman Treasure. It became apparent that the intent was to seize the pavilion. Jiang Xiaobai, having immersed himself in numerous tomes in recent days, had gained a considerable understanding of this world's ethos, encapsulated by the succinct phrase, might makes right, or rather, the axiom, strength is the ultimate arbiter. Possessing superior power grants one the prerogative to seize and commandeer at their whim. Regardless, Jiang Xiaobai bears the esteemed title of chief disciple, a designation that is inherently intertwined with his prowess. Although many have harbored discontent towards him in the past, none have dared to audaciously attempt to seize his loft. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai lifted his eyelids and spoke slowly. Are you aware that I am the chief disciple? This loft was bestowed upon me by the previous sect leader. Do you not fear the leader's wrath in your endeavor to usurp it? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the corner of Danfeng Yin's mouth curled in blatant disdain. His distant cousin, an elder of the sect, wielded considerable influence among the ordinary disciples, instilling fear in those who might challenge him. Typically, their paths would not cross. But Danfeng Yin had long struggled to advance in his cultivation. While talent played a role, he believed the more substantial factor was the lack of spiritual energy in his current residence. Among the sect, it seemed as though Jiang Xiaobai's quarters were tailor-made for him. With an elder cousin to back him, and Jiang Xiaobai appearing so inept, he felt emboldened. Moreover, it was his talented cousin who had encouraged him to act. If not now, then when would he seize this opportunity? He could not afford to reside on the mountain among the ordinary disciples. Jiang Xiaobai, fully aware of his precarious situation, contemplated briefly before resolutely deciding, "Then I shall simply reside among these outer disciples. After all, no one here knows me, and surely no one will trouble me." He subsequently sought out an uninhabited cave and took residence within. To his surprise, the cave was furnished with pots, bowls, and some provisions, thus alleviating Jiang Xiaobai from the hassle of foraging for food. At least for the time being, he was spared the need to hunt cranes for sustenance. Just then, Ruan Sen's voice echoed once more. "Do not languish in idleness. Commence your cultivation at once." Although Jiang Xiaobai felt that the day's events had been sufficiently exhausting and wished to seize a moment of respite, the urgency in Ruan Sen's words spurred him into action. Despite this being his inaugural formal attempt at cultivation, he had mentally rehearsed the process countless times. He first settled into a cross-legged position, bringing his hands together in prayer above his lower abdomen. Gently closing his eyes and focusing on his breath, he immersed himself in tranquility, endeavoring to sense the spiritual energy that permeated the universe. The foundation of cultivation lies in this very energy. The first step on the path of cultivation is to attune oneself to it. For an ordinary individual, it typically takes a day or two to begin sensing this energy. A person of exceptional talent might achieve it in half a day. If one can perceive it within 2 to 3 hours, that individual is deemed a genius. As an hour passed, Jiang Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. He had devoted an entire hour to this meditative pursuit, yet found himself empty-handed in his endeavors. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he reached for the gourd, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by an indescribably refreshing aroma that invigorated his weary spirit. Upon lowering his gaze to the gourd, he observed that the water remained clear and transparent. However, a delicate haze floated restlessly upon its surface. The celestial pearls within shimmered with a soft radiance, casting an enchanting glow throughout the gourd. "Take a sip and continue to attune yourself," Ruan Sen instructed. Jiang Xiaobai promptly complied, lifting the gourd to his lips and swallowing a small mouthful of the spiritual liquid. A wave of tranquility washed over him, and he felt as if his body had been lightened. He silently praised the extraordinary nature of the elixir and further immersed himself in the sensation of spiritual energy. Just as he began to perceive, he suddenly noticed faint glimmers before him, dim azure lights, reminiscent of fireflies meandering through the summer air, dancing endlessly. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. His eyes were shut, yet he could see. Soon enough, he realized he had indeed tapped into the existence of spiritual energy. Success. A surge of joy filled his heart as he abruptly opened his eyes, causing the lights to vanish. However, with a mere thought directed towards the energy, those luminous flecks reappeared, signifying his achievement in perceiving the spiritual essence of the world. Remarkably, he had accomplished this in just a little over an hour, and had outsiders known, they would undoubtedly herald him as a prodigy. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai did not consider himself exceptional. He attributed his swift attunement to the sip of spiritual liquid he had consumed. Meanwhile, Ruan Sen pondered inwardly, questioning whether the elixir should have taken effect so rapidly. Could it be that this lad is a genius? Enough, Ruan Sen interjected, urging Jiang Xiaobai to regain his composure. Jiang Xiaobai understood that Ruan's son was not to be trifled with, and promptly took a seat, patiently awaiting the elusive reprimand from Ruan Sr. "I shall now impart to you the heavenly earth technique. It is time for you to commence your cultivation," Ruan Sen declared. Jiang Xiaobai hastily waved his hands. "There is no need. I have perused the heavenly earth technique thrice and have it thoroughly ingrained in my mind." Ruan's son paused momentarily. Being well-versed is insufficient. One must grasp its essence. Jiang Xiaobai flashed a grin. "I do possess my own interpretations, though I am uncertain of their accuracy. Allow me to share them with you, and you may judge their validity." He then proceeded to articulate his insights and reflections on the heavenly earth technique, derived from his 3 readings. Initially, Ruan Sen remained quite indifferent, But soon she was taken aback, for Jiang Xiaobai's subsequent interpretations grew increasingly profound and intricate. Had it not been for her exceptional understanding of the heavenly earth technique, she might have struggled to keep pace with Jiang Xiaobai's level of comprehension. Is all of this your own understanding? After hearing Jiang Xiaobai's exposition, Ruan Sen's voice exhibited a subtle shift. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Noting the unusual tone in Ruan Sen's voice, and cautiously inquired, "Is it riddled with errors?" Ruan Sen remained silent for a considerable time, leaving Jiang Xiaobai in a state of anxious anticipation, until her voice finally resonated softly. "No, your understanding is indeed quite accurate. You may now officially commence your cultivation." At last, Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nodding earnestly, he began to chant the incantation of the heavenly earth technique, and thus embarked upon his journey of cultivation. Encompassing the firmament and the deficient earth, one concentrates the essence of vital energy within the universe, dispersing it throughout the cosmos, engendering resonance, traversing the celestial circuit, thereby achieving the condensation of vital energy. Thus he sat cross-legged, incessantly chanting the incantation. He had already perceived the existence of spiritual energy, yet it floated aimlessly around him. Even the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual fluid he had imbibed would dissipate from his body over time. The condensation of vital energy, therefore, involved gathering these scattered energies into the dantian within his body. Meanwhile, a sharp-featured youth clad in pure white robes, resembling a formal disciple, strolled past a throng of outer disciples with a smug countenance, casually collecting the small stones from their hands. As the sharp-featured youth proceeded, the spiritual stones he had amassed filled a sizable pouch. His expression grew increasingly relaxed and self-satisfied. That's the way it should be, even within the entire sect. The members of my Ling family are among the most formidable. As long as you contribute a mere trifle of spiritual stones to me each month, I shall ensure that you can cultivate in peace. This transaction is exceedingly worthwhile. He was acutely aware that his uncle held a position of influence among the formal disciples, and it was imperative to maintain this patronage. As this notion occurred to him, the sharp-featured youth reached into his tunic and produced a white talisman. Adorned with intricate characters and a miniature sword emblem, the sword's luster had faded, as if on the verge of vanishing. Subsequently, he retrieved a few diminutive spirit stones and held them in his mouth. After reciting a brief incantation, the spirit stones visibly diminished, while the white talisman in his hand abruptly levitated, radiating a brilliant white light. A series of fierce gusts arose, their shrill whistles piercing the air. "Wow, that's a talisman treasure. Ling Xiao's uncle gave it to him. If I had such a talisman treasure, I certainly wouldn't fear Ling Xiao. Heh. So what if you possess a talisman treasure? You lack the cultivation of the qi condensation stage, and you don't have as many spirit stones as Ling Xiao. Even with a talisman treasure, you wouldn't be able to utilize it. You should simply watch Ling Xiao's actions. Just who is the unfortunate soul who dares to not open the door, even when it's time to pay the spirit stone tax?" Sensing the envious and resentful gazes from the surroundings, Ling Xiao felt unusually smug. At that moment, the talisman treasure in the air shone brightly, its white light flickering with exceptional sharpness. Ling Xiao ceased his waiting and extended his hand, abruptly pointing at the cave dwelling's entrance. With a whoosh, the white light hurtled forward, colliding with the cave dwelling's door. The door instantly shattered, yet the talisman treasure remained unscathed, its white light persisting as it advanced into the cave dwelling. A shriek immediately echoed from within. "Damn you! Which scoundrel is trying to harm me?" Chapter 5. The Prodigy. As Ling Xiao's anxiety reached its peak, a rhythmic tapping sound suddenly emanated from within the cave. Upon closer listening, it became clear that these were footsteps. Someone was about to emerge from the cave. Ling Xiao hastily stepped back 2 paces, his mind on high alert, silently reciting incantations in an attempt to regain control of his talisman. Finally, a young man dressed in a white robe emerged from the cave. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his clothes were somewhat wrinkled, but his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, as if they could pierce through a person with a single glance. This person was none other than Jiang Xiaobai. In his hand, he held a white talisman paper, unmistakably Ling Xiao's talisman. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Who is this person who can casually hold Ling Xiao's talisman? Look at his attire. It resembles that of a formal disciple. Could he indeed be one? The attire of a formal disciple. Ling Xiao is also dressed as one. Is Ling Xiao a formal disciple? Which formal disciple would forsake the spiritually rich mountaintop to vie for territory with outer disciples at the foot of the mountain? Ling Xiao's gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, his face alternating between shades of green and white. He couldn't believe that the person before him was a formal disciple. Yet he was wary of the other's ability to seize his talisman. Finally, Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Is this talisman yours? Ling Xiao nodded. It was bestowed upon me by my uncle, who is a formal disciple. Ling Xiao said this to remind Jiang Xiaobai not to act recklessly, as he had influential backing. He scoffed with disdain. So what if you're a formal disciple? He was, after all, the chief disciple. Had he not just broken through to the early stage of the qi condensation realm, that talisman would have claimed his life. Don't try to intimidate me with your uncle. It won't work. No way. Ling Xiao immediately stepped forward, swiftly pinching the talisman in Jiang Xiaobai's hand with 2 fingers. He then produced a handful of spirit stones, stuffed them into his mouth, and began chanting incantations, attempting to regain control of the talisman. Because he had touched the talisman and used an unprecedented number of spirit stones, the talisman flickered with light, as if it were about to take flight once more. Well done, someone immediately exclaimed. Jiang Xiaobai grinned, his gaze settling on Ling Xiao, who was cursing and trying to get up. He chuckled and scolded. If I, an early-stage qi condensation cultivator, were defeated by someone without any cultivation, where would I put my face? What? The surroundings instantly fell silent. Early stage of qi condensation? So he possessed cultivation. He was a true formal disciple. Don't say your name, or you'll suffer a terrible fate. A well-meaning outer disciple called out, reminding Jiang Xiaobai. But the disdainful smile on Jiang Xiaobai's lips did not diminish in the slightest. He declared directly, I never change my name or alter my surname. Jiang Xiaobai is who I am. He then waited for gasps of astonishment to erupt from the surroundings, as his reputation as the chief disciple, even a useless one, was enough to intimidate a group of outer disciples. However, the surroundings remained silent, with only a few sighs audible. Those sighs were for Jiang Xiaobai, as if he did not have long to live. Abruptly, Ling Xiao leaped to his feet and darted away, shouting as he fled, Just you wait, Jiang Xiaobai. I'm going to find my uncle right now. If you have the nerve, stay right there. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already vanished from sight. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, surprised that his reputation held so little sway. So, he's the infamous, inept chief disciple, he mused. How far he has fallen. Reduced to vying for territory with us outer disciples. He only dares to flaunt his authority over someone like Ling Xiao. But mark my words. When Ling Xiao's uncle arrives, our esteemed chief disciple will be brought to his knees. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd, laced with undisguised disdain. The smile slowly faded from Jiang Xiaobai's lips. He had initially intended to simply leave, as his abilities were quite limited, having only recently entered the qi condensation realm. Defeating the insignificant Ling Xiao's talisman had required all his skill and agility. If a true disciple arrived, even one in the early stages of qi condensation, he would be in grave danger. Jiang Xiaobai's actions surprised many. Well, isn't he staying put? One observed. This should be amusing. Let's stay and watch the spectacle unfold. The outer disciples, eager for entertainment, lingered, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the cave dwelling. Inside, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened. Ruan Sen, do you have any ideas to assist me? He inquired, though he had remained, knowing that no one would dare to kill him. He had no intention of simply waiting to be attacked. This time, he was resolute. Even if the newcomer possessed far superior strength, he would wrest a tooth from their mouth. After a period of contemplation, Ruan Sen finally spoke. There is a way, and that is to cultivate my myriad swords technique. Cultivate the myriad swords technique? Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow instinctively. The myriad swords technique seemed to be a formidable art. Could he master it in a short time? Ruan Sen naturally understood Jiang Xiaobai's concerns. She spoke slowly, saying, "You comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in just over an hour. And you advanced to the early stage of qi condensation overnight. Although the heaven-defying pearl and spiritual liquid assisted you, your talent is also paramount. In other words, you are a prodigy. Moreover, the myriad swords technique has several levels. You only need to cultivate the lowest level for now. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Instantly, Jiang Xiaobai was filled with confidence. However, Ruan Sen was inwardly astonished. Before she could suggest using the myriad swords technique to activate the sword talisman and unleash even greater power, Jiang Xiaobai had already deduced it himself. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Without much delay, Ruan Sen immediately imparted the incantation for the first level of the myriad swords technique to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai remembered almost everything after hearing it only once. He took out the sword talisman treasure, recited the incantation, and the spiritual energy within his body, which was circulating through the great circulation, seemed to be summoned and immediately rushed towards the sword talisman. Whoosh! Before Jiang Xiaobai could react, the sword talisman emitted a great white light and soared into the air. "I truly am a genius," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed in delight. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the light of the sword talisman instantly diminished, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Within Ruan Sen's heart surged a tumultuous tide as she uttered the incantation but once, yet Jiang Xiaobai, in his inaugural attempt at the myriad swords technique, astonishingly succeeded. At that moment, Ruan Sen found herself at a loss for words. The distinction among prodigies was evident. A genius from a county could hardly compare to one from a prefecture, and a genius from a prefecture would inevitably pale beside one from a domain. Yet, the Jiang Xiaobai before her likely surpassed even the talents of an entire domain. It appeared that her mastery of the myriad swords technique was still lacking, as mere conversation threatened to disrupt her progress. Surely, he wouldn't return again, having gained a firm grasp of the myriad swords technique. Jiang Xiaobai settled within the cave abode, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, no one came, and a wave of relief washed over him. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, "Is Jiang Xiaobai here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai sprang to his feet, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The voice belonged to none other than Ling Chuanshan, the very individual who had usurped his loft just the day prior. Chapter 6. A fierce battle with Ling Chuanshan. They say that enemies are fated to cross paths. A cold smirk curled upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips. It turned out that Ling Xiaobai's uncle was indeed this Ling Chuanshan. Upon reflection, it made sense. Both bore the surname Ling. And it was rumored that Ling Chuanshan had substantial backing within the sect, making him a formidable presence among the ordinary disciples. Moreover, considering Ling Chuanshan's audacious appropriation of the loft, it was entirely reasonable that he had such a legacy as Ling Xiaobai as his nephew. Indeed, it is you, Ling Chuanshan. Yesterday, you seized my void cloud pavilion, and today, your nephew has come to breach my cavern's gate. This resentment shall be vented in full today. Jiang Xiaobai clutched his sword talisman, his heart ablaze with anticipation. The hour of retribution was at hand. Ling Chuanshan possessed only the rudimentary qi condensation cultivation, scarcely different from his own. He was confident of victory. Footfalls rapidly approached, and two figures materialized at the entrance of the cavern, none other than Ling Xiaobai, who had been chastised earlier that day, and Ling Chuanshan, who had usurped the Void Cloud Pavilion the day before. Upon beholding Jiang Xiaobai, Ling Chuanshan's countenance blossomed into an exaggerated grin. "Good heavens," he exclaimed, "if it isn't our esteemed chief disciple." Ling Xiaobai, wearing a smug expression, gazed upon Jiang Xiaobai. "Jiang Xiaobai," he declared, "now that my uncle has arrived, swiftly return my talisman treasure." Jiang Xiaobai, his countenance unwavering, chuckled softly. "You first used the talisman treasure to destroy the gate of this chief disciple's cavern. It is only fair that I confiscate your talisman treasure." Merely a wretch bearing the title of chief disciple, Ling Chuanshan sneered, his grin widening, as he advanced towards Jiang Xiaobai. He had clashed with Jiang Xiaobai on several occasions in the past. Though Jiang Xiaobai possessed the rudimentary qi condensation cultivation, his strength was woefully inadequate. Even among those with similar cultivation, Ling Chuanshan reckoned himself capable of besting 3 Jiang Xiaobai single-handedly. Thus, he had brazenly seized the Void Cloud Pavilion the day before. And thus, he dared to continue his torment of Jiang Xiaobai today. Enough of idle words, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. Undaunted, Jiang Xiaobai extended his hand, promptly activating the myriad sword incantation within the sword talisman. The talisman erupted with a radiant white light, soaring into the firmament with a resounding whoosh. Using my sword talisman against me? Ling Chuanshan swiftly reacted, halting his advance and retreating a couple of steps. He reached for his storage pouch at his waist, and a beam of light emerged, materializing into another white radiance that hovered in the air. In that instant, 2 white lights hung suspended, their sword auras whistling and crisscrossing, accompanied by gusts of potent wind that stung the face. Ling Xiaobai, sensing the precarious situation, had long since sought refuge behind Ling Chuanshan. Yet, even from his hiding spot, he continued to shout, "Humph, Jiang Xiaobai, my sword talisman is an old one, almost expired. My uncle's is a brand new one. How dare you use an old talisman against my uncle's new one? Prepare to die." Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon the airborne talismans. Indeed, the white light emanating from his sword talisman appeared noticeably dimmer than Ling Chuanshan's. Ling Chuanshan had anticipated this disparity, his words dripping with disdain. A useless wretch remains a useless wretch. Previously, you were foolishly fixated on your useless flying sword. Now that you've wised up and snatched a sword talisman, it's a pity it's an old one. Humph, humph. Allow me to demonstrate my sword talisman to you. With a low growl, Ling Chuanshan commanded his sword talisman. And with a flash of white light, it immediately lunged towards Jiang Xiaobai's talisman. Undeterred by the fierce assault, Jiang Xiaobai remained composed. With a mere flick of his finger, he directed his own sword talisman to retaliate against the opposing one. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, his dilapidated sword talisman exhibited a velocity that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of Ling Chuanshan's pristine talisman. 2 streaks of luminescence flashed in the firmament, colliding in the subsequent instant. Rather than a cataclysmic roar, a pair of muffled hisses resonated as the 2 sword talismans locked horns in a tenacious standoff. Sword talisman radiated brilliantly, initially overpowering, its effulgence hinting at an imminent obliteration. Chuckling, presuming victory, broadened his grin. Yet, as time elapsed, the 2 stalemated talismans remained in a deadlock. Sensed an anomaly. Logically, the newer the talismanic treasure, the more potent it should be. His inability to vanquish talisman with overwhelming force was already disconcerting. Now, their prolonged stalemate raised his suspicion. Hastily calculated his remaining spiritual energy, finding it at approximately 30%. Though meager, it sufficed for a while longer, perhaps was nearing exhaustion. But then, he abruptly perceived a subtle surge in sword talisman's power. Was aghast. Was his cultivation inferior to that of that incompetent? He vehemently rejected this notion. He promptly channeled his spiritual energy, barely repelling assault. Simultaneously, he retrieved a cyan pellet from his storage pouch, briefly tasting it. This was a chi-gathering elixir, capable of significantly replenishing spiritual energy, even for chi condensation mid-stage experts. For those in the early stage, even a mere lick could swiftly restore a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Oh, doping? The smile on Jiang Xiaobai's face radiated even more than before. By invoking the 10,000 swords technique, the potency of his sword talisman was indeed remarkable. It had withstood the opponent's new sword talisman for an impressive duration, forcing the adversary to resort to consuming medicinal pills first. He then reached for the gourd hanging at his waist and downed a mouthful of spiritual liquid. Instantly, the spiritual energy within him, which had been on the verge of depletion, was replenished, restoring him to approximately 80% of his peak condition. As another cup of tea's worth of time passed, Ling Chuanshan was astounded. He had already licked the chi-gathering powder 2 or 3 times, and the additional spiritual energy he had regained was long since exhausted. Yet, across from him, Jiang Xiaobai was still nonchalantly sipping water while deftly controlling the sword talisman. Appearing utterly at ease, Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Ling Chuanshan gritted his teeth and swallowed the entirety of the qi-gathering powder as it dissolved within him. His aura began to intensify once more, with his spiritual energy restored to its peak. However, after yet another incense stick's worth of time had elapsed, Jiang Xiaobai remained steadfast, sipping water with a smile, as steady as a mountain. In stark contrast, Ling Chuanshan's legs began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. And even his chest was gradually rising and falling with increasing intensity. All of this indicated that the effects of the qi-gathering powder had waned significantly, and his spiritual energy was once again faltering. How could this be? Ling Chuanshan found it hard to believe that despite possessing the advantages of the new talisman and the qi-gathering powder, he was still outmatched by Jiang Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai leisurely took another sip of the spiritual liquid and remarked with a smile, "Ling Chuanshan, are you still intent on struggling like a cornered beast?" As he spoke, he intensified the infusion of spiritual energy, and in an instant, the sword talisman, which had been consistently on the defensive, radiated with increasing brilliance, its momentum surging to surpass its opponents. Heavens! Even Ling Xiaobai exclaimed involuntarily. Almost simultaneously, a soft tearing sound echoed as Ling Chuanshan's sword talisman abruptly split in two, its light fading, transforming into two strips of white paper that fell to the ground. With its adversary vanquished, Jiang Xiaobai's sword talisman surged with renewed vigor, its dazzling light nearly blinding. Shui, a long-absent sound of air being cleaved resonated as Jiang Xiaobai's sword talisman, shimmering with white light, hurtled directly towards Ling Chuanshan. A clear, sharp sound followed, and fresh blood blossomed, the scent of iron permeating the air. Upon seeing the blood, Ling Xiaobai instinctively cried out, retreating several steps before collapsing to his knees with a thud, his head striking the ground repeatedly. "Senior brother, spare me. I was coerced by Ling Chuanshan to trouble senior brother. Now that Ling Chuanshan is dead, I am willing to serve senior brother." "I am not dead yet," Ling Chuanshan said, his arm hanging limply, nodding, his face filled with apprehension. Today, he had been defeated, swiftly and utterly. "I am grateful for your leniency, senior brother." Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a profound smile. Verbal gratitude is unnecessary. Ling Chuanshan's expression shifted, and he reflexively recoiled, clutching his storage pouch. He sensed that while Jiang Xiaobai had spared his life, his intentions were far from benevolent. He was preparing to make exorbitant demands. Jiang Xiaobai's smile grew increasingly radiant. My junior brother truly knows me well. I hadn't even requested your storage pouch, yet you were already eager to present it to me." In that instant, Ling Chuanshan's expression darkened considerably, his voice dropping to a somber tone. "Senior brother, though you have indeed bested me today, victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. Do not push your luck." Ling Chuanshan had always believed himself to be several times stronger than the seemingly inept Jiang Xiaobai. Acknowledging his defeat today was already a significant concession, and he was utterly unwilling to part with his storage pouch. Jiang Xiaobai had anticipated Ling Chuanshan's reluctance to surrender the pouch, so he refrained from further words. With a swift gesture, a sword talisman transformed into a beam of white light, darting towards Ling Chuanshan and halting mere inches from the tip of his nose. At that moment, a hint of coldness appeared on Jiang Xiaobai's face. "If you refuse to hand over the storage pouch, then you shall relinquish something else. Would you prefer to lose your nose or your ears?" Chapter 7. The Hall of Celestial Birds. Ling Chuanshan felt a sharp jolt within. Was this Jiang Xiaobai not reputed to be exceptionally timid? The defeat he had suffered today was already quite astonishing, and now he found Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly ruthless, threatening to sever his ears or nose. Ling Xiaobai tugged incessantly at Ling Chuanshan's sleeve. "Uncle, the greater good must prevail. It would be wise to surrender the storage pouch." "Nonsense." Ling Chuanshan slapped Ling Xiaobai across the face, sending him flying several meters away. Then, he turned to Jiang Xiaobai and said, "Jiang Xiaobai, today I lost to you because my skills are inferior. But if you push me too hard, it will be a lose-lose situation. After all, in the current Ancient Sword Sect, the Ling family is not to be trifled with. Ling Chuanshan's words were clear. He had lost. But he would never hand over his storage bag, let alone allow his nose to be cut. He had powerful backing. Jiang Xiaobai's smile widened, but his eyes grew colder. In the place I used to be, many people liked to say they had powerful backing. If I were still intimidated by such words today, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger in the air. A sharp, ear-piercing whistle rang out, and a sword talisman erupted with blinding white light, streaking past Ling Chuanshan's head at lightning speed. Ling Chuanshan felt a sudden chill in his ear, followed by searing pain. When he reached up to touch it, he realized his ear was gone, blood gushing out uncontrollably. At that moment, Ling Chuanshan was utterly terrified. The man had actually acted. He dared not utter another word and hastily untied his storage bag, tossing it to Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you," Jiang Xiaobai said with a radiant smile. Ling Chuanshan, with one arm hanging limply and the other clutching his bleeding ear, gritted his teeth and turned to leave the cave. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoer quickly picked up the severed ear from the ground and chased after him. Only then did Jiang Xiaobai let out a long sigh of relief, his expression gradually relaxing. "You should have killed him outright." Ruan Sen's voice emerged, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Xiaobai offered a wry smile, remarking, "Is it truly necessary to resort to murder over mere trivial disputes? The only reason I even considered severing his ear was the knowledge that this world possesses numerous miraculous elixirs capable of regenerating limbs. He had recently arrived in this realm, and thus, the brutal rules surrounding violence still unsettled him. Showing leniency could lead to personal peril. Ruan Sen was reluctant to elaborate further. Jiang Xiaobai could only nod in resignation. "I shall be more cautious in the future." With that, he began to explore Ling Chuanshan's storage pouch, an expression of delight lighting up his face. It appears Ling Chuanshan has quite an array of treasures, unlike my previous self, whose pouch was utterly barren. Upon receiving the pouch he had assumed, he had also searched it, only to find it completely empty. He certainly did not wish to be destitute. Hence, he was particularly attentive to Ling Chuanshan's storage. As he channeled his spiritual energy to open the pouch and reached inside, he felt the chaotic jumble of objects, causing his eyes to narrow into crescent shapes from joy. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand sharply, clutching a piece of white talisman paper, brimming with elation. Ling Chuanshan actually possesses a sword talisman. He swiftly tucked the sword talisman into his own storage pouch and continued to rummage through the contents, discovering several bottles and jars. Yet none bore labels. With Ruan Sen's discerning eye, he selected 2 bottles of healing potions, discarding the rest. After a period of exploration, he turned the storage pouch upside down and gave it a vigorous shake. With a clatter, a multitude of translucent green stones, each roughly the size of a thumb or even smaller, cascaded out, numbering in the thousands. As these stones tumbled forth, Jiang Xiaobai immediately sensed waves of spiritual energy enveloping him. Could these be spirit stones? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. He had read numerous texts and recognized spirit stones. Yet he was puzzled as to why they were so diminutive. In a declining sect, even the most inferior spirit stones were deemed precious. So these must merely be fragments of spirit stones. However, Ruan Sen quickly discerned the underlying truth. Jiang Xiaobai curled his lip, thinking that with spiritual liquid at his disposal, these fragmented spirit stones held no value for him. Nevertheless, he decided to keep them for potential future use. After transferring all the contents of Ling Chuanshan's storage pouch into his own, a smile once again graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips. Acquiring a new sword talisman was the source of his greatest joy. With an old, nearly depleted sword talisman, he had managed to withstand Ling Chuanshan's new sword talisman. Now, possessing a new one meant that Ling Chuanshan would be reduced to insignificance. "You can't even surpass Jiang Xiaobai?" Ling Yun inquired with curiosity, fully aware that this Jiang Xiaobai was an impostor. Their last encounter had been merely days ago, and the other party had yet to cultivate any abilities. How could it be that in such a short span, this counterfeit Jiang Xiaobai not only gained cultivation, but also defeated his own cousin? Although his cousin's cultivation was modest, he possessed several treasures, including 3 sword talismans. Ling Chuanshan dared not conceal anything and recounted the encounter with Jiang Xiaobai in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, could it be that this young man has devoted himself to rigorous training for an entire month, advancing to the early stages of qi condensation and thus achieved remarkable progress to defeat Ling Chuanshan? This cannot continue. He poses a potential threat. Fortunately, my foolish cousin has emerged. With this thought, a subtle chill flickered in Ling Yun's eyes as he spoke directly. I recall that Jiang Xiaobai has recently slain quite a number of Baihe. Ling Chuanshan paused, somewhat perplexed by his cousin's inquiry, yet he nodded and replied, indeed, he has killed many Baihe, at least dozens. Suddenly, Ling Chuanshan's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, cousin, are you suggesting that I seek out those characters from the Immortal Bird Hall to trouble Jiang Xiaobai? Huh. I will proceed without hesitation. I have your support. The chill in Ling Yun's gaze intensified, yet his smile remained warm. Encouraged by his cousin's unwavering support, Ling Chuanshan thumped his chest proudly. Await my good news, cousin. I shall make Jiang Xiaobai experience a fate worse than death. He chuckled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a small porcelain vial, which he handed to Ling Chuanshan. This is a restoration elixir. Consume it, and it will mend your ears. Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a faint smile. His mastery of the 10,000 swords technique had grown increasingly adept, enabling him to control 2 sword talismans simultaneously. Should he encounter an adversary like Ling Chuanshan again, he would likely secure victory in an instant. Controlling 2 sword talismans demands a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Merely a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, had passed, and Jiang Xiaobai sensed a certain emptiness within his internal reservoir of spiritual energy. He promptly retrieved his gourd. Over the past few days, he had diligently collected dew and now possessed 3 full gourds of spiritual liquid. After taking a generous sip, the liquid spread through his abdomen, instantly replenishing his spiritual energy. A subtle smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he began to engage in breathing exercises in preparation for his cultivation. Ruan Sen had once remarked that to cultivate the heavenly decision swiftly, one must frequently deplete their spiritual energy, only to replenish it at an accelerated pace. Days elapsed, and he had solidified his position in the early stage of qi condensation, even catching a faint glimpse of the threshold to the mid-stage. Should he be granted another 10 days, he would likely achieve the mid-stage of qi condensation. However, as Jiang Xiaobai sat in meditation, a series of piercing sounds cut through the air from a distance. 2 beams of sword light surged from afar, swiftly approaching the skies above the void cloud pavilion. As the sword light dissipated, 2 figures, each poised upon their flying swords, emerged into view. One of them was none other than Jiang Xiaobai's old acquaintance, Ling Chuanshan. Beside him stood an unfamiliar figure. Clad in a flowing white robe, this newcomer sported a blue belt at his waist, and perched upon his shoulder was a small, pitch-black bird. Its claws and beak were extraordinarily sharp, gleaming like metallic blades, exuding a chilling brilliance. All these details rendered the man with the blue belt distinctly different from the typical disciples. The man with the blue belt cast a sweeping glance over the void cloud pavilion, then forcefully sniffed, his expression suddenly shifting to one of fury as he bellowed, Jiang Xiaobai, how dare you slay the crane of my immortal bird hall? What punishment do you deserve? Jiang Xiaobai remained seated, motionless. The blue-belted man's gaze darkened, taken aback that this seemingly inept chief disciple would dare to disregard him, feeling his pride affronted. Before he could utter a second word, the black bird perched on his shoulder let out a piercing cry and soared directly toward Jiang Xiaobai, filling the air with a deafening shriek in that instant. This bird was no ordinary creature. Chapter 8. Extraordinary power. The arrival was ominous, and no benevolent soul would approach. Jiang Xiaobai immediately recognized the danger. Without uttering a word, he slapped his storage pouch, and a beam of white light erupted forth with a swish, swirling with sword energy as it darted toward the black bird. Upon seeing the white light, Ling Chuanshan promptly warned the blue-belted man beside him, Brother Nanfeng, be cautious. This lad has pilfered my sword talisman. He is wielding the new sword talisman now, and its power is formidable. "Humph, my black feather fears no mere talisman." Brother Nanfeng replied, unperturbed, crossing his arms in a posture of indifference. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai secretly chuckled. He was still using the old sword talisman. But his mastery of the 10,000 swords technique had grown increasingly adept in recent days, allowing him to wield the sword talisman with remarkable potency, leading others to mistake it for a new one. As the black feather saw the sword light hurtling toward it, it did not flinch or evade, charging headlong to collide with the oncoming attack. In the next moment, a sharp clang resonated as the sword's aura collided with the head of the black feather, producing a sound reminiscent of steel striking steel. Remarkably, the black feather merely tilted its body slightly from the impact before flapping its wings and continuing its charge towards Jiang Xiaobai. One could easily surmise that even a sword talisman would struggle against the black feather if it were to engage in close combat. Even someone of Jiang Xiaobai's mid-stage qi condensation cultivation would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand. From a distance, Nanfeng and Ling Chuanshan observed this scene with expressions of disdain. With a lift of his eyelid, Nanfeng proclaimed with lofty arrogance, "Though my cultivation is only at the early stage of qi condensation, my black feather can effortlessly sweep aside most practitioners at this level." Jiang Xiaobai, huh? Ling Chuanshan, wearing a smile, added, "Indeed, the senior brothers of the Immortal Bird Hall each have their celestial birds to assist them. Dealing with a single Jiang Xiaobai is more than sufficient." The black feather moved with remarkable speed, reaching Jiang Xiaobai in the blink of an eye, poised to pierce through his chest. Such an injury, while not fatal for someone at the early stage of qi condensation, would undoubtedly be excruciating. The audacity of anyone daring to inflict such harm upon a chief disciple speaks volumes of their inadequacy. Unfazed, Jiang Xiaobai, at the very moment the black feather was about to crash into him, swiftly raised his hand to strike his waist pouch. Whoosh! Another crisp sound echoed as a blinding light shot skyward with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. The black feather, caught unawares, was pierced through by the white light, scattering black feathers in all directions and painting the sky with a vivid crimson hue. Jiang Xiaobai let out a cold snort. As the new sword talisman combined with the 10,000 swords technique exhibited formidable power, far surpassing that of the black feather. This conclusion had been drawn when the old sword talisman first clashed with the black feather. Subsequently, when the old sword talisman pursued the black feather but was cast aside. It was all part of his plan to catch both the black feather and that south wind off guard. Otherwise, achieving a decisive strike would have been exceedingly difficult. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. In stark contrast, South Wind and Ling Chuanshan, perched atop their flying swords, were expressions of utter disbelief. Especially South Wind, who stood frozen in place. The black feather was a spirit bird he had meticulously nurtured for over a decade, possessing the strength to dominate most early-stage qi condensation practitioners. Yet today, it had been so quietly slain by Jiang Xiaobai. Wasn't Jiang Xiaobai a waste? His control over the sword talismans was astonishing, and it was no ordinary feat to manipulate two sword talismans simultaneously. How could he possibly be considered a failure? Ling Chuanshan also found it hard to believe his own eyes. He had just witnessed Jiang Xiaobai simultaneously controlling two sword talismans, each showcasing extraordinary power. As a seasoned expert in sword talismans, he immediately recognized that Jiang Xiaobai had unleashed considerable strength from the sword talismans. What kind of miraculous elixir had Jiang Xiaobai consumed in recent days? After having been bested by him yesterday, he now dared to slay the spirit bird of his own disciple from the Immortal Bird Hall. It was simply inconceivable. So, you are Southwind, are you? Not long ago, I did indeed slay several white cranes, yet they were certainly not the celestial variety. Moreover, that black bird had charged directly at me. I believed it sought my life, which compelled me to eliminate it. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled sinisterly, a peculiar glint igniting in his eyes. So that black bird was yours? You intended to command it to eliminate me. This is a grave offense. Considering my esteemed position as the chief disciple. At this moment, Nanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaobai possessed such a talent for baseless accusations. He had merely sought to inflict harm, yet in the blink of an eye, he was accused of attempting murder. However, Upon reflection, this was indeed a serious crime. The title of chief disciple was no mere faade, and the current situation relied entirely on Jiang Xiaobai's words. Should this escalate, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Feeling a slight heaviness in his heart, Nanfeng refrained from hastily confronting Jiang Xiaobai. After all, seeking trouble necessitates a foundation of strength, and with his spirit bird slain, what recourse did he have to instigate conflict? It would be wiser to devise an escape plan first. Jiang Xiaobai, do not presume that I intended to kill you. I merely sought to teach you a lesson, for the cranes you have slain, regardless of whether they are white or celestial, were all nurtured within our celestial fowl hall. Thus, it is only fitting that I impart a lesson upon you. Jiang Xiaobai grinned, his face a portrait of disdain. Oh, you claim I am the one making unfounded accusations? I beg to differ. It appears you are the one harboring murderous intent, and I would be wise to eliminate you first to prevent future troubles. Before he could finish his words, he gestured with his hand, and with two swift sounds, two beams of white light shot forth, arriving in an instant behind Nanfeng and Ling Chuanshan. The white light flickered as sword energy surged forth, and with a dull thud, one beam of sword energy sliced through the air, cleanly severing several strands of Ling Chuanshan's hair. A chill surged from the soles of his feet. And he thought to himself, not again, will I lose my hair today? Nanfeng, too, was taken aback. He understood the implications of Jiang Xiaobai's words. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai could easily eliminate them and claim they attempted to assault the chief disciple, only to be countered in self-defense. No one would investigate further. With a smile upon his face, Jiang Xiaobai effortlessly controlled the two flying sword talismans, as if managing them was a mere trifle. Given his recent display of strength in dispatching Heiyu, it was evident that these two talismans could easily end the lives of the two at the early stage of qi condensation. Ultimately, it was Nanfeng who, under the pressure of the menacing sword talismans, softened first. He cupped his hands from a distance and said, "Senior brother, I do not know what has come over Heiyu today. How dare he attack you? You have my gratitude for dealing with him. He deserves it." Jiang Xiaobai's smile widened. Do you believe that simply shifting the blame onto a bird absolves you of responsibility? Nanfeng's heart raced as he inquired. Then, senior brother, what do you mean? Jiang Xiaobai, without reservation, divulged his desires. I have no particular hobbies, save for a fondness for storage bags. Would you lend me yours for a couple of days? He awaited the response of his counterpart, curious if his request would be granted. He now understands that a person's strength is related to their cultivation and the treasures they possess. With two sword talismans in hand, he faces two beings of the same level without any fear, which is the best proof. Nanfeng's expression immediately turned grim. You don't push your luck? Pushing his luck? Jiang Xiaobai stood up with a sharp sound, his gaze instantly turning icy. A mere ordinary disciple dares to come and trouble me, the chief disciple, with sarcastic remarks, and you dare to say I'm pushing my luck? Who exactly is pushing their luck here? Nanfeng was just an ordinary disciple, while Jiang Xiaobai, despite his shortcomings, was still the chief disciple, holding a lofty position. Being confronted and mocked by an ordinary disciple was indeed humiliating. Nanfeng knew he was in the wrong, and with the current disadvantage, he dared not act out. He pointed at Jiang Xiaobai, unable to utter a word for a long time. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and the sword talisman, taking advantage of Nanfeng's raised hand, swiftly severed his finger. A scream erupted from Nanfeng's throat, but before he could vent his pent-up anger, he saw the sword talisman hovering less than a foot in front of his eyes. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze was cold. What? Are you still dissatisfied with losing just one finger? Only then did Nanfeng realize that Jiang Xiaobai was serious, having already lost a finger. He dared not say another word and immediately took off the storage bag hanging at his waist, throwing it at Jiang Xiaobai's feet. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, hooked his finger to retrieve the two sword talismans, and said, "Get lost." The southern wind, as if granted a reprieve, swept away with a flying sword, clutching a still bleeding finger, fleeing like the wind. Ling Chuanshan's face was a portrait of despair, and he hastily turned to escape. Yet, at that very moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice echoed behind him. You come and go as you please, but have you consulted me? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was no longer the utterly useless chief disciple who could be bullied at will. He immediately discerned that the southern wind from the immortal bird hall had been summoned by Ling Chuanshan and would never let him escape so easily. A shiver ran through Ling Chuanshan's body, nearly bringing him to tears. He cried out in his heart, wondering if Jiang Xiaobai had been tormented so severely that he now sought to extract every ounce of revenge, torturing him in the process. Just yesterday, he had plundered his storage bag, and today he appeared to be scheming once more. Chapter 9. The Secret of the Wind and Snow Garment. At this moment, Ling Chuanshan truly felt the sting of tears. He had come today with the utmost confidence of victory, carrying his storage bag, and inexplicably, he had brought along many fragmented spirit stones, which constituted his last reserves. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai waving at him, his legs trembled violently as he contemplated fleeing. However, recalling the immensely powerful sword talismans that Jiang Xiaobai possessed, he could only wear a mournful expression and flew to Jiang Xiaobai's side on his sword. Forcing a smile, "Brother, I truly have nothing of value left. Those two sword talismans are the most precious possessions I own." His words were not without merit. Sword talismans were indeed incredibly valuable, typically crafted only by masters who had reached a near-perfect state in the qi condensation realm. With a subtle upturn of his lips, Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized Ling Chuanshan from head to toe before inquiring in a measured tone, "From whence did you procure your sword talismans?" "My sword talismans were all bestowed upon me by my cousin," Ling Chuanshan responded, although he was tempted to invoke his cousin's name at that moment. His observations over the past few days had led him to believe that Jiang Xiaobai feared no one. Anyone who dared to provoke him would undoubtedly pay the price. Thus, he merely stated that the sword talismans were a gift from his cousin, without revealing the cousin's identity. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, then remarked, "In that case, you shall immediately seek out your cousin and procure 2 more sword talismans." Ling Chuanshan was instantly dumbfounded. Was Jiang Xiaobai the chief disciple or a mere brigand? Despite being told that there were no more talismans, he still insisted that Ling Chuanshan obtain them from his cousin. Are you unwilling?" Jiang Xiaobai's brow furrowed as he noticed Ling Chuanshan's hesitation, and his countenance darkened. Startled, Ling Chuanshan hastily waved his hands and shook his head. No. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that my cousin only bestows 3 upon me each year, and this year's allocation has already been given. Even if I were to ask, he would not grant me any more, as sword talismans are not inexpensive." Jiang Xiaobai pondered this for a moment, realizing the logic in it. After further consideration, his brow arched as he inquired, "You mentioned that sword talismans are not inexpensive, implying that they can be purchased somewhere?" Relieved that Jiang Xiaobai was no longer pressuring him for sword talismans, Ling Chuanshan quickly responded, Indeed. Our Ancient Sword Sect possesses a clandestine market on the front mountain, where a plethora of items are sold. Sword talismans are abundant, and there are even more formidable Dan talismans than sword talismans." "Oh?" Upon hearing the term Danbao, even the composed Jiang Xiaobai could not help but exclaim. Danbao is a treasure that can only be crafted by masters of the Dan condensation realm, its power surpassing that of talismans by an unknown magnitude. While an ordinary practitioner in the initial stages of qi condensation might struggle to wield a Danbao, Jiang Xiaobai stands apart. Should he discover a Danbao flying sword or a Danbao sword talisman, he could potentially harness the formidable thousand sword technique, thereby elevating his combat prowess to an entirely new echelon. At this thought, his breath quickened. "All right, I understand. Now be gone." Jiang Xiaobai felt an urgent desire to venture into the Black Street. Ling Chuanshan, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily turned to flee. However, after only a few steps, Jiang Xiaobai's voice echoed once more. "What? You think you can leave without relinquishing your storage pouch?" Inevitably, he had to part with some of his belongings. Ling Chuanshan dared not say more. He left the storage pouch behind and dashed away. Yet, his animosity towards Jiang Xiaobai intensified significantly, and he resolved that once he departed from this place, he would immediately seek out Nanfeng to plot revenge. Ruan Sen, Can I now utilize the Danbao? After Ling Chuanshan's departure, Jiang Xiaobai promptly inquired. He had tentatively estimated that he should be able to wield sword-type Danbao, though he remained uncertain. Jiang Xiaobai retrieved a gourd and opened it. Finding the Tian and Aizhu still lying motionless within, a faint ethereal aura wafting from its opening. But how could he obtain a more refined spiritual liquid? It was simple. Previously, the spiritual liquid required only an hour of infusion, but now it necessitated 3 days. Ruan Sen elaborated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's brows furrowed slightly. He was currently at a crucial juncture in his cultivation, consuming half a gourd to a full gourd of spiritual liquid each day, which meant his provisions were exceedingly limited. If he were to suddenly embark on the creation of rich spiritual liquid, his reserves would swiftly deplete. Yet, contemplating the potential acquisition of a Danbao, his strength would significantly enhance, rendering him unafraid even when confronting mid-stage qi condensation practitioners. He could even contend with those in the late stage. Resolutely, he decided to invest heavily, producing 2 gourds of rich spiritual liquid, and then procure a Danbao for self-defense. Jiang Xiaobai immediately made up his mind. He leaped down from the pavilion, retrieved the flying sword that had been used to impersonate him, hurled it into the air, and with a swift jump, stepped onto the sword, soaring towards the front mountain. With the speed of the 10,000 sword technique, he outpaced the majority of mid-stage qi condensation cultivators. Before long, he arrived at the front mountain, where he spotted a street in the distance. However, it was utterly deserted at this moment. The Black Street. Did it only open at night? Jiang Xiaobai quickly discerned the issue and descended to the ground, finding a random spot to sit cross-legged and began meditating. Preparing to wait for nightfall to venture into the Black Street, his meditation spot was atop a massive rock beside a small stream. With the gentle babbling of water before him and lush, verdant trees surrounding him, making for an idyllic place to meditate. Yet, as he habitually took a sip of spiritual liquid and began to meditate, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from nearby. Intrigued, Jiang Xiaobai stowed away his gourd, aware of an approaching presence. His concern wasn't about being seen, but rather the potential discovery of his heaven-defying pearl. Fortunately, the rustling sound ceased promptly, indicating the individual's lack of intent to approach. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar female voice pierced the air. "Why summon me here?" It was the voice of Feng Shui, a woman whose ruthlessness Jiang Xiaobai would never forget, as she had nearly taken his life. Immediately following was another female voice. "Senior, I confess I am perplexed by your recent association with Ling Yun. Are you truly unaware of his true nature? To achieve my ambitions," Feng Shui's voice resonated once more. "I would consort with anyone, even that utterly worthless head disciple." Jiang Xiaobai inwardly scoffed. "Am I truly so insignificant in your eyes? Lower in standing than that petty Ling Yun?" He wondered about her intentions, suspecting some form of espionage. "Very well, senior. I acknowledge the difficulty of your aims. But there is no need to offer yourself to Ling Yun." Jiang Xiaobai lamented the unfortunate fate of Feng Shui's beauty, lamenting that her cruel disposition was compounded by surrendering herself to Ling Yun. "You misunderstand. While I have maintained a close association with Ling Yun, I am not foolish enough to allow him to succeed." "Excellent." The voices gradually faded away, leaving Jiang Xiaobai to ponder the complete conversation he had overheard. It turns out that Feng Shui was exploiting Ling Yun. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief. Upon further contemplation of Feng Shui's final words, he was overcome with joy. He reached into his storage pouch, which was brimming with fragmented spirit stones. "Heh, my luck is quite favorable. Tonight, a coveted treasure is set to emerge in the black market. By Jove, with such an abundance of spirit stones, I shall certainly acquire it." As dusk rapidly descended, he promptly mounted his sword and descended towards the front mountain. This time, he had no intention of soaring directly to the black market. From afar, he could discern numerous figures ascending the mountain on foot. The front mountain was shrouded in darkness, veiled in mist, rendering it impossible to discern the identities of those entering. Jiang Xiaobai also set foot on a small mountain path. As soon as he reached the path's entrance, 2 men donning white bamboo hats materialized, barring his way. Jiang Xiaobai initially presumed they were there to collect a fee. But to his surprise, they simply tossed him an identical bamboo hat before vanishing. He then realized that this was to safeguard their identities from being exposed. All the entrants were clad in the same sect attire and concealed by identical bamboo hats, making it impossible to distinguish individuals. Donning the bamboo hat, Jiang Xiaobai promptly proceeded towards the black market on the mountain. Fortunately, his cultivation allowed him to stride swiftly, and in just half an hour, he had ascended the mountain without breaking a sweat. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the black market, in stark contrast to the pitch-black mountain path. The black market was brilliantly illuminated, winding and twisting, both eerie and captivating. As Jiang Xiaobai approached the entrance, two individuals standing at the street's edge extended their hands, halting him. New here? Entering the street requires a fee for a spirit stone. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched. Indeed, there are no such things as free lunches in this world. A payment is still required. He was not stingy, casually retrieving a fragment of a spirit stone from his storage pouch and offering it. Are you jesting with me? The guard appeared somewhat displeased. Are you unaware of the rule that 100 fragments of spirit stones equate to a single low-grade spirit stone? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, not having considered this aspect. However, upon reflection, it made sense. These fragmented spirit stones had undoubtedly been confiscated from the outer gates and were likely of inferior quality. He chose not to argue, promptly producing a bag containing 100 fragments and handing it over. Only then was he permitted entry. Yet, as he walked past, the mocking laughter of the guards echoed in his ears. A destitute fellow, armed only with fragments of spirit stones, dared to venture into the black street. He likely came merely to broaden his horizons, only to part with over 100 fragments, leaving him on the verge of tears. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. He was not perturbed by the ridicule of the two guards, but rather anxious about whether he would be able to procure the elixir he desired today. After all, from the implications of the guard's words, it seemed that fragmented spirit stones held little value, and he possessed fewer than 2,000 fragments, all obtained from Ling Chuanshan and Ling Shower. Chapter 10. Entering the Black Street. 100 fragments of spirit stones equal 1 low-grade spirit stone. Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself as he walked by, catching snippets of their hushed conversation. A penniless lad dares to enter the Black Street. Perhaps he knows that something valuable is about to be revealed today. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips, his eyes betraying an undisguised fondness for the Dan treasure. Jiang Xiaobai offered a wry smile, realizing that such self-consolation was the only recourse at this juncture. Venturing into the depths of the black market, he beheld a panoply of vibrant lanterns suspended from the boughs of roadside trees, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the white conical hats of the passers-by. Indeed, the moniker black market is aptly bestowed, he mused with a sigh, as he immersed himself into the jostling throng. Behold, peruse, and acquire. Exquisite talismanic treasures await. Pass not by, lest ye miss the paramount talismanic treasures from the Ancient Sword Sect. Come, cast your gaze upon these marvels. The crowd was punctuated by a cacophony of hawkers' entreaties. Jiang Xiaobai responded with an ambivalent smile, a nostalgic reminiscence of his nocturnal sojourns with companions in his former world surfacing in his mind. It appears that no exceptional artifact resides here, Jiang Xiaobai murmured, gently shaking his head. As he prepared to proceed further, Ruan Sen's voice interjected, Hold, young one. A stall to your right harbors a talismanic treasure of considerable merit to you. At Ruan Sen's pronouncement, Jiang Xiaobai pivoted abruptly. Indeed, to his right, a minuscule stall, so inconspicuous as to be easily overlooked, lay in wait. What manner of object does it contain? Jiang Xiaobai queried Ruan Sen internally. However, Ruan Sen evinced no inclination to elaborate, leaving Jiang Xiaobai to investigate independently. Pray, young sir, by what name shall I address thee? The stall owner merely glanced up at Jiang Xiaobai, then lowered his head once more, speaking in a hushed tone. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, leave me be. Do not engage me with idle chatter. Though feeling a hint of resentment after being rebuffed, Jiang Xiaobai managed to maintain his composure. Despite the formidable presence of Ruan Sen by his side, he understood the importance of withholding his trump card until the moment of true peril. Most importantly, if even Ruan Sen indicated that there were treasures to be found here, it surely signified a place of significant benefit to him. Peering through the sheer veil, Jiang Xiaobai observed that the array of talismans on display bore no extraordinary qualities. The stall owner's aloof demeanor, coupled with Ruan Sen's silence, rendered the forthcoming selection a true test of Jiang Xiaobai's understanding of the talismans. What difference could there possibly be? They were all white talismans, some inscribed with white characters, others with blue, and still others adorned with yellow. Internally, Jiang Xiaobai found himself perplexed by this selection process. How much simpler it had been in the ancient tomb, where one could simply take whatever caught their eye, rather than sifting through options here. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his brow began to unfurl. Although the ancient tomb offered an abundance of treasures, one still needed to discern the finest among them. With a soft sigh, Jiang Xiaobai casually picked up 2 talismans for a closer inspection. The talisman in his left hand bore several yellow inscriptions, while the one in his right hand was etched with blue symbols. The differing colors, naturally, suggested there might be distinct properties associated with them. Jiang Xiaobai, evidently cognizant of this detail, retrieved the newly acquired sword talisman from his storage pouch for further scrutiny. He possessed a talisman adorned with azure runes, and considering the energy it contained, Jiang Xiaobai felt relieved. The azure runes likely played a significant role in propelling sword chi, but what did this distinctive hue signify? Ruan Sen, I'm truly at a loss for selection. Please emerge and assist me, or I won't be able to enter once the grand assembly commences. A resonant chuckle emanated from the depths of his consciousness, indicating that Ruan Sen had heard his plea. Young man, I was correct in my assessment of you. In such a brief span, you've managed to discern the disparities among these talismans. Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes, thinking, if it weren't for my grave-robbing skills, I wouldn't be able to extract the treasures from the ancient tombs. Although he entertained these thoughts internally, he refrained from vocalizing them. Oh, please cease your jesting. How would I dare flaunt my knowledge before you? Wouldn't that be akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guangong? Flattery, regardless of its form, is always well received. Ruan Sen found this agreeable and chuckled once more. However, in an instant, he regained his composure and sternly declared, Young man, stow away your flattery. I've been discovered. Jiang Xiaobai nodded resignedly, indicating that he would desist. Ruan Sen nonchalantly instructed him to take the talisman with the azure runes, and then fell silent, leaving Jiang Xiaobai speechless. Then I shall take this talisman. This was the first utterance he made upon arriving in the dark streets, and immediately, Jiang Xiaobai sensed a peculiar aura. Why does my voice resemble that of this vendor? No one could provide an answer to his query, and Ruan Sen remained as taciturn as ever. Although the surroundings were filled with a cacophony of sounds, to him, they resembled the sinister wails of phantoms from the depths of hell. Chills crept up his spine, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that emanated from the very core of his being. 20 low-grade spirit stones. That same voice echoed once more. Yet Jiang Xiaobai had no inclination to ponder such matters. His sole desire was to hastily depart from this place. After a thorough search, he discovered merely a little over 2,000 fragmented spirit stones, which he swiftly handed over to the vendor. Seizing the crimson talisman, he fled as if pursued by demons. What a nightmare! How could he encounter such absurdity? As a seasoned tomb raider, Jiang Xiaobai had certainly encountered his fair share of strange occurrences, but nothing as bizarre as this had ever befallen him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Kid, it was Ruan Sen's voice. Jiang Xiaobai clung to it like a lifeline and whispered urgently, Ruan Sen, there are indeed many strange happenings here. Yet Ruan Sen replied in a tone of utmost disdain. Kid, your intellect seems rather lacking. Stung by Ruan Sen's words, Jiang Xiaobai felt insulted, just as he was about to retort. He noticed 2 or 3 individuals closing in around him. Through the delicate white veil, Jiang Xiaobai sensed the unfriendly gazes surrounding her and quickly lowered her head, hastily making her way out of the encirclement. Having not ventured far, she felt that Ruan Sen was about to speak, prompting her to seek refuge in a secluded spot. "Kid, if you wish to court death, then do so on your own." Ruan Sen's voice resonated with displeasure, the tension palpable beneath the eaves. Jiang Xiaobai, somewhat perplexed, cautiously inquired, "Ruan Sen, why do you say such things?" Silence ensued, and though anxiety gnawed at her, she refrained from expressing her frustration. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Ruan Sen slowly articulated, "Kid, this Black Street is far from the simplicity you envision. The forces at play here are formidable. Even for someone like me, and those few individuals from earlier are likely the minions of the Black Street. Should they discover my presence, your fate would undoubtedly be tragic." Upon hearing Ruan Sen's words, Jiang Xiaobai involuntarily gasped, trembling as she responded, "Have they discovered you?" "Not yet, but their approach may well be due to your mutterings." Ruan Sen replied. Jiang Xiaobai paused, then quickly realized, "I forgot they cannot hear you." Ruan Sen sighed before continuing, "Kid, I know you have more questions. But the current situation is rather urgent, and I cannot afford to engage in lengthy discourse. However, remember this, the Black Street does not yet possess the audacity to brazenly scheme for wealth and bloodshed." As the words fell, Ruan Sen ceased to speak, leaving Jiang Xiaobai alone beneath the eaves. "So it appears that I am to be solitary from here on." With a bitter smile, Jiang Xiaobai reached up to adjust his white conical hat and briskly stepped outside. "Come quickly and behold the exquisite Xianbao." "Xianbao." Upon hearing this cry, the surrounding crowd surged forward with frenzied excitement. After all, Xianbao is an extraordinary treasure, far superior to the commonly known talismans. Yet, how could such a remarkable item appear on the outskirts of the Black Street? Logically, one would expect it to be showcased at an auction house. Ultimately, reason triumphed over greed, and Jiang Xiaobai merely observed the escalating crowd with a cold gaze from a distance. "Give it to me. I want." The frantic shouts reverberated through the sky, resonating uncomfortably in his ears. He found himself questioning whether he had mistaken the situation, but soon he realized that was impossible, for he stood on the periphery of the crowd, utterly alone behind him. "Why did you steal my purse?" The little girl's eyes glistened with tears, on the brink of sobbing. The sight of this stirred unease within Jiang Xiaobai. He was adept in many matters, yet faced with a girl, he faltered. "What a stroke of misfortune. Without even encountering the treasure, I find myself penniless." He felt as though a flock of crows had flown over his head. However, just as he wallowed in the sorrow of losing his purse, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the sky. The people around simultaneously gazed skyward, as the howling winds threatened to lift the hats from their heads. What a formidable display! It must be the guards of the Black Street. The murmurs surrounding Jiang Xiaobai began to unveil the truth. It turned out that the reason the Black Street could endure in this ruthless world was largely tied to the powerful family backing it. And this immense family was none other than the Ling family, to which Ling Yun belonged. It was Ling Yun, this rascal, who had transported me from my world to this desolate place. At this thought, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly recalled the satellite phone he had discarded shortly after crawling out of that pit, a twinge of pain stirring within him. After all, that phone had cost him over 20,000, yet he still had no idea where it lay abandoned. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see two figures floating in midair. Goodness, these individuals could fly without even a sword. Unlike Jiang Xiaobai's focus, the crowd erupted in a frenzy upon hearing the claim of the Black Street guards. Could there be counterfeit goods in the Black Street? That couldn't be right. Even if there were fakes, these guards shouldn't have known about them immediately. Listening to the back-and-forth chatter was overwhelming for Jiang Xiaobai, yet he remained patient, absorbing the discussions of those around him. After all, it was his first visit to the Black Street, and he was unfamiliar with many aspects. The best course of action was to glean information from others. "Excuse me, what would happen if counterfeit goods were to appear in the Black Street?" After uttering his words, he shrugged his sleeves and leaned forward, seemingly drawn to the commotion. Truly, those who revel in the spectacle often find themselves in the midst of chaos. Jiang Xiaobai murmured to himself, only to lift his gaze and discover that the two individuals who had previously hovered in the air had vanished without a trace. With a slight shrug, Jiang Xiaobai made his way into the crowd with determined effort. Chapter 11. The mysterious individual who claims to be of the ancient witch clan. How unfortunate. Indeed, it was surprising that such a fellow was peddling counterfeit goods. Lying in the midst of the crowd was none other than the man who had earlier shouted about selling exquisite treasures. His limbs hung low, clearly having suffered a severe blow. While the onlookers expressed pity, there was a prevailing sentiment of revulsion towards this purveyor of fakes. Although he harbored no fondness for those who deal in deception, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of sympathy, recalling his own past transgressions of deceiving others with counterfeit antiques. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang Xiaobai hurried over to assist him, inquiring, "Young man, why did you resort to selling counterfeit items?" To his astonishment, the casualness of his question nearly provoked the man to spew blood and rage. "Who are you to say that this is fake? This is genuine." In response, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and remarked, "You see, even the guards of the dark streets have been stirred by your actions, and yet you still claim that what you sell is not counterfeit?" The man lowered his head, choosing silence, but his expression revealed no trace of pain. "Are you not in agony, given your state?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, curiosity piqued. Yet the man remained silent, which left him in a quandary. If only he could speak. No matter who it was, Jiang Xiaobai could elicit what he desired from them. After all, he had once made his living as an art dealer relying solely on his words. However, the man's silence rendered Jiang Xiaobai awkward, filled with an energy that had nowhere to be expended, just as he was about to settle him beneath a tree and venture back into the dark streets. The man suddenly spoke. "I refrain from speaking because there are too many people around. In a crowd, words can become dangerous if overheard." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a mix of irritation and amusement, thinking, "You, who were just so fervently promoting your wares, now fear being overheard. What a contradiction. I understand your thoughts. My actions are guided by reason." The man seemed to read Jiang Xiaobai's mind with uncanny precision. Before Jiang Xiaobai could respond, the man removed the conical hat that had concealed his identity. This hat was originally given to those entering the dark streets to protect their anonymity, yet he had boldly discarded it. Did he believe that Jiang Xiaobai posed no threat? "Look up at me," he commanded. His voice was remarkably melodious, possessing a charm that even a man like Jiang Xiaobai found hard to resist. Slowly, Jiang Xiaobai raised his gaze, and what met his eyes was an unparalleled visage, one that could scarcely be found again in all the realms above and below. Was it of any use for a man to possess such extraordinary beauty? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiaobai's mind suddenly drifted to the charming young men who are often kept by wealthy women in his world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai calmly rolled his eyes and remarked, "I never imagined there were indeed men who practiced the art of seduction. My name is Liu Ruitong, and what about you?" Liu Ruitong, Jiang Xiaobai mused softly, "A lovely name indeed. You may call me Heya." To Jiang Xiaobai's surprise, Liu Ruitong was quite familiar, patting Jiang Xiaobai on the shoulder and saying, "Then we shall consider ourselves friends. I look forward to your guidance." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, but as he prepared to rise, he stumbled upon a rather significant issue. Had Liu Ruitong not been severely injured, limbs broken? How then had he just placed a hand on his shoulder? A chilling gust swept down his spine, and it seemed Liu Ruitong possessed an uncanny ability to read minds, as he patted Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder once more, saying, "I've already informed you that I practice seduction. Such trivial illusions are easily conjured." With a smile, Liu Ruitong inquired, "May I ask why you, Brother Heya, have ventured into this dark street?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai remained cautious and replied, "I heard there are some intriguing treasures here, so I came to have a look." "I see." Liu Ruitong noted the skepticism in Jiang Xiaobai's words. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai chose to say nothing further, understanding that Liu Ruitong would not press him for more details. Soon, something of great value would be revealed. "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaobai maintained a facade of ignorance, gazing at Liu Ruitong with a blank expression, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. "I am otherwise engaged and must take my leave." Liu Ruitong bid adieu with a cupped fist salute, hastily donning his bamboo hat as he made his way towards the periphery of the Black Bazaar. It is not as straightforward as it seems. It was, indeed, the voice of Ruan Sen. "Did you not assert that you would remain silent?" Jiang Xiaobai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why do you say he is not to be underestimated?" The Wu clan is a scion of the ancient Wu lineage, a venerable theocracy. Though it no longer possesses the eminence of its forebears, its precepts remain rigid. It is exceedingly rare for a member to venture forth without leave, much less to do so brazenly in a place such as the Black Bazaar. These words were delivered with conviction, and given Jiang Xiaobai's pre-existing antipathy towards the individual in question, he readily accepted Ruan Sen's assertions. Then what purpose could he have in impersonating a member of the Wu clan? Ruan Sen paused, then slowly replied, "We cannot definitively conclude that he is an impostor. It is conceivable that the Wu clan has genuinely fallen into decline. Once in my time." "Continue," Jiang Xiaobai urged, his curiosity piqued by Ruan Sen's allusions to the past. "It is not prudent for you to know too much at this juncture. When you have attained sufficient strength, all will be revealed to you." Disappointed not to have learned what he sought, Jiang Xiaobai sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he looked up and asked, "Ruan Sen, did you not vow to remain silent?" "Youngster, I scarcely require your reminders in such matters," Ruan Sen retorted, continuing to lead the way, occasionally muttering to himself. "After such a long time, the dark street remains largely unchanged. The tree still stands, and the bridge has endured through the ages." Thus, as various thoughts accumulate, Jiang Xiaobai grows increasingly curious about the secrets that lie within Ruan Sen, particularly the fact that he managed to leave behind a fragment of his soul even after death. "You should have no spirit stones left, right?" Ruan Sen's sudden inquiry jolts Jiang Xiaobai into realization. Indeed, he possesses not a single spirit stone, rendering his participation in the upcoming elixir auction impossible. "I witnessed the moment you lost your purse. Your reaction was too slow, burdened by excessive emotion. If this continues, achieving greatness will be a challenge." Jiang Xiaobai feels a pang of shame. He aspires to be a formidable force, yet he recognizes the multitude of ties that hinder his progress. "Come, I shall teach you an effective method to earn spirit stones." At this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckles and eagerly follows suit. The crowd around them remains as bustling as ever, akin to a pot boiling over, perpetually bubbling with life. "Why have you ventured out now, when you previously insisted it was unwise?" Ruan Sen, seemingly unconcerned, replies nonchalantly, "Because that person has departed." Is there truly someone capable of instilling fear in Ruan Sen? If so, how formidable must that individual be? Yet, that person is not particularly powerful. Rather, it is the sheer number of subordinates at their disposal that overwhelms me, rendering me unable to contend with them given my current strength. Once again, Ruan Sen accurately discerned Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Why is it that everyone seems to know what I'm thinking?" "It is because your inner musings are plainly reflected on your visage." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Xiaobai pondered, touching his face, yet he found no indication that his expression was amiss. "Wait, I am wearing a bamboo hat. How can you see my expression?" Ruan Sen sighed in exasperation and gradually elucidated, "Young man, this bamboo hat is merely an ephemeral artifact crafted by those in the condensing profound realm to conceal their identity. If one were to encounter a martial artist of greater prowess, this mere sleight of hand would be utterly ineffective. Is this bamboo hat truly an ephemeral object?" Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to believe that something tangible could merely be a figment of imagination. "This hat is useful only within the confines of the Black Street. Once one steps beyond its borders, the hat will dissipate on its own." "How extraordinary!" Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized, smacking his forehead. "So, my altered voice is also a result of this hat?" Ruan Sen's hat gently swayed, seemingly nodding in affirmation. "You mentioned that anyone above the condensing profound realm can perceive the true appearance of the wearer. Does that imply you yourself are above the condensing profound realm?" However, before Jiang Xiaobai could revel in the prospect of having a formidable ally, another, somewhat terrifying thought struck him. Does this mean that Liu Ruitong is also above the condensing profound realm? Ah, the realm of. Even the leader of the Ancient Sword Sect is but a mere reflection of this. Yet, it is surprising to discover that the seemingly youthful Liu Ruitong possesses a mastery of, perhaps even beyond, Ruan Sen pondered momentarily, his aged voice emerging from beneath his conical hat. I could not discern that person's true identity, thus I remain uncertain of the nature of their realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai let out a soft huff, remaining silent as he trailed behind Ruan Sen, advancing slowly. All right, let us pause here. Ruan Sen suddenly halted, gesturing towards an empty spot by the roadside and speaking softly. What are we doing here? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. The auction is about to commence, and that Feng Shui has also arrived at this location. If she were to seize the opportunity, wouldn't that be? He did not finish his thought. Well aware that Ruan Sen, the cunning old fox, fully understood the potential consequences. What do you wish for me to do? Jiang Xiaobai found amusement in Ruan Sen's furtive glances, prompting him to question further. Suddenly, Ruan Sen clapped his hands together, extending his right hand to point at a man amidst the crowd not far away. Observe that individual. Following the direction of his gaze, Jiang Xiaobai noticed the man weaving through the throngs, his possessions continuously shifting in his hands. Ah, he is selling talismans, 15 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Xiaobai remarked, somewhat bewildered. Isn't he merely purchasing items? What is so remarkable about that? As if perceiving his thoughts, Ruan Sen leaned closer and whispered in his ear, continue to observe. And you shall understand my intent. Since Ruan Sen has articulated such, there is undoubtedly a rationale underpinning his assertion. Consequently, Jiang Xiaobai patiently fixed his gaze upon the man in question. To Jiang Xiaobai's astonishment, the individual who had just procured the talismanic treasure did not stow it away in his pocket. Instead, he proceeded to another gathering of people and promptly resold his recent acquisition. A freshly minted tier 3 talismanic treasure, acquired for 15 low-grade spirit stones, was immediately flipped for 20. A mere few paces had transmuted 15 stones into 20, an instantaneous appreciation of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Xiaobai seemed to grasp Ruan Sen's intent, inquiring, do you propose that I engage in commerce? Ruan Sen remained taciturn, offering only a silent nod in affirmation. But I possess nothing to vend, Jiang Xiaobai countered. I require you to vend something novel, unfamiliar to all present. Scarcely had these words been uttered than Ruan Sen clasped his hands behind his back and circumambulated Jiang Xiaobai with deliberate slowness. Abruptly, he raised a hand and murmured, very well, proffer for sale the spiritual liquid that has been steeped in the heaven-defying pearl. Vend spiritual liquid? Observing the pained expression on Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, Ruan Sen found the situation amusing, remarking, surely you are not being so parsimonious, young man. Do not forget the means by which this spiritual liquid was obtained. Reflecting upon the fact that this spiritual liquid was concocted from dew, Jiang Xiaobai's expression softened. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, declaring, for the sake of that damned treasure, I shall stake everything. If need be, I shall forego sleep for a night to gather dew. Ruan Sen did not pursue this line of conversation, but instead stated, I have already cast a protective barrier around your vicinity, one that individuals of excessive martial prowess cannot penetrate. Chapter 12 means listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words. Ruan Sen felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering what clever scheme this inventive young man had concocted this time, as we had just embarked on our venture. Selling our wares was undoubtedly a daunting task. Therefore, I must tell you soon. Upon hearing this, Ruan Sen furrowed his brow and inquired, is this method truly viable? It seems rather precarious to me. He pondered their well-being, but soon Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, dismissing such futile thoughts. From his chinquan bag, he discreetly poured a less-than-pure elixir into several smaller jade vials. He then produced another flask and continued to fill the jade bottles. In this manner, over 50 small vials containing the elixir were arrayed before Jiang Xiaobai. Don't miss out as you pass by. Unbelievable discounts, he exclaimed. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones for a vial of elixir, essential for replenishing spiritual energy and enhancing cultivation. Jiang Xiaobai raised his voice, employing catchy slogans he had previously overheard on the streets to promote the elixir. Such innovative phrases naturally attracted a throng of onlookers. Those around him echoed their approval. After all, if one mishandled the absorption of spiritual energy, it could potentially ruin one's foundational essence, or in more severe cases, lead to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled lightly, casually picking up a vial, and said, "If you don't believe me, come and try it." The call resounded again, yet amidst the crowd. No precise source could be discerned. "Dear sir, please do not attempt this. What if something goes awry?" The voice of admonition that echoed at that moment only served to amuse Jiang Xiaobai further. "Humph, I possess a flawless inner elixir. How could I possibly fear the tricks of this inexperienced youth? Today, I shall personally test this potion to demonstrate to all the folly of seeking shortcuts in cultivation." Upon uttering these words, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who would have thought this venerable gentleman had attained a perfect inner elixir? Indeed, how pitiable it is that I have yet to even condense a common inner core. Jiang Xiaobai did not indulge in excessive conversation. Instead, he simply extended his hand, revealing a vial of essence that shimmered like crystal under the moonlight. As he spoke, the onlooker's eyes widened with envy. Anything capable of aiding one in achieving a perfect inner elixir must be acquired at all costs. I want it. I want it. In the blink of an eye, all 40 vials of essence were sold out, leaving only Jiang Xiaobai, cheerfully counting his earnings, and the self-proclaimed master of the perfect inner elixir. "Enough. Everyone has departed. Cease your charade." The elderly man snorted, his voice laced with irritation. "You young lad have the audacity to make me your tool." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and replied, "Your performance just now is truly remarkable. You deserve an Oscar for Best Actor." "Oscar? Best Actor? What on earth are those?" It was only then that Jiang Xiaobai realized they were completely oblivious to the concepts of Oscars and Hollywood. Deciding against further elaboration, he focused solely on counting his money. "How much did we sell?" 40 vials, 200 low-grade spirit stones." Ruan Sen acquiesced. A slight pique at being commandeered by Jiang Xiaobai notwithstanding, he had to concede the lad possessed a certain cunning, his methods proving rather efficacious. "The auction is nigh upon us. Hasten and prepare for entry." Jiang Xiaobai responded in hushed tones, proceeding to rummage through his chinquan pouch, seemingly in search of something. Observing this, Ruan Sen inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Having already amassed such a quantity of low-grade spirit stones, what else dost thou seek?" "Let me ascertain the number of sword talismans I possess," Jiang Xiaobai replied, without so much as a glance, seemingly adept at discerning thoughts through facial expressions. "Found them. 2 sword talismans pilfered from Ling Chuanshan, coupled with the one recently acquired, brought the total to 3. Yet, judging by Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, he remained unsatisfied. "The epitome of majesty. Since I lack the funds for 9 sword talismans, I shall endeavor to procure 5. Ruan Sen chuckled softly, shaking his head as he followed Jiang Xiaobai's wake. "Art thou not curious as to why thy voice mirrors that of others?" he queried, trailing behind. Jiang Xiaobai, engrossed in toying with the 2 sword talismans, responded, "Thou hast already informed me that this bamboo hat is merely a means of deception. If it can obscure one's visage, then altering one's voice must be a simple matter indeed. This bears little resemblance to an auction house, more akin to a 5-star grand hotel." As a person of the 21st century, Jiang Xiaobai had naturally witnessed the atmosphere of an auction, an individual holding a numbered paddle, seated in a solemn grand chamber, occasionally rising to take a call or to raise their bid. However, the auction hall before him was worlds apart from that experience. It was as distinct as a wild chicken at the village's edge compared to a celestial phoenix soaring in the skies. Jiang Xiaobai turned to speak with Ruan Sen, only to find that Ruan Sen had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, the Tianmi pearl, which had remained silent against his chest, emitted an exceedingly faint azure glow. "I have spent too long outside the Tianmi pearl and depleted my spiritual energy significantly. I must recuperate. Be cautious." With that, the pearl returned to its usual appearance, a rather unremarkable shade of blue. Left alone, Jiang Xiaobai felt compelled to stay vigilant. He scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness, relieved to find that no one had noticed Ruan Sen's abrupt disappearance. As he moved forward, Jiang Xiaobai began to discern the true nature of the auction hall. It resembled a sunken chamber, with all its features embedded within the rugged stone. Even the guest seats were situated within the rocky confines. In the center of the hall stood an unadorned desk, yet Jiang Xiaobai, a seasoned treasure hunter, was acutely aware that beneath its seemingly mundane surface lay concealed secrets. Upon the desk lay a magnificent golden plate, adorned with a tablecloth intricately embroidered with soaring dragons. Behind the desk stood a resplendent dragon throne, shimmering with opulence. Above the desk, there hung a remarkably lavish golden hollow sphere. My heavens! I never anticipated such a marvel truly existed. Instances that could astonish Jiang Xiaobai to this extent were indeed rare. Thus, this sight that captivated him must be an extraordinary treasure, scarcely found in the world. The 9 dragons plate hollow sphere, this exquisite artifact, was suspended in mid-air. What kind of affluent magnate presides over this dark street? Such an item is undoubtedly not from the 21st century. Rather, it is something Jiang Xiaobai became acquainted with upon his arrival in this enigmatic realm, within his Xianyun pavilion. The 9 golden dragons must have been meticulously carved from a solid piece of xianbao by a master of the profound condensation realm, requiring flawless precision throughout the sculpting process. Any fissure would render all prior efforts futile. Masters of the profound condensation realm and xianbao as raw materials. Either of these conditions alone would be a coveted treasure across the continent. Yet here in this Black Street auction house, it was treated as an inconsequential item. It seems I have come to the right auction today. Before he could revel in this realization, Jiang Xiaobai faintly heard a voice from the crowd behind him calling out, "Senior sister." Feng Shui. Chapter 13. Reunion with Feng Shui. With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai smiled subtly and murmured to himself, "I remember you wished for Ling Yun to take my life. Today, I shall hold you accountable for your words." The voice, while seemingly placid, contained an undeniable and formidable intent to kill. Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly extracted 10 low-grade spirit stones from his purse and handed them to the guard, who promptly issued a numbered token and dismissed him. Muttering a mild complaint about the lack of hospitality, Jiang Xiaobai joined the throng entering the hall. He noticed a bifurcation in the crowd, some heading towards a stone corridor, while others settled on the floor within the hall. His curiosity piqued. Jiang Xiaobai observed that those entering the corridor possessed numbered tokens. After traversing the stone corridor, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at his designated chamber, Coin 48. Puzzled by his inability to open the door, a nearby individual chuckled, explaining that the token needed to be placed on the door first. Jiang Xiaobai mused whether the owner of the black market had exhausted all funds on external construction, resorting to excavating an auction venue within the mountain. However, he soon sensed an anomaly. Given the number of people present, the collective footfalls should have generated some sound. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai detected an eerie silence, broken only by his own respiration. The stillness was unnerving. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Xiaobai discerned the crux of the matter. He ambled towards the wall and gently tapped it twice, marveling at the discovery that the stone wall was crafted from the exceedingly rare Xianling rock. While Xianling rock is not inherently precious, amassing a substantial quantity thereof would entail a considerable expense. No wonder the sounds were imperceptible. The rock served as an impediment. Its elevated price stems from its sound-dampening properties, rendering it an impeccable choice for the construction of clandestine locales. Reflecting upon this, Jiang Xiaobai's interest in the proprietor of the Black Street burgeoned. To indiscriminately discard such coveted items, typically safeguarded from outsiders, and to exhibit such magnanimity merits commendation, especially considering the exorbitant costs involved. The auction has yet to commence. I shall venture out to assess the situation, he mused, extracting a number plate from his bosom and affixing it to the stone door. With a sonorous creak, the stone door swung open, and the first individual Jiang Xiaobai beheld was none other than Feng Shui, sans her. For the first time, Jiang Xiaobai was compelled to acknowledge the woman's resplendent beauty, so captivating that it was difficult to avert one's gaze. Feng Shui, cognizant of being observed, hastily donned her. However, the woman behind her grew indignant. "How dare you gaze upon my countenance?" Upon hearing the woman's words, Jiang Xiaobai was understandably incensed, inwardly retorting that she herself had removed her hat. yet he was being reprimanded for looking. Before Jiang Xiaobai could voice his displeasure, Feng Shui restrained the woman's hand, softly admonishing her to refrain from causing trouble. As they had pressing matters to attend to in Blackstreet, and any untoward incident would reflect poorly on the reputation of the Ancient Sword Sect. The information that the woman was also a disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, and one of considerable standing, given her association with Feng Shui, flashed through Jiang Xiaobai's mind, prompting a sudden idea. "I offer my apologies to both of you," Jiang Xiaobai said. The woman tugged at Feng Shui's sleeve, remarking that there was nothing to fear. Jiang Xiaobai suppressed a scornful smile and inquired as to why the two women had not yet entered the stone chamber to participate in the auction, given that it had already commenced. Feng Shui seemed poised to speak, but restrained herself. However, her companion, less composed, blurted out that the exorbitant entrance fee for the auction was to blame, exacerbated by the theft of their purse by a young girl. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, his suspicions confirmed. Suddenly, the woman recalled something and exclaimed sharply, "You ask us what we intend to do. I shall inform you, we are." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Shui interrupted, "Excuse me, sir, we have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now." How could a plump duck, so conveniently within reach, be allowed to escape? "If you do not mind, you may join us for the auction." Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's motion to turn around inevitably halted. It appeared that she held a keen interest in the treasures to be auctioned, albeit unprepared for the occasion. "Behind us lies the stone chamber, where you may enter to prepare for the bidding. Let us go in and take a look, but you must refrain from speaking indiscreetly. You nearly revealed our sect just moments ago." The woman nodded, a hint of remorse in her expression, whispering, "I acknowledge my misstep." Feng Shui nodded in return, tapping gently on the stone door, and softly inquired, "May I ask if you would permit us to enter and observe the auction together?" Indeed, it was true. I had momentarily lost my composure. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaobai inwardly chuckled at the cleverness of Feng Shui, feeling relieved to possess the human skin mask that Ruan Sen had provided him. This mask was bestowed upon him during his training in the 10,000 sword technique, intended for use in dire situations to ensure his escape. Under Feng Shui's guidance, the woman known as Feng Rui also removed her hat, placing it upon the stone table. From a purely aesthetic perspective, Feng Rui could indeed be considered a celestial beauty. However, when seated alongside Feng Shui, she appeared somewhat diminished. Jiang Xiaobai offered a subtle nod and remarked, "The auction has commenced. I invite both of you to partake in its viewing." Feng Shui and Feng Rui both nodded slightly, falling silent as they directed their gaze towards the hollowed-out Nine Dragons plate resting atop the desk in the auction hall. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but wonder if it was merely his imagination, as he perceived ephemeral glimmers flitting within the radiant hollow sphere. At that moment, a remarkably alluring woman clad in revealing attire ascended to the stage, presumably the auctioneer for the event. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Blackstreet Auction House for today's auction. I am your auctioneer, Song Ruiyun." Before the captivating figure could fully introduce herself, a fervent uproar erupted from the audience, indicating that Song Ruiyun was indeed a woman who could render men utterly entranced. Even beneath the peony, death may be a handsome specter. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Xiaobai feigned indifference as he cast a glance at Feng Shui. To his surprise, he noticed a faint flush on her cheeks upon witnessing Song Ruiyun's exposed skin, suggesting a hint of shyness. This portrayal of Feng Shui starkly contrasted with her typically fierce demeanor in the presence of Ling Yun, leading Jiang Xiaobai to conclude that it was likely an act. Having reached this conclusion, he returned his attention to the Nine Dragons plate. Subsequently, the inaugural item for our auction is a superior black character bout talisman. The recurrence of these black and yellow characters prompts one to ponder their distinctions. As Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow in contemplation, Feng Rui posed the same query. Red talismans are second only to black, followed by blue, yellow, and lastly, white. With Feng Shui's elucidation, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped a fundamental understanding, ensuring he would not be deceived due to ignorance in the future. It appears that Ms. Feng possesses profound knowledge of these talismans. Would you perhaps elaborate further for my benefit? Jiang Xiaobai's abrupt inquiry caught both Feng Shui and Feng Rui off guard. However, constrained by courtesy, they could not directly refuse, and thus responded with forced smiles. I wonder what Brother He wishes to know. Miss Feng mentioned that improper use of black character talismans could result in backlash. What circumstances would constitute improper use? This question truly stumped Feng Shui. Although she was an inner disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, she had no access to such perilous items as black character talismans. The only disciple with access was Ling Yun. I must apologize for my inadequacy, Brother He. I have only encountered red talismans within the sect. My knowledge of black character talismans is limited to unintentional mentions by my master. Jiang Xiaobai sighed inwardly, reflecting, if Feng Shui were knowledgeable, she could search for black character talismans in Black Street. After all, they are comparable to ordinary Dan treasures. Seeing that Jiang Xiaobai had ceased his inquiries, Feng Shui let out a heavy sigh of relief. Had he continued to press, her true identity might have been revealed. Unbeknownst to her, however, Jiang Xiaobai had already discerned her identity and was orchestrating a grand scheme to decisively defeat her. He reached up to touch the human skin mask on his face, marveling at how remarkably handsome it was, a creation of Ruan Sen, and couldn't help but chuckle. What is Brother He laughing about? Feng Shui inquired. Upon being addressed, Jiang Xiaobai instantly reverted to his previous cool demeanor and replied softly, It's nothing, merely reflecting on certain matters. What sect do you belong to, if I may inquire? Feng Shui asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, pondering her intentions. Could it be that she sought to propose based solely on the attractiveness of his mask? With a triumphant smile, Feng Shui lifted the teacup from the stone table before her, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with an air of superiority. Oh, I almost forgot to warn you, she continued. Wearing a human skin mask in the Black Street can easily incite the wrath of the masses. At her words, Jiang Xiaobai glanced around the hall, and indeed, none of the patrons in the auction house wore hats. They all presented their true selves. Feng Shui was undeniably astute. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, but made no further movements. Are you not aware that the soundproofing in this stone chamber is exceptionally effective? Feng Shui frowned, her expression turning wary as she regarded Jiang Xiaobai with a cold stare. What are you plotting? She demanded. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Even if I were to kill you, no one would ever know. The atmosphere in the stone chamber was palpably awkward, as Jiang Xiaobai leisurely sipped his tea at the stone table, while Feng Shui glowered at him with a dark expression. Even more exaggerated was Feng Rui, who maintained a stance as if poised to strike at Jiang's throat. Please, Kun 48, speak, came the voice of Tsang Riyun from the hall. Jiang Xiaobai gently shook his head, indicating his disinterest in participating in the bidding. However, Tsang Riyun seemed to disregard his intent, clapping her hands twice to silence the room before uttering a remark that sent the audience into fits of laughter. It appeared that the situation within Kun 48 was rather delicate, reminiscent of a mistress pressuring a man to marry, only to be discovered by the legitimate wife. Setting aside the earlier events, if one were to simply observe the postures of the three, there indeed seemed to be an undertone reminiscent of Tsang Riyun's words. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and stretched widely. Tsang Riyun, a young woman who had achieved the position of an auctioneer in the underworld auction house, possessed not only her striking beauty but also a keen sense of observation. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's movement, she immediately realized that continuing her remarks could lead to trouble. So she decided to let it go with a smile and continued the auction. Jiang Xiaobai finished his tea and remarked, Are you two ladies planning to remain like this forever? The auctioneer has said we are all family, after all. Bah, you old scoundrel. Who wants to be family with you? Feng Shui retorted, though it was Feng Rui who spoke up first. Indeed, if a confrontation were to arise, Jiang Xiaobai might struggle even against Feng Rui, let alone contend with the enigmatic Feng Shui, whose true nature remained shrouded in mystery. Pouring himself another cup of tea, Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly. Let us act as if nothing has transpired. You may continue with your auction while I take my leave. With that, he placed his number plate upon the stone table and exited through the door. The stone corridor remained eerily silent. devoid of the bustling sounds of the auction that echoed from the hall. It seemed that this stone chamber functioned much like a private room. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, realizing that after such a lengthy stay in this world, he still clung to the naming conventions of his previous life on Earth. After locating a guard and bestowing upon him 10 low-grade spirit stones, he acquired another number plate. Fortunately, this venue did not impose restrictions on the number of plates one could purchase. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaobai would have been compelled to participate in the auction within the hall. Observing the multitude of number plates behind the guard, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh at the stark contrast of affluent lives, while acknowledging that many remained without wealth. Strolling into the stone corridor, he found his designated room, K64, and entered, finally ready to engage in the auction. The much-anticipated pill treasure auction was about to commence. Just as he settled into his seat and prepared to pour himself a cup of tea, he heard the call of Tsang Ruiyan from outside. The pill treasure is undoubtedly mine. Chapter 14. Auction bidding in the hall. Aside from those drawn by Tsang Ruiyan's presence, the remaining attendees were genuine individuals of considerable wealth. The starting bid is 100 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increment of at least 5 spirit stones. As Tsang Ruiyan's voice faded, many eager participants deflated like punctured balloons, casting resentful glances at the intricately carved 9-dragon sphere above. Following their gazes, one could see a golden, shimmering hollow sphere emanating a faint green glow. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the object inside was a verdant talisman. Is this what a Dan treasure looks like? Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fist tightly, his eyes fixated on the Dan treasure as if it were already within his grasp. 130. 140. In no time, the price of the Dan treasure had soared to 160 spirit stones, a rate of increase that left Jiang Xiaobai astonished. He realized he had no more spirit stones to offer. However, recalling the ample spiritual liquid he still possessed, he considered that bartering might sustain him until the end. Yet, the price did not stabilize for long. Soon, it escalated to 210. Then 230 spirit stones. The sudden leap of 20 spirit stones deterred many from pursuing the treasure. But Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled faintly and gestured his intention to bid. With a nod from Tsang Ruiyan, Jiang Xiaobai calmly declared, 260. This bold increment of 30 spirit stones drew all eyes to him. Unfazed by the attention, Jiang Xiaobai's focus remained solely on the green Dan treasure dancing within the hollow sphere, originally intending to secure the bid in one swift move. Jiang Xiaobai was unexpectedly interrupted by another voice. 270. Following the sound, he found it belonged to Lian Chenke, who claimed to be a priest of the witch clan. 280. Another voice chimed in, causing Jiang Xiaobai to furrow his brow. It seemed the price was indeed escalating rather steeply. Yet, since he had resolved to pursue this matter, no one could deter him. 300. Jiang Xiaobai raised his bidding paddle once more, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an extraordinarily peculiar smile from Lian Chenke, which vanished just as quickly. When he lowered his paddle and sought Lian Chenke again, he discovered that the latter had already departed, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Unwilling to expend effort searching for someone inconsequential, Jiang Xiaobai refocused his attention. Kid, if you lack the strength, don't put on a brave front here. It was that same voice again, but Jiang Xiaobai paid it little heed as he raised his paddle yet again. 310. 350. You little rascal. Just wait. With that, the man emerged from a stone chamber, flanked by 2 others whispering something in his ear, as no one else raised their bids. The precious elixir was thus secured by this gentleman from the Kuan 64 stone chamber. Finally, it was over. Jiang Xiaobai remained motionless at the stone table until the last item was auctioned off. Sir, the auction has concluded. Please follow me for the settlement of the spirit stones. A voice resonated from beyond the stone door, evidently belonging to someone from the auction house, as the sound would not have penetrated otherwise. As the woman entered the auction house's backstage area, Jiang Xiaobai once again caught sight of Tsang Ruiyan. Ah, so this is the gentleman from Unit 64? Quite the handsome fellow. Her lingering voice filled the room upon his arrival, sending a shiver down Jiang Xiaobai's spine. Is everything prepared? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, seeking to avoid unnecessary entanglement. However, Tsang Ruiyan had other intentions. With a gentle motion, she pulled a chair from behind the desk and placed it behind Jiang Xiaobai, asking, "May I know your name, sir?" "Hey he," Jiang Xiaobai replied, offering his fabricated alias after taking a seat. Song Ruyun settled into a nearby chair, crossing her legs and gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with palpable flirtatiousness. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly rose to his feet and stated, "I wonder why the elixir has not yet been delivered." Please be patient, sir," Song Ruyun responded. She approached Jiang Xiaobai, extending an arm as white as a lotus root and lightly placing it upon him, saying, "Given the exorbitant price of this elixir, we must ensure proper documentation. Wouldn't you agree? If you find yourself growing impatient, I would be delighted to engage in conversation." As she spoke, she casually removed her shawl, revealing her fair skin. Jiang Xiaobai remained impassive, coldly retorting, "If you do not retrieve it immediately, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaobai showed no inclination to stay, Song Ruyun's eyes sparkled with delight as she cheerfully remarked, "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I check on the progress of the elixir." With that, she gracefully departed to the back, seemingly intent on reviewing the status of the precious item. How close I was to losing my composure. After all, it is nearly impossible to resist the allure of a woman possessing such a captivating figure and ethereal beauty. After a while, Song Ruiyin returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. "Mr. Haihei, this is Mr. Mo, the appraiser from my auction house, who will enlighten you regarding the intricacies of the elixir." At her mention, Jiang Xiaobai noticed the elder following closely behind her. He nodded slightly and said, "Please hold on a moment." He then retrieved a gourd filled with spiritual liquid from his sleeve, adding, "I am in a bit of a hurry and have not brought many spirit stones. Only this gourd of spiritual liquid. I wonder if it suffices?" Upon hearing the term spiritual liquid, Mo Tianxing swiftly approached Jiang Xiaobai, and one would never guess from his agility that he was a man on the brink of the grave. "Is this truly spiritual liquid?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, replying, "Absolutely genuine. Please wait. I need to conduct a test," Mo replied. Song Ruyun was taken aback to hear Mo address Jiang Xiaobai as sir, for she understood that in the underbelly of the city, Mo possessed unparalleled appraisal skills, though his temperament was notoriously eccentric. To earn his respect undoubtedly indicated that he had encountered something exceptionally precious. It seems this individual possesses quite an impressive background, prompting such courtesy from Elder Mo. Song Ruiyun's mind whirled as she pondered a crucial aspect. If she could cultivate a favorable relationship with this person, Elder Mo would undoubtedly be pleased. This would surely elevate her status to that of the chief auctioneer within the auction house. However, she remained uncertain of Jiang Xiaobai's true identity. A miscalculated flattery could jeopardize not only her aspirations of becoming the chief auctioneer, but also her current position as an auctioneer. Unbeknownst to her, Mr. Heiho was suddenly interrupted by an exclamation from behind the stage. "It truly is spirit liquid." Jiang Xiaobai smirked, thinking to himself, how could the substance he consumed be counterfeit? Shortly thereafter, Elder Mo emerged from backstage, his face aglow with excitement, directly placing the precious elixir into Jiang Xiaobai's hands. "No need for spirit stones, sir. This gourd of spirit liquid is already a tremendous bargain for us from the Black Street," he exclaimed. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden card from behind him, declaring, "This is our Black Street's permit. You may come and go as you please without needing to part with any spirit stones. Furthermore, within this auction house, you can access the Qian room directly, bypassing the Kuan room entirely." Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of embarrassment. Such exuberance over a mere vial of spirit liquid made him wonder how Elder Mo would react upon learning the true efficacy of the celestial extermination pearl. Surely he would offer the entirety of the Black Street in exchange. Nevertheless, despite his musings, Jiang Xiaobai was not foolish enough to act on such an imprudent thought. What is the proper way to utilize this precious elixir? Song Ruyun suddenly chuckled, stating, "This elixir needs to be ignited first, then a small portion should be torn off to unleash its maximum potential." As if impervious to Song Ruyun's prior statement, Mo reiterated his proposition, albeit omitting the stipulation of tearing off a mere fragment. The discrepancy between their pronouncements ignited a profound sense of vigilance within Jiang Xiaobai. Farewell. With this parting word, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly departed from the auction house. It was only then that he was struck by the realization that Feng Shui and Feng Rui had vanished without a trace. With a helpless shrug, he betrayed his reluctance to concern himself with their whereabouts, opting instead to retrieve his flying sword from his Qinquan pouch and hastened towards his Su Yun pavilion. Chapter 15. Pill Treasure Scramble. This was the very individual who, at the auction, had audaciously proclaimed his intention to prevent Jiang Xiaobai from leaving Blackstreet alive. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, inwardly questioning the man's sanity. If battle was desired, why the superfluous rhetoric? A sharp, whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. And despite Jiang Xiaobai's swift reflexes, he was grazed, resulting in a laceration. Dare you confront me face to face? He's already gone, without even revealing himself. As he muttered to himself, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly sensed a forceful gust of wind assailing him from behind. He leaped agilely to evade it, only to perceive that at least 6 distinct sources of spiritual power were now eyeing him with predatory intent. With Ruan Sen still recuperating his spiritual energy, Jiang Xiaobai felt as if he were an ant on a scorching pan, fraught with anxiety yet devoid of any recourse. You possess the audacity to defy me, young master. So I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can best me in combat, I shall permit your departure. As Jiang Xiaobai braced himself for the inevitable, the voice resounded once more. You could have simply overpowered me with your numbers and seized the Dan treasure. However, having willingly chosen this path of demise, do not lament the absence of intervention. Jiang Xiaobai uttered these words with a somber tone, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented murderous intent. The man, seemingly self-assured in his cultivated techniques, cast an arrogant glance at Jiang Xiaobai and retrieved an oddly shaped weapon from his Qinquan pouch. The weapon defied categorization, resembling neither sword nor spear. Despite its apparent sharpness, it possessed immense heft. I have scarcely had the opportunity to truly unleash my fiery sun spear technique. Consider it an honor to perish by my hand today. With these words, the man trod the void, his spear aimed directly at Jiang Xiaobai. The seemingly innocuous thrust concealed immense peril. Even from a distance, Jiang Xiaobai could sense the fiery pressure emanating from the spear. In that case, I shall test my newly acquired Dan treasure upon you. Jiang Xiaobai clutched the azure Dan treasure in his hand and drew his longsword, colliding it fiercely with the spear. An azure radiance instantly enveloped Jiang Xiaobai's entire being. He felt an immense surge of spiritual energy emanating from the point of contact between the sword and the Dan treasure, flowing ceaselessly into his heart. The swiftness of this influx, the potency of this power, even caused him a momentary lapse in awareness. Indeed, this was the power of the Dan treasure, a force that would enable Jiang Xiaobai to stand defiant against all his peers within the Ancient Sword Sect. Even before Jiang Xiaobai could fully savor the sensation, the Crimson Spearhead was already imminent. Celestial decree. With so many eyes fixed upon him, Jiang Xiaobai resolved to hold nothing back. His immediate priority was to escape as swiftly as possible, lest he suffer grievous bodily harm. Bang! Azure and crimson lights collided head-on in an unyielding clash. The resultant vortex of energy wreaked havoc upon the surroundings, forcing some onlookers to retreat. Such formidable power, merely a byproduct of the conflict, inspired a chilling sense of awe. Indeed, in this world, strength reigned supreme. Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly reminded of this oft-repeated truth, displayed an intensified fervor in his eyes, unnerving his opponent. Is this man insane? The opponent wondered. How can he grow more spirited with each blow? Jiang Xiaobai, with intensified azure radiance emanating from his hands, bellowed, I must grow stronger. At this exclamation, the already dazzling azure light became almost blinding. Finally, capitalizing on this momentary advantage, Jiang Xiaobai sent his adversary flying, along with his weapon, which was cleaved in two. Mark my words, I will not let this rest. The defeated man exclaimed before his form blurred and vanished into thin air. In the aftermath of his triumph, Jiang Xiaobai, having overextended his spiritual energy, began to stagger, struggling to maintain his balance. As the onlookers beheld Jiang Xiaobai in his current state, they began to stir restlessly, poised to seize the precious elixir. After all, the power of this treasure was evident to all. It had the capacity to unleash a fervent surge of spiritual energy even in a youth with seemingly no chance of victory. Such a gem was simply irresistible. At last, one individual could no longer contain himself. His insatiable desire for the treasure had completely eclipsed his wariness of Jiang Xiaobai. Truly reckless, Jiang Xiaobai let out a cold snort. Delicately extracting the gourd filled with spiritual liquid and consuming its contents in one swift motion. The rapidly surging spiritual force conveyed that Jiang Xiaobai was not a foe to be trifled with. However, those who had charged forward could see no retreat and pressed on with determination. With a resounding crash, the outcome was inevitable. One could even say this individual fell faster than anticipated. The spectators witnessed him fail to even draw his weapon from the spatial pouch before he was sent flying. Jiang Xiaobai, sword in hand, regarded the throng with an impassive expression, ever vigilant for an opportunity to escape. Yet, it appeared as if the crowd sensed his waning strength, gradually tightening their encirclement. "You are indeed still here." It was the voice of a man from earlier. Jiang Xiaobai lifted his gaze to find, suspended in the air alongside him, two venerable elders with flowing white hair. "Master Ling, is this the fool who has damaged your nephew's weapon?" The man referred to as Master Ling merely nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. In such dire circumstances, retreat was not an option for Jiang Xiaobai. It was not merely a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility, as the multitude surrounding him was not merely there to witness the spectacle. Everyone is contemplating the age-old adage of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman reaps the benefits of their conflict. By engaging in a fierce battle with that young master, they not only stand to seize the coveted treasure, but also eliminate a rival. Each of them calculates their strategy well, yet they remain oblivious to whether they possess the fortitude to contend with me. To Jiang Xiaobai's astonishment, the young master uttered such words, evoking memories of his past escapades with his brothers in the treacherous realm of tomb raiding. Imagination is often a splendid affair, while reality is starkly unforgiving. It is improbable that he has come to my rescue, especially after I have rendered his weapon inoperative. Although Jiang Xiaobai was devoid of any clear direction, he understood that he must confront the situation at hand. "Elder, please deal with these insignificant pests for me." Upon finishing his request, a glimmer of determination flashed in the young master's eyes. "Leave that boy with the treasure to me. I wish to have a proper encounter with him." Jiang Xiaobai forced a bitter smile and raised his sword, proclaiming with fervor, "Come forth, and let us engage in battle." His grandiose spirit momentarily intimidated the man, yet he harbored no intention of showing mercy. "My nephew lies grievously wounded by your hand. In your current state of depleted energy, you are but a mere shadow of your former self." Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled, choosing silence over words. "Very well, allow me to alleviate your suffering." Desperate attempts to flee proved futile. The anguish of transformation pales in comparison to the loss of life and humanity. A solitary tear lingered at the corner of his eye, accompanied by a tragic smile. "Let me see who dares to lay a finger on him." It was the voice of Ruan Sen. "Has he finally arrived?" Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes, surrendering to the void as consciousness slipped away. Chapter 16. The eerie place. He was uncertain of his whereabouts. Engulfed in an all-pervasive darkness so thick that he could scarcely discern his own outstretched hand. Spirits of the departed, come forth to be reborn. This was the last utterance that Jiang Xiaobai heard before succumbing to unconsciousness. Had he perished? Why did he still possess consciousness? Was he alive? Why was he floating? Splash. A sound echoed, reminiscent of something plunging into water. What place was this, and why was there water? He pondered silently, yet clarity eluded him. Plop. Beneath his feet, it seemed there lay a pool of water. Just as Jiang Xiaobai crouched down to investigate more closely, something crashed down behind him with great force, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. However, this unexpected event afforded him a glimpse of his surroundings. A pale blue light illuminated the area ahead, presumably emanating from the object that had been hurled from behind him. Though dim, it served as a beacon in the overwhelming darkness. He maintained a crouched position amidst the sanguine river, for the intense wave of nausea had compelled him to collapse. He was no stranger to taking lives, nor to witnessing rivers of blood. Yet, the sight of flowing blood stirred within him an indescribable sensation. At that moment, an even more bizarre phenomenon than the blood river materialized before him. The blood river resembled a living entity, sensing his presence as he lay within its depths. It extended several tentacle-like appendages that forcefully submerged Jiang Xiaobai into the crimson waters. The viscous liquid engulfed his body at an astonishing rate, filling his nostrils and ears with this repulsive substance. Just as Jiang Xiaobai believed he was on the brink of a second demise, his body commenced an unrelenting descent. The speed of his plummet mirrored that of the prior encounter when he had vanquished the serpent as it fell from the heavens. However, what astonished him further was the faint glimmers of light that emanated from beneath the blood river. All things in heaven and earth, heed my command. Return, souls. He seemed to hear a voice, faint yet remarkably clear, compelling him to acknowledge it. There is light. There is light here. Move towards it. Jiang Xiaobai was uncertain why this awareness surged within him, yet he realized he had no control over his own body, which was rapidly descending towards the source of the voice and the illumination. Awaken! A commanding voice resonated in his ears, startling him into immediate consciousness. The first action upon opening his eyes was to glance behind him, searching for any presence. However, his back revealed nothing but emptiness. Young man, you have awakened. Came the voice of Ruan Senator Jiang Xiaobai, was momentarily taken aback, nearly springing to his feet. Yet the overwhelming pain radiating through his body rendered him weak, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move even a finger. Do not move. I have already tended to your wounds. Ruan Sen paused again, and after a considerable time, he continued, but this time I have truly exhausted my spiritual energy. I must begin a prolonged period of recuperation. I have left you the cultivation method of the God of War Sutra, a secret art focused entirely on enhancing physical strength. The inhabitants of the Forbidden River Desert also cultivate their physical forms, making it an ideal place for you to diligently practice the God of War Sutra. When you have grown stronger, you will be able to seek out a forest. Though its denizens may not be formidable, they will still pose a challenge for you in your current state. During the 2 months I remain unconscious, you will have to rely solely on yourself. I have sealed your spiritual energy. You must earnestly cultivate the spiritual awareness inherent in the God of War Sutra. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily stunned but managed to ask, what do you mean by that? His spiritual energy was gone. His companion through battles and brush with death had vanished. It felt as though his very life was beginning to ebb away, like grains of sand slipping slowly through his fingers. What should I do? Yet, his initial reaction was not to mourn the loss of his spiritual energy, but rather to contemplate how he might survive unarmed in this desolate expanse. In his turmoil, he noticed what appeared to be a line of text in the sand beneath his feet. Diligently practice this book. When you are strong enough, I will inform you of what I need you to do. By the soft glow of the moonlight, he read the line of text, and just as he finished reading, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the swirling sand to obscure the words. Given the absence of alternative options, he resolved to take a gamble. This was a wager, one in which his very life served as the stake. Should he triumph, he would survive. If he faltered, the sole outcome would be demise. I must endure, he murmured, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice as he lifted his gaze to the night sky, now enveloped in darkness. He could not fathom why he suddenly looked up. He merely perceived the vastness and depth of the starlit expanse above. Humanity, in its essence, is a remarkably insignificant existence. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled ruefully, shaking his head as he struggled to sit upright. He then opened the secret technique left behind by Ruan Sr. The battle god technique at the earth level grants invisibility and an indomitable physique. Such a straightforward explanation, this technique appeared to merely render one's body impervious to harm. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, muttering softly before continuing to read. The battle god technique at the earth level allows one to move mountains and fill seas, soaring through the air without hindrance. His brow knitted even tighter as he bit his lip, exclaiming, "To think that the battle god technique at this tier could enable flight?" Not only did this secret text mention it, but Ruan Sen had also claimed that the realms of the battle god technique were exceedingly challenging to transcend. He was uncertain how far he could cultivate to attain the strength necessary to contend with Ling Yun, yet at this moment, his singular desire was to survive. Jiang Xiaobai trembled as he turned a page, seeking insights into the supreme level of this technique. How could this be? Why was this page blank? He had not anticipated the existence of emptiness within this book. The celestial level, why was there no description? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. Could it be that no one has ever reached the celestial tier before? He did not expect anyone to come forth with answers. His only desire was to survive without spiritual energy. To forget everything is to achieve divinity. As he turned another page, a line of text caught his eye, causing him to sit up with a jolt. To become a deity? Is it truly possible to ascend to divinity by reaching the celestial tier? Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound nearby. Jiang Xiaobai held his breath and cautiously crawled forward, straining to discern the conversation. He wondered if he would still be alive. It was the disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect. It was Wang Tian, the gatekeeper disciple of his own Su Yun sect. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming urge to leap out and proclaim his survival. However, their subsequent words froze him in place, as if he had become a statue mid-crawl. Alas, Brother Ling Yun has truly commanded us to kill him. It weighs heavily on my conscience. What? Ling Yun intends to eliminate him? Chapter 17, Cultivation and Slaughter. Did he not desire for Jiang Xiaobai to impersonate the foremost disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect? Initially, he had intended for Jiang Xiaobai to exist as a mere puppet, yet now he sends someone to kill him. Has Jiang Xiaobai become a threat to Ling Yun's standing within the Ancient Sword Sect? Am I to perish? The King of Hell claims those who must die at the third watch. Who dares to let anyone live until the fifth? It is not only the King of Hell. In the mortal realm exists a presence even more terrifying, the one who wields the greatest power. Yet, he never anticipated that Ling Yun would resort to violence over something as trivial as a mere elixir. Jiang Xiaobai peered down from the crest of the sand dune, observing a small group of roughly 10 individuals below, and a shadowy smile crept across his face. No one can bring about my demise, regardless of who you are. Even if you are the King of Hell, I shall live to see the morrow. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, veiling the moon and shrouding the last vestige of compassion within his heart. Suddenly, a crimson light descended from the heavens, enveloping the desert. Folklore declares that when celestial omens appear, great chaos is imminent. He is that chaos, like a vengeful demon emerging from the depths of hell. He returned with an insatiable thirst for blood. With a resounding thud, he materialized from the air, kicking a mounted lackey aside and effortlessly seizing the reins. Fixing a cold gaze upon his former disciple who once guarded the gates of the Void Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xiaobai, Senior Brother Ling Yun has commanded that we must eliminate you. Can you truly kill me? Jiang Xiaobai retorted with disdain, his eyes narrowing. Do not deceive yourself. You are trembling in your boots. Wang Tian appeared genuinely frightened. Yet upon surveying the assembled disciples of the Wanjian sect surrounding Jiang Xiaobai, he suddenly found his courage and declared, Senior Brother Jiang, I acknowledge your status as the eldest disciple, but even your prowess may not suffice against such numbers. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai shot him a glance laced with derision, slowly turning his horse to face his erstwhile brothers in arms. Though they had never exchanged pleasantries or spoken a word, the bond of brotherhood remained. Senior Brother Jiang, you have been marked for capture by Senior Brother Ling. This is not our desire, the foremost among them hesitantly remarked after a moment's contemplation. Casting a wary glance at Jiang Xiaobai made no move to respond, merely fixing a frigid stare upon him. It seemed that he had been frightened by the gaze upon him. The man dismounted and knelt on one knee, saying, I am sorry, Brother Jiang. Ah, Beihan. Your name is Beihan, is it not? Yes, the man responded with a steady voice. Jiang Xiaobai let out a mocking laugh and said, but I recall that Beihan had already perished. The man suddenly lifted his head, a hint of terror in his eyes, and exclaimed, Brother Ling, what do you mean? I am Beihan. I know you are Beihan. Jiang Xiaobai paused, the murderous intent in his eyes swiftly enveloping the area. What I mean is, Beihan dies today. Beihan gasped in shock, immediately preparing to mount his horse and flee, but Jiang Xiaobai would not grant him such an opportunity. With a fierce kick to his horse's belly, he soared into the air, charging toward him. Those present were astonished by Jiang Xiaobai's remarkable physical prowess, momentarily frozen in shock as they watched Beihan, who had yet to mount his steed, being sent flying by a kick. Brother! Before he could utter another word, he coughed up blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. They believed that even if Jiang Xiaobai had not died, he was certainly on the brink of death. A mere light stroke of a sword across his neck would suffice to fulfill Ling Yun's task. And the opportunity to become a favored companion of Ling Yun was tantalizingly close. They had arrived, filled with joy, yet they could not fathom that Jiang Xiaobai still lived. Still tenaciously alive. Why are you running? Kill him. He is but one man. Can you not overpower him? Wang Tian shouted hoarsely. For he was not as devoted to Ling Yun. He was contemplating his own survival, considering the preservation of his life. Should these disciples truly be unable to defeat Jiang Xiaobai, he would have ample time to flee. Yet, none heeded his words. To possess the power to extinguish a life with a mere kick was a force beyond comprehension. Ah, you intend to kill me? Come then, come. He was a demon, a harbinger of death. The commonality between these two entities lay in their singular focus on slaughter. His bloodthirsty gaze swept across every individual upon the sandy dunes. Anyone caught in his sight, even momentarily, would feel a shiver coursing through their being. They yearned to flee, yet it was as though roots had ensnared their feet, rendering them immobile as Jiang Xiaobai drew ever closer. With a sudden thrust, Jiang Xiaobai's hand pierced through his chest, violently extracting a crimson object. Beihan, he remarked coolly. This is your heart. I shall see whether it beats red or black. Beihan gazed at his still quivering heart, twitching slightly as his eyes glazed over. To perish so easily was utterly uninspiring. He seemed to rediscover the peculiar sensation of being toyed with. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly yet distinctly declared, Today, you shall all perish. Ling Yun, you once sought my demise. Let me now experience the thrill of extinguishing the lives of your subordinates. Die. The desolate desert smoke rose, the horizon bathed in a blood-red glow. A thin stream flowed across the dim sands. Only upon closer inspection could one discern that this was no pure water, but rather the essence of life. Spilled and endlessly cascading, engulfing even the soles of his feet. He stood like a statue, steadfast, as the crimson blood flowed through the ground beneath him. Only he, amidst this vast expanse, comprehended the enigmatic origins of such sanguine stains. Gently tracing the darkening wound on his right arm, he sighed softly, reflecting, I never anticipated that Ling Yun would bestow such formidable power upon Wang Tian. This man was Jiang Xiaobai, the one who had slaughtered an entire battalion. He shed his tattered garments, exchanging them for those of his deceased gatekeeper disciple. Since you have departed this world, your attire shall now belong to me. A flicker of expectation danced upon his lips, mingling with a hint of sorrow. Wang Tian. I shall ensure there is a place for those beasts in the palace awaiting you in the afterlife. One by one, I will personally escort them to reunite with you. With the world brimming with countless mysteries yet to be unraveled and free from burdens, how could he not seize the opportunity to experience it all? As he bent down to grasp the long sword from the lifeless hand, hesitation gripped him. If I rely solely on these external tools, what purpose does the spiritual awareness that Ruan Sen urged me to cultivate serve? Jiang Xiaobai discarded the sword he had just seized, spitting in disdain, his gaze growing distant. He felt utterly forsaken, cast aside once his utility had waned. Muttering once more, he was met with a splitting headache. Why do I possess such swiftness? He recalled the moment when he faced those disciples. At that time, his explosive power seemed far beyond what he believed he possessed. Jiang Xiaobai was no fool and did not entertain the notion that fortuitous miracles would simply befall him. Suddenly, he remembered what Ruan Sen had said. Is it possible that I have already attained spiritual awareness? Yet, almost immediately, he furrowed his brow, confusion etching his features. Then why do I not sense any difference? He was uncertain how to assess his own spiritual awareness, as he was a latecomer to physical cultivation and lacked Ruan Sen's guidance. The remaining path must be navigated through his own painstaking exploration. The bright moon hung in the sky, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air. Jiang Xiaobai swallowed the last morsel of raw meat he could muster, discarding the severed portion of a snake with a flick of his hand. How repulsive! A sudden wave of nausea washed over him, and he found himself on the verge of retching the very food he had just consumed. Yet he suppressed it. This was the only sustenance he could find in this desolate expanse of sand. Its palatability was of little concern, as it was merely a means to survive. He understood that if he were to expel it, he would lack the courage to consume what he had just discarded. However, in that fleeting moment of mental disarray, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him. It was indescribable, yet if one were to attempt a comparison, it resembled parched grass encountering a long-awaited downpour, or a famished soul beholding a sumptuous feast laid out before him. Regardless of how one might depict the sensation, it is undeniably a feeling brimming with vitality. Is this what they call spiritual perception? Jiang Xiaobai ruminated, an ineffable emotion welling up within him. How long had he been relegated to merely fleeing for his life? A day? 2. It was inconsequential now, for he now possessed the capacity to cultivate this spiritual perception, even if its very essence remained elusive to him. This is spiritual perception? Undeniably. It is an exceptionally pleasant sensation. Possessing spiritual perception signifies the potential to cultivate the war god technique, does it not? However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his countenance as he furrowed his brow, seemingly recollecting something. It was a gamble, a choice between two tomes. He retrieved both books from his bosom, gritting his teeth as he unfurled them simultaneously. To employ oneself as a catalyst, directing spiritual energy to circumnavigate the celestial sphere. Jiang Xiaobai murmured, perusing the first book. This is the myriad swords technique that Ruan Sen initially instructed me to cultivate. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the other book. To forsake all, to assimilate the heavens and earth. Merely 8 characters, yet they encapsulated the sheer brutality of the tome. It was not through any profound understanding gleaned from these characters that Jiang Xiaobai surmised this, but rather from the subsequent cultivation methods he had inadvertently glimpsed. To abolish spiritual energy, to cultivate palm techniques. To abolish spiritual energy, to cultivate leg techniques, and so on and so forth. It appeared that everything within this book necessitated the eradication of all previously coalesced spiritual energy to achieve success. This war god technique was indeed fraught with challenges. Upon uttering those words, an enigmatic smile graced his countenance. Yet, the more they persist, the more arduous it becomes to subdue me. When my physical form attains invulnerability, I shall see how they intend to deal with me. His hand extended toward the book, an action that would seal his solitude from that day forward. You seek my demise, do you? Then come and attempt it. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Let us see who perishes first. He resolved to cultivate the second book, to master the battle god's manual, a technique demanding an unparalleled and deadly resolve. He would indulge in one final night of restful slumber, for on the morrow, the arduous cultivation would commence. The palpable sense of oppression seemed to dissipate in that instant, and he drifted into sleep, unguarded and without precaution. He would first cultivate his temperament, before his spiritual perception reached a certain zenith. His mental state must attain a similar elevation, and since this book demanded the audacity to forsake all, he would accomplish precisely that. Honor, relinquished. Dignity, cast aside. Life itself, forfeited. Unbeknownst to him, the abrupt relaxation of his taut nerves had rendered him somewhat disoriented, naturally leading to this bout of dizziness. The new day had dawned, thus. Let the cultivation begin. With a fervent hope for survival, he once more opened the book. Forsake all, absorb heaven and earth. These 8 monumental characters pierced his very soul like sharpened blades. Jiang Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. To think that a mere entranced gaze could elicit such a violent reaction. This book was indeed proving to be a formidable challenge to master. But who was Jiang Xiaobai? Would he capitulate so readily? Never. It is far simpler to demand his demise than to compel him to concede. It is precisely this temperament that has garnered him numerous adversaries in the court. Those who dare disregard his stature and challenge him head-on. When you next behold me, I expect you to be kneeling before me. Trembling and gazing up with a mixture of hatred and fury, he murmured with an unsettling calmness. Steeling himself, he inhaled deeply and once again immersed himself in the study of this tome. Chapter 18, The War God Technique. By harnessing mental strength as a guide, one relinquishes control over their own spiritual energy, allowing the ethereal forces of nature to collide within. It seems that the initial step of the War God Technique is to fortify one's body through the tumultuous clash of celestial energies. Jiang Xiaobai inhaled sharply, remaining frozen in place. Although the energies of the cosmos are not inherently volatile, their rampant chaos within a frail corporeal form could lead to dire consequences. A notion even the most simple-minded could fathom. How does one cultivate under such circumstances? Jiang Xiaobai found himself ensnared in a dilemma while he yearned for strength. The specter of death instilled hesitation within him. What course of action should he pursue? Should he adhere to the teachings of this manuscript? A hum, a sound. Jiang Xiaobai, startled, turned toward the source of the noise. It was a cerulean object colliding with a dark one. Crucially, they were crashing into each other mid-air. He furrowed his brow as an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. It was instantaneous. The time elapsed from hearing the sound to witnessing the event could not have exceeded the span of 2 blinks. He began to tremble violently. Could this be the distinction between an ordinary human and a body cultivator? In the moment of his stupor, a piercing whistle echoed in his ears. Something was approaching. Though he remained in a dazed state, his subconscious reacted swiftly. The instant he heard the sound, he rolled away. Cautiously, he sought a place that was difficult to detect, striving to conceal his presence while attempting to discern what was transpiring nearby. After all, the intelligence gathered here was of utmost importance to him. Upon finally discerning the object plummeting from the distance, he gasped softly in surprise. It was a 4-clawed azure dragon. Foul beast, it is an honor for you that I covet your horn, yet you dare to challenge me. He scoffed. The dragon, however, made no further response, merely exhaling 2 massive jets of white vapor, its fierce gaze fixated intently on the source of the sound in the sky. Though Jiang Xiaobai was curious about what could have rendered the dragon so helpless, he too lifted his gaze to follow the sound. Standing in the air was a figure who appeared to be no older than himself. Who is this? How could one possess such formidable abilities? He pondered. If you are reluctant to yield, then let us engage once more. I demand that you willingly offer up your horn. This youth merely sought the dragon's horn. Was it truly necessary to fight so fiercely for it? At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was unaware of the significance of the dragon's horn to them, and thus exhibited considerable confusion. After a considerable passage of time, when he too needed the horn of this dragon-like creature, he finally comprehended the significance it held. A resounding roar erupted, infused with an indomitable spirit, as the 4-clawed azure dragon charged towards the boy suspended in the air. Just as the dragon was about to reach the boy, he remained astonishingly calm and indifferent. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of confusion. He already harbored considerable apprehension towards the 3-clawed green python. Naturally, the 4-clawed azure dragon was an immensely terrifying entity for him as well. Yet, the boy's nonchalance piqued Jiang Xiaobai's curiosity about this airborne youth. In an instant, the victor was determined. The azure dragon's head was seized by the boy's grasp, rendered utterly immobile, while its colossal body writhed helplessly in the air, with no favorable outcome to its predicament. I told you, you are no match for me, the boy remarked dismissively, his gaze dripping with disdain as he looked at the captured azure dragon, enunciating each word with precision. Since you remain so unwilling, then perish. It appeared he exerted little effort. The once mighty 4-clawed azure dragon disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist, and naturally, the horn shattered into countless fragments that scattered about. Hey! The boy suddenly turned, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiaobai's direction. Had he been detected from the very beginning? I am uncertain as to the circumstances that led you to this desolate expanse of the Forbidden River Desert. However, I implore you to depart with haste. for this is no place for an ordinary individual such as yourself." Having uttered these words, the youth vanished with the swiftness of an arrow in flight. Is this the disparity in power, then? A fervent zeal ignited within him, a yearning for battle, a disregard for life and death. It appears that individual's physical form is nigh indestructible. Very well, then I shall grow stronger. One day, I too shall be like him. Jiang Xiaobai paused momentarily, his tone imbued with that same sanguinary fervor as before. Nay, I shall surpass him. He retrieved the book, no longer concerned with selecting a suitable place for cultivation. His absolute veneration for power had temporarily eclipsed his sense of danger. He sought only to become stronger, to stand defiant against a multitude of adversaries. To abolish one's spiritual power, is it? Very well. He breathed heavily, for there can be no gain without sacrifice. This was a gamble with his very life as the stake, and his opponent was none other than fate itself. Once more, he recalled that moment when Ruan Sen reshaped his spiritual perception. It was an experience he never wished to endure again. Therefore, he could only afford a single opportunity. I cannot afford to lose. An innate pride prevented him from submitting to anything, and even if a sea of fire lay before him, he would step into it without hesitation. He closed his eyes, filled with veneration and fervor, and delved into the cultivation of the war god's manual. Once again, that sensation from the previous night returned, that vibrant, life-giving energy coursing through his body from all directions. Feeling a sense of comfort, Jiang Xiaobai found himself somewhat entranced. Yet, he understood that he must resolutely make a decision. Otherwise, he would meet an unmarked grave in the perilous expanse of the forbidden desert. Get away from me. He relinquished paradise and the sensation of being cradled in warmth. He chose hell, embracing the searing torment of his heart, as he willingly shattered the spiritual awareness. An agony that eclipsed anything he had ever experienced surged through him, like a flood breaching its dam, submerging him entirely. In an instant, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, only to be thrust into the fiery mountains moments later. The alternating extremes of cold and heat relentlessly bombarded his frail body. He contemplated surrender, even considering that living as an ordinary person might be a form of enjoyment. However, he did not yield, for he was Jiang Xiaobai, an entity unafraid of the heavens. How could he abandon the path to supremacy due to mere pain? I will grow stronger. I crave power. With a primal roar, infused with a unique energy, he unleashed a wave that engulfed everything around him. The seemingly bottomless desert, in that moment, transformed into a small void, akin to an isolated island in a vast ocean. The tempest swept through withered grasses and scattered bones, rampaging wildly. Jiang Xiaobai was locked in a fierce battle against this intense pain, utterly oblivious to the occurrences in the external world. Jiang Xiaobai stretched his arms wide, fists clenched, and unleashed an endless shout towards the blazing sun above. It was as if he were venting the grievances he had endured for so long. A defiant stand against the unjust decree of the heavens. In the midst of madness, he did not lose his composure. He knew he had succeeded. He had finally condensed the first thread of his own spiritual awareness. Although this awareness was exceedingly feeble, almost negligible, it was undeniably a true manifestation of his own effort. I have succeeded. Exhaling the last vestiges of impure air from his body, he succumbed to a slight euphoria and fainted. He, Jiang Xiaobai, would no longer be a mere pawn to be slaughtered. He would no longer flee in terror at the sight of formidable beasts. He was destined to be a king, and even in this forbidden land of existence, he would claim his throne. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of gratitude towards that young man. It was his formidable ability to slay the four-clawed Qingjiao that had solidified his resolve on this path. Without him, he would still be pondering his choices. His head throbbed painfully. How long had he slept? He was unsure. He only felt like a vessel drained of water, completely limp and devoid of strength. Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes, delicately attuning himself to his current state. What is this? In the pitch darkness behind his closed eyelids, there seemed to be something present. He yearned to discern it, yet it remained frustratingly indistinct and utterly unidentifiable. It appeared that cultivating spiritual awareness was indeed a gradual endeavor, not something to be hastily achieved. As he contemplated seeking out some edible creatures, he suddenly realized that he did not feel a strong sense of hunger. Could it be that practicing the battle god technique allowed one to forego food? If that were indeed the case, his chances of survival in this forbidden desert would certainly increase. At the very least, from this moment forth, there is no need to scurry about in search of sustenance or provoke any formidable creatures. He exhaled deeply, stretched languidly, and reclined on the sandy ground to bask in the sun. Youngster, are you not aware that ordinary people are forbidden from entering the Forbidden River Desert? The first instinct of Jiang Xiaobai was to turn and rise, yet he soon realized he was unable to move. The fact that this individual could approach him undetected and subdue him indicated that he was certainly no ordinary person. Having witnessed the sheer dominance of power, Jiang Xiaobai began to exercise caution. Otherwise, he might find himself at the mercy of a more formidable opponent. "Senior, I beg your pardon for my ignorance," he spoke, the voice seemingly belonging to an elder, though he had never laid eyes upon him, thus resorting to an ambiguous title. "Youngster, you display a modicum of courtesy, far superior to those who are self-conceited," the voice huffed, seemingly approving. Jiang Xiaobai inwardly sighed in relief, grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed senior?" He relinquished his previous arrogance and dignity, recognizing that the aspirations he had pursued for years were mere folly in this realm where strength reigns supreme. In the Forbidden River Desert, one must coil like a dragon or curl like a tiger. Jiang Xiaobai was not one to concede easily, yet for now, survival took precedence. "I am the guide of this Forbidden River Desert. You may call me Elder Yang." As the sound dissipated, a silhouette gradually materialized before Jiang Xiaobai, solidifying into the form of an elderly man. Jiang Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, mindful of the adage that disregarding the counsel of elders invites misfortune. Adopting a deferential demeanor toward the enigmatic old man, he inquired, "Esteemed Elder Yang, I am curious as to the significance of your prior statement." The elder, identifying himself as Yang, responded with a snort, "Young man, while I am unaware of the circumstances that led you to this forsaken desert, I must caution you against any contact with the prohibited river. It is imperative that you avoid it entirely." Jiang Xiaobai regarded the elder's warning as somewhat exaggerated, reasoning that simply maintaining a safe distance from the river would suffice. However, Elder Mo's subsequent revelation struck Jiang Xiaobai like a thunderbolt, leaving him rooted to the spot. "Young man, do not be so complacent. This prohibited river is not stationary. The river is not stationary." Jiang Xiaobai inhaled sharply, realizing that Elder Mo's assertion implied the potential for him to be engulfed by the ever-shifting river while asleep, vanishing without a trace into the desert. A chill ran down his spine as he swallowed hard, striving to maintain composure as he inquired, "What are the characteristics of this prohibited river?" "The river is crimson, akin to a river of blood." Furthermore, Elder Yang paused, hesitant, before continuing, "It is rumored to contain animate entities." "Animate entities?" Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat startled. If the Forbidden River could not tolerate any living beings, then what could possibly reside within? He dared not dwell on the thought further, convinced that he would never encounter such a thing in his lifetime, and thus refrained from asking more. "Old Yang, why are you telling me all this?" Jiang Xiaobai suddenly sensed something amiss and quietly prepared to flee, yet his eyes remained fixed on Old Yang as he asked, enunciating each word deliberately. "Why not?" Old Yang appeared curious, but maintained a friendly tone. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, perplexed. "How can an ordinary person like me possibly assist you?" Old Yang sighed and said, "Young man, this is something only an ordinary person can accomplish." Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to believe that there were tasks only ordinary people could perform. But Old Yang seemed undeniably formidable, and he knew better than to defy him, at least not now. After all, he was no longer under the protection of the Ancient Sword Sect, and his life was no longer secure. Yet, since Ruan Sen had brought him to this perilous forbidden river and instructed him to cultivate an unheard of spiritual sense, there must be a reason. For now, Jiang Xiaobai's only goal was to survive and wait for Ruan Sen to awaken. What do you mean? Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes at Old Yang, his tone laced with skepticism. Is what I said not clear enough? Old Yang sighed again and continued, I need your help. With those words, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted, nearly knocking Jiang Xiaobai off his feet. What do I possess that could pique your interest? Jiang Xiaobai was acutely aware that he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter, compelled to bide his time before seizing an opportunity to flee. He was uncertain whether he could escape the clutches of Old Yang, yet he resolved to attempt it at the first chance. In this forbidding expanse of the Forbidden River Desert, there existed a realm inaccessible to cultivators like himself, one that could only be traversed by those devoid of any spiritual perception. His tone was laced with resignation, yet it bore a hint of entreaty. Given the perilous nature of the Forbidden River Desert and his own feeble abilities, having a seasoned protector was indeed a favorable prospect. Jiang Xiaobai's mind raced as he contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of this situation. However, the old man did not appear particularly amiable. How could he persuade him to safeguard his journey? Just as the old man began to display signs of impatience, a cold, imperceptible smirk suddenly washed over Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, in this treacherous desert, he feared that he might be slain before ever reaching the destination Old Yang had mentioned. How could Old Yang, having dwelled here for so long, fail to grasp the obvious flattery woven into Jiang Xiaobai's words? Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, rest assured, in this Forbidden River Desert, no one dares to disregard the authority of Yang Lafafa. The name Yang Lafafa echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. I shall remember you. Should you threaten me, I shall see how I might take my revenge in due course. A solitary wolf had awakened. A wolf so formidable that even a fierce tiger would feel a pang of trepidation upon its emergence. Chapter 19. Journey to the Elven Forest, let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, Master Mo slowly raised his right hand and bellowed, Spirit Drive. A resounding clang of a sword echoed from beneath the ground. Jiang Xiaobai, momentarily considering leaping aside, quelled the thought, realizing he stood before Elder Yang as an utterly uninformed ordinary individual. Come forth, young one. Once the surrounding dust settled into tranquility, Jiang Xiaobai discerned the source of the sound before him, a sword. This blade, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, measured approximately 3 palms in width and nearly a yard in length, its surface adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Elder Yang, with his back to Jiang Xiaobai, seemed to sense the astonishment reflected in the latter's gaze and proclaimed with pride, You see, this is the tool of a physical cultivator. Just remain still, and all shall be well. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai harbored no desire to meet an untimely end, and he promptly nodded, steadying himself. Onward, Elder Yang shouted. And the crimson sword beneath their feet surged forward instantaneously, its velocity nearly dislodging Jiang Xiaobai from its blade. The sky above the desert was no longer blue. After soaring for over half an hour, it had transformed into a dusky hue, tinged with a hint of crimson that lent an alluring quality to the atmosphere. Fear not. I shall not bring you harm. In the distance, a blue dot appeared on the ground. As their flight accelerated, the dot grew larger until it eventually revealed itself fully to Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. From an aerial perspective, it resembled a sapphire droplet, yet upon closer inspection, this cerulean entity revealed itself to be a vortex. Akin to the eddies found in rivers, this terrestrial azure swirl possessed a crimson core, saturated with the hue of blood. Where exactly am I? Inquiries must be made regarding the unknown. This marks the divergence between the sylvan realm of the elves and the desolate expanse of the Forbidden River Desert. With a flourish, Elder Yang summoned the vermilion blade that hovered in the firmament, and in mere moments, the colossal sword metamorphosed into a more conventional size. Let us proceed into the forest. He beckoned Jiang Xiaobai and strode forth into the azure vortex. Resigned to his fate, Jiang Xiaobai cast a final, poignant glance at the Forbidden River Desert and resolutely followed. A suffocating wave of vertigo washed over him, inducing a sense of nausea. Where has that scoundrel gone? To be alone in an unfamiliar place is perilous, especially in this treacherous domain of physical cultivators. Jiang Xiaobai averted his gaze, unwilling to dwell on the potential consequences. A fleeting pang of regret surfaced, only to be swiftly suppressed. I must become stronger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. War God art. As the words echoed, a surge of power emanated from his chest, coursing through his limbs. With a mighty exertion, he rose to his feet. Indeed, it is the atmosphere here that is the key. It turns out that Ruan Sen brought Jiang Xiaobai to the Forbidden River Desert in order to guide him towards the enchanted forest. Under the oppressive and enigmatic atmosphere here, it was only natural for someone as quick-witted as Jiang Xiaobai to deduce that Ruan Sen intended for him to enhance his physical cultivation. However, just as he grasped Ruan Sen's intentions, he found himself prostrate on the ground once more. A sudden thought struck him. He must refine the spiritual perception mentioned in the battle god technique to withstand the air pressure of this place. Recalling how he had managed to rise earlier by inadvertently activating his spiritual perception, he became resolute in this endeavor. Yet, how was it that he found himself sprawled on the ground again so soon? He shut his eyes, attempting to discern what had happened to his strand of spiritual perception. However, in the darkness behind his eyelids, there was nothing, no trace of the spiritual perception that had once existed. How could this be? This anomaly left Jiang Xiaobai astonished. The spiritual perception he had painstakingly cultivated had seemingly vanished. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse as he lay motionless, acutely aware that at any moment, a malevolent force might approach and eliminate him. Alas, how could this be happening? Yet, just as he closed his eyes, he discovered that the strand of spiritual perception he had exhausted had reemerged. Why was this stone green? Nevertheless, he lacked the inclination to ponder such matters. His immediate concern was to cultivate more spiritual perception to support his journey further. With great effort, he reached into his bosom and retrieved the secret manual left behind by Ruan Senator, shed the spiritual perception, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Jiang Xiaobai exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Was this the spiritual perception? Leave me be, he shouted into the darkness at the faint flicker of spiritual awareness, which shimmered with a black luminescence before vanishing. In that fleeting moment of its disappearance, a pain more intense than the initial severance of his spiritual perception surged within him. Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth, determined to endure, yet soon realized this approach was utterly futile as he felt something rising within his throat. It was blood. The metallic, sweet tang of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet he refused to surrender. Almost immediately, his skin, exposed to the air, began to seep crimson from his pores. It was a torment, an agonizing suffering that made life feel unbearable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the sensation began to ebb away. Jiang Xiaobai weakly opened his eyes. The blood-red rays of the setting sun bathed him, rendering the pool of blood beside him almost inconspicuous. So fatigued, darkness enveloped him, and he slumped into unconsciousness. Hiss. Jiang Xiaobai gasped sharply as an indescribable, searing pain jolted him from his stupor. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, stirring up a cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. He reached out to grasp the rock against which he leaned, attempting to rise, but found himself utterly incapable. The profound emptiness within him made even breathing feel like a torment. He had no choice but to relinquish that thought and patiently lean against the stone, awaiting the restoration of his spiritual perception. Fortunately, after cultivating the war goddess art, he no longer experienced hunger, sparing him from such concerns. He attempted to move his arms, only to be met with a series of cracking sounds. The force of the impact made Jiang Xiaobai wonder if he had fractured a bone. He emitted a few meaningless groans before finally raising his arm to grasp a protrusion on the rock behind him. "Get up," he roared, his indomitable will supporting him as he stood. Surviving in this place was more terrifying than hell itself. How could this be? How could this be? A peculiar sensation enveloped Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Just now, when he examined his own spiritual sense, he was astonished to discover that in the darkness behind his closed eyes, his spiritual perception had increased to dozens of strands, each as thick as a writing brush. Jiang Xiaobai clicked his tongue, utterly unable to comprehend why his spiritual sense had suddenly surged so dramatically. After repeated examinations, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. yet he remained rooted in place, hesitant to move. He was afraid that this sudden abundance of spiritual sense was not genuine. However, after a long period without any adverse effects, Jiang Xiaobai cautiously took a step. Nothing happened. He took another step. Still nothing. After several more tentative steps, he finally relaxed, assured that there was no anomaly. It seems that Ruan Sen sent me to the elf forest to accelerate my spiritual sense cultivation, he mused. After much deliberation, he finally arrived at this somewhat implausible but somewhat persuasive conclusion. Get out of my body. Under the guidance of the enigmatic tome, he relentlessly expelled the spiritual awareness cultivated within him, enduring the excruciating sensations brought forth by the air of the enchanted forest, which could very well lead to one's demise. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, and he remained oblivious to the passage of time, consumed instead by a singular desire to ascend to the realm of earth-level spiritual awareness and to eradicate those who once opposed him. Perhaps the duration of his training had rendered him physically exhausted, or maybe the rapid pace of his cultivation had invoked a backlash. Each breath brought with it a debilitating weakness that jolted his very essence. He could not recall the last time he had experienced such frailty. Yet he was certain that since he had solidified his spiritual awareness, this sensation had been absent. It was not merely fatigue. It was something far more profound. Finally, he opened his eyes, gazing into the verdant sky with a penetrating intensity. The morning air was invigorating. He was unperturbed by the thought that the forest's atmosphere might deplete his spiritual awareness, for he could sense that its impact was now negligible. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. With a sigh of relief, he stretched languidly and ventured deeper into the woods. No matter what lay within this forest, he was determined to encounter it. The once mighty spirit, brimming with ambition and the will to conquer, surged forth anew. He had been a king once, and now he would reclaim that essence, for he was a sovereign in every sense. No one could impede his path, regardless of their identity. Uncertain of the source of his confidence, he held his head high and finally embarked on the path of a cultivator, treading the perilous road of defiance against fate, a journey from which there is no return. At least, this is how he perceives the path he has chosen. What fuels such audacity within him? It is the fact that he has begun to truly cultivate the god of war technique. The boundless expanse of the lawn reflected in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes brought him a fleeting sense of contentment. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this elven forest existed a realm reminiscent of paradise. He had expected only towering trees. With a sigh of wonder, he felt no lingering attachment and continued onward. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped him. Danger was near. A sharp sound of a sword echoed from behind him, jolting Jiang Xiaobai into action as he swiftly leaped away. No sooner had he landed than a crimson object pierced the ground where he had stood. A spear? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mere half-length red spear. He turned around and called out boldly, "Who goes there? Reveal yourself." This was not an act of arrogance. Rather, he was acutely aware of the immense spiritual energy emanating from the weapon. If the wielder truly intended to kill him, he would already be impaled by the crimson spear. "What do you want?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. A red mist gradually materialized about 5 paces away from him, and with the pulsating waves of that mist, an adversary whom Jiang Xiaobai found formidable finally emerged. The newcomer was cloaked in black, surrounded by an ever-shifting aura of malevolence. "Your spiritual energy seems to have grown stronger," the figure remarked. Chapter 20. A perplexing apparition of a powerful figure, he seemed to sense the malevolent gaze of Jiang Xiaobai. But the disparity in their strength was so vast that there was no reason for him to act. They stood, locked in mutual observation. Yet their emotions diverged. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes blazed with unbridled fury, while the robed figure regarded him with detached indifference. "Old man, what are your intentions toward him?" Just as Jiang Xiaobai teetered on the brink of abandoning the scene, another voice echoed from above. "Haha, I didn't anticipate your arrival, but I am determined to take him." The robed figure, known as In Sha, chuckled ominously, his tone brimming with an inexplicable confidence. Jiang Xiaobai craned his neck upward, his eyes widening in astonishment once more. Another figure clad in white has appeared. Do you presume you can thwart me? Nando scoffed, retorting. Do you believe you stand a chance? Insha. The robed figure roared, his cloak billowing wildly, mirroring the tempestuous emotions within. How can you be so sure without trying? At this juncture, a sudden tremor ran through Jiang Xiaobai as he grappled with a perplexing realization. What purpose could these two enigmatic figures have in vying for me? Nando, if this boy were absent, would my seal be so feeble? Yet, the prowess of this Nando was formidable. But what connection did he have to Jiang Xiaobai? Some secrets are best left unspoken. The sinister figure let out a cold chuckle and reached up to remove the black cloak draped over his head. A prominent aquiline nose was sharply defined on his aged face, with white hair clinging closely, lending a solemn air to his otherwise frail appearance. His long, thin white beard and the deep wrinkles etched across his face bore witness to the many storms he had weathered. In the past, he said, his voice laced with warning, you must not defy the rules, or I might truly have to end you. And you might not even stand a chance against me. The sinister figure frowned, the creases on his face deepening. But don't forget, though I may not be able to defeat you, I can still kill this boy. The murderous intent in his voice sent a shiver down Jiang Xiaobai's spine, who knew exactly who the boy referred to. So, you're challenging me? Nando also removed his cloak. Though from Jiang Xiaobai's vantage point, only his hair was visible. Crimson as blood, it seemed to herald the inevitable fierce battle to come. Then I shall test your current strength. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Xiaobai felt his vision blur. When it cleared, the sinister figure's gaunt frame had already closed the distance to Nando. Boom! A deafening crash erupted, and from the point of impact between the two, waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, so powerful that they even disturbed objects on the ground. Can a physical cultivator truly soar through the skies and dive into the seas? Even though Jiang Xiaobai had developed some spiritual awareness, compared to these two, he was nothing more than a mayfly. The overwhelming force of the shockwaves sent his body reeling, nearly lifting him off his feet. The perilous clash between these formidable opponents is evident. However, Jiang Xiaobai felt not a trace of fear. Rather, he was momentarily astonished, only to be consumed once more by an ardent reverence for power. I must grow stronger. I aspire to wield the same world-shattering might as they do. Is that so? Upon hearing such a remark from Nando, the sinister elder's beard bristled with indignation. Today, I shall allow you, this audacious junior, to witness the prowess of my physical cultivation. Nando merely chuckled, exhibiting no semblance of trepidation, and spoke in a steady tone. As a former grand elder of the elven forest, are you not aware that those from the forbidden desert surpass the denizens of the elven forest in their mastery of spiritual perception? With a thunderous shout, a surge of energy more potent than the previous waves of spiritual perception cascaded through the heavens and the earth. As Nando's voice echoed, the once smooth lawn was entirely stripped away. The swiftness of this phenomenon was such that Jiang Xiaobai scarcely comprehended what had transpired. Yet, what astonished him further was that this wave of spiritual perception did not affect him in the slightest. Not even a thread of his garments fluttered. Although he could not discern the nature of this force, he was assured that it served to shield him. In his heart, Jiang Xiaobai resolved that he must overcome that old fellow before settling onto the ground. Despite being enveloped in this unknown protection, the extent of its strength remained uncertain. Thus it was prudent to remain concealed. It wasn't that he didn't desire to distance himself from this locale, but rather that he was intrinsically bound to the protected enclave. Thus, he resolved to observe from his vantage point. Jiang Xiaobai harbored a profound interest in spectating the clash between formidable adversaries, although it potentially jeopardized his very existence. He understood that substantial gains were invariably accompanied by commensurate risks. The two combatants in the firmament above continued their relentless struggle, exchanging blows and kicks in a seemingly interminable deadlock. Judging from their preceding discourse, it appeared that this Nando possessed a perceptivity inferior to that of the elder. Yet Jiang Xiaobai was under the impression that perceptivity was solely categorized into the celestial, terrestrial, and human realms. Unable to decipher the precise nature of their exchange, Jiang Xiaobai presently lacked the inclination to delve into the matter, opting instead to meticulously observe the unfolding confrontation. The relative strength of the two combatants would only become apparent in the aftermath of their struggle. "You continue to astound me," the Insha, addressed as the Grand Elder, remarked, his gaze fixed upon Nando's crimson hair. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "So, you've resorted to employing that particular power once more. However, even with his capabilities at your disposal, you remain incapable of defeating me. Uncertain, wouldn't you concur?" Nando responded with a chuckle, his eyes abruptly radiating an unnerving luminescence. The Luo Sun Heaven's traversal finger. Nando's index and middle fingers erupted with an extraordinarily intense golden radiance, which he subsequently directed towards Insha. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light emanated from Nando's fingertips, hurtling directly towards Insha's visage. Humph, paltry trickery. Despite his verbal bravado, Insha remained cautious, swiftly executing an intricate incantation, proclaiming, "Tortoise Spirit Defense." Immediately, a verdant barrier materialized before him, its surface adorned with delicate fissures. Tortoise Spirit Defense, indeed a tortoise shell. Nando jested, his countenance hardening in an instant. "Let us ascertain which is more resilient." A drawn-out hiss echoed as the golden and green energies collided. Devoid of the anticipated forceful undulation, akin to a serpent's sibilant utterance. This phenomenon persisted for merely a fleeting moment before an immense crash reverberated, scattering the golden radiance and verdant shield into a myriad of luminous fragments that cascaded from the heavens. "His power is indeed formidable," Insha murmured, his voice subdued. "However, I shall still triumph. I am at your service until the very end." The epical battle between two exceptionally formidable body cultivators had truly commenced. Nando initiated the offensive. Accompanied by a peal of thunder, his form darted like a startled fish in a stream, arriving before Insha in the blink of an eye. Heaven-shattering palm. Imbued with profound resentment, Nando extended his right hand. The spontaneously combusting black flames reflected in Insha's gaze, eliciting little reaction. "You intend to defeat me with such paltry tricks? You remain excessively naive," Insha retorted. "Fire spirit infusion." In a similar fashion, the sinister right hand of Insha suddenly ignited into a blaze, yet strikingly, the hue of the flames appeared rather ordinary. With a resounding clash, the collision of red and black unleashed a myriad of sparks, cascading forth from the point of contact, reminiscent of a spectacular volcanic eruption. However, only Jiang Xiaobai, grounded beneath, comprehended the lethal peril concealed behind this enchanting rain of fire. Merely a flame the size of a fingernail, upon landing on the ravaged earth, carved out an unfathomable pit. Yet, this was merely the inception. Countless flames danced about, yet the animosity suspended between the two adversaries remained unscathed. With a forceful thrust of his waist, Nando executed the divine leg technique, accompanied by a whistling gale, directing a kick towards Insha. Clang! As Insha's right hand was entangled with Nando's, he had no choice but to withdraw his left hand, bracing to endure the impact of the kick. Remarkably, this seemingly inconspicuous kick sent Insha hurtling through the air. It appeared that this young man concealed a wealth of arcane techniques. At this juncture, Insha's tone abruptly shifted. "Since I cannot match you blow for blow, I shall eliminate you to harness the energy to seal my opponent." Before his words could fully dissipate, Insha transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaobai. A wave of alarm surged within Jiang Xiaobai, yet he found himself unable to flee, helplessly witnessing Insha draw nearer. He lifted his gaze towards Nando, who remained stationary in the sky, exuding an inexplicable confidence in his eyes. "Am I destined to perish?" Jiang Xiaobai inwardly exclaimed, yet subsequently, he slowly closed his eyes. "I never expected to meet my demise so swiftly." However, what took him by surprise was that the moment the sinister, withered hand brushed against him, a deep chant resembling the whispers of the Buddha resonated around him. "Do you really think this means I cannot slay him?" the sinister figure bellowed, transforming his hand into a claw, hurtling towards the stationary Jiang Xiaobai. "How dare you?" Witnessing this blatant act of aggression right under his nose, Nando felt a surge of fury, swiftly propelling himself towards the sinister entity. You have no chance. The distance between us is insurmountable. With maniacal laughter, the sinister hand was nearly upon Jiang Xiaobai's collar when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Is that so? Then let us see. The royal blood's sacred right. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. Jiang Xiaobai trembled, his eyes fluttering open, revealing a striking golden figure soaring against the sky. Golden hair billowed without wind, its brilliance so intense that it cast golden rays even upon the originally azure sky. This is the ancient Dragon Emperor. Chapter 21, The Strong One. The sinister figure's expression darkened, a nearly imperceptible glint of malice flashing in his eyes. How could you possess the power of the demon race? Nando stepped forward, and with each step, Jiang Xiaobai felt a tumultuous stirring within his spirit, signs of losing control. Just how formidable is Nando? Slowly extending his hand, Nando conjured a black spear from thin air. You are still far from my level. With a disdainful snort, Nantu transformed into a streak of lightning, flashing across the firmament. How would one ascertain without an attempt? Insha, appearing composed, allowed Nanda's impetuous advance. For spirits convergence. In what seemed like a fleeting moment, a wisp of vapor materialized behind Insha. As the white haze dissipated, a colossal disk became visible. Nantu, seemingly cognizant of the challenge ahead, halted in midair, casting a frigid gaze upon Insha. You have even resorted to your Mo Sect's paramount technique. A sorrowful curve graced Insha's lips as he chillingly retorted, thus, your demise within this formation can be deemed a fitting end to the brilliance you have wrought. Until the very end, the outcome remains uncertain. I must express my regrets, for I am destined to have the last laugh today. As the words faded, the white mist behind Insha dispersed into 4 directions with astonishing velocity. Azure Dragon, manifest. One of the misty regions, from its epicenter, silently transmuted into a verdant hue. Before Nantu could react, an azure dragon burst forth from the verdant mist. Roar. The resounding dragon's bellow reverberated through the heavens, causing Jiang Xiaobai's blood to surge. The sheer force of the roar was palpable. Do you believe you can triumph over me with this alone? Nantu, far from exhibiting surprise, smiled as he addressed Insha. If this proves insufficient, what of this? With Insha's fingers weaving through incantations, the vapor behind him morphed into a trio of colors. White tiger, manifest. Vermilion bird, manifest. Black tortoise, manifest. Emerging from the mists were 3 formidable spiritual beasts, which, together with the initial azure dragon, formed an encirclement around the Southern Dipper. Had your spiritual perception been more profound? The Southern Dipper scoffed with indifference, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. You might have presented a modicum of difficulty. However, this mere convergence of the 4 symbols in their spiritual beast forms falls short of posing a true challenge. Incinerating flames cleave the heavens, he roared, as crimson flames erupted along the dark shaft of his spear, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. Your signature technique, is it? Let us ascertain which of us is the mightier. The fiend bellowed, his battle lust endowing him with an air of imposing pride. The Southern Dipper, without response, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the 4 spiritual beasts like a meteor streaking across the firmament. A cataclysmic collision ensued as the multi-hued radiance clashed violently with the black-red streak, causing the heavens and earth to convulse amidst a tempestuous gale. Yet, the assault intensified as the Southern Dipper bit his tongue, expelling a blood-infused arrow onto his dark spear, unleashing a distinct spiritual force that impacted the forefront of the 4-colored aura. So, it is by leveraging the power of the Demon King that you dare to boast such audacity. The fiend's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed upon the black radiance in the sky. Even with that old codger's assistance, your demise is assured today. Before the fiend could complete his pronouncement, he forcefully thrust his hand forward. What appeared to be an ordinary action concealed a formidable wave of spiritual perception, which instantly intensified the pressure on Nando. Just moments ago, he had managed to contend with it thanks to the spiritual energy emanating from the elven castle, but now, the suddenly overwhelming force of perception was not something that could be easily resolved. Jiang Xiaobai silently cursed Insha in his heart, while contemplating his next move. I can only remain here, yet I am of no assistance. What am I to do? After uttering this thought, he reached out once more towards the enigmatic protective barrier. Just as his hand brushed against it, a peculiar notion surfaced. It seemed as though this entity had no intention of repelling him. Reflecting on the earlier incident where Insha had been violently thrust away, Jiang Xiaobai was now entirely convinced of this notion. Then I must contemplate how to escape from here. Since this barrier was forged from Nando's spiritual perception, the solution must lie within the realm of spiritual energy. Having navigated perilous battlegrounds for so long, his intellect had sharpened, and it wasn't long before he uncovered a method to interact with the barrier. If he could extract his own spiritual perception, he should be able to escape. Damn it! How can I detach this spiritual energy from myself? Jiang Xiaobai muttered under his breath, compelling himself to delve into the depths of his own spiritual perception. Can you lend me your aid? With a hint of inquiry in his tone, he hesitantly posed this question while his eyes remained closed. However, as he had anticipated, the spiritual energies offered no response. Alas! Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed in his mind. He hurriedly closed his eyes, meticulously examining his spiritual awareness. A gun, a dark weapon, materialized in the depths of his heart. With a roar, Jiang Xiaobai extended his scarred hand. Again, the sound of a gunshot reverberated, and a flicker of black light shimmered in his palm. Manifest. Jiang Xiaobai tightly grasped that black light, and in the blink of an eye, a black gun materialized in his hand. He had succeeded, yet his heart was devoid of joy. He understood he must find a way to assist Nandu in vanquishing the Insha. Otherwise, should Nandu truly face defeat, the Insha would not regard him with any reverence. Tentatively, he extended the long gun, marveling at how it surged forth without any hindrance. This barrier posed no obstruction to the black gun. Jiang Xiaobai pondered deeply. Since the barrier obstructed him, but not the gun, he had to allow the black gun to accompany him through this barrier. Though the thought was promising, the execution proved daunting. After numerous attempts, various unforeseen circumstances arose. Either his speed was too swift, or the gun's tip moved too quickly. However, time was not a luxury he could afford. Nandu was visibly retreating. And if this continued, he would soon fall to Yuncha Tian. Was this the oppression of spiritual awareness? Although these two words are exceedingly unfamiliar, they undeniably transcend the so-called realms of heaven, earth, and humanity in terms of spiritual perception. Jiang Xiaobai inhaled deeply, a blend of resentment and hope coursing through him as he raised the black gun once more. Break for me. A shadow darted past. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would so effortlessly emerge from this barrier. You shall perish. Just as he was contemplating, the loathsome voice of Insha echoed through the air. Oh no! Gripping the black gun tightly, Jiang Xiaobai stomped forcefully beneath him, propelling himself like a bolt from a crossbow towards Insha. It seemed that the intensity of Jiang Xiaobai's killing intent compelled Insha to turn around, glaring furiously at him. You dare approach me before I have dealt with you? Jiang Xiaobai did not falter. It was not that he lacked the will, but rather that he had yet to attain the earth-level spiritual perception, rendering him unable to soar into the air. Die! He bellowed, and astonishingly, Jiang Xiaobai swung the black gun with fervor. Upon witnessing this, a cold smirk creased Insha's face. Do you truly believe such trifles can harm me? You are hopelessly naive. Yet, the situation was far from what he had envisioned. As the black gun swung forth, Jiang Xiaobai executed a somersault in midair and landed upon the gun's body. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Nando was equally astonished. Had Jiang Xiaobai lost his senses? What madness was this? However, to their utter disbelief, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no hesitation. In the very moment of his descent, he stepped onto the speeding long gun. Whoosh! A surge of ebony radiance emanated from his fingertips. A formidable force capable of breaching an entire citadel, sweeping across the expanse. Struck grievously, Insha coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing the four spirits' convergence array under his control to falter. Now is the moment. Celestial verdant finger. A resplendent golden light. interwoven with crimson hues, assailed the wounded Insha. Seizing the opportune moment, celestial verdant finger, Jiang Xiaobai bit down fiercely on his tongue, the searing pain granting him a fleeting clarity. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he unleashed a mystic art that threatened to drain his very essence. Obsidian light and golden light converged, hemming in Insha from all sides, poised to obliterate him. Mark my words. A violet vortex, the size of a man, materialized behind Insha, whisking him away into the firmament. Utterly drained, Jiang Xiaobai witnessed Insha's vanishing act before plummeting downwards like a bird with broken wings. Halt! Nando bellowed, arresting Jiang Xiaobai's fall. Am I to survive? With these final words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Where am I? Jiang Xiaobai wearily opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by an endless abyss of darkness. Young one, you are awake. It was Nando from before. He was nearby. Jiang Xiaobai scanned his surroundings. Yet Nando remained elusive. With a jolt, Jiang Xiaobai attempted to sit up, but the excruciating pain that coursed through his bones forced him to abandon the effort. Who are you ultimately? He realized that his life was entirely at Nando's mercy, so he decided to ask some questions he had before his impending death. Young man, I am from the great desert of the Forbidden River. The words surfaced in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and he felt a bit puzzled. Then why did you come to this elven forest? Jiang Xiaobai roared, but the pain in his chest forced his voice to weaken. Don't lie to me. Who exactly are you? Nando sighed, still not appearing. Chapter 22. Past glory, let me tell you a story. As soon as the words fell, Nando began to speak regardless of whether Jiang Xiaobai wanted to listen or not. A long, long time ago, in a prehistoric era, many inexplicable creatures appeared for no apparent reason. Some of these creatures had fish heads and human bodies, while others had bull heads and horse faces. In short, they looked extremely strange. At that time, our human ancestors gave them a name, the demon race. Originally, we thought that the demon race just wanted to share their residence with them, but unexpectedly, they began to kill people. At this point, Nando also appeared in a cloud of slowly rising black mist. The human ancestors had thought about resisting, but those demons were extremely powerful and even had the ability to ride the wind and melt into water. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt chills all over his body. Could it be that the stories about the demon race in the Ancient Sword Sect are true? Nando seemed to have telepathy and, after glancing at Jiang Xiaobai, knew exactly what he was thinking. That's right. Those stories about the demon race are not just myths in the mouths of storytellers. Having discarded his cloak, Nando's countenance bore faint, betraying traces of his past. Insha has broken the seal of the Forbidden River. He is a traitor to our forbidden desert. He paused, then continued. But let us not delve into that now, for it may be beyond your comprehension. I must impart the most crucial matter to you. The two visages remained locked in a silent, seemingly eternal gaze. Jiang Xiaobai, unable to endure the unsettling awkwardness any longer, broke the silence, inquiring, You still have not elucidated who you truly are. Nando simply shook his head, replying, Knowing my true identity now would not serve you well. However, I can tell you that you must remain vigilant and trust no one from the elven forest. Above all, do not fall into his clutches, lest he offer you as tribute to the Forbidden River. As the words left his lips, Jiang Xiaobai erupted in laughter, a sound tinged with desolation and helplessness. Why tell me all this? He questioned. Nando did not hesitate, continuing, Young man, if I were to slay him, I would perish as well. What would transpire if I were captured now? With an air of nonchalance, Nando stated, You are the only individual in both the Forbidden Desert and the Elven Forest who is not a physical cultivator. This is precisely why you have garnered his attention. A sense of vindication flickered in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes as he declared, My existence is intertwined with the survival of your Forbidden Desert? Only then did Nando's expression shift, revealing a frigidity akin to that of an iceberg, capable of freezing all it beheld. If you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you. However, even if you are captured, it does not imply that we, the inhabitants of the vast desert, are devoid of hope. What do you mean? Jiang Xiaobai tilted his head like a deflated balloon, uttering weakly, Heaven seeks to doom me. Why do you say that? Nando, intrigued, retracted his previously indifferent demeanor, adopting a more stoic expression. You brought me to this unknown place merely to end my life, did you not? Nando could not help but chuckle. Who claims I intend to kill you? I have no desire to bring about your demise. Jiang Xiaobai cast a puzzled glance in his direction and inquired, I do not comprehend anything you have said. Could you please enlighten me on what I should do next? Nando simply smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed. At last, you have managed to capture this young man. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, maintaining his position on the ground as he gazed at the inky expanse that could scarcely be deemed a sky. Since you have secured him, let us proceed. Nando nodded and turned to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, Do not fixate on uncovering my identity, for you remain somewhat feeble at present. Furthermore, allow me to impart one more piece of information. To awaken the spirit within you, you must venture into the enchanted forest to seek a certain object. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire about the meaning of that statement, he noticed that Nando had abruptly vanished. Just like that. Before his very eyes, he had disappeared without a sound, leaving him bewildered, unable to discern how he had done so. Young man, have you heard what Nando said? If you wish to save others, you must first strive to survive yourself. Jiang Xiaobai's already furrowed brow tightened further, as if he could crush a small insect between them. Do you not realize that person is the leader of the Forbidden River Desert? The voice echoed once more, faint and unclear. The leader of the Forbidden River Desert? What is that? Yet the voice fell silent, leaving Jiang Xiaobai as the sole vibrant soul amidst this dark, unknown expanse. Who are you? Jiang Xiaobai shouted, suddenly aware that the overwhelming despair which had gripped him earlier had dissipated. He sprang up from the ground, vigilant and scanning his surroundings. I am but a lingering remnant of Nando. Curiosity had long consumed me as to why you, a non-cultivator, could traverse the Blood River barrier at the periphery of the Forbidden River Desert. It turns out you harbor a remarkably powerful soul within you. Now, Jiang Xiaobai grasped at the void, and a black spear materialized before him, the very weapon residing in his sea of consciousness. He had no time to ponder why his control over spiritual perception was becoming increasingly adept. His sole focus was preserving his life. I never expected you could manifest a body weapon. It appears that those who attract Nando's attention are indeed extraordinary. The voice let out a sigh, continuing, Though I may not possess the prowess of my true form, this is my territory, and you shall remain seated obediently. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Xiaobai felt a tumult in his sea of consciousness, and the black spear in his hand shattered into swirling black mist. I do not wish to know your identity. Yet could you perhaps grant me some respite? Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realizing that an assertive inquiry would yield no fruitful response. Thus he embarked on a protracted journey of subtle insinuations. Why should I grant you reprieve? The voice inquired, clearly intrigued by Jiang Xiaobai's predicament. Is it merely for the sake of vengeance? Such a trifling reason is insufficient in my eyes. Jiang Xiaobai lowered his gaze, remaining silent for an extended period. Suddenly, the voice bore a weight reminiscent of history itself, solemnly proclaiming, Before you present a compelling reason for my release, allow me to recount a tale. Jiang Xiaobai felt a tinge of exasperation. Why should an outsider like him be privy to a story? Nevertheless, the more he learned, the better. So he nodded and settled quietly on the ground. Due to the injuries sustained by his arm, which could not be remedied through surgery, the elders of the Forbidden River Army had suggested he pursue physical cultivation for healing. However, the figure in white had declined, making no demands whatsoever. His second recorded mention emerged during the first great crisis of the Forbidden River Army, despite the records being somewhat incomplete. Typically, they would refuse to accept a one-armed individual. Yet the texts indicate that his inaugural appointment was as a senior physical cultivator. Upon the conclusion of this tedious narrative, Jiang Xiaobai found himself invigorated rather than drowsy. Are you implying that the entity referred to as the Southern Dipper is indeed the same individual chronicled in that ancient tome? The voice chuckled. Akin to an elder conversing with an inexperienced junior, young one, the commander chronicled indeed possesses remarkable prowess. In that fleeting moment of silence, Jiang Xiaobai sensed an opportunity and seized it, inquiring, "With so many individuals in this world, why must I bear the brunt of such unforeseen circumstances?" The voice replied, "There are matters I cannot disclose at this time. When you attain true strength, I shall enlighten you." Suddenly, from the darkness behind, a sound of something soaring through the air reached Jiang Xiaobai's ears. He turned, almost instinctively, and reached out to grasp the object. The commander of the Forbidden River Army is missing an arm? Then why does the one known as Nandu still possess his right arm? Are they not the same person? Why, then, do I harbor such an odd sensation towards him? Jiang Xiaobai found his own reaction amusing. Surely, I cannot be developing feelings for him. He chuckled softly to himself, yet the next moment his expression turned serious. Nevertheless, the peculiar feeling persists. Darkness enveloped him, an endless expanse devoid of boundaries. Jiang Xiaobai fell into contemplation, his innate fear of the dark becoming undeniably evident. Just as he felt on the verge of despair, the voice resumed, "Ah, I nearly forgot to send you off. There is so much to attend to. It's all a blur. What does it mean that there is too much to handle?" Yet, the book in his hand constantly reminded him that this was no dream. It had truly transpired. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. Jiang Xiaobai recited a line from an ancient text he had encountered, simultaneously comforting himself as he opened the book. This tome was entirely black. In stark contrast to the earlier volume, the War God's Manual, which at least bore inscriptions. This book, however, was devoid of any writing whatsoever, resembling the legendary Book of No Words. Jiang Xiaobai found himself genuinely perplexed. How was he to cultivate his spiritual perception with a book that contained not a single character? Surely, it must possess an esoteric technique far beyond that of an ordinary manuscript. Could it be that only through spiritual perception could its secrets be unveiled? With this thought, he let out a soft sigh. In this enchanted forest, spiritual perception was essential, a stark departure from the continent he once inhabited. Jiang Xiaobai quieted his mind and closed his eyes, subtly channeling the limited spiritual energy within him toward his eyes. In the darkness, the flickering black energy, resembling embers, began to move slowly under the guidance of his consciousness. Suddenly, the furrowed lines on his forehead smoothed as, aided by his spiritual perception, he finally discerned the contents inscribed within the blank book. "Thunderstorm cloud cover," he murmured softly. Such a fierce name surely belied immense power. This technique was a terrestrial-grade body training method, utilizing one's own spiritual perception to summon the profound thunder of the heavens, infusing it into the spear. With a sweep, mountains and rivers would shatter. With a second sweep, the heavens and earth would lose their color. How remarkably formidable! Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel, wondering if he could ever master such a formidable spiritual art. Earthgrade? Why Earthgrade? He shook his head, ceasing to ponder matters beyond his comprehension. Turning to the final page, a dense array of minuscule characters covered the small area. Shattering sky palm, divinity, sealing leg. 2 more spiritual arts. Yet their names alone suggested they were far inferior to the thunderstorm cloud felt he had just seen. It was best to select what he could realistically learn. One could not achieve greatness in a single bound. The principle of not biting off more than one could chew was well understood by Jiang Xiaobai. He lacked confidence in his own talent, viewing himself merely as a crude murderer, ill-suited for such mentally demanding tasks. "Young man, it seems you have deciphered the method to view this book." It was the Nether River commander, Nandu. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of tension, realizing he was currently unable to stand, remaining in his squatting position. The voice ceased there, and despite Jiang Xiaobai's repeated cries, it did not return. The Trial of the Brave. Jiang Xiaobai contemplated the name, finding it strangely familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. What exactly was this Trial of the Brave? And why would someone as formidable as Yin Sha potentially participate? Nanda said that victory would grant any desired object. So could he potentially obtain the means to awaken Ruan Sen? Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the nature of what lay before him, nor did he harbor any desire to uncover its essence. His sole ambition was to cultivate his strength, to become impervious to being wielded as a pawn by others. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where the crimson hues of twilight reflected fiercely in his eyes. The reddened orbs echoed a resolute defiance, intertwined with an awakening bloodlust. One day, when the dragon ascends, I shall contest the heavens for dominion. This singular proclamation unveiled his true nature, as a living embodiment of Ashura began to stir. The first step on this journey was to master these two seemingly simple spiritual techniques. Jiang Xiaobai opened the tome and, to his astonishment, began to study with a calm demeanor. The shattering sky palm, a technique to fortify physical strength, to connect with spiritual perception, and to confront adversaries head-on. Upon reaching this passage, Jiang Xiaobai inhaled deeply. Engaging in a direct physical confrontation simply entailed determining who could withstand more punishment. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of that fateful day when Nando clashed with Insha. If Nando dared to engage in such a brutal exchange, then his physical prowess must be of an extraordinary caliber. Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, as clarity dawned upon him regarding the cultivation of this technique. With a gaze that trembled slightly, he turned his attention back to the book. Endurance. Merely 3 words. Yet they struck him like a bucket of icy water, dousing his very soul. How was one to practice this? Silently, he looked up at the sky. Yet soon a glimmer of tenacity flickered in his eyes. Endurance, after all, was the essence of the practice, and he resolved to undertake it. With a defiant posture, he pivoted and strode towards the azure vortex of space. The second day. The third day. Amidst the desolate expanse of the forbidden river desert, reverberating cries echoed intermittently, punctuated by violent collisions. Perish. A dark silhouette stamped heavily upon the sandy ground, the howling wind swirling around him, the scattered sand doing little to obscure his vision, but rather intensifying his fighting spirit. Bang! Another impact, and as the sandstorm subsided, the true form of the mountainous creature was revealed. It was a wolf, its azure eyes still stained with the youth's blood, its bristling fur rendering it akin to a porcupine. Still not vanquished? Then I shall resort to my spiritual sense. This youth was none other than Jiang Xiaobai. Half a month of hellish physical training had left his body riddled with wounds of varying sizes, yet this caused him no discomfort. Rather, it stirred within him a faint sense of elation. What once required a day's worth of swordplay now only demanded 3 punches. Merely 3 punches. See if you still live. Black's spiritual sense rapidly coalesced in his right hand, soon transforming into burning flames. Jiang Xiaobai leaped, his fist imbued not only with spiritual sense, but also with killing intent. Bang! As if a mountain had crumbled, the wolf collapsed to the ground, wisps of black smoke emanating from the spot where Jiang Xiaobai had struck. Why are the wolves here so difficult to subdue? They are far more robust than those inland. Jiang Xiaobai licked his lips, the warlike fervor in his eyes not yet fully dissipated. He craved a true opponent, one who could truly challenge him. The creatures here no longer evoked the initial thrill and excitement within him. Old Yang, I still remember you. That individual resurfaced in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. I am now worlds apart from who I once was. I am no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. Even if I cannot wield spiritual power, my spiritual perception remains remarkably acute. Jiang Xiaobai inhaled deeply, a wisp of dark energy gradually materializing in his hand. And with a swift motion, a black spear manifested from the void. Could this be the corporeal artifact described in that tome? Over the past fortnight, Jiang Xiaobai had not only thoroughly perused the book left by Nando, but had also meticulously studied the enigmatic black book that the previous Insha had bequeathed to him. A corporeal artifact can only be conjured by those who cultivate their physical form. Once a person dies, so too does their artifact. However, what perplexed Jiang Xiaobai was the assertion in the Black Book that only those with spiritual perception at the Earth tier or higher could materialize spiritual artifacts. And yet he was able to do so, which was somewhat inexplicable. He certainly did not naively believe he had attained the Earth tier of physical cultivation. According to Jiang Xiaobai's research on spiritual perception, the distinctions among the realms of heaven, earth, and man merely reflect the strength of an individual's body. The greater the strength, the more favorable one's future cultivation will be. The true essence of cultivation lies in the level of spiritual perception, Each tier presents insurmountable barriers. The earlier stages are relatively manageable, yet upon reaching the Earth tier, unless one encounters fortuitous circumstances, they may find themselves forever ensnared at that pinnacle, unable to transcend it in their lifetime. What, then, is the situation with the body technique in my hands? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head once more, uttering a self-deprecating laugh. If I could cultivate to the Earth level, I would be utterly content. Even if I were to remain at this level for eternity, I would accept it willingly. With the 2-month deadline approaching, the trial of the brave was imminent. I ought to hasten to learn the thunderstorm cloud mat. One must possess a safeguard for survival. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, reflecting on the arduous journey of mastering the shattered sky palm and the ceiling god leg. He could hardly fathom the grueling nature of this more formidable body cultivation technique. Indeed, after perusing the detailed explanation, he could not help but smile ruefully. The thunderstorm cloud mat required the use of a spear to attract lightning, enveloping a trace of lightning essence with one's spiritual perception, and then releasing it all at once. It appeared deceptively simple, yet only after Jiang Xiaobai attempted it on a rainy day did he realize that a moment's miscontrol could be fatal. He vividly remembered that time he brandished the spear, leaping skyward, only to be struck by a descending silver lightning bolt before he could condense his spiritual perception upon the spear's body, leaving him charred and tender. The recollection sent a shiver down his spine. Being struck by lightning was no trifling matter. It seemed there were no alternative methods of cultivation. Moreover, this was indeed an Earth-level body technique. Relinquishing it would be a grave loss. Body cultivation is categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. And spiritual perception is similarly divided into various ranks. The cosmos is a tapestry of profound mysteries, each level distinguished by high, middle, and low tiers. Though merely a single character separates them, within the same realm of spiritual perception, 3 individuals possessing advanced yellow-level awareness would find themselves utterly at the mercy of one with merely a low-level black awareness. Such a slight difference feels as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. I must master this spiritual perception. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Moreover, my body has grown far stronger since my initial attempt at this technique, so I should face no significant issues now. At that moment, the distant heavens resonated with thunder, and a sly smile crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he surged forward. The booming thunder echoed throughout the firmament, yet it did nothing to deter Jiang Xiaobai's resolve. I shall now test just how formidable your thunder truly is. Standing proudly amidst the vast expanse, Jiang Xiaobai, clad in a flowing black robe, appeared almost ethereal. Boom! Here it comes. Jiang Xiaobai steadied the tumultuous emotions of excitement and trepidation within him, his gaze fixed intently on the increasingly close, shimmering silver clouds. With a determined stomp, the ground fractured beneath his feet, a testament to the immense force he unleashed. A shadow darted skyward, leaving a fleeting trail through the clouds. Thunderstorm cloud canopy. Jiang Xiaobai bellowed, thrusting his spear with all his might, as the silver lightning struck precisely at its tip. A wave of tingling sensation enveloped his body. Yet it was far preferable to the charred state he had endured during his first encounter. Upon the black barrel of the gun, faint flashes of silver lightning flickered, and upon closer inspection, one could even discern delicate arcs of electricity dancing about. With a surge of concentrated spiritual awareness, I unleashed a powerful grip upon the lightning emanating from the gun's body, forcefully hurling forth a torrent of silver lightning from its tip. It was not until the momentum dissipated that I began descending. Thud! The tremendous impact of Jiang Xiaobai's landing caused the ground to fracture widely around him. This technique was undeniably formidable. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. My spiritual awareness had been utterly depleted. It was evident that such power could not be summoned without a life-or-death situation. With a wry smile, I shook my head and continued, moreover, this storm cloud technique cannot be wielded at any moment. Without lightning, it is utterly ineffective. Lying on my back, I found it difficult to calm my racing thoughts. Fortunately, I had not recklessly plunged into this technique from the outset. Otherwise, without the shattering sky palm and the divine seal leg, my fate would have been dire. Sighing deeply, I shut my eyes, preparing to rest. It was not that I did not desire a more suitable place to recuperate, but in my current state of utter exhaustion, I had no choice but to concede. I could not tell how long I had been asleep when I finally opened my eyes. The stars scattered across the night sky sparkled like pearls embedded in a dark canvas, captivating my gaze. Surely, there couldn't be a soul in this enchanted forest. With a subdued sigh, Jiang Xiaobai rose from the ground, the black gun in his hand having vanished. A consequence of the spiritual exhaustion incurred by the deployment of the thunderstorm cloud felt. Now, he mused, I must partake in the trial of the brave. Enshrouding himself in his black robe, Jiang Xiaobai ventured into the desolate expanse of the grassland. A sweeping tempest of yellow sand assailed him, obscuring his vision. How can such a violent sandstorm occur within this forest? Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet, at that moment, a familiar roar resonated through the air. The three-clawed green serpent. With a sudden turn, he beheld the colossal entity hurtling directly towards him. Damnation, of all times, it chooses now to appear. To engage in battle without visual confirmation of the enemy's position is a cardinal sin in warfare, a principle well ingrained in Jiang Xiaobai, a veteran of numerous conflicts. However, the green serpent's relentless advance left Jiang Xiaobai no avenue for retreat. He was left with no choice other than to brace himself. No matter, I shall stake it all. Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth, his body slightly lowered, before launching himself with prodigious force towards the green serpent. Shattering sky palm, his right hand, enveloped in black spiritual energy, resembled a blazing meteorite, emanating an aura of grim determination. Roar! The green serpent, seemingly cognizant of the formidable adversary before it, abruptly altered its trajectory at the precipice of their collision. Though his strike missed its mark, Jiang Xiaobai remained undeterred, for if mythical creatures were so easily vanquished, they would not have ascended to the status of national symbols. Deification leg. After half a month of rigorous training, Jiang Xiaobai had mastered not only the shattered sky palm, but also the leg technique known as the divine leg. With an aura that subtly surpassed that of the shattered sky palm, he delivered a powerful kick to the emerald python. The beast let out a piercing scream that nearly rendered Jiang Xiaobai deaf. Gently landing on the ground, he slowly approached the fallen emerald python, a black long spear materializing in his grasp, exuding an undeniable aura of murderous intent that sent chills deep into the hearts of all present. You clever serpent. Thinking you could flee when faced with defeat? Jiang Xiaobai declared, aiming the spear at the python's head from his elevated position. Yet your grave mistake lies in provoking me. We have no grievances, but your intent to kill has crossed my threshold. As his words echoed, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted from his being, causing the surrounding grassland to tremble unevenly. I do not comprehend what you beasts seek, but let me make this clear. Humanity is not so easily trifled with. Surprisingly, the python did not roar in defiance but instead emitted a low whimper, its massive eyes reflecting a glimmer of pleading. Are you still not departing? Jiang Xiaobai urged, directing the spear's tip mere inches from the python's horn. If you do not leave now, I shall slay you. However, what transpired next was beyond Jiang Xiaobai's expectations. The python's foreclaws scraped the ground desperately, and in an instant, its entire head lunged forward, impaling itself upon the black spear. Evidently, the serpent had exerted its utmost strength, as evidenced by the complete perforation of its head by the sable firearm. The sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that Jiang Xiaobai was left in a state of bewilderment. It was only when the verdant ichor cascaded from the gun's muzzle onto the verger that the gravity of the situation began to dawn on him. With furrowed brows, Jiang Xiaobai remained incredulous, struggling to comprehend the serpent's seemingly irrational behavior. After considerable deliberation, he could only surmise that the creature had suffered a lapse in judgment. Casting his gaze downwards, he contemplated the ebony weapon in his grasp, a poignant sense of bitterness welling up within him. You, like myself, must have been ostracized by your kin, forced into solitary exile, he mused. Releasing his grip, the black gun dissipated into wisps of inky vapor, vanishing into the ether. Allow me, then, to extend a final act of benevolence and enter you in the manner of my people. Under the cloak of night. An almost comical tableau unfolded upon the prairie. A youth, laboring with arduous slowness, dragging a serpentine carcass of disproportionate magnitude. You are indeed a weighty burden, he muttered. Were it not for my cultivation of spiritual awareness, I would be incapable of such a feat. Jiang Xiaobai's concentration intensified, his right hand materializing the black gun from thin air. While a serpent posed a manageable threat, a dragon would undoubtedly spell disaster. And if this were the mythical dragon, his fate would be sealed. The sonorous emanation differed from that of a serpent, surpassing even the aura of the dragon he had previously encountered, intimating that this could indeed be a dragon. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt his back drenched in cold sweat. However, this creature possessed only 3 claws, which was fundamentally not. Before he could finish his thought, a wave of confusion washed over him. For the originally 3-clawed entity had inexplicably transformed into a 5-clawed one. It was over. This truly was a dragon. A sense of despair began to envelop his heart, a feeling so profound that it disrupted his very core, causing the weapon in his hand to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. The ominous presence, upon realizing the draconic power within Nando, exhibited an involuntary fear. How formidable a true dragon must be, a being of such celestial proportions. What to do? What to do? Jiang Xiaobai cried out to the heavens, wishing for someone to resolve this predicament, yet he understood the futility of such hope. In light of this, he resolved to act without hesitation. After all, the dragon clan would surely remain oblivious to his role in the demise of their kin. With a cold snort, Jiang Xiaobai summoned the black spear from his inner realm and thrust it forward. A resonating hum echoed in his ears, inducing a powerful wave of dizziness. Roar. Once again, the sound of the dragon's roar reverberated. In an instant, thunder rumbled as dark storm clouds gathered ominously overhead. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Xiaobai let out a fierce shout and plunged the gleaming silver-black spear down with all his might. Crack! The sound was akin to lightning striking a colossal tree, and a tremendous resistance surged back from the spear's tip. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xiaobai exerted even more force, driving the spear forward. At last, the spearhead pierced through the golden light and embedded itself into the dragon's head. In that instant, silence enveloped everything, followed by a surge of golden light that soared into the heavens. In that moment, he resembled a novice enduring the tempest of the thunderclouds, relying solely on his indomitable willpower to sustain himself. Although the distance was merely 10 zhong, to him, it felt more arduous than scaling the heavens. Jiang Xiaobai gently crouched down, a surge of spiritual awareness enveloping his feet as he suddenly ascended from the ground. The divine leg. It is likely that the creator of this spiritual technique never anticipated that this offensive spell could also serve as a sprinting skill. In midair, Jiang Xiaobai, taking advantage of his altitude, beheld the dragon in its entirety. A golden horn majestically perched atop the azure dragon's head, complemented by its dazzling 5 claws, proclaiming to the world that this was indeed a genuine dragon. Go! Jiang Xiaobai bellowed, his entire body plummeting towards the ground like an arrow released from its bowstring. This. He blinked, gently prodding at the dragon's claw with the black spear in his hand, only to swiftly leap back a zhong, as if a cat had been singed by fire. Yet, this time, his doubts were unfounded. The dragon was truly lifeless. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Jiang Xiaobai released his grip on the spear, which dissipated into nothingness. He extended his hand, cautiously placing it against the dragon's horn, and in that moment, an overwhelming surge of ferocious energy coursed through him. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire body tingling, rendering him unable to withdraw his hand, as he could only endure the force with unwavering resolve. After what felt like the duration of half a stick of incense, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided. Could it be that this spiritual awareness is indeed absorbable? Yet, he soon sensed an unsettling inconsistency. The youth who had vanquished the Azure Flood Dragon had not managed to harness its energy. Was it possible that only I possessed the ability to absorb energy and spiritual awareness? He recalled Ruan Sen's words, "I have reshaped your spiritual awareness." With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head and let out a cold chuckle. If that were truly the case, the Ancient Sword Sect would be in for a tumultuous upheaval. This was not mere arrogance. Consider the implications of one individual claiming the abilities of others. Such a person would undoubtedly progress at a pace far surpassing that of their peers, destined to become a formidable force in due time. Since you are not a dragon, I need not fear being hunted by your kin any longer. With that parting remark, Jiang Xiaobai walked away, hands clasped behind his back. From this day forth, the forthcoming days would be dedicated to the hunt. On the second day, and then the third. The relentless cycle of slaughter did not instill in him any sense of weariness. Rather, it imbued him with a profound sense of dominion over the lives of others. "Come," he beckoned, absorbing the energy of the recently slain green python, clenching his fists. He felt his spiritual awareness within his heart swell even stronger. This was merely the mid-level of the profound stage, still somewhat feeble. Such a bizarre method of augmenting spiritual awareness invigorated his already combative spirit, propelling him from the low ranks of the yellow stage to the mid-level of the profound stage in a mere 10 days. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, then lifted his gaze towards the heavens. "The augmentation of my perception is decelerating markedly. Therefore, I must seek more potent entities." His gaze drifted towards the distant castle. After a 2-day journey, Jiang Xiaobai finally arrived before the castle. "Elven Citadel," Jiang Xiaobai murmured. Disregarding the astonished gazes around him, he exclaimed, "I have finally arrived. It is nigh upon us, and I must hasten." The towering ramparts exuded a majesty that profoundly resonated within Jiang Xiaobai's heart. He had initially believed the Ancient Sword Sect to be sufficiently prosperous, yet it paled in comparison to the Elven Citadel. Jiang Xiaobai wryly shook his head and strode towards the city gates. "Halt!" An elderly woman's voice suddenly interjected as Jiang Xiaobai approached the city wall, poised to cross it. "Venerable elder, may I assist you?" The old woman surveyed her surroundings, ensuring they were not observed, before slowly uttering, "Young man, judging by your demeanor, you are here to partake in the trial of the brave, are you not?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded. "For those who ventured here were unlikely to be idle. I shall confide in you, but you must not divulge this to another," the old woman whispered after Jiang Xiaobai's affirmation. "The trial of the brave is not solely predicated on prowess." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the city gates with suspicion, as if attempting to penetrate the barriers and peer directly into the Elven Citadel. "Venerable elder, what do you imply?" Jiang Xiaobai bent down and gently placed several low-grade spirit stones into an old bowl before continuing to inquire. "At least you have a shred of conscience." "Not wasting my efforts." The old crone paused, glanced at the quantity of spirit stones in front of her, and then spoke slowly. "I have lingered in this enchanted castle for decades, and each year, throngs of individuals come to partake in the enrollment ceremony." Alas, after her words trailed off, silence enveloped the air. Just as Jiang Xiaobai prepared to ask further, he noticed the crone's gaze fixated on the worn bowl. Who was Jiang Xiaobai? Such trivial matters were not lost on him. He promptly retrieved a handful of low-grade spirit stones, no fewer than 20 or 30, and deposited them into the bowl. "Heh, young man, you shall not regret acquiring this information." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. The peculiar name of this place was as enigmatic as the voice in the space had suggested. "Young man, to venture here without even hearing the tales of this locale. You truly possess remarkable audacity." The old woman regarded Jiang Xiaobai with profound significance, gently shaking her head. "I have merely heard whispers from others. For the specifics, I must implore you to enlighten me." As she spoke, she slowly assisted the elderly woman seated on the ground, saying, "Let us find a place to converse while we dine." Though he was no longer the esteemed disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, remnants of the spirit stones earned in the dark alleys still lingered upon him. "Young man, you possess keen insight. You shall undoubtedly achieve great success in the future." Jiang Xiaobai found this amusing and chuckled softly, shaking his head. The old woman, as if divining Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, leisurely poured herself a cup of tea and remarked, "Judging by your refined discourse, magnanimous demeanor, and the subtle aura of regality that surrounds you, I surmise you must be a person of utmost eminence." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was immediately taken aback. "No one here should be privy to my identity as the Grand Disciple," he mused, "even though it is merely a title. Wang Tian, the only one who knew, was eliminated by my own hand. In theory, there should have been no leak." "Pray, do not be alarmed," the old woman continued. "It was merely a conjecture. If I am mistaken, I trust you will not take offense." With that, she closed her eyes, assuming the air of a transcendent sage. Jiang Xiaobai stared at the teacup for an extended moment, remaining silent until the old woman abruptly struck the cup, shattering it upon the ground. "What's amiss? What's amiss?" The noodle shop proprietor, startled by the noise and fearing a disturbance, hastily rushed over. Somewhat bewildered by the old woman's sudden action, Jiang Xiaobai offered the proprietor a shallow bow, saying, "My apologies, proprietor. I inadvertently broke your teacup. We shall, of course, provide compensation." Visibly relieved, the proprietor exhaled and responded, "Ah, young sir, what are you saying? Your patronage is a blessing in itself. It is fortunate that the shards did not injure your hand. How could I possibly accept payment? Old woman, pray tell, what ailed you just now?" The elderly woman snorted coldly twice and inquired, "Have you noticed anything peculiar about the innkeeper?" Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback and fell silent. "What do you mean by that?" "The innkeeper seems quite amiable," he replied. The old woman let out a derisive laugh and cautioned, "You mustn't consume the 2 bowls of noodles that will be served shortly." Once the waiter departed, Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized the bowls for quite some time, yet he found nothing amiss. "Old woman, there appears to be nothing wrong with these bowls of noodles," he said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded her. The old woman sighed and shook her head, saying, "It seems you are still quite oblivious to the nuances of this world. I truly wonder how you managed to arrive here." Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat astonished but refrained from interrupting her. "Watch closely," the old woman whispered, then extended her hand forcefully into one of the bowls, much to Jiang Xiaobai's bewilderment. "Grandmother, you." He was perplexed by her sudden action, and her previous behavior only deepened his sense of unease. The old woman waved her hand to silence him, then drew out a hand stained with filth from the bowl, gently declaring, "Look at what lies within this bowl." Slowly opening her palm revealed a crimson insect, no larger than half a finger. This, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by the unexpected discovery within the bowl, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 25. The elderly matriarch Cheng Rui at that moment. The scene was nothing short of a bloodbath, shrouded in darkness. Yet, a human organization known as the Forbidden River Army rose abruptly, leading the people in a steadfast resistance against the onslaught of the Demon King. As the elderly woman recounted this tale, she suddenly paused, her eyes sparkling with a fierce light that pierced Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. "Surely, you have heard this story before, haven't you?" Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before responding, "I have heard storytellers mention it. Is it truly real?" Regardless of the matriarch's true identity, it would be prudent to withhold certain information until he fully understood her intentions. The elderly woman closed her eyes once more and spoke slowly. "The leader of the Forbidden River Army was indeed a remarkable hero, sacrificing his own abilities to seal away the Demon King. The name of the army's leader, Nando, instantly surfaced in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, along with the tales of his exploits. "What troubles you, young man? You appear rather unwell," the matriarch inquired, though her expression bore no excessive concern, giving no hint of worry for Jiang Xiaobai's state. "It's nothing, just pondering other matters," he replied dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the question. The elderly woman did not press further, merely nodding before continuing. "This place is called the Elven Castle because it relies on the elves to seal a portion of the Demon King's power." Jiang Xiaobai was now thoroughly bewildered. "This place seals the power of the Demon King?" The elderly woman emitted a scornful snort, then continued, "Young man, a portion of the Elven Citadel's power has gradually augmented by virtue of some of the Demon King's sealed abilities." Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. "Granny, hasn't the Demon King already shattered the seal and escaped?" As soon as the words were uttered, Jiang Xiaobai sensed the piercing gaze of the old woman directed at him. He promptly waved his hands, saying, "Please, don't be agitated. I merely overheard it from storytellers." Upon hearing this, the old woman's gaze softened, and she said softly, "Indeed. That is correct. However, it seems he was purportedly sealed once more by the Forbidden River Army." Nendo, Jiang Xiaobai jolted, and a figure abruptly materialized in his mind. He murmured to himself. The old woman seemed to have heard something Jiang Xiaobai said, but she did not reveal any significant expression, continuing to sip her tea with a serene countenance. "You jest, surely? How could old Yang? Since you encountered Yang Lifa, you must have also encountered the individual clad in black robes." The old woman, seemingly anticipating Jiang Xiaobai's reaction, merely set down her teacup and uttered a faint remark towards Jiang Xiaobai's rear. "Now that you have arrived, reveal yourselves." Swoosh, swoosh. Several sounds of air being torn apart echoed from behind. Jiang Xiaobai instantly turned around. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual sense erupted forth, and a black body weapon materialized from thin air, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the small noodle shop. "Heh, lad. I didn't anticipate you would survive." The voice was eerily familiar. Indeed, it was the old Yang. As the black mist gradually dissipated, an exceedingly recognizable figure emerged before Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. "Old Yang, why have you done this?" The old man chuckled wickedly and replied, "Why have I acted thus? I am uncertain. I merely follow orders. Therefore, after you perish and become a ghost, do not seek me out. Find someone else instead." Jiang Xiaobai, instead of being angered, smiled. "Do you believe I am still the person I once was? If you wish to take my life, then it remains to be seen whether your bite is strong enough to consume me. You speak with great bravado. Yet allow me to inform you that you are utterly inept." Suddenly, he appeared to recall something regarding old Yang and his companions with a look of enlightenment. "Old Yang, do you not think your words are rather belated? The fragmented sky palm, the divine leg, and the thunderclouds that shatter mountains and rocks, such feats are beyond the capabilities of a mere wastrel. I initially considered you an ordinary individual, one easily disposed of, and intended to abandon you in the elven forest to fend for yourself." Yet, old Yang sighed bitterly, a trace of desolation evident in his voice. "Who would have thought you would fortuitously survive?" An elderly woman slowly rose, stepping out from behind Jiang Xiaobai. Her withered yet vibrant eyes fixated intently on Yang Lifa, who remained silent for an extended moment. "Why? How can you still be alive?" Yang Lifa's voice now resonated with horror, starkly contrasting his previous arrogance. "If you can survive, then why can I not? You have followed Yin Sha and betrayed everything. Do you not deserve death?" The old woman retorted, yet her tone bore no hint of inquiry, instead exuding a palpable aura of menace. "You," Jiang Xiaobai began, but the elderly matron raised her hand to silence him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yang Lifa's figure. "The answer to your question will soon be revealed." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, stepping back. The old woman closed her eyes and spoke. "Yang Lifa, I recall that it was you who deserved death back then." Although Yang Lifa appeared unscathed, his voice still resonated with an intense fear that Jiang Xiaobai could not fully comprehend. "Humph, Cheng Rui. Do not forget that I now pledge my loyalty to Lord Yin Sha of the Mo Sect." It seemed this old crone was named Cheng Rui, and from their exchange, it appeared that these two were acquainted. Furthermore, Yang Lifa appeared to be a subordinate of Yin Sha. Jiang Xiaobai pondered silently, intrigued by the nature of their relationship. "Do not forget your original intentions, you old scoundrel Yang Lifa. Do you still remember the poison oath we took upon entering the association?" Cheng Rui appeared irate, the sinews on her withered hands standing out in sharp relief. Yang Lifa merely chuckled, the fear he had previously exhibited towards Cheng Rui seemingly dissipating. "Old Witch Ching, let us not forget that you were the first to flee back then." Upon hearing this, Cheng Rui, filled with fury, deflated like a punctured balloon, falling into a prolonged silence. Yang Lifa, however, showed no signs of relenting, maintaining his aggressive demeanor. "Old witch, you were the first to swear that deadly oath. And you were also the first to flee when the Demon King invaded the Elven Forest. I truly cannot fathom why you made such a vow." Cheng Rui now appeared as though she had aged another decade, her once dim eyes now utterly lifeless. It was a promise to Lord Nandu. She murmured with a faint smile. Yang Lifa let out a bitter chuckle. What promise? In the face of life and death, all promises are meaningless. Isn't that right? At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Yang Lifa. No, you're wrong. Not everything is less important than life. Cheng Rui, still smiling, yet with no hint of restraint in her tone, said, Then let this old woman see what abilities you possess that make Yang Lifa take you so seriously. Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly, his smile faint, but his body flashed forward like a thunderbolt. Child's play, Yang Lifa sneered, a swirl of purple energy forming in his hand before he hurled it forward. Sky shatter. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. With such meager spiritual awareness, you dare to shatter the sky? Delusional. The purple vortex clashed violently with the black figure, unleashing a torrential surge of energy that shook the small noodle shop. Boy, I didn't expect you to actually cultivate spiritual awareness. Yang Lifa was somewhat surprised but remained unflustered. However, you stand no chance against me. Is that so? Yang Lifa perceived Jiang Xiaobai's stern visage looming ever larger, as a profound spiritual awareness erupted from within him, shattering sky palm. Clash. Without the slightest impediment. Yang Lifa simply endured Jiang Xiaobai's spirit art, potent enough to shatter stone, with his very body. I told you, you haven't a chance. Yang Lifa chuckled ominously, as another vortex of violet energy materialized in his other palm with such alacrity that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Purple chi descends. Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon the increasingly immense orb in Yang Lifa's hand with a grave expression, showing no sign of underestimation. For he knew that Yang Lifa's spiritual perception was beyond his present capacity to withstand. Then I'm left with no choice but to resort to trickery. However, there was no time to prepare such stratagems, as the immense orb hurtled towards him. Break! Yang Lifa roared, causing Jiang Xiaobai to falter momentarily. I told you, you won't kill me today. A dark spiritual awareness abruptly manifested in Jiang Xiaobai's hand, instantly transforming into a sharp, black lance. You truly possess qualities that elude my comprehension. Young man, I find myself intrigued by you. Yang Lifa remained still, merely observing what else Jiang Xiaobai might reveal. Thunderstorm blanket. Thunderous power descended from the heavens, utterly demolishing the small noodle shop, the reverberations causing the very ground to tremble. Let's see who is stronger. The black lance, interwoven with silver arcs of lightning, resembled an indomitable dragon, sweeping up the shattered stones around it as it surged towards the violet orb. Break for me. Shatter. Almost simultaneously, both Jiang Xiaobai and Yang Lifa vociferated, their homicidal intent permeating the ruins, compelling numerous passers-by to halt and observe. That venerable gentleman appears to be Yang Lifa of the Mo Sect. Indeed, but who is that callow youth who dares to confront him so boldly? The surrounding murmurs caused Jiang Xiaobai some consternation. Yang Lifa possessed such prestige within the elven forest that his defeat would render Jiang Xiaobai unable to establish himself there. Thus, victory was imperative. A fierce resolve resurfaced on Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, this time fueled by a battle for his future honor. Tempestuous cloud felt, once more imbued with unparalleled overbearingness. Jiang Xiaobai augmented the black spear with a streak of lightning. As the electric light descended again, the stinging sensation emanating from the spear nearly caused him to lose his grip. Boy, it seems you are merely bluffing. Surrender obediently. Uttering these words, Yang Lifa cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Rui, adding, Although I am merely at the advanced profound level, I am more than capable of handling you. Advanced profound level. Jiang Xiaobai now felt a surge of trepidation. Had Yang Lifa been at the same intermediate profound level as himself, he would have been confident in engaging him in combat. However, the two were now separated by 2 entire tiers, a disparity that only those with spiritual awareness could comprehend. The difference of even a single tier conferred an overwhelming advantage, a situation that was exceedingly difficult to reverse. Jiang Xiaobai naturally comprehended the underlying principles. Although it is exceedingly difficult to reverse the situation, it does not imply that reversal is impossible. With a long spear in hand, Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward once more, while the flickering silver lightning advanced a few paces ahead. You, a mere child, shall today learn of the absolute suppression that exists between the realms of spiritual perception. Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a cold smile, I shall await your lesson, old man, who has practiced for decades yet remains at the advanced level of the profound stage. This statement struck a painful chord with Yang Lafafa, for to toil for decades without any advancement in spiritual perception is a blow that could drive any practitioner to despair. Nevertheless, Yang Lafafa was a man who valued his life dearly. Such a slight was trivial to him, especially as he held the esteemed position of an elder in a prominent sect. You are courting death. The purple energy surged violently, instantly engulfing the silver light, and in the blink of an eye, it charged towards Jiang Xiaobai. However, Cheng Rui observed this without a shred of concern. Inexplicably, this young man instilled in her an unshakable confidence. He could not possibly be defeated. Let us see if you can kill me. Jiang Xiaobai roared back, equally unyielding. Yet, while words may come easily, the reality of the situation proved to be immensely challenging. The thunderstorm clouds were shattered by the oncoming purple energy in the mere blink of an eye. If this continues, I shall surely perish. Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at the individuals standing beside Yang Lafafa, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed that their spiritual perception was undoubtedly not inferior to that of Yang Lafafa. Yang Lafafa proved to be a formidable opponent, and there were several others even stronger than him. The situation was indeed perilous. It was clear that he could no longer afford to hold back, otherwise, he might perish before even reaching the enchanted castle. Jiang Xiaobai retreated swiftly, opting not to confront the swirling purple energy head-on. Yang Lafafa, observing his retreat, erupted into laughter, taunting, "You were so arrogant just moments ago, why the sudden flight?" The mockery in his voice was palpable. Most would have charged recklessly at such a provocation. However, after enduring numerous trials, Jiang Xiaobai had cultivated a much more resilient disposition. He was no longer the impulsive little grave robber he once was. As he continued to shift positions, the purple mist seemed to have latched onto him, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his evasive maneuvers. Although this young man appeared quite formidable, it seemed he would ultimately fall this time. Jiang Xiaobai remained unaware of the spectator's thoughts, preoccupied with his escape, while secretly seeking an opportunity to draw closer to Yang Lafafa. If he could just approach him, he would no longer be a threat. Beside him, Cheng Rui sat calmly on her stool, sipping tea with a seemingly unblemished smile on her somewhat soiled face. A keen observer would note that the ground beneath this unassuming woman bore no cracks, indicating that the recent explosive events had not affected her in the slightest. The moment was drawing near. If this young man did not take action soon, he would face defeat today. Cheng Rui set down her teacup, not directing her gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai, but rather towards the individuals cloaked in black robes behind Yang Lafafa. These figures, shrouded in their voluminous cloaks, concealed their appearances from all. Jiang Xiaobai seemed to perceive Cheng Rui's unspoken words. A flicker of gravity passed through his eyes as he swiftly darted towards the corner, turning to fixate on the impending wave of purple energy. What does this young man intend to do? He must feel trapped, preparing to embrace his fate. As he drew nearer to the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai overheard their murmurs. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. It is through endurance that one might ascend to divinity, for reasons unknown. A phrase from the final page of a wordless tome surfaced in his mind. Patience begets strength. Is this sentiment meant to encourage restraint? There was no time for contemplation, for the purple energy was upon him, a mere half a foot away. Drawing closer still, Jiang Xiaobai thought to himself, his grip tightening around the black spear. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's inaction, Yang Lafafa's smile deepened. Are you ready to meet your end, young man? I shall ensure you receive a complete corpse. But whether you find a kind soul to grant you a burial remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai remained unmoved until the energy emanating from the purple aura brushed against his hair. This is the moment. Chapter 26. A perilous survival. His body moved like a thunderclap, his intent as swift as a rainbow's light. This perfectly encapsulated Jiang Xiaobai's essence. Just as the purple energy was about to envelop him, he deftly pivoted on his toes, his form soaring gracefully like a swallow, evading the impending doom. A wave of disdain erupted from the crowd, leaving young Lafafa feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he remained still. Boom! The purple aura collided with the crumbling wall, producing a deafening roar, while fragments scattered through the air like raindrops. Yet, the murderous intent in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes showed no signs of dissipating. Observe the body apparatus. In the fleeting moment of the explosion, Jiang Xiaobai hurled the black gun he held towards young Lafafa with great force. Are you out of your mind? If I destroy your body apparatus, you will undoubtedly be gravely injured. Young Lafafa thought he had a solid plan. Yet he did not foresee that Jiang Xiaobai had a backup strategy. At the instant he launched the black gun, Jiang Xiaobai forcefully stomped his foot against another fractured wall behind him. Godly leg. Like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, Jiang Xiaobai's form surged toward young Lafafa. Great Luo's sentient finger. Unlike the golden light emitted by the Southern Dipper, Jiang Xiaobai unleashed a profoundly pure black radiance. The moment was fleeting. Young Lafafa scarcely had time to discern Jiang Xiaobai's figure before he found him standing right before him. Such speed. Not only young Lafafa, but even Cheng Rue couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, at that moment, young Lafafa was not as at ease as Cheng Rue. He faced the pressing question of whether he would survive. Die for me. With a furious roar, the black light in Jiang Xiaobai's hand intensified. This was the spiritual technique imparted to him by the Southern Dipper, a technique so potent that even now, his spiritual awareness could severely wound the malevolent specter. He could hardly believe that young Lafafa before him could be more formidable than that inscrutable specter. Boy, do not attempt to play tricks before me. Young Lafafa inevitably sensed the ominous aura of death emanating from the dark light. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. His perverse obsession with life wholly consumed the remnants of his sanity. The purple aura surged from the east. Once more, a wave of violet energy surged towards Jiang Xiaobai. In such a fleeting moment, young Lafafa's ability to react decisively and take appropriate measures was commendable. However, he still miscalculated. The black light at Jiang Xiaobai's fingertips resembled an invincible sword, effortlessly slicing through the very purple aura that young Lafafa held in such high esteem. How could this be? There was no time for astonishment, for Jiang Xiaobai was already upon him, the distance between them barely exceeding 3 feet. I command you, perish. Like a ferocious dragon descending upon the earth, brimming with an overwhelming arrogance, Jiang Xiaobai struck forcefully towards the close proximity of young Lafafa. Dare you? Yet, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The group of black-clad figures behind young Lafafa finally sprang into action, not individually, but as a synchronized assault. It was only at this moment that Jiang Xiaobai discerned their true numbers. For individuals, all clad in identical dark attire. You insolent child, I have warned you. You cannot defeat me. This is the gatekeeper elder of the Mo Sect. Today, you shall forfeit your life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai let out a low chuckle, undeterred in his advance, as he seized the black spear embedded in the ground and charged once more towards young Lafafa. Engage. Upon hearing young Lafafa's words, the 4 gatekeeping elders of the Mo Sect, noticing Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering stance, hastily positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, east, west, south, and north, swiftly forming a formation. For spirits unite. The familiar incantation resonated in Jiang Xiaobai's ears. This was the technique of that despicable old scoundrel, Insha. In an instant, memory surged in his mind of the moment when Insha clashed with Nando, employing this very technique. Could it be that these individuals are connected to Insha? The thought darkened Jiang Xiaobai's expression. Since Insha harbors grievances against Nando, and you all are associated with him, then I shall target you first. For Nando has bestowed upon me a path to strength. You 4 shall perish here today. The murderous intent emanating from Jiang Xiaobai's core sent a chilling wave through all present. This young man is not to be underestimated. We must eliminate him swiftly. Young Lafafa exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. The 4 gatekeeping elders, sensing the formidable challenge posed by Jiang Xiaobai, exchanged solemn glances, and swiftly formed intricate hand seals. Azure Dragon, lend your spirit. White Tiger, lend your spirit. Black Tortoise, lend your spirit. Vermilion Bird, lend your spirit. Their simultaneous roars echoed, infused with a profound spiritual resonance that elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Who would have imagined that these 4 elders of the Mo Sect possessed such prowess? Indeed, another voice chimed in. This is a versatile spiritual technique capable of both defense and offense. It appears these elders have reached the realm of combat souls. In contrast to Yang Lifa's presumptuous pronouncements, the quartet's utterances were imbued with a tone of supplication, as if Jiang Xiaobai, rather than Yang Lifa, were the transgressor. Spare me your superfluous verbiage. Had I been injured by that aged curmudgeon Yang Lifa, your discourse would undoubtedly assume a different tenor, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. The quartet was visibly taken aback, scarcely anticipating the alacrity with which Jiang Xiaobai discerned the flaw in their discourse. Yang Lifa, incensed by Jiang Xiaobai's epithet, bristled. Darest thou to call me a curmudgeon? Jiang Xiaobai responded with a sardonic chuckle. The term young scoundrel is more suited to the youth. At your advanced age. The appellation age curmudgeon appears more fitting. Young friend, temper your disrespect and refrain from wantonly insulting our Mo Sect's elder. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled once more, his countenance devoid of mirth. Are all the elders of your esteemed Mo Sect of such ilk? If so, your sect appears remarkably pusillanimous. Provoked by this assertion, the 4 elders' visages darkened instantaneously. They reciprocated, galvanizing the spiritual awareness within their beings, and a vaporous mist emanated from behind each of them. Though I am not adept at contention, these 4 gatekeeper elders are veritable masters. Scarcely had the words been uttered when Jiang Xiaobai's sardonic rejoinder echoed. If you are inept, refrain from superfluous pronouncements. Observing the animated exchange, Cheng Rui could no longer suppress her mirth. Hag, your demise shall soon follow. With a serene smile, Cheng Rui gestured towards Jiang Xiaobai. Prevail against him first, then. It was only then that Jiang Xiaobai noticed the placidity surrounding Cheng Rui. Not a ripple disturbed her. Not even the errant shards of rock reached her vicinity, indicating that Cheng Rui was not as artless as she appeared. The lead Azure Dragon elder subtly wiped away a trickle of blood from his lips, a gesture not lost on Jiang Xiaobai. The other 3 elders nodded in haste, their countenances darkening as they fixed their gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. It became apparent that the elder's spiritual perception was insufficient to sustain such a spiritual technique, and their current display was merely a forced exertion. Jiang Xiaobai, with his keen insight, immediately discerned the reason for the elders' weakened state and the ethereal quality of the phantoms above them. To attain divinity, one must relinquish all. The central tenet of the nameless black tome echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, fueling his arrogance. Had he remained shackled by fear, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Come then, let us see the extent of your capabilities. The Azure Dragon elder propelled himself towards Jiang Xiaobai, the Azure Dragon phantom above him blazing with light. Do not blame this old one for showing no mercy. Jiang Xiaobai advanced instead of retreating, summoning his black spear to meet the elder's charge. You have chosen the wrong persimmon to squeeze this time. 2 roars reverberated through the space. Clash. Black spiritual perception met Azure spiritual perception. 2 distinctly contrasting colors painted the sky, with blinding radiance rendering passers-by unable to open their eyes. Save for a few individuals of exceptionally high perceptive ability who could gaze upon the spectacle in tranquility. Senior sister, this fellow appears rather unimpressive. Yet how does he possess the audacity to challenge Mo Zong? A young man's voice resonated from a distant ancient tree. It was likely that this youth also harbored his own background. This time, a woman's voice emerged, and even more astonishingly, the dazzling brilliance emitted from Jiang Xiaobai's clash with the elder of the Azure Dragon seemed trivial, akin to the flickering of a candle, offering no discomfort to these 2 figures. Is he also here to partake in the trials of our elven castle? Upon hearing this, the young girl pondered briefly before responding. It's hard to say, but if he intends to participate, we must devise a way to ensure he passes the first examination. The young man appeared taken aback by the girl's resolute determination, subsequently nodding with a hint of admiration in his gaze towards her. He likely cannot contend with these four. We should lend our assistance. No sooner had he spoken than the girl vanished from the branch, only to reappear 10 paces away. Well, in light of my senior sister, I suppose I shall extend my help, he said, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed toward the battlefield. The modest ruins of a tavern now resembled a chaotic battleground teeming with soldiers. An atmosphere thick with solemn hostility enveloped the scene. Senior sister, why do you choose to assist him? The young man questioned, somewhat perplexed, as he turned to the girl beside him. He was no ordinary individual. With a perfunctory remark, the maiden accelerated her flight, heading straight ahead. Alas, I truly didn't discern anything exceptional about this lad, the youth muttered, closely following behind. On the battlefield, the two sides remained in confrontation. The air seemed to solidify as everyone watched with bated breath to see how Jiang Xiaobai would face the four adversaries. Except for Cheng Rui, who maintained her composure. Youngster, you possess some skill, the Azure Dragon Elder scoffed. Discerning from their brief exchange that the youth was not as unremarkable as he appeared. But that's irrelevant to you, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. An old man who can't even conjure a spirit beast has the audacity to lecture me? Hearing this, the gatekeeper elders blushed with embarrassment. The Azure Dragon Elder spat vehemently, declaring, even if we are inadequate, what does it matter? You won't escape today. Is that so? I beg to differ. Jiang Xiaobai smiled coldly, the chill in his expression causing unease. Take this. The Azure Dragon Elder roared, leaping into the air. Seeing this, the elders from the other three directions followed suit. The four hovered in the sky, their spirit beast phantoms beginning to coalesce toward the center. For Spirit's Demon Splitter. A potent red spiritual wave erupted as the four spirit beasts collided, its vast range obliterating the already ruined wasteland into a level ground. Jiang Xiaobai stood on the ground, gazing upwards into the sky. Although the force he confronted was formidable, it had yet to reach a level that instilled fear within him. The Luo Sentianqingxi. Without any reservations, Jiang Xiaobai brought his fingers together, unleashing a surge of black light that erupted instantaneously between them. Break for me. After experiencing the exhaustion that followed his initial use of the Luo Sentianqingxi, Jiang Xiaobai hastened his training in spiritual perception. Coupled with his peculiar technique that allowed him to absorb the abilities of other beings, he witnessed a rapid enhancement in his spiritual awareness within a mere few days. With his spiritual perception becoming formidable, he approached the use of spiritual arts with newfound confidence. No longer the timid practitioner he had once been when employing the Luo Sentianqing. Now, drawing from the intensity of his spiritual awareness, he found himself capable of sustaining its use for more than 5 times. The black light surged upward, colliding fiercely with the completed red light in the sky. The crimson and ebony radiance writhed above, each seeking to dominate the other, yet it was evident that the struggle would not be so straightforward. Both sides initiated a slow process of mutual erosion. The contest lay in determining whose spiritual perception could endure until the very end. This was a protracted war of attrition. Should either party falter, the only outcome would be death. He understood that the 4 elderly men and that young Lafafa would undoubtedly show him no mercy. If captured, he knew there would be no favorable outcome for him. However, Jiang Xiaobai was not one to exhibit weakness, fueled by his unwavering desire for vengeance. He resolutely refused to allow himself to perish here. Prolonged consumption of his spiritual awareness had left his complexion somewhat pallid, for he faced 4 adversaries. And their spiritual depletion was naturally far less significant. Damn it, if this continues, I will undoubtedly be taken away by them. Jiang Xiaobai cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth as he intensified his spiritual perception. Do not resist any longer. Surrender obediently. Young Lafafa, who was watching from the ground, now appeared much more pleased. Gently stroking his beard as he remarked ominously, Jiang Xiaobai truly felt the looming threat of death, even sensing the cold sweat soaking his back. With a swift motion, he retracted his right hand slightly, causing the black spiritual energy to retreat correspondingly. Kid, you know your place. Yet before Yang Lafafa could finish his sentence, his expression darkened again. He had noticed that a black light had re-emerged on Jiang Xiaobai's left hand. Jiang Xiaobai was about to unleash two identical spiritual techniques. The Great Luo Forest Heavenly Walking Finger. Fueled by rage, bloodlust, an insatiable thirst for life, and a fervent desire for vengeance, he radiated a black luminescence. Standing aloft like a war deity, another beam of black light erupted from his left hand. Now, there were two streams of black light. The Great Luo Forest Heavenly Walking Finger, executed twice upon a single target. At the moment the black light shot forth, Jiang Xiaobai felt that familiar sensation of being internally hollowed out. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore it. A true man must endure. However, it was not without effect. As the second beam of black light collided with the red light, the latter visibly recoiled, causing the four elders accompanying it to spew forth blood. It works. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy, yet he was acutely aware that his spiritual perception within his heart sea was rapidly depleting. Swift and decisive, Jiang Xiaobai's countenance darkened as he suddenly stepped forward. Under the pressure exerted by Jiang Xiaobai, the crimson light retreated in disarray. How has this young man become so formidable all of a sudden? Yang Lafafa, sensing the gravity of the situation, attempted to escape but discovered he was now utterly immobilized. Turning around, he found Cheng Rui, gazing at him with an exceedingly benign smile. Don't leave just yet. Watch them finish their fight first. To him, her gentle expression resembled that of a fearsome creature, and he understood that if he could not escape now, his chances would diminish further as time went on. In the air, the once fiercely vibrant crimson light had been reduced to a pitifully small portion of the battlefield. A desperate clash ensued. The scant spiritual awareness within Jiang Xiaobai urged him to resolve this quickly, lest he reveal a fatal flaw. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes remained fixed on the receding crimson light. With a force akin to wind and thunder, he unleashed a strike that tore through the darkness preceding dawn. How could this young man move with such astonishing speed? They could only witness Jiang Xiaobai's remarkable velocity, yet none could fathom how he achieved it. While cultivating amidst the tempest of heavenly thunder, the merciless lightning showed no mercy for Jiang Xiaobai's battered form. When battling the ferocious beasts of the wilderness, they did not turn away simply because of his bloodied visage. It is precisely the ruthlessness and brutality of nature that has propelled Jiang Xiaobai to his current height. How could their gentle and mild approach to cultivation possibly allow them to reach the same pinnacle, regardless of their higher spiritual perception levels? The threats of death that Jiang Xiaobai has endured are beyond their wildest imaginings. After his initial strike missed its mark, Jiang Xiaobai felt little disappointment. If he were to be defeated this easily, these four so-called elders of the Mo Sect would indeed be pathetically weak. With a swift motion, he unleashed the divine leg technique. The impact of this kick was not only faster but also more ferocious than the previous palm strike. If that had been a gust of wind, this kick was akin to a bolt of lightning. The elders, initially poised to defend themselves, found themselves utterly helpless against Jiang Xiaobai's incredible speed. Before they could react, the first elder to be struck had already sustained a grievous injury to his left shoulder, which had become grotesquely deformed. With a resounding crack, the silence of the onlookers was shattered as they realized that these four elders of the Mo Sect had fallen victim to this young man. The echoes of cracking bones reverberated through the stillness of the sky, as every elder who had been kicked suffered the complete shattering of their bones. This kick was indeed merciless. The youth displayed a ferocity that belied his age. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. Cheng Rui exhaled a breath, for among all present, she alone comprehended the true nature of the events that had just unfolded. However, the Mo Sect was not to be trifled with. This young man was certainly a source of trouble. With a bitter smile and a shake of her head, Cheng Rui turned to gaze at the distant sky, murmuring softly, "Oh, is that little girl here? I told you, you cannot take me away today." Volume 2. What is the Way of Heaven? Chapter 27. Victory. Jiang Xiaobai gasped heavily, completely drained from his recent exertions, having used up the scant reserves of spiritual awareness within him. At this moment, even a person slightly weaker than himself could easily overpower him. Kid, I never expected you to be so formidable. What astonished Jiang Xiaobai was that the severely injured elder Qinglong could still utter words. However, he was now in a state far weaker than Jiang Xiaobai. We lost. This brief proclamation seemed to deplete the last remnants of his strength. And as soon as he spoke, he slumped over, lifeless. This boy has triumphed. He has actually defeated the gatekeeper elder of the Mo Sect. The astonished exclamations echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's ears, the fervent shouts leaving him slightly dizzy, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall from the sky. Kid, you have won. These 5 words allowed Jiang Xiaobai to exhale deeply. He had finally secured victory in his first battle within the elven forest. Stumbling slightly, he descended slowly from the sky and, swaying unsteadily, approached Cheng Rui, asking, "Where is Yang Lafafa?" He has left, despite having witnessed Yang Lafafa vanish before his eyes. Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to believe. Hadn't he just been here, unable to move? How could he simply be gone? In contrast to Jiang Xiaobai's somewhat furious countenance, Cheng Rui maintained a serene expression as she remarked, "Just now, I was restraining him, but if he wishes to leave, I truly cannot impede him. How could you possibly fail to stop him? If you can restrain him, you must be able to prevent his departure, unless you deliberately allowed him to go." Upon hearing this, Cheng Rui's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, and she sternly replied, "Young man, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Although Yang Lifeng's spiritual awareness may not be high, the strength of Mo Sect is unfathomable. Do you truly believe that the leader of Mo Sect would permit his elder to be slain by another?" Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback after contemplating her words. He recognized the kernel of truth within them. Once he had regained his composure, he inquired, "Pray tell, what is this Mo Sect?" Seated at the soul table amidst the desolation, Jiang Xiaobai inadvertently glanced down and noticed a line inscribed upon its surface. "I have already cleared away the bodies of those 4 elders. Remember to take care of the aftermath." After reading this, a slight smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips. He surveyed the surrounding ruins, crumbling walls, and shattered tiles, before casting another glance at the untouched table, reflecting, "This Cheng Rui is not as simple as she appears." With a self-deprecating shake of his head, he prepared to pour himself a cup of tea, only to perceive 2 exceptionally potent spiritual auras hurtling towards him from a distance. Could it be that another fierce battle is imminent? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled wryly and shook his head, casually flexing his hand as he felt the meager spiritual energy within him. Letting out a deep sigh, truly, it seems he has just escaped from the tiger's den only to stumble into the wolf's lair. Jiang Xiaobai, instead of leaving, settled back into his seat and began to lightly tap the table, muttering to himself, "What is a blessing if not a curse? What is a curse that can be evaded?" In the span of merely 10 breaths, 2 figures, which had previously appeared distant, were now astonishingly close. "My young friend, may I inquire why you stand against the elder of the Mo Sect? Is that a lady?" Jiang Xiaobai raised his head in mild astonishment, not expecting such formidable spiritual awareness to emanate from the woman before him. She possessed a face akin to blooming peach blossoms, a graceful neck, and her attire of green further enhanced her ethereal beauty, making her seem like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Turning his gaze to the man beside her, he noted that he too was an extraordinary beauty, yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Xiaobai sensed a wave of hostility radiating from him. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from elaborating further, continuing to softly tap the table in contemplative silence. "You insolent brat, what gives you the audacity to behave so arrogantly?" The man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, speaking sharply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai merely lifted his gaze with indifference and replied, "You are but a first-tier soul fighter. What right do you have to be so presumptuous before me?" The man was rendered speechless, for indeed, his spiritual awareness was merely on par with Jiang Xiaobai's. In a one-on-one confrontation, Jiang Xiaobai would not fear him at all. "When Xin, do not be rude," the woman finally interjected, and it was at this moment that Jiang Xiaobai began to take her seriously. "You are indeed someone worthy of my proper discourse." The woman smiled enchanting, causing the man, referred to as when Exine, to momentarily lose his composure. Might I inquire why you speak in such a manner, young friend? Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and remarked, since you can soar through the skies, it indicates that your physical cultivation has transcended to the earth tier. Upon hearing this, when Exine was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Sister, when did you break through to the earth tier? The woman paid no heed to Exine's question, instead turning to Jiang Xiaobai with a smile and introduced herself. I am Li Pailan, a new reception attendant at the Elven Castle. May I ask how this young friend wishes to be addressed? Jiang Xiaobai murmured thoughtfully before responding slowly. Heiha, the dragon soars with wings that rival the heavens. Born to embody the essence of the earth and sky, why should the world's wanderer fear when guided solely by the dragon's soul towards the firmament? The woman who called herself Li Pailan suddenly recited a verse, causing Jiang Xiaobai to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing. I did not expect you to be a connoisseur of the literary arts as well. Encountering you truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Li Pailan seemed unfazed, maintaining a smile that was neither distant nor overly familiar. Might I inquire if this young friend has come for the trials at the Elven Castle? Jiang Xiaobai did not rush to nod. Instead, he regarded her thoughtfully before saying, I fail to see how my purpose here concerns you. The sharpness of his reply rendered Li Pailan's expression less than pleasant, yet she maintained a forced smile and said, It appears that this young friend does not hold me in high regard. Jiang Xiaobai merely snorted coldly and stated, Then perhaps you should kindly ask the man behind you to lower his sword. His disrespect towards you is intolerable, and I shall rectify it on your behalf. Slap. Before Cheng Wenxin could complete his statement, Li Pailan delivered a sharp slap to his face, exclaiming, Cheng Wenxin, do you still desire to continue your cultivation journey abroad? Li Pailan appeared visibly incensed, the fury in his eyes causing a slight palpitation in Jiang Xiaobai. Youngster, try to act presumptuously again. Unexpectedly, Cheng Wenxin disregarded Li Pailan's words and lunged forward with his sword. Insignificant, Jiang Xiaobai uttered dismissively. A dark radiance emanated from his hand, followed by a black spear thrusting directly towards Cheng Wenxin. Be cautious. Despite his scolding, Cheng Wenxin was, after all, from the same place, and he possessed a highly regarded, prodigious sister. If anything were to happen to him, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Li Pailan, covering his mouth, could scarcely believe that Cheng Wenxin had been defeated in a single exchange. He was well aware that Cheng Wenxin, despite his arrogance, possessed genuine talent. However, Jiang Xiaobai's spear made Li Pailan regret bringing him along. Is this the welcome ceremony for the Elf Castle trial? It seems I'm finding it somewhat challenging to endure. Jiang Xiaobai's taunt caused Cheng Wenxin's face to flush crimson. As he attempted to move, Jiang Xiaobai extended the black spear further. Refrain from moving, otherwise, the next time, this spear will pierce your throat. At this point, Li Pailan finally comprehended the situation and exclaimed in disbelief, A materialized weapon. This is a materialized weapon. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wenxin was utterly disheartened. The essence of one's spirit perception could only be externally manifested when one attained a sufficiently formidable realm. Even his sister, who was hailed as a prodigy, could only summon it with great difficulty. One should not hastily draw conclusions. Just because I exerted effort against those 4 old men does not imply that my level of spirit perception is inferior to theirs. After dismissing Li Pailan and Cheng Wenxin, Jiang Xiaobai made his way back to the once desolate expanse. Now, his objective was to surmount the initial hurdle in the cultivation of the thunderstorm cloud canopy. To be precise, this was not truly a bottleneck, but rather a state of enlightenment regarding a higher mental discipline. The reason Jiang Xiaobai could perceive this state was due to the sudden sensation of the inadequately full, thunderous power coursing through the gun body while battling Yang Lifang. Could it be that this spiritual technique also possesses a means of advancement? What Jiang Xiaobai was unaware of was that this technique shared a similar principle with the cultivation methods of humans, just as humanity has its own methods for transcending the realm of spirit perception. It follows that spiritual techniques, derived from human study, also possess avenues for progression. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai encountered this rare opportunity after merely 3 uses, an opportunity that others might not encounter in a lifetime. Yet, how could he facilitate its advancement? Jiang Xiaobai pondered, scratching his head in uncertainty as he summoned the black gun and scrutinized it closely. Despite having this black gun in his mind for such an extended period, he had never thoroughly examined what peculiar attributes it possessed. Beneath the sun, the black gun's body subtly displayed intricate patterns, and upon calming his mind, one could even sense a feeling of being drawn in. This object exuded an unmistakable malevolence. After finally shaking off that sensation, Jiang Xiaobai exhaled heavily, wary of losing himself in reverie once more. Thunderstorm cloud blanket, thunderstorm cloud blanket. Whispered phrases escaped his lips, unmistakably indicating his utter bewilderment regarding the situation. Sighing, Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, then suddenly aimed his gun at the heavens and bellowed, "Come if you dare. Who fears whom?" His audacity stemmed from recalling his initial experience with the thunderstorm cloud blanket, when he had endured several lightning strikes before developing a faint sensitivity to heavenly thunder. He believed that, under these circumstances, a more potent stimulus was essential to transcend the realm of spiritual techniques. Upon the vast earth, in the dimly lit desert, scarce patches of withered grass swayed in the wind, accompanied by the flowing black hair of a young man seated upon the ground. It was time to begin. The youth sprang to his feet, summoning a black gun from the ether, twirling it a few times before lightly tapping the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the sky like a graceful swallow. Thunderstorm cloud blanket. With this thunderous declaration, the already somber sky rapidly darkened. Not far off, clouds began to drift ominously in his direction, their density instilling a sense of oppression in all who beheld them. Billowing masses of dark clouds coalesced above him, while flashes of silver lightning flickered within, resembling a great white dragon writhing in the distance. In but the brief span of 2 breaths, a silver lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, descended from the clouds, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at the young man in black robes suspended in midair. Jiang Xiaobai, upon witnessing the lightning's descent, felt no hint of trepidation. Instead, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Whether he could break through the barrier now rested upon their capabilities. The tip of his spear pointed defiantly at the lightning, black and white flickering in stark contrast, the dark spear and the silver-white lightning creating an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai had no time to admire this spectacle. His sole focus was to swiftly transcend the realm of the stormy clouds, preparing himself for the impending trial at the Elven Castle a month hence. This was his trump card for survival, and he could not afford a single misstep. It was not that he lacked the desire to practice the grand Luo Sun heaven-soaring finger taught by the Southern Dipper. Rather, he sensed that he was not yet capable of fully unleashing its power at his current stage of spiritual perception. Gradually, Jiang Xiaobai descended to the ground, and as the dust settled, he approached the scene. Before him lay a gaping pit, nearly half a zhang deep, encircled by charred black marks. It appeared that this stormy cloud not only harnessed the power of the heavenly thunder, but also imbued it with the essence of electricity. The electric essence? Indeed. The scorched edges of the pit served as the clearest testament to this. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai realized that he had still felt a sense of incompleteness while unleashing the silver lightning moments ago. Was it still inadequate? Gazing once more at the flickering lightning in the sky, the fighting spirit within him surged forth, ignited by an insatiable desire for conquest. Then come on. If 1 attempt fails, let it be 2. If 2 fail, let it be 3. I refuse to believe that you cannot advance in this arcane art. With a hint of anger, Jiang Xiaobai once again charged towards the heavens. Chapter 28. Thunderstorm clouds. Days passed, 5, 10, one after another. Jiang Xiaobai's routine remained monotonous. Summon the lightning. Release it. Summon the lightning. Release it. Fortuitously, his resilient spirit allowed him to endure this drudgery. Otherwise, such a tedious existence would have proven unbearable. However, this once serene expanse had become a desolate wasteland, ravaged by the relentless strikes of lightning. Once more, Jiang Xiaobai surged towards the sky, yet his speed had noticeably diminished. Whether it was a mere illusion, he perceived that the black spear in his hand felt heavier. Had the spear gained weight? He pondered the reason behind this strange sensation. Yet, true to form, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Resolutely, he adopted his usual approach of casting aside thoughts that eluded understanding, thus freeing himself from confusion. Once again, the silver lightning descended, yet Jiang Xiaobai dared not display any hint of complacency. Despite the extensive time spent in communion with the heavenly thunder, his reverence for the forces of nature remained undiminished. Go! The silver lightning was released, but unlike before, this time it did not shoot forth in a straight line. Instead, it arced gracefully as if following a path of its own. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the faint, dark entity that lingered amidst the glaring white of the lightning. Boom! The descent of the lightning was remarkably silent, devoid of the usual violent explosions, akin to a fish slipping into water, leaving nary a ripple. The sensation of this energy felt strangely familiar. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaobai discerned a semblance of recognition within the energy's traces. He crouched down, scrutinizing the periphery of the pit with meticulous care. Blackened, scorched marks? Jiang Xiaobai's head snapped up, realization dawning upon him. Could this be the work of lightning force? Could it be that the thundercloud felt had transcended its limitations? An ineffable sense of elation surged from the depths of his being. Jiang Xiaobai had endured nearly half a month in this desolate expanse, all for the sake of this very breakthrough, now that his cultivation had finally borne fruit. The sentiment was one that only experience could truly fathom. Suddenly, an anomaly stirred within the depths of his mind. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly closed his eyes, delving into the matter at hand. Though his mental essence was devoid of physical form, he could still perceive subtle nuances. The spatial undulations caused by the erratic movements of his spiritual intuition were truly formidable, even causing his mental essence to waver slightly. Just as Jiang Xiaobai stood there, bewildered and at a loss, the black spear began to tremble once more. A tremendous force of suction emanated from the spear's shaft. Jiang Xiaobai steadied himself with haste. His vigilance heightened as he warily observed the weapon. Although he had harnessed the spear to cultivate the thundercloud felt, whether it was a true physical instrument remained uncertain. If the object remained inert, all was well, but should it suddenly lash out during a battle with another? Even a slight tremor within his mind could result in grievous injury, if not death. Upon this realization, Jiang Xiaobai felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He panted heavily, fixated on the gun before him, too fearful to move an inch. Suddenly, two dark entities whizzed past him, yet Jiang Xiaobai remained undistracted. Acutely aware that his consciousness was solely occupied by that ominous black firearm and the spiritual energy sealed within him by Ruan Sen, however, these two spiritual sensations did not venture far before returning to their original position. It was at this moment that Jiang Xiaobai grasped the unsettling truth. Goodness, this entity is devouring my spiritual awareness. The poor Jiang Xiaobai only comprehended this now, but it was painfully evident that it was too late. Every fragment of spiritual energy drawn towards the black gun had, without exception, become ensnared within its body. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai's consciousness resembled the vast expanse of the sky, an endless void. How could this be? All my spiritual awareness has been siphoned away. Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness yet maintained his vigilance, cautiously approaching the black gun. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, the gun emitted a low hum, startling Jiang Xiaobai into taking 2 steps back, an expression of bewilderment replacing his features. Oh, it seems you have unraveled the technique of the thunderstorm cloud blanket, a voice resonated from the void. Jiang Xiaobai steadied himself, recognizing the voice to be none other than that of Nando. What do you intend to do? He inquired, though his tone bore no trace of reproach. After all, it was Nando who had rescued him. Without his intervention, he might have already been taken by the ominous forces. This is merely a lingering trace of my thoughts. Those who have attained this realm will inevitably perceive the remnant I have left behind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Everyone? Could it be that many others are cultivating this thunderstorm cloud veil? As if comprehending Jiang Xiaobai's unspoken thoughts, Nandu gradually manifested beneath an exceedingly brilliant radiance. Young man, You are not the sole practitioner of this thunderstorm cloud veil. Do not be arrogant, for you lack the means to do so. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his nose and replied, I am not being arrogant. Do not contradict my words. I am well aware of your actions. Upon uttering this, Nandu's figure began to blur, but soon returned to clarity. Why does it continue to absorb my spiritual perception? After this remark, he fell silent, his gaze seemingly piercing through Nandu's ethereal form. Do not look at me so intently. I am equally in the dark about this situation. Hearing Nandu's words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of anger rising within him and shouted, You bastard! You conjured such a thing in my mind's sea without informing me of what it is. Immediately after voicing this, Jiang Xiaobai regretted his outburst. Nandu's formidable power could easily extinguish his existence with a mere wave of the hand if displeased. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai felt momentarily dazed, but quickly shifted his tone, saying, While I am genuinely grateful for your instruction in cultivating spiritual perception, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, harboring such an unknown entity within me is rather unsettling. Seemingly swayed by the wisdom of these words, Nanto paused momentarily before elucidating, strictly speaking. This is not a true corporeal artifact, but rather an imitation I have conjured for you using the spiritual awareness within my own being. Though merely a facsimile, its potency rivals that of an authentic artifact. After a moment of contemplation, Nanto appended, at least, that holds true within the confines of your current spiritual awareness. Then, why does it draw upon my spiritual awareness? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, Nanto regarded him with an expression of incredulity, retorting, Are you daft? Since this imitation has been severed from my sea of consciousness, it necessitates the infusion of spiritual awareness to sustain its existence. In essence, you must nurture it with the spiritual awareness residing within your own sea of consciousness. Nurture it with my spiritual awareness? Startled by this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai cast a disbelieving glance at the spectral image before lamenting, with such a meager reserve of spiritual awareness within my sea of consciousness. Do I possess the means to sustain it? Nanto merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further comment. Witnessing Nanto's apparent indifference, Jiang Xiaobai could only manage a wry smile. Young one, have you pondered the implications of this pseudo-artifact? Nanto abruptly inquired, directing his gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai. The implications of the pseudo-artifact? What are those? Observing Jiang Xiaobai's bewilderment, Nanto sighed softly, remarking, I had presumed you to be the most sagacious and gifted among all, yet it seems you, too, are afflicted by a lamentable ignorance. After being addressed by Nandu, Jiang Xiaobai's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he maintained a defiant tone. What use is this pseudo-body device? It merely absorbs my spiritual senses. Wait. At this thought, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to grasp something, his mouth agape with a look of astonishment as he countered. Are you suggesting that this pseudo-body device can also evolve? You. Before he could finish, the shadow left by Nandu flickered and vanished abruptly. Damn. Always appearing and disappearing without a trace. Jiang Xiaobai sighed in resignation, aware that he currently lacked the strength to speak such words in Nandu's presence. However, upon reflection, Jiang Xiaobai calmed down. He mentioned that the pseudo-body device could evolve. I wonder what it would become after evolving. The black spear not far away seemed to tremble slightly, as if in response to Jiang Xiaobai's words. But without spiritual senses, how should one proceed? Emerging from the depths of his heart, Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes. Gazing at the vast desert, a long-forgotten bitterness suddenly welling up in his heart. I wonder how the people from the Ancient Sword Sect are faring. Although unclear about the origin of this feeling, he truly yearned to test his skills against someone. How nostalgic are the days of sparring with Yang Lifa. With a sigh, Jiang Xiaobai raised his arms, stretched broadly, and lay down on the ground. Approaching the elven castle, it's time to rest. As he was drifting into a slumber, he detected a subtle tremor in the earth. A group of people were approaching, judging by the sound. Startled, Jiang Xiaobai jolted upright, exhaling deeply before muttering, Alas. It seems a peaceful rest is not in the cards for me. Despite his words, he swiftly vanished from the spot, having his rest disturbed. He resolved to resume his journey without delay. Chapter 29. The grove. With his hands behind his head, Jiang Xiaobai ambled along the path. Freed from the oppressive weight of cultivation, he began to truly appreciate the scenery around him. Perhaps it was merely psychological, but he now found the landscape breathtakingly beautiful. In stark contrast to the desolation of the previous desert, verdant grasses carpeted the ground, and gentle streams meandered through the scene, creating a veritable paradise. The scenery here is truly remarkable, and only now do I perceive its splendor, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards the heavens. The sun was nearing the horizon, signaling the need to find a place to rest. His solitary upbringing, coupled with a series of setbacks, had instilled in him a deep-seated distrust of others. In his heart, he could only truly rely on himself. Am I becoming unhinged, constantly engaging in soliloquies? He wondered. The creatures he had previously encountered were insignificant compared to what he sensed now. Although the grove was not extensive, the trees within were remarkably tall, with some reaching heights of several dozen yards. Sleeping atop one of these would surely ensure my safety, he concluded. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath, his feet firmly pressing against the ground before he shot upwards like a bolt of lightning. It appeared effortless at first glance. Yet the reality of the ascent revealed the daunting challenge it posed. Divine leg technique, he exclaimed, but this time there was no response. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he gasped in shock. He had forgotten that his spiritual senses had been entirely siphoned away by the black spear. He shot straight up, only to plummet back down. Thud. Fortunately, a thick carpet of fallen leaves cushioned his fall, sparing him the agony that would have ensued from such a height. Jiang Xiaobai groaned as he rose from the ground, rubbing his aching waist, a look of exhaustion etched on his face. My resources, my spiritual senses. How could they simply vanish? He lamented. Come forth. He reached out in vain, but there was no response. Even the black spear was nowhere to be found. A chill enveloped him as he closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his mindscape. This was dire. He truly had no spiritual awareness left. The empty expanse of his mindscape held only the sealed spiritual energy and the elusive black spear, which, even in its presence, remained unresponsive. It was imperative to reconstitute his spiritual senses. Without the ability to harness spiritual energy, he was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Resolved, Jiang Xiaobai abandoned the idea of climbing the tree and instead settled on the ground to absorb the ethereal energies of the universe, converting them for his own use. After approximately 2 hours, his tightly shut eyes finally fluttered open. At last, it is ready. I should be good to go. Nay, the matter is more intricate than it appears. If I were truly devoid of spiritual perception, why would the atmosphere of this enchanted forest not exert its pressure upon me? Indeed, contrary to expectations, though my inner sanctum bears no trace of spiritual awareness, I remain unaffected by the forest's ethereal weight. Thus, it would seem my spiritual faculties have not vanished entirely. Nay, there is a subtle deception at play. A sudden realization dawned upon Jiang Xiaobai, prompting a swift retreat. In the instant his feet parted from the earth, a deadly arrow, imbued with palpable malice, pierced the air and shattered the very stone he had stood upon. Such potent intent to kill. Jiang Xiaobai mused inwardly. Were this the act of a common hunter, it would be one thing. But should the members of the Mo Sect be upon him, his demise would be nigh certain. For, bereft of spiritual awareness, he would be as a lamb before the slaughter. Who releases arrows? I beseech you, reveal yourself and speak. Even in the face of death, he sought to know his would-be assassin. Pray tell? That voice bears a feminine timbre. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, sensing a potential misunderstanding. I am Jiang Xiaobai, he proclaimed. Surely not the quarry you seek. As his words faded, a rustling emanated from the verdant thickets. Figures emerged from their concealed positions, each cloaked in a drab, gray robe, resembling animated mounds of earth in the twilight. Chieftain, a voice whispered to a bare-chested behemoth who appeared to lead the group. This is not our intended target. The leader visibly gasped, then clasped his fists towards Jiang Xiaobai with a hint of apology, saying, I apologize, young sir, our intelligence was erroneous. May I inquire if you were harmed? To be pierced by such an arrow would surely result in death, yet he dares to ask if I suffered any injury. Jiang Xiaobai silently cursed the man in his heart, but maintained a facade of indifference, returning the gesture with cupped hands and replying, "I was fortunate enough to evade it." "There is no need for concern, my good fellow." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the burly man breathed a sigh of relief, clasped his fists once more, offered his farewells, and turned to leave. Thinking they could depart so easily was far too lenient. Jiang Xiaobai smirked coldly, although he currently lacked spiritual awareness. He was quite adept in the art of assassination. Eliminating these few individuals would be as effortless as breathing for him. He glanced up at the moon, opening his mouth to say something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. "Could I slay you without my sixth sense?" A sinister smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. "I yearn for blood." Jiang Xiaobai licked his lips, his eyes betraying a bloodthirsty glint. "If I am to take a life, it must be methodically, one by one. The first target would be the archer woman." He followed their faint traces, moving stealthily in pursuit. "Consider this the inaugural drop of blood following my loss of spiritual awareness." The night enveloped him like a phantom. Jiang Xiaobai treaded lightly behind them, careful not to make a sound that might alert their vigilance. "Commander, where has that lad gone?" The voice of the earlier individual echoed once more. Jiang Xiaobai listened intently, yet his feet did not falter. It was unclear, for the strength of the Mo clan should not be underestimated. Allowing him to escape would undoubtedly provoke significant trouble. The burly man mumbled something indistinct, but Jiang Xiaobai caught the essence of his words. Hearing the man respond, Jiang Xiaobai slightly inclined his head, positioning himself just enough to observe them without being detected. It turned out that this imposing figure was known as the Lone Wolf. As the Lone Wolf took a couple of steps forward, the sparse moonlight illuminated him perfectly. Previously, due to the dim lighting, Jiang Xiaobai had been unable to discern his features, but now he beheld the man clearly. His body was a canvas of scars, and his towering, formidable muscles revealed the origins of his nickname. "You don't want your other eye, do you?" remarked Mo Chongling, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to scrutinize the Lone Wolf's face more closely. With this focused gaze, Jiang Xiaobai realized that the reason he was called the Lone Wolf was that he possessed only one eye. "Mo clan slaughtered my entire family and blinded me in one eye. I shall surely avenge this grievance." The Lone Wolf's fury was palpable. In contrast, Mo Chongling appeared remarkably unfazed as he replied, "That is merely the consequence of your family provoking us. Otherwise, we would not have resorted to such lethal measures." Before Mo Chongling's words could fully settle, the Lone Wolf seemed on the verge of an explosive outburst. "We provoked you? Do you dare swear to the heavens that it was not you who sought us out, demanding that we join your Mo clan, and when we refused, you issued the slaughter order? These individuals have evaded the fate of being slain by you, congregating in anticipation of vengeance." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Mo Chongling interjected, "However, I must inform you, no matter how many come, you are merely courting death." Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf merely chuckled, coldly retorting, "That is not necessarily the case. Although we are not cultivators of the body, the number of Mo Sect members who have perished at our hands is no fewer than 80. So it turns out that the numerous deaths within the Mo Sect were indeed orchestrated by you. It appears that not all members of the Mo Sect are lacking in intellect. Yet, your wits are hardly commendable." Mo Chongling scoffed, then calmly remarked, "You have pursued me for over 2 months, yet tell me, do I bear any injuries?" At this statement, Jiang Xiaobai subtly turned his head. Indeed, this man remained clad in white, shining like a brilliant gem amidst the darkness of night. Most astonishing of all, not a single speck of dirt adorned his garments. "I am aware that your spiritual perception has reached the so-called low tier of the earth level, yet regardless of your prowess, it does not guarantee victory against so many of us." Mo Chongling maintained an air of indifference, leaving Jiang Xiaobai feeling somewhat embarrassed. To remain so composed in the face of such numbers, it appears I still fall short in comparison. Just then, 2 powerful sounds resonated through the air. Jiang Xiaobai instinctively glanced towards Mo Chongling, yet the latter made no move, indicating that the sounds did not originate from him. But from whom did they come? It must be that woman. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly recalled the woman who drew the bow and shot arrows. It seemed highly likely that this sound originated from her. Indeed, 2 feathered arrows were released with remarkable speed, so swift that even Jiang Xiaobai only caught a fleeting shadow before they came to rest. Such mere tricks. Mo Chongling merely snorted, casually extending his hand and astonishingly grasping the arrows. How impressive! Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his expression inexplicably turning cold. Those who lurk in the shadows are insignificant. I disdain to act against those too cowardly to reveal themselves. It seemed this remark provoked the concealed woman. As she spat and leapt down from the tree, she had been hiding in the branches all along. Did this mean I had been discovered long ago? However, the woman did not inform the lone wolf about the presence of another, leaving her motives a mystery. Who dares claim that they hide in the shadows out of fear? The voice revealed her as undeniably a fiery woman, and when Jiang Xiaobai finally discerned her identity, he couldn't help but utter a sigh of wonder. Chapter 30. The Confrontation. To rush in without knowing the opponent's background is tantamount to courting death. Although Jiang Xiaobai mused this, he had no intention of intervening. After all, he held little affection for either side. It was a perfect scenario for a third party to benefit from their conflict. Watch the whip. A delicate shout interrupted Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts. He looked up to see the woman leaping to a height unattainable by an ordinary person. This woman was truly extraordinary. Mo Chongling naturally perceived this, and although his expression was somewhat grim, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "I never expected my little wife to awaken her spiritual perception. This time, I truly must intervene." In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt the atmosphere around them grow palpably colder. It appeared that Mo Chongling was far more formidable than merely being of the advanced Xian level. Jiang Xiaobai, maintaining his composure, pondered deeply, occasionally stealing glances during the tense standoff. "Wind dance, silver serpent," the woman cried out, her long whip soaring into the air, resembling a living silver serpent darting toward Mo Chongling. "This is merely insufficient." Mo Chongling chuckled softly, his palms slowly coming together. "Comet fall," he bellowed, the force of his voice causing Jiang Xiaobai's ears to tingle, yet he quickly adjusted and continued to observe. Suddenly, Mo Chongling leapt into the air, enveloped in a pale yellow flame, resembling a blazing pyre. "Receive my strike." The woman, undeterred, felt that Mo Chongling's spiritual technique was rather cunning and somewhat challenging to counter. But the vengeance for her annihilated clan could not go unavenged. "Let us see." Mo Chongling charged forward, the flames licking at the surrounding air. And Jiang Xiaobai even noticed wisps of white vapor forming. He was igniting the very air itself. How bizarre a spiritual technique this was. It could even incinerate the air. However, Jiang Xiaobai soon comprehended Mo Chongling's strategy, exclaiming with sudden realization, "I understand now. Mo Chongling intends to exhaust the woman's spiritual intuition." What befalls a cultivator who loses their intuition in battle? The answer is self-evident, as evidenced by Jiang Xiaobai's current state, akin to a defenseless lamb. "Come." Mo Chongling roared once more, startling countless roosting birds. Bang! The silver serpent and the fiery figure collided, their ochre and alabaster radiance interweaving in the inky firmament. At times, the silver serpent ensnared Mo Chongling, while at others, Mo Chongling incinerated the serpent's chains. In essence, the heavens were a spectacle of resplendence, drawing attention from afar. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai had no leisure to observe such magnificent illuminations. His paramount concern was to discern which of the two combatants would prevail. The lone wolf and his cohort were besieging Mo Chongling, with only the woman among them having unlocked her spiritual intuition, thereby attaining the qualification for cultivation. Moreover, she appeared to be a formidable entity. Conversely, Mo Chongling, as the young elder of the Mo Sect, undoubtedly possessed an abundance of rare and precious treasures. However, the most vexing issue was the lone wolf's group. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would fear none. But his apprehension stemmed from the possibility of the lone wolf's group swarming him. Should that occur, he would inevitably meet his doom. "As long as I can't kill this woman, he won't be too presumptuous. After all, she is also a body cultivator," Jiang Xiaobai murmured, shaking his head as he turned his gaze back to the two figures locked in a stalemate above. "I will slay you first, then them. You lack the ability." The two individuals stood opposed to each other, exchanging heated words that ignited a fervent quarrel. Jiang Xiaobai, witnessing this scene, felt an uncontrollable urge to intervene and engage in combat, yet the constraints of spiritual perception compelled him to remain on the ground, watching with eager anticipation. Mo Chaling, do you recall the words you uttered when you slaughtered my kin? The eyes of the lone wolf seemed to momentarily glimmer with light before quickly dimming. You do not remember, do you? Yet I retain that memory vividly, particularly of the time when you had yet to awaken your spiritual perception. Merely a commonplace elder of the Mo clan. You proclaimed that men who fight recklessly without intellect are unworthy of the title. Having uttered these words, the lone wolf lifted his head, the mockery in his tone unmistakable. I shall show you no mercy. Mo Chongling inhaled deeply. Instead of the rage one might expect, he closed his eyes and softly replied, if this were the past, your group would indeed have been able to defeat me, but the circumstances have changed. I have now attained the pinnacle of the Xian level. This simple declaration rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring tumultuous waves. You have reached the pinnacle of the Xian level. The woman exclaimed in astonishment, her distraction evident as the silver serpent quivered slightly yet continued to ensnare Mo Chongling, preventing his movement. Indeed, do you still wish to fight me? The lone wolf found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Should he engage? His companions would stand no chance against Mo Chongling. However, if no action is taken, Mo Chongling will undoubtedly remain relentless. At that moment, a languid voice reached Lone Wolf's ears. Hey, I sense his displeasure as well. Shall we join forces to eliminate him? Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf felt a tightening in his chest, for he was acutely aware that no one else existed in this area apart from them. Meanwhile, Mo Chongling's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he had already attained a high level of Xian rank, dealing with them proved to be no simple task, and now, with another adversary targeting him, his predicament was exacerbating. I wonder which gentleman holds me in such high regard. Mo Chongling chuckled awkwardly and said, if you assist me in dealing with them, I assure you I will provide a worthy compensation. Although Jiang Xiaobai believed that the members of the Mo clan were far from virtuous, he raised an eyebrow, maintaining an air of indifference as he replied, what could you possibly offer that would earn my respect? I am the young elder of the Mo clan. I can grant you a second cleansing soul. The mention of the second cleansing soul caused not only Jiang Xiaobai, but also the woman to furrow her brow. Having spent considerable time in the elven forest, he had developed a certain understanding of matters beyond mere spiritual perception. In fact, among cultivators, those who commanded the utmost respect were not necessarily those exalted individuals with towering spiritual realms, but rather those of seemingly lowly spiritual perception, precisely due to their identity as soul refiners. They possess the remarkable ability to condense spiritual awareness into various desired forms. And most astonishingly, they can imbue this awareness onto the wounds of body cultivators or other objects, thereby unleashing even greater power. This is precisely why they command such respect. An advanced soul refiner can create an enchanted elixir that incites countless individuals to fight fiercely, even igniting conflicts between families. The second purifying soul mentioned by Mo Chongling is a relatively advanced enchanted elixir, and it is evident that the woman is well aware of its value. Given this context, your proposed reward is indeed quite enticing, Jiang Xiaobai remarked thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Mo Chongling felt a surge of joy and quickly responded, esteemed young sir, if you can assist me in escaping from these individuals, I shall certainly provide you with a second purifying soul. However, Jiang Xiaobai's words were not to be taken at face value. At times, even he struggled to trust his own statements. Naturally, his thought processes diverged from those of ordinary individuals. Yet, this instance was different. Faced with such substantial temptation, Jiang Xiaobai remarkably maintained his composure and, after some contemplation, replied, regrettably, I do not believe you can present me with a second purifying soul. Mo Chongling's face flushed crimson with urgency as he exclaimed, young sir, you cannot doubt my word. I am a junior elder of the Mo clan. It was only then that Jiang Xiaobai slowly stepped out from the shadows. The lone wolf, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, experienced a tumultuous shift of colors on his face. Isn't this the young man who was nearly slain by an arrow just moments ago? He surely seeks vengeance, and with such an immense advantage bestowed upon him by Mo Changling, are we truly doomed to repeat our past mistakes? Moreover, the compensation you have offered is quite to my liking. Just as Mo Changling was about to express his gratitude once more, the subsequent words of Jiang Xiaobai plunged him into a frigid abyss. But the mistake lies in your claim of being a member of the Mo Sect. Mo Changling, feeling a surge of anger, grit his teeth and retorted, "What of it? Being a member of the Mo Sect? Do not be so hasty to berate me. He is draining your spiritual perception, and soon you shall be rendered utterly useless," the woman interjected. Upon hearing this, she hastily closed her eyes to probe her spiritual see. And indeed, she discovered that her spiritual perception had dwindled to less than a third of its usual capacity. How despicable! Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, merely observing the two individuals in the sky, before turning to the lone wolf and stating, "Hand me your blade." The lone wolf was momentarily taken aback and replied, "What do you intend to do? Do not fret. Had I wished to kill you, I would have done so already." Jiang Xiaobai paused, exhaled deeply, and continued, "I can assist you, but I require his corpse." The lone wolf's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's demand. This individual sought not the essence of the soul, but rather a lifeless body. Was he unhinged? However, the lone wolf's wits prevailed. Having an ally was far more advantageous than contending with an adversary. Thus, he ceased his protests and unsheathed the gleaming silver blade from his back, placing it in Jiang Xiaobai's hands. "I share an inextricable bond with the Mo Sect. Anyone affiliated with them is my sworn enemy." Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf felt a sense of relief, thinking, "After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Xiaoling," Lone Wolf called out to the woman in the air, gesturing for her to come over quickly. The woman, known as Xiaoling, glanced suspiciously at Jiang Xiaobai but refrained from asking questions, obediently descending to the ground and walking towards Lone Wolf's position. Mo Changling is not an easy opponent. "Be careful," Xiaoling whispered as they passed each other. Jiang Xiaobai smiled slightly in response. "Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything I'm not confident about. I hope you're not just being arrogant," she added. Jiang Xiaobai didn't respond, maintaining a faint smile as he approached Mo Changling. "Kid, I'm giving you face, but you're shamelessly rejecting it. I advise you not to oppose me, or you'll regret it once I'm out." To his surprise, Jiang Xiaobai simply lowered his large blade, its sharp tip stinging Mo Changling's eyes. "Sorry, but you won't be escaping today." The tension in the air thickened. Even Lone Wolf, who was covered in scars and had experienced countless battles, felt a chill. This young man carries an overwhelming aura of menace. What he didn't know was Jiang Xiaobai's past identity. But that person was dead, killed by his own hand. Now, he was a truly transformed king, soaring like a dragon, overlooking the world. Chapter 31, Mo Changling dead. "Pray, do you possess the competence for this task?" Xiaoling exclaimed abruptly, her tone betraying a hint of impatience from the protracted wait. "Bear with me," Jiang Xiaobai interjected, posing a question. "Have either of you ever witnessed a feline consuming a rodent?" Upon receiving affirmative nods from both the Lone Wolf and Xiaoling, Jiang Xiaobai elaborated, "Prior to devouring its prey, a cat will invariably exhaust the mouse, toying with it until it is utterly spent." At this pronouncement, Mo Changling erupted in fury. "How dare you, you insolent whelp, to imply that I am the rodent in this scenario?" Jiang Xiaobai merely shrugged, retorting, "Whomever acknowledges the appellation is, indeed, the one to whom I refer." The assembly dissolved into uproarious laughter, yet Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, for he alone had perceived Mo Changling's sudden vanishing act. "Has it commenced?" Jiang Xiaobai murmured to himself, his parched lips slightly parted. "It has been an age since I last employed my power to extinguish a life. Do you not believe you are overestimating your capabilities?" Disregarding Mo Changling's remark, Jiang Xiaobai maintained his unwavering gaze upon him, his stare so intense that it instilled a creeping dread within Mo Changling's heart. I have avowed that I shall not embark upon any endeavor without assured success. Mo Chaling chuckled mirthlessly, desperately suppressing the inexplicable terror that gnawed at his insides. I am genuinely curious as to the extent of your prowess. Have you ever heard of Yang Lif? Upon hearing the name, Mo Changling's brow furrowed in consternation. He is the gatekeeper elder of the Mo Sect. How could you possibly be acquainted with him? Then, as realization dawned, Mo Chaling recoiled in horror, exclaiming incredulously, "Are you the Black River?" Mo Chongling merely shook his head incessantly, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, as if Jiang Xiaobai had metamorphosed into a formidable demon in their eyes. "I will kill you. I will kill you." For reasons unknown. Mo Chongling appeared to have lost his sanity, brandishing a long stick he had carelessly picked up, charging towards Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, a profound sense of solitude enveloping him. His current demeanor felt hauntingly familiar. However, the large blade he wielded had already fallen upon him. Alas, how could I be so misrepresented? Jiang Xiaobai lamented, shaking his head in resignation, softly uttering, "You should possess little capacity for resistance now. Do as you wish." It was evident that the latter part of his statement was directed towards the lone wolf. "Thank you, my friend." The lone wolf, no longer courteous, returned Jiang Xiaobai's gesture with a respectful bow before striding directly towards Mo Chongling. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Jiang Xiaobai uttered this softly, falling into silence thereafter. A piercing scream shattered the stillness, rendering the already eerie forest even more desolate. "Brother Haihei, I sincerely appreciate your assistance this time." Upon hearing a voice, Jiang Xiaobai turned, noticing the lone wolf with traces of blood upon him, likely splattered from Mo Chongling. "You are too humble, brother lone wolf." The lone wolf nodded slightly, shifting his posture as he remarked, "The corpse requested by brother Nangong remains intact. We merely granted him a final farewell." After hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment before responding, "Thank you, brother lone wolf, for granting my wish." At that moment, the woman named Shaoling suddenly interjected, "What Black River brother? If it weren't for me, would you have been able to strike him down?" She was standing close enough to Jiang Xiaobai to ensure he heard her words. "Shaoling, show some respect." Lone Wolf chided, though his tone lacked genuine reprimand, instead seeming to fuel the fire. "And what is your intention?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with amusement, turning around to face her. "I want to duel you. If I win, you must admit that I am superior to you and reveal your relationship with the Mo Sect." Jiang Xiaobai smiled non-committally and inquired, "And if I win?" "You have no chance of winning," Shaoling declared confidently, but Jiang Xiaobai, showing no chivalry, pressed, "Nothing is absolute. What if you lose?" "If I lose, I will become your attendant." Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and remarked, "That wager is uninteresting." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai slowly proposed, "We will not use weapons." "How does that sound?" Shaoling glanced sideways at Lone Wolf, who subtly nodded his assent. However, Jiang Xiaobai noticed this imperceptible gesture, for he had undergone a complete transformation and was vastly different from his former self. Shattering sky palm, deity sealing leg. Since the challenge has been accepted, one must be adequately prepared. Jiang Xiaobai mused internally. Though these two spirit stones and the spirit book lack the support of spiritual awareness, their efficacy will be significantly diminished. Yet, at this juncture, there exists no alternative course of action. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly twice and calmly declared, "Let it come." His voice was neither submissive nor arrogant, betraying no hint of trepidation despite the presence of the lone wolves surrounding him. Were Ruan Sen still here, he would undoubtedly commend, "This young lad has matured." Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes. Every time he thought of Ruan Sen, a wave of melancholy washed over him. As his first life mentor, he regretted not having done anything for Ruan Sen, but rather, he had repeatedly brought him trouble. Over a month ago, Ruan Sen had even fallen into slumber to protect him. That little spirit remained unaware that Jiang Xiaobai had succumbed to a state of rage, continuously provoking him with words. In an instant, it was as if no one could discern when he had moved. The next moment, he stood before the little spirit. A mere display of skill. He forcefully received a punch from Jiang Xiaobai, and with a swift motion, he struck back with a palm aimed at the ladder. The sound that resonated was not the crisp crack everyone had anticipated, but rather a dull thud. When the onlookers finally registered the scene, they discovered that the little spirit had been sent sprawling 3 to 4 yards away. Your words are venomous. Thus, you ought to remain silent. The little spirit struggled to sit up, the blood at the corners of her mouth serving as a stark reminder to all that she had sustained severe injuries. The disparity between the two individuals has become strikingly evident. A single strike has inflicted such grave harm that the onlookers are rendered speechless. Should you utter another word? It may well be your last. Though the voice is soft, it resonates with an unnerving chill akin to that of a judge in the underworld. The girl, Xiaoling, opened her mouth, yearning to speak, yet was horrified to discover that no matter how hard she tried, no sound emerged. With one swift blow, she had been rendered mute. The lone wolf had utterly failed to anticipate this turn of events. He had presumed that Jiang Xiaobai would undoubtedly succumb. However, the reality was starkly contrary to his expectations. Brother Haihei, is this conduct not a tad excessive? Jiang Xiaobai coldly glared at the lone wolf, his fury intensifying rather than waning. Emotionless, he stated, "Lone wolf, you seemed rather indifferent when that woman acted against me. Had I not fortuitously withstood the blow, would you still pose the same inquiry?" The lone wolf remained silent. Indeed, he had intended for Xiaoling to inflict severe injury upon Jiang Xiaobai and extract the intelligence he sought. After all, someone who could invoke such dread in Mo Xiaoling was surely no ordinary figure. Yet, she had lost. Thus, while the scene appeared to favor the lone wolf in sheer numbers, any practitioner of physical cultivation could discern that Jiang Xiaobai possessed a complete dominance of strength. One should refrain from indulging in what one cannot handle. Jiang Xiaobai gradually lowered himself to the ground, squinting slightly as he inquired, "What exactly is your relationship with Mo Xiaoling?" The lone wolf was currently in a quandary, uncertain whether to divulge these matters to Jiang Xiaobai. To inform him would render his machinations futile, yet to withhold the information would undoubtedly provoke Jiang Xiaobai's relentless pursuit, judging by his present demeanor. "My interest lies not with you, but solely in matters concerning Mo Zong," Jiang Xiaobai stated. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf visibly exhaled in relief. He offered a deferential bow and began, "Brother Heihe, I must confess my error in instructing Xiaoling to act as she did." "Spare me the superfluous," Jiang Xiaobai interjected. The lone wolf chuckled awkwardly and sighed. "In truth, Brother Heihe, Mo Zong once visited several families, including ours, purportedly in search of someone devoid of any particular talent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's brow furrowed, instantly recalling the words of Nando. "Tell me of the Spiritwood Forest," he urged. The lone wolf acquiesced and seated himself on the ground. The Spiritwood Forest and the surrounding Forbidden River Desert are perpetually at odds. While large-scale conflicts are rare, clandestine skirmishes persist unabated. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Spiritwood Forest. The situation is such that the Spiritwood Forest possesses few body cultivators. However, the spirit techniques they have developed through their spiritual intuition are exceedingly potent, which explains their continued survival amidst the assaults of the Forbidden River Desert. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, signaling the lone wolf to continue. However, spirit techniques alone are insufficient. Thus, the Grand Elder of the Spiritwood Forest sought to recruit a cadre of formidable individuals through a selection process to safeguard their realm. Those formidable individuals are not foolish. Why should one protect them without reason? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the lone wolf shook his head and replied, "Brother Haihei, you fail to comprehend. Although victors in the trials of the brave may obtain what they desire, there exists within those rewards something exceedingly peculiar." Jiang Xiaobai scoffed inwardly. Realizing this matter was far from simple. "Brother Haihei, allow me to explain. If the victor encounters this enigmatic entity, it is tantamount to forging a covenant with the enchanted forest. Should the forest perish, the victor shall meet the same fate." Such treachery. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's astonished expression, the lone wolf sighed and continued, "Thus, the victor is compelled to aid the enchanted forest." Before Jiang Xiaobai could respond, the lone wolf added, "Should one attempt to eradicate this phenomenon, it would inevitably be detected. leading to a confrontation with the denizens of the enchanted forest. They are truly not to be trifled with. However, the prospect of awakening Ruan Sen overshadowed these concerns. He was determined to venture into the enchanted forest. "Brother Lone Wolf, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," he said, offering a slight bow before departing, indifferent to the predatory gazes surrounding him. Jiang Xiaobai did not find the lone wolf overly formidable and thus refrained from inquiring whether he intended to participate in the trials of the brave, for he knew that in an encounter with him, the lone wolf would inevitably face defeat. The crisp sound of birdsong roused Jiang Xiaobai from his slumber. However, rather than displaying any signs of comfort, he wore an expression laden with the same anxiety that had plagued him the previous night, his brow furrowing even tighter. "I must devise a way to uncover more information, otherwise, remaining ignorant here would render me akin to a headless fly, aimlessly flailing about," he murmured softly to himself, rising to stretch languidly before venturing deeper into the jungle. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the sun's rays intensified, stripping away any lingering sense of morning tranquility. By earthly standards, it must surely be summer now. Jiang Xiaobai glanced upward at the sun's position and remarked, "No wonder it gets dark so late." At that moment, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from above, and upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see a colossal avian creature, measuring at least 3 zhang in length. "Goodness, is it heading my way?" As the creature drew nearer, Jiang Xiaobai found himself with no recourse but to roll on the ground, attempting to evade disaster. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace a diving beast. Fortunately, this creature was not as formidable as it appeared, and it did not intend to flee. Instead, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of curiosity towards its unique method of attack. A direct soul assault. Indeed, this enchanted forest harbors a wealth of treasures. He paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow as he mused. At the very least, this will prove quite useful for awakening Ruan Senator. The avian beast emitted a piercing cry, its sharp sound causing a surge of blood to rush within Jiang Xiaobai, nearly compelling him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Such ferocity demands immediate resolution. Otherwise, if this stalemate persists, my demise is inevitable. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Xiaobai lightly tapped his toes against the ground and swiftly darted toward the direction of the creature. As his speed peaked, he seemed to glimpse something being expelled from the creature's beak. Yet, in this critical moment, he had no time to ponder the matter. His focus solely devoted to the task of vanquishing the beast. The creature's razor-sharp talons flailed about, attempting to thwart Jiang Xiaobai's advance. However, with a few nimble sidesteps, he effortlessly evaded its strikes, positioning himself directly at the creature's head. With a decisive kick, the formidable technique known as the divine leg was unleashed, showcasing the full extent of his physical prowess. To his astonishment, the seemingly indomitable beast was sent flying nearly 10 feet away. With a furious squawk, it managed to rise once more, its anger palpable as it launched itself toward Jiang Xiaobai with renewed vigor. Ultimately, after a final blow, the creature succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its once vibrant eyes dimming gradually. If dispatching a mere bird requires such effort, well, what would it be like for me? Before he could finish his thought, he sensed an exceptionally pure wave of spiritual energy emanating from the creature's form. Ah! The spiritual perception that Ruan Sen had instilled in me is about to come into play. The closer he drew, the more he could feel the alluring call of that energy. Placing his hand upon the forehead of the avian creature, a delicate azure radiance surged along his arm, piercing towards his heart. As he absorbed the ethereal awareness, Jiang Xiaobai felt an exquisite sensation emanating from within, enveloping him in comfort. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he chuckled foolishly and remarked, "If my spiritual awareness were still intact, I could easily take on 10 of you." In that instant, a feeling akin to winning the lottery washed over him. Could the one I just killed have been their scout? His suspicion proved correct. The bird was indeed a sentinel for its flock, which, enraged by its loss, was converging upon Jiang Xiaobai, intent on vengeance. Cursing softly, he prepared to flee, recognizing that if dealing with one was arduous, facing at least 20 in the air would be perilous. As he discerned the figure amidst the cacophony, A frown creased his brow. Isn't this the girl who pilfered my pouch? Upon this realization, Jiang Xiaobai leapt forth, confronting the young girl directly. Why did you run? The girl gazed at him in terror, retreating step by step. Jiang Xiaobai advanced, his silent fury intensifying. Sensing his menacing demeanor, the girl shrieked, attempting to escape. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai was resolute. He dashed forward and seized her. As she was caught, tears welled in her eyes. With a scoff, Jiang Xiaobai declared, "Spare me your theatrics. It is futile now. Behind you. Oh, the folly of my own mind." At this moment, he was truly at a loss, tears eluding him. The caution of the tomb raider had completely escaped his mind, leaving only the reckless pursuit of wealth. "Brother Bird, I was wrong. Please let me go." Jiang Xiaobai, disregarding whether the bird could comprehend human speech, could only hope that it possessed a modicum of empathy. Imagination is always beautiful, while reality remains unforgiving. It was evident that the bird either did not understand human language or simply chose to ignore him, unceremoniously casting Jiang Xiaobai aside. He collided with a tree of considerable girth, struggling to sit up, his face contorted in pain. Yet, what frightened him even more lay behind. After flinging Jiang Xiaobai away, the bird approached once more, seemingly intent on throwing him again. As the creature drew nearer, Jiang Xiaobai felt a deep sense of despair. Was it merely a handful of spirit stones? He should have refrained from taking risks to seek out this girl, only to be targeted by a flock of birds. However, to his astonishment, the girl also came closer. "Stop, do not harm him," she suddenly declared, igniting a warm sensation within Jiang Xiaobai. He thought, "This girl possesses a shred of conscience, recognizing my peril and coming to my aid." Yet, an unsettling realization dawned upon him as he weakly uttered, "You must leave quickly. This beast is far too formidable. I am already injured. You cannot contend with it." The girl chuckled softly, placing her hand on Jiang Xiaobai's chest, commencing to invigorate his blood flow. "You possess medical skills?" The girl nodded slightly and said, "Our family has been in the medical profession for generations. Yet I have not followed that path. Why then did you steal my purse?" Upon hearing this from Jiang Xiaobai, the girl sighed, her eyes reflecting a maturity and sorrow far beyond her years. "I did not wish for this, yet these birds have gone too long without food. If this continues, they will perish from hunger." Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment before asking, "How did you come from the black market to this place?" The girl lifted her gaze towards the large bird and replied, "I encountered a severely injured bird named Xiaoqing at a place called Gujiamen. After rescuing it, it carried me here." "Gujiamen?" Jiang Xiaobai furrowed her brow. "Is this the bird you met there?" The girl affirmed and continued, "Xiaoqing seemed to have been wounded by something quite formidable. It could scarcely fly. Could it be the work of the Xianqin Hall?" Jiang Xiaobai contemplated for a moment. Sensing the complexity of the situation, it was unlikely that Xianqin Hall possessed the strength to injure such a large bird. The only plausible explanation was that they had support from Ling Yun. With these thoughts, she glanced again at the bird the girl referred to as Xiaoqing. "Little sister, could you tell me where Xiaoqing is injured?" The girl fell silent, merely walking to the right side of Xiaoqing and pointing to its leg, saying, "It is here." Struggling to stand, she grew more resolute upon seeing the scarred area. The mark was indeed caused by the talisman crafted by Ling Yun. Upon realizing this, Jiang Xiaobai turned to the girl and inquired, "I still do not know your name." The girl tilted her head and replied, "My name is Liu Ruitong, but my family calls me Xiaodong." "What is your name, big brother?" "Jiang Xiaobai." Given the innocence of this girl, Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of deceiving her. Thus he spoke the truth. "Xiaodong, do you wish to avenge Xiaoqing?" Liu Ruitong glanced at Xiaoqing's injury and resolutely stated, "I want to avenge Xiaoqing." However, her tone soon grew somber as she added, "But I possess no spiritual power and I am utterly helpless." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, suppressing his pain as he crouched down and said, "Xiaodong, the one who harmed Xiaoqing is Ling Yun from the Ancient Sword Sect. Coincidentally, I also have a significant personal grievance to settle with him, so I can seek vengeance for Xiaoqing on your behalf." Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Liu Ruitong was nearly elated enough to leap into the air, yet she quickly returned to her previous pitiable demeanor, self-deprecatingly saying, I am useless. What if you find me a burden, big brother? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and replied, I would never consider you a burden. Besides, having a companion after living alone for so long would alleviate my solitude. Liu Ruitong raised her head and met Jiang Xiaobai's kind gaze, which bore the weight of hardship. She nodded earnestly and declared, I will protect you, big brother. Upon hearing such a pure sentiment, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh at the intrigues of the Ancient Sword Sect, smiling as he took Liu Ruitong's small hand in his own. Come with me to the Forest of Spirits. I still have some matters to attend to there. Liu Ruitong nodded, then whispered something to Xiaoqing, who surprisingly took 2 steps back and emitted a soft cry before soaring away with a flock of large birds. Chapter 33. Liu Ruitong. The world is vast, filled with wonders, and I never expected to encounter someone who can converse with animals. Liu Ruitong lifted her head and said, Big brother, I have asked Xiaoqing to lead her kin away. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and cautiously took a few steps forward. Once he felt the pain subside, he began walking towards the edge of the forest with Liu Ruitong. I must triumph in the trial of the brave. The audacity of her spirit deeply resonated within Liu Ruitong's tender heart. She softly inquired, Big brother, what is your purpose there? Jiang Xiaobai, vigilant as he walked, replied, I am in search of something. It is of great significance to me. Hearing this, Liu Ruitong could not help but smile, asking, What makes you think so? I cannot say for certain, but I know you are a good person, and the thing you seek will surely not bring about harm. Despite their brief acquaintance, Jiang Xiaobai sensed the innocence of this young girl. He was confident she would not betray him like Wang Tian would. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's expression darken, Liu Ruitong tugged at his sleeve and asked, Big brother, what troubles you? Is there something that makes you unhappy? Jiang Xiaobai did not articulate his reasons. He wished to shield the innocent Liu Ruitong from the taint of the mundane world. From this day forth, I shall be your guardian, a big brother who will protect you under any circumstances. He paused momentarily, his voice imbued with a soothing warmth, and continued, even if it costs me my life. I shall not flinch as long as you survive. For Liu Ruitong, at this moment, the true weight of his words might elude her comprehension. Yet even Jiang Xiaobai himself could not foresee that his declaration would resonate ominously in the years to come. After 2 days of arduous travel, Jiang Xiaobai finally led Liu Ruitong out of the dense forest. Big brother, where shall we go now? Jiang Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, only to find the scenery monotonously identical, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. We shall head south. Liu Ruitong nodded, her delicate little hand grasping Jiang Xiaobai's with unwavering trust as she obediently declared, I will follow big brother. Jiang Xiaobai clasped her hand and set forth in the southern direction. 1 day passed, then 2, 3, and 4. They trekked tirelessly for 4 consecutive days, and even Jiang Xiaobai, a full-grown man, began to feel the strain. Yet, Liu Ruitong wore an expression of carefree ease, which made Jiang Xiaobai feel somewhat ashamed. Big brother, there is a castle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai looked up and indeed saw a castle, its walls cloaked in verdant moss. An elven castle. Are there elves within? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly and replied, That forest is also known as the Elven Forest. Did you see any elves while we were inside? Liu Ruitong scratched her head, musing that she hadn't indeed beheld any sprites within the forest, and couldn't help but hum with disappointment. I long to see an elf. Jiang Xiaobai, amused and exasperated, flicked Liu Ruitong's forehead and remarked, How old are you now, child? Why do you still yearn for such mythical beings? I want to see one. I want to see one. I simply must see one. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, relenting with a helpless tone. Very well, very well. I shall take you to see an elf presently. Oh, joy. Oh, joy. I shall behold an elf. Since learning that elves could be seen within the elven castle, Liu Ruitong's gait had become a series of gleeful skips. So much so that Jiang Xiaobai could scarcely keep pace, and was obliged to let her scamper ahead. How blissful it must be to be a child, free from all cares, Jiang Xiaobai mused, lifting his gaze and following with a gentle smile. Chapter 34. A ruse, are you daft? Did I not say that this little scoundrel filched my coin? Upon hearing himself branded a little scoundrel, Jiang Xiaobai strode forward with sudden force, his footfall so resounding that it stirred up a cloud of dust. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai was not to be trifled with, the man amended his words. As I walked along the road, I sensed someone behind me. Upon turning, I saw this girl following me, and precisely then, my purse vanished. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed, finding such petty theft utterly commonplace on earth, practiced only by the most inept of pickpockets. If I am not mistaken, the actual thief is likely still nearby. Are you related to this girl? Jiang Xiaobai nodded, replying, Indeed, I am. Given your familial connection to this young lady, it is improbable that you would concede to the allegation of her being a thief. The onlookers, concurring with the man's assertion, cast disparaging glances in Jiang Xiaobai's direction. Jiang Xiaobai, regarding the man with a contemptuous smile, no longer veiled the anger in his tone. Are you unfamiliar with a contraption that can amalgamate a hook and a blade? Liu Ruitong, wiping away her tears, inquired of Jiang Xiaobai, elder brother. What manner of device is that? Jiang Xiaobai, crouching down, stroked her head and elucidated. A thief affixes a blade to a rod and a hook to the opposite end. Upon using the blade to make an incision, the hook is employed to seize the purse. He then turned his gaze back to the man, exclaiming vehemently, This method serves to divert the attention of the imbecile who misplaced their wallet. At that moment, a shout erupted from within the crowd. The thief has been apprehended. Following the sound, it was revealed that the thief was caught red-handed in the act of pilfering on the periphery of the throng. Observing that the thief indeed possessed the tool that Jiang Xiaobai had described, the man who had lost his wallet was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had unjustly accused another. However, Jiang Xiaobai, though incensed, recognized the helplessness associated with losing one's money and sighed, remarking, Such thieves exploit the psychology of those who have lost money, shifting the blame onto others. Upon realizing that Jiang Xiaobai had provided him with a graceful exit, the man chuckled dryly and said, What this gentleman says is true. I was too hasty and made a mistake. My apologies. The onlookers, seeing that the thief had been apprehended, gradually dispersed, leaving only the thief and his captor. You're quite astute, managing to expose my attempt to frame someone, the thief remarked. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a cold laugh. Now that we're alone, there's no need to keep up the pretense. The man who had claimed to lose money appeared taken aback and asked, What do you mean by that, young man? Jiang Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged. Icy and with a hint of menace. This type of swindle is obsolete where I come from. Jiang Xiaobai brushed the dust off Liu Ruitong's clothes and continued. I wasn't finished speaking earlier. Upon hearing this, the thief, abandoning his previous submissive demeanor, began to laugh, saying, Then, by all means, continue. In reality, the man who lost the money, the one who caught the thief, and the thief himself are all in cahoots. If the person being framed accepts defeat, they can collect the money. If someone finds evidence, they will have the thief apprehended and then leave together with the man who lost the money. Am I correct? After hearing this, the three men clapped in unison, and the lead thief laughed heartily, saying, You're indeed clever, but there are three of us here. Do you think you can escape today? Jiang Xiaobai leaned down and whispered in Liu Ruitong's ear, Step back a bit, or you might get hurt. The thief snorted, drawing an exceedingly supple longsword from his waist, and barked, Form a formation. Upon hearing the command, the two companions swiftly unsheathed identical swords, positioning themselves toward the other two directions. It is indeed a privilege for you to face us three brothers together. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head gently, closing his eyes as he remarked, You three truly cannot defeat me. This was not arrogance. Rather, Jiang Xiaobai sensed no trace of spiritual fluctuation emanating from the trio. In simpler terms, they were not even as formidable as a lone wolf. Their only source of pride lay in their numbers and weaponry. Prepare to meet your end. The three lunged simultaneously at Jiang Xiaobai, who merely lifted his eyelids. The malevolent aura that flickered in his eyes caused Liu Ruitong, standing nearby, to instinctively hug her arms tightly. As the trio closed in, Jiang Xiaobai remained utterly unmoved, feigning indifference. You shall perish. Jiang Xiaobai retreated a step, his body slightly lowering as he retorted, Arrogance. Without any attempt to evade, he met the swiftly approaching swords with his bare fists. To the thief's astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai effortlessly seized the blade with a reverse grip. You are truly feeble. With that, he exerted force, hurling the assailant to the ground, toppling the other two in the process. To dare engage in theft with such little skill, Jiang Xiaobai scoffed, striding toward Liu Ruitong's position. It's all right now. They have all been defeated by your big brother. Let us depart. Liu Ruitong did not nod or shake her head. Instead, tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Your demeanor just now was quite frightening, elder brother. Jiang Xiaobai regarded her with a touch of awkwardness, endeavoring to soften his tone. I was merely disciplining a miscreant, and now that he has been vanquished. Wah! Yet, Liu Ruitong continued to sob uncontrollably, eliciting a helpless sigh from Jiang Xiaobai. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he quietly inquired, Do you no longer wish to behold the sprites? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruitong gradually lowered her small hand, which had been wiping away tears, and whimpered, I do want to see them. Then cease your weeping. Jiang Xiaobai reached out to gently wipe away Liu Ruitong's tears, murmuring softly, Sprites are not fond of children who are given to tears, you know. If you persist in crying, they shall not appear. At Jiang Xiaobai's words, Liu Ruitong immediately ceased her weeping. After Jiang Xiaobai had finished wiping away her tears, she tugged at his sleeve and followed him as he continued toward the Sprite Castle. Elder brother, that man accused me of theft. Why did you not speak on my behalf? Because I believe in you. Since you address me as elder brother, you are my little sister, and I shall not permit you to suffer any indignity. The figures of the two receded into the distance, gradually vanishing along the path. Elder brother, what shall we do? We were subjected to such a beating. To dare lay hands on his three brothers. Judging by his direction, he must be headed to the Sprite Castle. The man chuckled coldly twice, and then added, Then we shall await his arrival at the castle before taking action. Chapter 35 Reunion with Cheng Rui. Jiang Xiaobai gently grasped Liu Ruitong's small hand and led her toward the distant elven castle. As they passed through the city gate, he felt a familiar presence, reminiscent of the enigmatic old woman, Cheng Rui. Li Kellen, it seems we are destined to meet once more, Jiang Xiaobai mused quietly. Liu Ruitong gazed at him with wide eyes, as if she too bore a heavy secret. We've arrived, she exclaimed, her previous despondency vanishing in an instant. I want to see the elves. I want to see the elves. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, crouching down to her level. Little Tong, you mustn't run off. What if we encounter those unsavory characters again? At this, a veil of shadow crossed Liu Ruitong's eyes. However, upon hearing that food was on the horizon, she nodded earnestly, revealing that despite her claims of not being hungry, she could hardly resist the allure of delicious fare. Observing her eager expression, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze softened with affectionate amusement. Come, let me take you to enjoy some delightful treats. You are the best, big brother. Thus, they ventured into the elven castle. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, a person of remarkable perceptiveness was stealthily following them from behind. As they walked, his eyes wandered to a nearby ruin, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. Oh, you have come, a voice called out. Upon turning, realization struck Jiang Xiaobai as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Senior Cheng Rui, unperturbed by being addressed as a venerable elder. Cheng Rui smiled contentedly, remarking, Young man, I heard you vanquished a junior elder from the Mo Sect? Jiang Xiaobai's brow furrowed, inwardly questioning how she had gleaned that Mo Chongling had fallen by his hand. However, uncertain of Cheng Rui's true nature, he surmised that an abrupt confrontation would not serve him well, and thus, he continued to prevaricate. Mo Chongling was already grievously wounded, and this junior was merely fortunate. Otherwise, I might have been the one slain. Heh, don't attempt to deceive me, Cheng Rui responded, waving her hand dismissively. How could Mo Chongling have been injured? His perception is among the most acute in the entire elven forest. Where would there be talk of injury? Just as Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by Mo Chongling's apparent frailty, Cheng Rui continued, Do not underestimate the elven forest. For not all who partake in the trial of the brave are denizens of this woodland. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, his gaze intensifying with solemnity. Senior Cheng Rui. Then this. Cheng Rui seemed perpetually intent on piquing Jiang Xiaobai's curiosity, offering only tantalizing fragments of information, only to divert the conversation whenever Jiang Xiaobai sought deeper understanding. This instance proved to be no exception. What an adorable little girl, Cheng Rui mused. Noticing Cheng Rui's gaze, Liu Ruitong appeared timid, hastily retreating behind Jiang Xiaobai, seeking to conceal herself. Xiao Tong, do not be impolite, Jiang Xiaobai gently reproved, drawing Liu Ruitong from behind him. Greet Grandma Cheng Rui properly. Gee, Grandma Cheng Rui, greetings. The elderly often possess a profound affection for children. Upon noticing the dirt smudged on Liu Ruitong's clothing, a hint of pity naturally surfaced. Oh dear, how have you managed to care for her in such a disheveled state? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Liu Ruitong. Big brother treats me very well. You mustn't speak ill of him, Liu Ruitong declared, her tender age rendering her unable to discern the deeper meanings behind the words spoken. In her innocent mind, Cheng Rui seemed to be deliberately disparaging Jiang Xiaobai, undermining his stature in her eyes. Little girl, what is your name? Cheng Rui inquired, undeterred by Liu Ruitong's apparent disrespect. Instead, she took a few steps forward, crouching down with a gentle demeanor. I won't tell you. Big brother said I shouldn't talk to strangers, Liu Ruitong retorted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that he had indeed said such a thing. Yet, could Liu Ruitong not perceive the familiarity between Cheng Rui and himself? You impart life lessons, I see, Cheng Rui remarked, rising to her feet and regarding Jiang Xiaobai with a meaningful gaze, her silence lingering until a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. Oh no, the protective barrier is cracking. The protective barrier? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Cheng Rui in confusion, who, after uttering that single phrase, fell silent once more. I know about that, Liu Ruitong suddenly interjected, momentarily startling Jiang Xiaobai, who pondered how such a young child could possess knowledge of such matters. Upon hearing this, Cheng Rui exhibited no excessive astonishment. A profound light glimmered in her eyes, as if she sought to perceive Liu Ruitong in her entirety. The ancient witch clan, we have indeed become old acquaintances. The ancient witch clan? That was the lineage which Lian Qingke claimed to belong to the last time we met in the dark streets. A mysterious race that even Ruan Sen spoke of with a hint of reverence. Cheng Rui smiled and shook her head. Yet her words suddenly bore a semblance of the same profound respect one might attribute to a deity, akin to that which Ruan Sen exhibited. In the eternal darkness, a flicker of light from the Guardian of Light briefly illuminated the void, creating a space imbued with life from this self-aware beam of radiance. For countless years, this dazzling light had accumulated boundless energy within the realm it had conjured, ultimately erupting into a protective barrier capable of harboring corporeal life. Within this sanctum, no outsider could force their way in. However, at the pinnacle of the Guardian's vitality, it abruptly fell, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. No one could have foreseen that the beings safeguarded within this barrier would one day unleash an unprecedented surge of energy. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, the faint smile that had graced Cheng Rui's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound sorrow. This tale is lengthy, yet it is all our fault. Before Jiang Xiaobai could utter another word, Cheng Rui suddenly covered her face and wept. It is we who have brought about the demise of the ancient witch clan. Snap. It is you who has left me without family, without kin. Liu Ruitong lowered her head, her voice, though soft, sent a chill through Jiang Xiaobai. Why? Why must you do this? Is it merely for the protective barrier of Sky City? If you desire it, we can offer it to you. Why must you annihilate our entire ancient witch clan? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Cheng Rui in disbelief, while the latter's face was etched with anxiety, clearly reflecting on this former blunder. Why? Liu Ruitong incessantly murmured. Her tears, as large as beans, fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that settled upon her blue shoes. I hate you. I shall not spare you, Elven Forest. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, unleashing a surge of energy that reverberated through all the structures surrounding Liu Ruitong. As the dust settled, Liu Ruitong had vanished without a trace. Chapter 36. An unexpected change. Senior Cheng. Is what Xiaodong said true? Jiang Xiaobai had long known the answer. However, he clung to a flicker of hope, attempting to persuade himself that it was merely a trivial farce by Liu Ruitong. Indeed, it is true. Jiang Xiaobai took 2 steps back, each step laden with his fondness for the elven forest. You must also be the adjudicator in the trials of the brave, he remarked. Cheng Rui nodded slightly. Her complexion is red as paper, unable to utter a word. It seems that what Nanda said is indeed true. Upon hearing the name Nanda from Jiang Xiaobai's lips, Cheng Rui abruptly lifted her head and exclaimed, "You have met Lord Nandu." Jiang Xiaobai let out a cold laugh and nodded, his words stripped of the reverence typically afforded to a senior. Old hag Cheng Rui, it seems your elven forest is willing to sacrifice everything, including others, for your own protection. Cheng Rui opened her mouth, intending to retort, but she recognized the futility of words at this juncture. I once believed your elven kin to be a paragon of integrity. Now I see you are nothing but a band of scoundrels. What is there to cherish about a race that disregards even friendship for self-preservation? Though Jiang Xiaobai was no paragon of virtue himself, being a notorious tomb raider, he still held a deep respect for basic principles of morality. At home, one relies on family. Out in the world, one depends on friends. This wisdom was not lost on him. From this moment forth, I shall slay each of you I encounter. With a swift motion, he executed a shattering palm technique. Grasping the long sword that lunged toward him, blood seeped from his palm, yet the searing pain could not diminish his loathing for the elven forest. Die. Although he had lost his spiritual awareness and his powers were sealed, the god of war technique had recently transcended to the earth realm. Thus, the ordinary assault felt like a mere tickle to him. The seemingly razor-sharp blade was effortlessly snapped in his grasp, leaving only Cheng Wenxin, who stood close at hand. A thunderous roar erupted as the last intact boulder within a 5-mile radius shattered upon impact with Cheng Wenxin, struggling to rise. Cheng Wenxin was dismayed to discover a bizarre energy coursing through his body, devouring his meridians and leaving them riddled with holes. Within a mere 3 breaths, Cheng Wenxin decayed into a withered skeleton before Cheng Rui's remorseful gaze. How could you possess such an uncanny power? Cheng Rui exclaimed. Jiang Xiaobai ignored Cheng Rui's furious cry and instead advanced toward her. Blood continued to drip from his palm, forming a crimson trail that made the already terrifying Jiang Xiaobai appear even more like a demon from the depths of hell. As Jiang Xiaobai approached, Cheng Rui began to panic. Although her strength far surpassed Jiang Xiaobai's, she herself could not have killed Cheng Wenxin with a single palm strike. Moreover, he possessed a strange energy capable of devouring others' power and claiming it as his own. Cheng Rui retreated a few steps, her aged face betraying unprecedented alarm. Cheng Wenxin and Li Pailan were the victors of your so-called warrior trials, correct? Unsure of Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, Cheng Rui nodded to confirm his statement. Warrior trials? Jiang Xiaobai scoffed, adding, a fitting name, but unfortunately, you have tarnished it. Incensed by Jiang Xiaobai's blatant insult, Cheng Rui struggled to contain her anger. Why do you speak to us with such insolence, young man? Jiang Xiaobai continued to sneer, his angular face radiating boundless malice. What have you done after the competition? Thinking I am unaware? Lord Nandu has already informed me. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Cheng Rui collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling incessantly. Lord Nandu, you have indeed encountered Lord Nandu. Has Lord Nandu abandoned us? The quivering voice revealed Cheng Rui's overwhelming fear, and the despair reflected in her eyes did not escape Jiang Xiaobai's notice. Observing the erratic behavior of the now unhinged Cheng Rui, Jiang Xiaobai found himself deeply intrigued by the actions of Lord Nandu, and puzzled by how he commanded such profound respect from these individuals. The greatest adversary one faces is the inner demon. Those who refuse to acknowledge their past mistakes are ensnared by it. Jiang Xiaobai left this thought lingering in the air as he glanced at the deranged Cheng Rui, yet he raised his hand. With a sudden thrust, blood spurted forth, staining the earth, and the desolate surroundings, ravaged by Liu Ruitong, appeared even more forlorn. Could Little Tong truly belong to the ancient witch clan? Contemplating Cheng Rui's words regarding the origins of the ancient witch clan, An audacious thought crossed Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Could the ancient witch clan be extraterrestrial beings? Yet, as this notion surfaced, he dismissed it as improbable, for this realm is not Earth, and the concept of the cosmos may not even apply here. Although the night sky is adorned with countless stars, it does not necessarily imply the existence of unknown life forms. Without Ruan Sen by his side, he feels utterly uninformed. It seems imperative to locate Little Tong swiftly before devising a means to revive Ruan Senator, having spent such a considerable time together. Jiang Xiaobai had grown accustomed to the presence of the diminutive figure, with her boundless curiosity and constant flitting about. He had often contemplated the prospect of living out his days in solitude in this world, yet after encountering Liu Ruitong, he realized that he still cherished the companionship of another. Jiang Xiaobai had slain Cheng Rui not only to spare her, a woman of considerable prowess, the indignity of suffering humiliation in her madness, but also because she had stirred up the scars deep within Liu Ruitong's heart, prompting him to act. "I've come to realize that I'm rather unaccustomed to not having you around," he mused. Jiang Xiaobai lifted his gaze, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. Though it swiftly vanished. The elven forest had acted in such an oppressive manner. If he did not step forward and take action, would he not be betraying the very purpose for which Ruan Sen had sent him here to gain experience? Having resolved himself, Jiang Xiaobai turned and hastened after Liu Ruitong, who had disappeared into the distance. 2 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye, yet Jiang Xiaobai remained as a headless fly, unsure of where to begin his search for Liu Ruitong. For her, Jiang Xiaobai felt not only a sense of lonely dependence, but also an even stronger sense of protectiveness. This feeling was ineffable, and even he was unsure when he had begun to treat Liu Ruitong as if she were his own kin. Unknowingly, Jiang Xiaobai wandered into a ravine filled with grotesque rocks. All around was silent, yet Jiang Xiaobai instantly sensed that something was amiss. Why? Because it was far too quiet here. The silence was almost maddening. Rustle. As Jiang Xiaobai was steeling himself to depart, a sound unexpectedly emanated from a nearby pile of stones. He nearly leaped with alarm, but managed to restrain himself, acutely aware of his present vulnerability. Should a ruthless adversary lurk here, he feared this could be his end. He lowered himself, quietly observing the surroundings for any sudden movements. However, his apprehension proved unwarranted. As silence persisted for half an hour, shaking his head and muttering a curse at his own overcautiousness, Jiang Xiaobai prepared to rise. But at that instant, an anomaly occurred. The once silent locale erupted with the strident chirping of insects, so deafening that even he, a practitioner of the war god technique, instinctively covered his ears. "Damn it! What on earth is that?" he thought. With effort, Jiang Xiaobai raised his head, only to find nothing before him, not even a single insect. Yet, the piercing chirps continued unabated, growing ever more intense. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and he began to silently chant the incantation for the shattering sky palm, bracing himself for a potentially fatal blow. As the insectal cacophony subsided, a series of heavy thuds reverberated through the air, so forceful that Jiang Xiaobai could feel the ground trembling beneath him. Having dwelled in this enigmatic realm for an extended duration, Jiang Xiaobai has come to realize that the creatures here cannot be judged by the standards of Earth, judging by its vocalizations and movements. This entity is undoubtedly a frog or toad of immense proportions. His conjecture was validated as the distinctive, slightly putrid odor characteristic of toads reached his nostrils. Chapter 37. The Jade Toad and Yonglif. As the toad fully materialized, a pungent stench permeated the surroundings. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by the gargantuan toad emerging from the fissure. It stood at least 3 meters tall, its body covered in spines, resembling a hedgehog with the visage of a frog. To his dismay, the colossal toad began hopping in his direction. Could it have detected my presence? The thought flashed through Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and he braced himself to flee. However, upon cautiously turning around, he discovered that his path was obstructed by a multitude of toads, large and small. Alas, is fate conspiring against me? Jiang Xiaobai sighed, rising to his feet with composure. He knew that he might perish at the hands of these repulsive creatures, but his indomitable pride would not allow him to surrender meekly. Even in death, he would resist. If you seek to devour me, let us see if your teeth are sharp enough." With that declaration, Jiang Xiaobai stomped forcefully on the ground, the impact shattering the stone beneath his feet. The giant toad exhibited no remarkable panic as it observed Jiang Xiaobai leaping into the air. It was likely that this creature had already sensed the presence of a living being in its vicinity. Shattered Sky Palm. With his spiritual energy sealed and devoid of spiritual perception, Jiang Xiaobai could only hope that the battle god techniques he had cultivated had rendered his physical form indestructible. Otherwise, confronting the toad head-on would present a daunting challenge. However, this thought flitted through his mind fleetingly. He understood that he had no time to dwell on such futile considerations. His immediate concern was to devise a means to strike the giant toad. Given the immense size of the creature, it had likely been alive for several hundred or even thousands of years, and it undoubtedly possessed a modicum of intelligence. Rather than evading the direct approach of Jiang Xiaobai, the toad opened its cavernous mouth, inviting him to plunge directly into its gullet. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of regret wash over him. He lamented his reckless decision to charge in without caution. Yet, in the face of such imminent peril, there was no time to reflect on past mistakes. As he drew ever closer to the toad's gaping maw, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes, and with a resolute determination, he plunged inside. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's anxieties began to dissipate. It seemed that Xiaotong was still alive. Time passed, and eventually, he sensed the tremors within the toad's belly gradually subsiding. Just when he intended to break free from the toad's interior, he faintly discerned voices nearby. "Elder Yang, the emerald toad is right here." Startled, Jiang Xiaobai listened with a furrowed brow. "Excellent. Now I wonder who can thwart my plans." Upon recognizing the voice of the newcomer, Jiang Xiaobai nearly flew into a rage, as it belonged to none other than Yang Lifa, the very person who had almost taken his life. However, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai conceived of a method of retribution far more satisfying than mere death. Just as Jiang Xiaobai resigned himself to his impending demise, the other individual outside interjected. "Elder Yang, that jade toad must not be harmed." Yang Lifa's displeasure was evident in his tone. Having been defeated by a mere stripling, his reputation had suffered throughout the Mo Sect, and even the sect master had expressed his dissatisfaction. Now, this lackey dared to defy his wishes. Subsequently, a violet ray emanated from Yang Lifa's right hand, instantly slaying the jade toad. The other individual, caught completely off guard by Yang Lifa's audacity, was incensed. He took a menacing step forward and said in a harsh tone, "Elder Yang, do you not fear the sect master's displeasure for this transgression?" "What do I mean?" Yang Lifa placed his hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder, speaking in a hushed tone. "Are you not aware of the nature of your mother's relationship with the sect master?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao clenched his fists, retorting sharply, "My position within the Mo Sect is the result of my own hard work." Despite the vehement reprimand from Zhang Hao, Yang Lifa remained composed, a perpetual smile playing on his lips. Yet, to Jiang Xiaobai, that smile seemed nothing more than the insidious smirk of a scoundrel. "Are you so assured of your prowess?" Yang Lifa queried, advancing a step. "Are you not cognizant that your father has been deceased for many years?" Zhang Hao offered no rejoinder, his fist clenching ever tighter. After a protracted moment, he slowly uttered, "What is your intent? You, at such a tender age, hold such a pivotal position within the Mo Sect, and the sect master frequently graces your manor with his presence. Have you not pondered whether there is something amiss?" Jiang Xiaobai began to comprehend the situation, surmising that Zhang Hao's mother might have been of questionable character. Subsequently, a melodramatic notion surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Zhang Hao was the sect master's biological son? Yang Lifa sighed, lamenting, "Child, you have lived long enough." As the words faded, a gust of wind assailed Zhang Hao's abdomen. However, Zhang Hao, despite his youthful appearance, possessed remarkable reflexes. Assuming a defensive posture the instant Yang Lifa launched his assault. Consequently, Yang Lifa's surreptitious attack faltered. "You old villain! You seek death!" Two simultaneous roars erupted as Jiang Xiaobai, ensconced within the belly of the jade toad, observed the ensuing battle with keen interest. Before long, Jiang Hao succumbed to the treacherous and malevolent Yang Lifa. What I have conveyed is the truth, yet you are not entitled to be privy to this matter. Upon concluding his words, he struck Jiang Hao's head with a resounding palm. Chapter 38. The Appearance of the Southern Dipper. Witnessing Jiang Hao's skull shatter beneath Yang Lifafa's blow, Jiang Xiaobai instinctively shrank his neck, realizing that Yang Lifafa had evidently improved his skills since his previous escape. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill with a single strike. As Yang Lifafa approached him after slaying Jiang Hao, a sudden idea surged within Jiang Xiaobai, prompting a hidden chuckle. This jade toad, he mused. What could possibly be so extraordinary about it that our leader has expended such tremendous effort to seek it out? Yang Lifafa halted, casting a puzzled glance around, murmuring, could it truly be, as the legends suggest, that there are rare treasures here? Jiang Xiaobai awaited Yang Lifafa's advance, a certain emotion compelling him to endure nearly half an hour in this unbearably foul place. Standing before the jade toad, despite its lifeless state, its colossal form still emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. Now, Jiang Xiaobai sprang into action, causing the toad to stir in unison. This unexpected turn startled Yang Lifafa, nearly causing him to fall. However, he quickly discerned the truth. While the toad had moved under Jiang Xiaobai's influence, it had not flicked its trademark tongue as a living creature would. Someone was playing tricks. Almost instantly, Yang Lifafa contemplated this possibility, promptly suppressing his inner fury and in a low voice inquired, "May I ask which esteemed friend is responsible for this? Could you reveal yourself?" He was unaware that the person resided within the belly of the toad. He believed instead that someone was employing some arcane method to manipulate the lifeless emerald creature. This thought sent a chill down Jiang Xiaobai's spine, prompting him to stir and attempt an escape. Yet, how could such a towering jade toad be so easily moved? Furthermore, having been dead for quite some time, its body had grown rigid and immovable, rendering any chance of escape virtually impossible. Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable strike. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Memories flooded back to him. Images of his past encounters with death and how he had managed to elude its grasp. If there were to be a next life, let me not be a grave robber. However, the knife remained suspended in the air, never descending. Summoning his courage, Jiang Xiaobai peered through the narrow fissure and discovered Yang Lifafa engaged in some mysterious endeavor on the toad's forehead. Though a sense of suspicion lingered within him, he recognized his current state of weakness. To venture out would undoubtedly lead to his demise. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed the undigested garments lodged within the toad's belly. How was it that after consuming humans, this creature failed to digest their clothing? A bold notion sparked in his mind. You must have taken many lives. Jiang Xiaobai smirked sinisterly, retrieving a blood-stained garment from beside him. While we, the Tomb Raiders, may fear the supernatural, I wonder if you, as a practitioner, share that fear. Yang Lifafa continued to fidget with the knife, seemingly oblivious to the black blood that oozed from the incision on the toad's forehead. It is peculiar that the sect leader mentioned a jade toad would possess a spirit stone bracelet capable of sensing the treasures of the world. Yet none is to be found. He is entirely engrossed in the quest for the spirit stone bracelet, oblivious to the presence of an unfamiliar entity that has appeared behind him. Yang Lif laments, my demise is indeed tragic. Jiang Xiaobai once again dons the human skin mask he wore in the black market, rendering his voice devoid of emotion. Yang Lif abruptly turns around, only to be met with the sight of an unsteady figure, causing his heart to momentarily flutter and his grip on the knife falters, resulting in a clatter as it falls to the ground. The sound of the blade hitting the floor stirs a flicker of excitement within Jiang Xiaobai. As long as he possesses a weapon, he harbors hope of escaping this predicament, perhaps even the possibility of turning the tables on Yang Lif. Given Yang Lif's evident fear, it is likely he has taken many lives, which explains his apprehension towards the spirits of the deceased. You have slaughtered my entire family today. I shall demand your life in return. Concealed within the toad's belly, Jiang Xiaobai is unperturbed by the prospect of discovery. His sole aim is to divert Yang Lif's attention entirely to the figure before him, thereby buying himself time to retrieve the fallen knife. What a delusion! Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing Yang Lif utter such infuriating words, feels a surge of indignation within, vowing silently to eliminate this wretch who regards human life as mere fodder. Do you truly believe you can survive this? Jiang Xiaobai removes the human skin mask once more and, altering his voice, inquires sharply. Yang Lif, taken aback by the sudden change in tone, finds himself momentarily at a loss. Insolent whelp, the old man exclaimed. Just because I spare your life doesn't mean you can take me for granted. With that, he lunged towards the blade. Alas, age had taken its toll, rendering even the keenest senses and mightiest powers inadequate. Thus, though they leaped almost simultaneously, Jiang Xiaobai managed to seize the weapon with a touch more celerity. You old villain. Your hands are stained with the blood of countless innocents. Today, you shall meet your end here, Jiang Xiaobai declared. Yang Lifan retorted with a sinister chuckle, insignificant brat. I was wandering the world honing my skills when you were still in your infancy. To dare utter such audacious words at your tender age. Your deceased parents should have taught you a lesson. Upon hearing Yang Lifan's vituperative words against his parents, Jiang Xiaobai felt as if a raging inferno had been unleashed within his heart. Prepare to meet your doom, he roared, propelling himself into the air with the force of the deification leg, then swooping down upon Yang Lifan before the latter could even react. Poised to deliver a devastating blow from above. Yang Lifan, however, remained unfazed by Jiang Xiaobai's blinding speed. With a disdainful snort, he retrieved a tortoise shell from his sleeve. Finding himself without any leverage, Jiang Xiaobai experienced a pang of helplessness. Arrogant pup, Yang Lifan sneered. Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of agony. With these words, he produced a crimson feather from his sleeve, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Phoenix incarnate, he bellowed, casting the feather skyward. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the feather drawing ever closer, a surge of anxiety coursed through him, causing him to grip the dagger with increasing intensity. In a flash of inspiration, he devised a method to confront Yang Lifafa. Raising the dagger before his chest, he prepared to hurl it, only to notice an anomaly about the feather. Though it was a vibrant crimson, he felt no heat emanating from it. Instead, a chilling aura penetrated his very being. This was indeed peculiar. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation as the feather approached him. Break! Yang Lifafa bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, the feather transformed into a diminutive red bird, no larger than a palm. Despite its size, the formidable pressure exerted by its wings was wholly unexpected for Jiang Xiaobai. The red bird emitted a soft chirp and charged directly at him, though he could not fathom the full extent of its peculiarities. His instinct urged him to distance himself from it as swiftly as possible. As he felt his body begin to descend, a wave of panic washed over him. If this continued, he would surely meet a dire fate. With a fierce shout, Jiang Xiaobai instead propelled himself toward the red bird. To confront death for the sake of survival was the essence of the battle god technique. In that moment, the supreme secrets inscribed in the tome of the battle god technique surged through his mind, and with steely resolve, he decided to gamble everything. However, Yang Lifafa's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he said, "But even so, what difference does it make? You are still destined to perish." In the air, Jiang Xiaobai, of course, could not hear Yang Lifafa's voice. His attention was entirely focused on the red bird that he had cast aside. "Enough. You may as well die," Yang Lifafa shouted, hurling another purple feather. This feather, like the previous red one, transformed instantly into a palm-sized bird, the only distinction being that it radiated a deep purple light. Two phoenixes merged, the nether wind descends. With this incantation, the two birds swiftly converged, their beaks entwined, forming a circular shape reminiscent of Tai Chi. The azure nether phoenix let out a piercing cry and turned to fly towards Jiang Xiaobai. A whisper echoed, as if emanating from the distant void. Both Yang Lifafa and Jiang Xiaobai were momentarily stunned, and even the nether phoenix emitted a frightened cry. Evidently, the newcomer did not come with benevolent intentions. "Has your MO clan begun to bully the weak?" The familiar voice and entrance style prompted Jiang Xiaobai to murmur softly, "Nandu." Chapter 39. Yang Lafafa, die. The figure in the white robe, having appeared out of thin air, merely cast a glance at the nether phoenix, which obediently landed on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Who are you? Do not interfere with the affairs of our Mo clan, or you will regret it. Nanda shook his head, extending his hand to pull Jiang Xiaobai down from the air. How did you end up in this state? Where is the little girl who was with you? Upon mentioning Liu Ruitong, Jiang Xiaobai appeared somewhat abashed, scratching his head in silence. Nanda then sighed, removing his cloak and turning around. When Yang Lifa beheld Nanda's countenance, his legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Who was Nandu? The commander of the Forbidden River Desert, a figure comparable to a god of war. Even the sect master of the Mo Sect would have to tread carefully in his presence. Wouldn't he, a mere minion, be like an ant before him? Lord Nandu, this is all a misunderstanding. Nandu waved his hand, signaling Yang Lifa to remain silent, and instead turned to Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, how do you intend to deal with him? Jiang Xiaobai snorted softly and stated, he has harmed countless individuals. I wish to kill him. Nandu nodded, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward Yang Lifa. Under his intense stare, Yang Lifa felt as though he were a tree, unable to move an inch, and the fear in his heart grew ever stronger. Jiang Xiaobai did not intervene, watching with keen interest the absolute suppression between the strong and the weak. Hand over all the magical treasures on your person. Nandu's sudden words caused Jiang Xiaobai to falter for a moment, uncertain of his intentions. Although he was unclear about Nanda's motives for approaching him, Jiang Xiaobai was certain in his heart that he would not harm him like Insha. If he were to die directly, wouldn't the intelligence in his possession be rendered useless? Upon hearing Nandu's words, Jiang Xiaobai also came to a sudden realization, saying with a touch of shame, this junior is ignorant, please enlighten me. Nando clearly wished to avoid prolonging this topic. With a swift motion, he effortlessly lifted the motionless Yang Lafafa into the air, suspending him as if weightless. What formidable power must one possess to achieve such a feat? Jiang Xiaobai even began to question whether Nando and Insha had ascended to the celestial realm, for with a mere gesture, mountains crumbled and seas reversed. It seemed that Nando was aware of Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, as he whispered softly, one day, you too shall reach my level. Jiang Xiaobai could not fathom why Nando held such unwavering confidence in him, yet he nodded earnestly, vowing to himself that he would one day stand atop this world. Suspended in midair, Yang Lafafa looked helplessly at the two conversing with ease, his anger boiling over. He shouted in fury and raised his hand to cast a spell, attempting to summon the previously invoked Een Phoenix. However, the Een Phoenix merely emitted a low cry, its wings remaining still. Witnessing this, Yang Lafafa's countenance darkened. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the tortoise shell and several other items from his sleeve that he had used earlier. The four spirits' sacred artifacts. Your sect leader truly knows how to wield power, he muttered. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to comprehend the significance of his words and tugged at Nando's sleeve, urging him to clarify. Can you let me go now? Yang Lafafa ventured cautiously, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. He understood that any further insolence could lead to dire consequences, compelling him to adopt a submissive posture in a desperate bid for survival. However, Nando held a different opinion. He raised his hand and conjured a barrier that firmly ensnared Yang Lafafa in midair. It is a grave mistake to release a tiger back into the mountains. I am not as foolish as this lad. Jiang Xiaobai felt his face flush when Nando criticized him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Remember, those who can be eliminated must be eliminated, and those who cannot must still pay some price. Jiang Xiaobai nodded gravely, watching as Yang Lafafa erupted into a mist of blood in the air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily lost in thought. Despite all that Ruan Sen had done for him, he still lacked the strength to awaken him, which filled his heart with sorrow. Brave trials are about to commence, he remarked. Jiang Xiaobai merely shook his head, a faint expression of regret crossing his face as he said, I have matters to attend to. Nando smiled slightly and replied, it seems the young girl by your side has gone missing. At this, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly lifted his head, pondering how Nando could possibly know this. I happened to encounter her, so I brought her to find you." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Nando, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Perhaps it was this very look that made Nando feel somewhat uneasy. Or perhaps he simply did not intend to engage in extensive conversation with him. So he straightforwardly stated, "Since your arrival in the Forbidden River Desert, I have been aware of your every move." Jiang Xiaobai did not react with the fury Nando had anticipated. Instead, he responded with remarkable calmness. And then, Nando fell silent, unable to find words, and could only tear open a rift in the air to bring Liu Ruitong forth. Xiaolong. Upon seeing Liu Ruitong before him, Jiang Xiaobai could hardly contain his emotions, feeling a sudden pang in his nose that nearly brought him to tears. 2 days prior, Nando had witnessed Liu Ruitong fleeing from the elven castle and instinctively followed her. For reasons unknown, Liu Ruitong harbored little suspicion towards Nando. Instead, she found him quite amiable and approachable, thus recounting to him the entire sequence of events. Initially, upon hearing her tale, Nando felt a twinge of guilt, as the incident from long ago bore some connection to him. Consequently, he took Liu Ruitong to Jiang Xiaobai, only to discover that the latter had already departed from the elven forest. Listening to Nando, Jiang Xiaobai wiped his face with his hand, leaving others to ponder whether he had genuinely shed tears. However, Liu Ruitong was indeed crying, large teardrops cascading to the ground, her tear-streaked face evoking deep sympathy. Jiang Xiaobai enveloped Liu Ruitong in his embrace and whispered, "I shall no longer allow you to leave my side. I promise to protect you." Observing this, Nando smiled faintly, inscribing something upon the azure phoenix nearby before quietly vanishing amidst the hills in a manner that defied comprehension. "Has that person troubled you in recent days?" Liu Ruitong shook her head, responding, "No, that big brother has been very kind to me." Jiang Xiaobai lifted his head, preparing to express his gratitude, only to find that Nando had already disappeared. "Let us depart. The hero trials are about to commence." Yet, Liu Ruitong remained rooted in place, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to crouch beside her and inquire, "What troubles you, little Tong? Why do you hesitate to move?" Liu Ruitong pointed at the immense jade toad and remarked, "There is a bracelet within its head." Upon hearing the word bracelet, Jiang Xiaobai was abruptly reminded of the spiritual stone bracelet that Yang Lifeng had mentioned before his demise. "Step back. I shall take a look," he said as he retrieved the confiscated treasure from Yang Lifeng and pondered, "Nando did not instruct me on how to utilize it." Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaobai felt an immeasurable gratitude towards Nando for the life-saving assistance. Before him lay a tortoise shell, a spectral phoenix, and a half-broken sword. Jiang Xiaobai turned to glance at the spectral phoenix, only to find it gazing back at him, prompting a playful gesture as he waved his hand. To his astonishment, the spectral phoenix approached him obediently, seemingly submissive. It appeared that Nando had imposed some form of restriction upon the phoenix, rendering it compliant. Shifting his attention back to the 2 artifacts in his possession, he recognized the tortoise shell as a formidable defensive tool, which he certainly could not afford to damage. He raised the broken sword in his right hand, scrutinizing it against the sky. "Nothing peculiar about it," he muttered, just as he was about to discard the sword. A sudden surge of extraordinarily violent energy coursed through it. Yin and Yang transform. The 5 elements descend from the heavens, originating from the cosmos, bestowing the infinite. A deep voice resonated, startling Jiang Xiaobai. Under a brilliant radiance, the sword in his hand gradually restored itself to its original form. No longer a mere broken sword, it had transformed into a peerless weapon. Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to comprehend, his mouth agape in disbelief at the remarkable occurrence that had just transpired. A subtle hum resonated, succeeded by a chorus of croaking frogs, their sonic waves threatening to engulf both Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Ruitong. Jiang Xiaobai promptly covered his ears, intending to caution Liu Ruitong, only to realize she remained entirely unaffected. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai attempted to lower his hands, but even the slightest opening allowed the dreadful croaking to penetrate his auditory canals. With considerable effort, Jiang Xiaobai gestured for Liu Ruitong to retrieve the bracelet, which she nonchalantly did with her characteristic exuberance. Enshrouded, Liu Ruitong nodded, enveloping it in a silk cloth and securing it at her waist. As soon as the bracelet was concealed, the piercing croaking ceased almost instantaneously. Jiang Xiaobai patted his forehead, musing that they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Yet he couldn't fathom why Yang Lifa had not utilized such an item. Its auction value in the black market would undoubtedly place it within the realm of mystical treasures. This realization further enhanced Jiang Xiaobai's perception of the sword he possessed. Let us depart. However, given that the items were plundered, he worried about potential recognition by the Mo Sect, which could lead to his capture and, more concerningly, Liu Ruitong's. Securing both items, he gently patted the dark phoenix, which obediently split into two small birds before reverting to its original state as two feathers. A bountiful day indeed. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled heartily, taking Liu Ruitong's hand as they exited the hollow. Elder brother, why did Brother Nandu say there are no elves in the elf castle? I have heard that the protective barrier has shattered, and it seems that this year's warriors' trial cannot proceed. Two individuals were engaged in a hushed conversation, yet Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, chose not to inquire further but continued walking ahead. Brother, won't you lend a hand to the elven forest? Jiang Xiaobai crouched down and softly replied. The elven forest has brought this upon themselves. We need not offer our assistance. Liu Ruitong may still be young and unaware of the concept of retribution. Yet as she matures, she will not regret her decision not to aid them now. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Liu Ruitong nodded, grasping Jiang Xiaobai's sturdy hand. The journey was silent, as if the prior events had etched a chasm between them. Xiaodong, what troubles you? Jiang Xiaobai, perceptive as ever, sensed that Liu Ruitong's demeanor was uncharacteristically different. Brother, I have a slight headache. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Ruitong felt as though the sky was collapsing, her vision darkening as she fainted into Jiang Xiaobai's embrace. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, Liu Ruitong slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by Jiang Xiaobai's bewildered expression. You are awake. Jiang Xiaobai gently lifted Liu Ruitong from the bed, offering her a bowl of water before inquiring, Xiaodong, what happened yesterday? Liu Ruitong shook her head, responding, I do not know. I only felt the world swirling around me. And then everything went dark. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai carefully laid Liu Ruitong back down on the bed, urging her to rest well before stepping outside, leaving the bowl behind. Why was there no incident upon a previous visit to the elven forest, yet this time a sudden collapse occurred? Jiang Xiaobai descended from the inn, beckoning the waiter to deliver some sustenance upstairs. The hero's trial is now defunct and will not proceed this time. Chapter 40. The hero's trial? This pronouncement elicited a chorus of astonished gasps within the dining establishment, drawing an ever-increasing throng of onlookers. Jiang Xiaobai smiled wryly, refraining from joining the assembly. Having cultivated the war god technique, his bodily constitution naturally surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering the distance inconsequential to his auditory perception. You are likely unaware, but several days prior, a thunderous reverberation echoed through the skies. The individual at the epicenter of attention, seemingly relishing the prominence, delicately sipped from their teacup before continuing. This resounding clamor was none other than the protective barrier of the elven forest being breached. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding populace audibly inhaled in unison. If the elven forest's protective barrier has indeed been compromised, then the covetous Forbidden River Desert will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The Elven Citadel has issued a proclamation, stipulating that whosoever aids them in repairing this breach shall be deemed the victor of this hero's trial. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his teacup with such force that minute fissures began to appear on its surface. Hero's trial, a preposterous charade. Crack! The teacup shattered, the sound reverberating through the expansive hall like a thunderclap. It appears that you harbor some disagreement with my statements. Jiang Xiaobai demurred, stating softly, I harbor no disagreement. My apologies for the disturbance. Having uttered those words, he was inclined to leave. However, the other party, emboldened by a sense of righteousness, slammed his hand upon the table and rose to his feet, declaring, Do you believe you can come and go as you please in this place? I am at your service whenever you wish. With that, Jiang Xiaobai ascended the stairs amidst the raucous cheers of those around him. Nightfall descended swiftly. Yet Jiang Xiaobai chose to remain indoors, not only to better attend to Liu Ruitong, but also to ponder the weighty decision of whether to assist the Forest of Spirits. Although he harbored a profound disdain for the realm, Ningdo had mentioned that it held the means to awaken the slumbering Ruan Sen, leaving him in a state of confusion. Should he extend his aid or refrain? Jiang Xiaobai was uncertain and thus resolved to lie upon the floor in preparation for sleep. Their accommodations consisted of a single room, and to keep a closer watch over Liu Ruitong, he opted to recline fully clothed upon the ground. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, suggesting someone was approaching. Startled, Jiang Xiaobai sprang to his feet and stealthily approached the door, leaning against the frame to eavesdrop. "Brother, this is the place." He discerned the voice of the individual from earlier in the day. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why that person had returned, pondering whether he had inadvertently failed to inflict sufficient harm during their previous encounter. However, the present circumstances were precarious. It was not that Jiang Xiaobai lacked the ability to flee, but rather the challenge lay in ensuring Liu Ruitong's safety, rendering escape a more complicated affair. Creak. Unbeknownst to those outside, Jiang Xiaobai chose to open the door. His stern visage bore a hint of disdain as he faced the four individuals opposite him. "It's you, you little rascal." Bewildered by the remark, Jiang Xiaobai only comprehended its significance upon recognizing the individuals' countenances. It dawned on him that they were the very ones who had falsely accused Xiaotong of theft. He assented with a nod, uttering, "Please, let's step outside." Though his words carried a veneer of civility, his tone lacked any warmth, capable of chilling the inn to its very core. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, shaking his head as he led the way. Fortunately, the inn was situated in a less bustling area of the elven city, allowing them to swiftly locate a more spacious locale. Wang Xing advanced, stepping into the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but erupt in laughter. His height barely reached 5 feet, yet his physique appeared remarkably corpulent, indicative of a life of indolence and gluttony. Visibly embarrassed by Jiang Xiaobai's derision, Wang Xing's face flushed crimson as he roared, "What's so amusing, you scoundrel?" Heh. Jiang Xiaobai endeavored to suppress his mirth, adding, "It's nothing. Let's commence. Please, make your move." Without hesitation, Wang Xing retrieved a broad-bladed saber from his back, brandishing it as he charged towards Jiang Xiaobai. Initially, Jiang Xiaobai had dismissed Wang Xing as a mere rustic brute. However, observing the saber's movements, he detected an aura of menace, realizing that this was no ordinary, easily dispatched fat man. "Take this." Jiang Xiaobai heard a thunderous shout, prompting him to adopt a more somber demeanor. He reached into his satchel, withdrawing the broken sword. A resonant hum filled the air as golden light emanated, revealing a formidable weapon reborn. This entire affair seemed excessively surreal. Not only to Wang Xing, but also to those supporting him. It was as if they were living in a dream. Clang! The two weapons collided, and the seemingly delicate golden longsword tenaciously withstood Wang Xing's forceful cleave. "This artifact is indeed extraordinary," Jiang Xiaobai mused, momentarily astonished, but he swiftly regained his composure, lifting his gaze to meet Wang Xing's incredulous expression. Wang Xing never anticipated that his all-out strike would fail to inflict any substantive damage on Jiang Xiaobai. "It appears you still fall short," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, advancing a couple of steps, the golden sword in his grasp emitting a faint golden radiance. "Just who are you?" Wang Xing demanded. "My name is He," Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing shuddered, his grip failing as his greatsword clattered to the ground. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, wondering why his name inspired such dread in the spirit forest. First, Mo Chongling was rendered speechless by his mere mention, and now Wang Xing was so startled he couldn't hold his blade. "He, you're He," Wang Xing exclaimed. Jiang Xiaobai recoiled slightly, positioning his sword defensively, and raised an eyebrow at Wang Xing. The three individuals accompanying Wang Xing were equally astounded upon learning that it was He, ultimately prostrating themselves on the ground. Perplexed by this reaction, Jiang Xiaobai hesitated, wanting to assist them but wary of a potential ruse, finding himself in a quandary. Before Jiang Xiaobai could react, Wang Xing, without retrieving his sword, took a few tentative steps forward, his expression tinged with apprehension. "Esteemed Heihe, would you be willing to escort me to the Elven Hall?" he implored. The Elven Hall, the most crucial venue within the Elven Castle, serves as the site for all significant decision-making meetings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai genuinely found himself perplexed by Wang Xing and his companion's intentions. However, as they bore no weapons, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to continue holding his sword. So he drove it into the ground. The moment the sword left his grasp, it reverted to its former broken state. Naturally, Wang Xing and the three others were rendered speechless, standing there in a state of confusion. Yet, due to Mo Zong's unfathomable strength and the inability of the Elven Castle to intervene directly, individuals like Wang Xing became the most immediate victims of circumstance, having fallen into such dire straits that they could only survive by resorting to theft. "We wish to enter the Elven Hall to secure a place for us to live," one of them implored. "Brother Heihe, just days ago, they wronged you without cause. Please spare their lives." As Jiang Xiaobai observed the scene unfolding before him, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Although Wang Xing was rash, he exhibited a profound sense of brotherhood, reminiscent of his own past. "Stand up," Jiang Xiaobai urged. Wang Xing hesitated for a moment, but eventually rose to his feet. "Follow me," Jiang Xiaobai commanded, before turning to retrieve the broken sword he had embedded in the earth, placing it upon his back as he proceeded to walk away. Seeing that Jiang Xiaobai had consented to his companionship, Wang Xing turned to the three men and declared, "Brothers, I am leaving. I will find a place for all of us to reside within the Elven Hall." Upon hearing Wang Xing's words, the three individuals felt a surge of emotion, and the four of them embraced tightly, as if Wang Xing's departure signified an eternal farewell. Chapter 41. Journey to the Elven Hall. Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly, lifted his teacup, and spoke softly. "Do you have any clever strategies?" With a sheepish grin, Wang Xing replied, "Elder brother, do not be deceived by my stoutness. My mind is still quite sharp." Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's encouraging nod to continue, he felt a swell of pride and continued. "Although our social standing is humble, we possess the most information. I have thoroughly grasped the intricate relationship between the Elven Forest and the Forbidden River Desert. If we manage this matter adeptly, everything else will fall into place." Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, aware that the discord between the Elven Forest and the Forbidden River Desert stemmed from past events, which remained unresolved for an extended period. Could it be that Wang Xing's mere words could truly remedy this situation? Perhaps sensing Jiang Xiaobai's skepticism, Wang Xing asserted, "Brother Heihe, today there is a military strategy meeting at the Elven Hall. We can attend together." Jiang Xiaobai frowned, pondering how he, not being from the Elven Forest, could gain access to such a secretive place. "Brother Heihe, you are now a great hero of the Elven Forest," Wang Xing urged, eager to set off, pulling Jiang Xiaobai towards the door of the inn. Jiang Xiaobai shook off his hand and replied calmly, "Wait a moment." He then turned to check on Liu Ruitong, who was still lying in bed, lost in slumber. In the span of 2 days, Liu Ruitong remained in a state of distress, which truly agitated him. "Xiaodong, I need to step out for a moment. Please rest well." He left a note on the table before Jiang Xiaobai closed the door behind him. The street was bustling with life, devoid of the chaos one would expect from a shattered protective barrier. "Brother Heihe, you must also be here for the trials of the brave, correct?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, choosing to remain silent. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, Wang Xing became intrigued and remarked, "Brother Heihe, the Elven Hall has transformed the trials of the brave into a military strategy discussion, as long as the tactics receive the chieftain's approval. Victory in the competition is assured." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your level of confidence?" 80%. "Let us go." Thus, the two made their way toward the towering Elven Hall not far ahead. Inside the Elven Hall, a magnificent round table sculpted from dark red crystal was surrounded by 4 exquisitely crafted glass chairs adorned with gems, where several individuals were already seated. Wang Xing grasped Jiang Xiaobai's arm, signaling him to slow down. Although confused, Jiang Xiaobai complied. Hai He is here. Wang Xing suddenly bellowed, startling Jiang Xiaobai, who wondered what this fellow was up to. Yet, before the sound faded, a throng of people surged toward them. Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat perplexed, thinking that his efforts to rid the world of dangers did not warrant such a commotion. This is Hai He, so impressive. As more and more people gathered to witness the enigmatic figure known as Heiha, curiosity piqued regarding whether he possessed an exceptional physique, perhaps with 2 additional arms or an extra leg. Surrounded by this throng, Jiang Xiaobai felt overwhelmed and swiftly sought an excuse to extricate himself from the crowd, only to find Wang Xing already seated at a round table. With a subtle smile, the latter introduced himself, Director He Jian of the Elven Hall. It was only upon hearing this introduction that Jiang Xiaobai comprehended the reason behind Wang Xing's previously grave demeanor. What brings you to seek my humble presence, Director? He inquired. He Jian let out a hearty laugh, patting Jiang Xiaobai on the shoulder, saying, Little brother Heiha, you are now revered as a great hero among the populace of our elven forest. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked slightly and took a seat. Your name, Jiang Xiaobai, is quite appealing. Why then adopt the moniker Heiha? He Jian whispered into Jiang Xiaobai's ear, causing a pang of anxiety within him. How could this individual possibly know his true identity? Though such thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a composed exterior. You currently stand at the advanced level of the profound realm. If I am not mistaken, you are yet unable to wield spiritual perception. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a faint smile, choosing not to hold back any further against He Jian's repeated provocations. Then perhaps you would like to test whether you can best me. Very well, I accept your challenge. He Jian bellowed, slapping his palm down decisively. Sensing the sudden escalation, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened. While his upper body remained still, he summoned all his strength in his legs. Sealing godleg. Struck by the blow, He Jian recoiled from his seat, astonishment etched upon his face as he stumbled backward. The occupants of the hall rose to their feet, their gazes drawn to the unfolding scene. It's nothing, He Jian said. Black River and I were merely engaging in a friendly spar. My apologies for the disturbance. He offered a profound bow as he concluded his statement. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, inwardly remarking on the man's cunning and duplicity. By implying that Jiang Xiaobai had acted inappropriately, he had placed him in an awkward position, damned if he spoke and damned if he remained silent. You possess a multitude of intriguing qualities, Jiang Xiaobai said with a subtle smile. Yang Lif also expressed a similar sentiment. At the forefront of the group was a venerable elder, perpetually enshrouded in an aura of palpable menace, reminiscent of a seasoned general. Accompanying him were 2 younger individuals, a man and a woman, roughly the same age as Wang Xing. The Grand General of the Expeditionary Force, Wang Xing uttered in a trembling voice. Jiang Xiaobai merely grunted in response, offering no further comment. Jiang Xiaobai was unfamiliar with the Expeditionary Force to which Wang Xing referred. But to the inhabitants of the Elven Forest, they represented their ultimate safeguard. They were both a keen blade and an unyielding shield. Wang Xing was now so agitated that he could barely maintain his grip on his teacup. To commoners such as himself, the Expeditionary Force was akin to a celestial luminary, worthy of admiration but unattainable. Now that Wang Xing had finally beheld the Expeditionary Force he had long revered, his elation knew no bounds. The elder exchanged a smile and a few words with He Jian, but the distance was too great for Jiang Xiaobai to discern their meaning. To his surprise, however, the elder concluded his conversation and began to approach him. This must be the young brother from Heiha. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and remained seated. I am the commander of the Expeditionary Force, named Song Tian. Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, merely lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's reticence, Song Tian felt a tinge of awkwardness. Before he could speak, a man behind him suddenly lashed out. Why are you silent, boy? Are you deaf? Jiang Xiaobai set down his teacup and disdainfully replied, You lack the qualifications to converse with me. Song Tian let out a hearty laugh, saying, What a spirited young lad. Though young, your temperament is fierce, yet I admire your arrogance. Given such an opportunity for humility, Jiang Xiaobai had no reason to decline. He promptly stood and offered a slight bow, saying, "I am but an unworthy youth, overwhelmed by your kindness." Wang Xing observed Jiang Xiaobai's audacity and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Young brother from Heha, what do you think of my grandson Song Jin and granddaughter Song Wei?" Jiang Xiaobai did not glance at them, casually responding, "With a general as discerning as you, I am certain your descendants must possess keen intellect." After sharing a couple of laughs, Song Tian departed. "Remember this, I will make you pay." Song Tian's grandson spoke up, but Jiang Xiaobai ignored him and resumed his seat. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Xing softly inquired, "Brother from Heha, why did you behave that way just now?" Jiang Xiaobai poured his tea onto the ground, creating a layer of white residue. "This is anything but simple. You must tread carefully." Chapter 42. The Clan Leader's Recruitment. The clan leader arrives. A voice exclaimed, instantly silencing the once boisterous second floor. Those crowding the corridor parted, creating a path for a white-haired elder adorned in a brocade robe. His presence illuminated the entire floor like moonlight. Wang Xing's hand trembled slightly, causing her to spill the tea Jian had just poured. The light brown liquid spread across the table. "Your Excellency, clan leader." Jian was the first to react, bowing respectfully with a gentle smile towards the elder who had entered. The clan leader cast a fleeting glance at the hall manager before his gaze settled upon Jiang Xiaobai and Song Tian. Noticing their intent to offer a salutation, he promptly raised his hands to prevent them, stating, "I heard from Elder Liu that there was a person with unique abilities at the Elf Hall. So I came to listen." "What brings General Song to the Elf Hall today?" the clan leader inquired. "Like you, clan leader, I came to listen. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I encountered you," Song Tian replied. "A chance meeting is better than a formal invitation. Would you care to join me for tea and the lecture?" The clan leader nodded, displaying none of the overbearing arrogance one might expect of a clan leader. Jiang Xiaobai relinquished the main seat, taking a subordinate position himself. Upon witnessing the clan leader of the Elven Forest seated in the small room, Song Wei and Wang Xing were ecstatic, each contemplating how to distinguish themselves before him. Song Wei mused that her knowledge of military strategy would surely impress the clan leader. Wang Xing, however, grew increasingly restless. Although he was but a commoner, he possessed genuine talent and feared being overshadowed in terms of presence and eloquence. As he pondered this, a gong reverberated from the second floor. Jian stood at the center of the second floor, and once the surroundings had quieted, he announced in a resounding voice, "Today, in the Elven Hall, we engage in a military discourse. As all of you are aware, the art of warfare relies heavily on military strategy, and the ancients have bequeathed us numerous treatises on the subject. Today, I pose a question. If, while leading troops on a campaign, we find ourselves in a dense forest, and the enemy, capitalizing on their advantageous position, ignites a fire with elite soldiers blocking our retreat, what course of action should our forces undertake?" Amidst the chorus of accolades, Song Wei blushed demurely, her resplendent eyes darting towards the clan leader seated in the place of honor before swiftly averting their gaze. "Young Miss Song Wei," a voice inquired. "The hall master speaks of resolving this predicament. Merely knowing the art of fire attack is of little consequence. Does the young miss possess the knowledge of how to extricate ourselves from this perilous situation?" Wang Xing, of course, noticed Song Wei's glance towards the clan leader. The embers in his eyes had now grown into a raging inferno, threatening to consume everything in their path. Song Wei was taken aback that Wang Xing would undermine her at such a moment. His words were so merciless and cutting. Was this man deranged, daring to challenge her in this manner? Though his voice lacked resonance, it carried an air of authority that weighed heavily upon Song Jin, who felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. He paused momentarily before speaking slowly. "The enemy general has set fire to the wind, and with threats approaching from behind, we must avoid dispersing our forces. Instead, we should take the initiative by igniting the outer perimeter of our army to create a barrier against the flames. We can also confine the enemy within the inferno, after which we shall focus our efforts on annihilating the enemy's rear guard." Song Jin articulated his thoughts with utmost caution. Within this small gathering, one represented the salvation of countless lives, while the other was a respected clan leader, surrounded by numerous aspiring individuals. The stakes were high. Uttering a single misstep could tarnish his own reputation, but more gravely, it could bring disgrace to the Song family. He anxiously glanced at the clan leader, silently hoping he would not deem him incompetent. Just moments earlier, when Song Wei had spoken, Song Tian had discreetly inscribed the words, "Do not disperse your forces. Take the initiative, attack fire with fire, and eliminate the elite troops," into Song Jin's palm. After careful consideration, Song Jin realized this indeed was the most prudent strategy to counter the fiery predicament they faced. He turned to his grandfather, who smiled and nodded encouragingly, as if urging him to continue. Outside the small room, the cacophony of discussions resonated clearly, all of which were praises for Song Jin's astute planning. "Brother, what a brilliant strategy." Song Wei's words were laced with reluctant admiration, barely concealing her true feelings. The clan leader poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. The warm liquid coursed down his throat, mirroring his current state of contentment, as he thought to himself that at last, they had someone capable of leading the charge against the formidable forces of the Forbidden River. The younger sister has always been exceptionally gifted. The strategy your brother mentioned should have already crossed her mind, shouldn't it? Suddenly, Song Wei's face flushed crimson. She had not devised any countermeasures. Yet it was not the moment to reveal her lack of preparation. At this juncture, the clan leader unexpectedly broached the topic, prompting her to cast a glance in his direction. However, the clan leader's expression remained serene, as if he had casually mentioned it. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Xing smiled at Song Wei, exuding an air of innocence, seemingly oblivious to the warning glint in her eyes. Upon discerning her thoughts, he harbored a singular intention. They must not outshine one another before the clan leader, for if they garnered a favorable impression, what would become of him? Song Wei's expression stiffened, her gaze seething with a desire to transform into a blade and slice Wang Xing into pieces. What madness possessed this lowly minion to dare oppose her today? Do you hold a differing opinion? Young Master Song possesses a clever scheme. The clan leader glanced at Song Jin, his voice laced with approval, remarking on the regrettable fact that young Master Song held an important position. Upon hearing the leader's commendation, a flicker of joy graced Song Jin's countenance. Nothing could be more delightful than receiving praise from someone he revered. It was merely a desire to provide him with some experience, fearing that his youth and impetuosity might lack restraint. "My grandson has always held the clan leader in high esteem and has long aspired to serve under his command." Song Tianla chuckled, turning to the clan leader and inquired, "Might your excellency consider granting my humble grandson an opportunity for experience?" Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Song Jin was taken aback, his heart racing with excitement as he glanced at the clan leader, though he dared not harbor too high expectations. "Why not?" The clan leader replied with a faint smile. "If young Master Song is willing to serve, it shall indeed be a blessing for the common folk." At this news, Song Jin felt a surge of exhilaration rushing through him. The clan leader wanted him to join the Elven Hall. However, before he could revel in the moment, Wang Xing, who had been silent for a considerable time, suddenly interjected. "Hold on." Song Jin's gaze pierced like a sword, almost penetrating Wang Xing. Yet, Wang Xing showed no signs of retreat. This was his sole chance to save his family. If such a position fell into the hands of those who merely consumed without contributing, his future would be even more dire. Employing fire as a strategy is indeed a clever notion, but has young Master Song considered the possibility of being downwind? This remark sent a wave of murmurs throughout the assembly. Indeed, the elven forest lacked nothing but trees. Should flames ignite, the consequences would be dire. He Jian's expression darkened, yet he suppressed his fury and responded, "What insights does Wang Xing have to offer?" "Allow me to present my humble opinion," he said, drawing forth a large scroll from within his robes and unfurling it, revealing an exquisitely detailed map. If the adversary were to advance from this location, after an extended discourse, even Jiang Xiaobai, a person wholly unversed in military strategy, perceived Wang Xing as a prodigy of natural leadership, a sentiment only amplified for the battle-hardened patriarch. Indeed, the patriarch murmured, stroking his beard, "I wonder, young friend, would you be amenable to serving in the Elven Hall?" "I object." It was the voice of Song Jin. A general must possess both martial and intellectual prowess. While his strategies may surpass mine, he is certainly no match for me in combat. Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward, interposing himself between Wang Xing and Song Jin. Then, allow me to accept your challenge on his behalf. Chapter 43, Conflict Instantly. The atmosphere within the Elven Hall became intensely volatile. Please. Seeing Song Jin so eager to meet his demise, Jiang Xiaobai decided to unleash his full potential. Leaping forward with the agility of a tiger. Formation-breaking spear. Song Jin roared, conjuring a spear seemingly from thin air. Ancient patterns adorned the shaft, radiating an aura of solemn majesty. Trifling skill. Xiaotong, what brings you here? Liu Ruitong, steadying herself on a table, replied softly, I shall resolve my own affairs. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and retreated slightly. Song Tian, displeased by this turn of events, was about to address the patriarch when he noticed the latter watching Jiang Xiaobai with keen interest. Damn it, how is this brat so formidable? Song Jin spat a mouthful of blood, his pallid face streaked with crimson, a sight that inspired a touch of fear. Yet, Liu Ruitong approached him, walking directly towards him. Such audacity. Song Jin forcibly took a deep breath, his figure swaying as he moved behind Liu Ruitong. Let me tell you, Heiha, I am determined to secure a spot in the Spirit Hall today. Jiang Xiaobai, however, remained unmoved, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Song Jin realized that he no longer had control over Liu Ruitong's arm. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, shaking his head as he remarked, I dare not provoke this young lady lightly, and yet you have the audacity to offend her, truly a man of courage. He had brought this upon himself. Liu Ruitong slowly parted her lips to speak, and the words that followed instilled a chilling sense of dread. Not just him, but all of you shall perish today. Despite her youth, her proclamation left Jiang Xiaobai momentarily incredulous. Little Tong, they are guilty, but we cannot simply kill them all. Liu Ruitong tilted her head thoughtfully, then nodded and lowered her short sword. This is how it should be. However, Song Tian charged forward in a matter of moments, raising his fist the size of a sandbag to strike at Liu Ruitong. A hum of tension filled the air as Jiang Xiaobai instinctively closed his eyes, fearing that Liu Ruitong would be crushed by the blow. Yet, the gasps from the crowd compelled him to open his eyes, revealing an unimaginable sight. Liu Ruitong had caught Song Tian's fist barehanded. Ignoring his astonishment, she effortlessly flung him aside. Ancient Witch Clan, you are an ancient witch. Before she could finish her sentence, he swallowed hard and fell silent, never to awaken again. Upon hearing that Liu Ruitong belonged to the Ancient Witch Clan, the elder, who had been seated with dignity, instantly vanished from sight. Our expeditionary forces had slaughtered our kind, leaving only my brother and me to survive by mere fortune. His brother? Lian Xingke. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaobai recalled the individual he had encountered in the black market. However, that Lian Xingke appeared so mature, while Liu Ruitong was still so young. Moreover, in Liu Ruitong's current state of rage, he found no opportunity to speak. I will only slay the expeditionary forces that invaded my clan. The rest, depart. Liu Ruitong's proclamation resonated with the authority of an emperor's decree, prompting the majority of those present to flee the hall like a torrent of water. As for the remaining individuals, they were destined to perish today. Liu Ruitong seated herself upon the ground, her hands clasped together as she chanted an arcane incantation. With a resounding crash, a blinding white light descended from the heavens, rendering all unable to open their eyes. In a brief moment, as the light dissipated, the formerly petite Liu Ruitong had transformed into a statuesque beauty. Apologies, dear elder brother. I have long employed illusions to deceive you. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head with a smile, his voice soothingly reassuring as he replied, It matters not, as long as you, little Tong, are well. I am willing to endure anything, dear brother. Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to fall. You have always protected me. Today, I can finally fight by your side. Jiang Xiaobai offered a gentle smile as he drew a broken sword from behind, stating, No, this is not merely an ordinary battle. This is a quest for vengeance alongside you. His voice was soft, yet resonated with warmth, filling Liu Ruitong's heart with comfort. Nevertheless, Wang Xing exhibited no trace of regret. The glimmer in his eyes puzzled Jiang Xiaobai. Brother Heihe, to stand alongside you in battle today is a blessing I've earned through lifetimes of devotion. Jiang Xiaobai embraced Wang Xing tightly, whispering, when the fighting erupts, I'll cover you. Seize the chaos and escape. Brother Heihe, my demise is of little consequence. But you must not perish. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fists, a long-dormant sincerity surfacing in his gaze. My life, Wang Xing's life, is expendable, but you, Brother Heihe, are different. You must rescue more people, deliver them from the oppression that plagues our existence. With these words, he snatched a stool from the ground and charged forward, disregarding Jiang Xiaobai. Though a recent ally, his devotion was unadulterated. He yearned to liberate his kin from their misery. Yet they denied him all agency simply because he was a commoner. Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, recalling his own childhood, when he was subjected to wanton abuse due to his lowly status. Helpless then, he would protect the vulnerable now. No longer was he solely concerned with his own survival. He had been transformed. A resonant report echoed in his mind, and a black spear materialized, imbuing Jiang Xiaobai with a surge of power. A breakthrough. Yet, he felt no elation, only a profound sorrow, for Wang Xing was dead, having sacrificed himself to ensure Jiang Xiaobai's escape from the hall. Xiaodong was right, he murmured, today, you all shall meet your end. In his left hand, a golden sword, in his right, a black spear. Jiang Xiaobai stood like a war god descended from the heavens, disdainfully overlooking everyone present. Liu Ruitong took 2 steps back and softly said, Big brother, there are too many of them. You should go first. No. Today they all must die. Sensing Jiang Xiaobai's genuine fury, Liu Ruitong retreated further, choosing not to disturb him. With techniques like Thunderstorm Cloud Blanket, Tortoise Spirit Divine Skill, Sealing God Leg, and Sky-Shattering Palm, he charged into the crowd. Every part of his body became a weapon capable of taking lives. In and out he went, leaving a trail of blood and countless bodies gasping for their last breaths. Liu Ruitong stood silently behind, watching Jiang Xiaobai, whose eyes were red with killing intent. She made no move to stop him, knowing better than to provoke a man in the throes of rage, regardless of her intentions. She would wait for his fury to subside, much like she had with her own brother in the past. With a move called the Great Luo Heavenly Finger, a black light shot from his 2 fingers. He Jian didn't even see how Jiang Xiaobai appeared before him before he fell to the ground. You all deserve to die, Jiang Xiaobai uttered as his final words before turning around. He picked up Wang Xing, who had been dead for some time, and whispered, I have avenged you. Rest in peace. As he spoke, he gently closed Wang Xing's eyes. In a daze, he thought he saw Wang Xing smile faintly. Chapter 44, Liu Ruitong's Seal. The hall was in ruins, bodies scattered everywhere. Jiang Xiaobai walked out expressionlessly, only to run into the clan leader who had arrived with his troops. You have killed my clansmen. Your crime is unforgivable. Stepping forward, Liu Ruitong conjured a resplendent golden shield. With a resounding thud, the shield planted itself firmly on the ground, erecting a formidable barrier between the 2 factions. The chieftain, visibly taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's unexpected knowledge of such arcane secrets, was momentarily rendered speechless. Undeterred, Jiang Xiaobai advanced, his voice laced with an increasingly palpable aura of menace. By your actions, he bellowed, how many souls have perished within this forbidden river? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your transgressions? A jet-black spear materialized from within him, gradually solidifying in his grasp. I harbored no desire to spill your blood, but your deeds have crossed the line. The Yin Sha, empowered by the river's influence, has surpassed even the Southern Dipper in strength. Your revered war god is now but a shadow of his former glory. Jiang Xiaobai's words struck the chieftain like hammer blows, each syllable resonating with profound impact. A sinister chuckle escaped the chieftain's lips. Indeed, how could I be ignorant of this truth? He sneered, his eyes now ablaze with crimson light. The Southern Dipper was merely our guardian of yesteryear, but the powers he bestowed upon us proved woefully inadequate. Thus, we pledged our allegiance to the esteemed Yin Sha. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Xiaobai acknowledged the confirmation of his suspicions. A bolt of black energy erupted from the spear's tip, carrying with it an icy intent. Hurtling towards the insha suspended in midair. Is that not a technique of the Southern Dipper? Even with the Southern Dipper's profound strength, this move could do nothing to him, not to mention Jiang Xiaobai's low-level attack. Indeed, the dark light was unable to approach the malevolent spirit within a distance of 4 zhang, vanishing as if consumed by an unseen force. The remnants of the ancient witch clan taught him the true essence of sacrifice. If he had once been a faint star, then now, Jiang Xiaobai shone like a magnificent celestial body. This time, my intentions extend beyond merely saving you, Jiang Xiaobai declared, lifting his gaze to the boundless sea of people surrounding him. I aim to liberate them from the clutches of the malevolent spirit. Though Liu Ruitong felt a pang of reluctance, she understood that a man's noble cause was not to be defied. Go forth, I shall support you from behind. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, unsheathing his golden sword. With spear in one hand and sword in the other, he stood tall against the multitude. The might of 1,000 armies had never instilled fear within him, so why should he cower before this feeble old man? With a thunderous roar, Jiang Xiaobai surged into the air. My spiritual awareness has evolved beyond recognition. Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of underestimating others. The malevolent spirit, hovering in the air, could not suppress a laugh at Jiang Xiaobai's audacity. The sound echoed like the crunch of withered bark beneath a heavy tread, sending chills down the spine. I fear even the Southern Dipper. Do you think I would fear you? Jiang Xiaobai hurled his black spear, and at that moment, the suppressed spiritual awareness erupted with tremendous force, compelling the malevolent spirit to regard him with due seriousness. What a formidable thrust, he remarked, though his demeanor betrayed no hint of trepidation. Let me show you what absolute power truly entails. With that, the malevolent spirit bit down on his hand, drawing blood. Crimson ichor trickled down the corners of his mouth, rendering his already appalling visage even more ghastly. First, receive this attack. A scarlet haze erupted from Insha's form, instantly enveloping Jiang Xiaobai. Big brother, Liu Ruitong exclaimed, her anxiety overriding Jiang Xiaobai's prior instructions for her to flee. And you, fret not. I shall ensure you accompany him soon. With these words, Insha cast his gaze down upon the chieftain of the elven forest, stating coldly, seize her. The chieftain responded with a curt acknowledgement, drawing a blade from a nearby expeditionary soldier's belt and advancing. I shall not cower before you, Liu Ruitong cried out, frantically grasping at the air. Who dares? He spun around, fury contorting his features, only to find a sword pressed against his jugular vein. You are unworthy to lead us, the assailant declared, swiftly ending the chieftain's life with a fatal slash. The ensuing spray of blood stained Liu Ruitong's white dress, creating an eerie spectacle. My apologies, young maiden, for the fright, the assailant said, before turning to address the assembly. Elven Forest Expeditionary Force, evacuate the civilians. The resounding cry reverberated through the air, causing even Insha, hovering above, to click his tongue in disapproval. The old codger was truly useless to perish in such a manner. He then shifted his gaze to the distant cloud of crimson mist. Liu Ruitong clenched her fists, as if poised to charge forward. Insha, observing her, chuckled ominously. Little girl, perhaps you should postpone your demise. For now, observe how that boy is reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Upon hearing those words, Liu Ruitong felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Her strength was instantly drained. Had she not been leaning against the wall, she might have collapsed to the ground. The malevolent figure of Insha gazed at her with a wicked grin, contemplating how delectable her blood must be. However, before he could ponder further, a sudden bird call echoed through the air. Xiaoqing. Not only Liu Ruitong, but even Jiang Xiaobai, enveloped in the blood mist, heard the cry. Xiaoqing, hurry and save him. As Xiaoqing called out again, the onlookers below finally noticed that this azure bird was accompanied by a multitude of avian creatures, large and small, numbering in the hundreds. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The spectators, captivated, chose not to flee but to remain and witness the epic confrontation concerning the forest of spirits. Protect them, The commander of the expedition force bellowed, advancing with his sword to Liu Ruitong's side. "Young lady, you must leave quickly. This place is too perilous." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce gust of wind swept past them. The commander, a formidable figure, decisively pushed Liu Ruitong away from her original spot. "Are you Li Pailan?" The man nodded affirmatively, drawing a long sword from behind his back, declaring, "You are unworthy of him." Liu Ruitong smirked slightly, retorting, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of him?" This statement left Li Pailan momentarily speechless as he stared at Liu Ruitong, his grip on the sword tightening. Just as the two stunning women found themselves embroiled in an intense argument, another wave of sonic energy erupted from above. The ominous mass of blood mist had inexplicably swelled to an alarming size, seemingly enveloping the entire realm within its grasp. "This is the consequence of your actions." Li Pailan, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, realized that as a former champion of the trials of the brave, he was irrevocably tied to the enchanted forest. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. "Thus, I shall first eliminate you before aiding Lord Insha." No sooner had he spoken than Li Pailan surged forward like a whirlwind, closing the distance to Liu Ruitong. "How splendid! It has been quite some time since I last wielded the powers of my ancient witch lineage." In the air and on the ground, a battle to the death was about to commence, marking the true beginning of the conflict. Chapter 45. The Awakening of Ruan Sen. Crimson Lotus Flames. 3 vibrant red flames emerged silently from Liu Ruitong's form, swirling as they ascended towards Li Pailan. Although these flames were not particularly large, the lethal aura they exuded was enough to instill a sense of trepidation even in the formidable Jiang Xiaobai during his peak. Hollow grandeur. Li Pailan's sword tip gently struck the ground, propelling him skyward like a soaring swallow. Mink of dark flame. A faint azure apparition of a mink gradually materialized behind Li Pailan, levitating in the air like a specter of Insha. "Go! Go!" The two enraged shouts resonated simultaneously, causing even the distant Insha to cast a sidelong glance, pondering, "Women truly fight with ferocity." Bang! The two forces, imbued with apocalyptic energy, collided violently, sending powerful ripples of energy radiating outward from the point of impact. Not only the people on the ground, but even the shattered edifices were affected, demonstrating the potency of this surge of energy. Buzz! Just as the two women were locked in an inextricable struggle, a sound seemed to emanate from the crimson mist above. Insha furrowed his brow, and before he could discern the source, he felt a surge within his blood vessels, barely managing to suppress the urge to regurgitate blood. "Go assist that young lass." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained apprehensive. Before he could articulate his concerns, Ruan Sen interjected, "What? Do you doubt my capabilities?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai offered an embarrassed chuckle before descending to the ground. Why bicker with the younger generation? Now is the true apex. As the words faded, a boundless pressure of spiritual energy instantly assailed Insha, causing him to stagger. The ground-based expeditionary force and civilians, witnessing the reversal of the situation, were understandably stirred with elation, with some even vociferously chanting for the demise of the black-clad elder. Ruan Sen, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely regarding Insha with a smile, yet his gaze seemed to pierce Insha with 1,000 swords. Ruan Sen, as if oblivious to Insha's presence, continued to wear that elusive smile. Incinerating sky palm. You aspire to incinerate the heavens with such meager ability? Presumptuous. Finally, Ruan Sen spoke, abruptly raising his palm, and a highly refined azure spiritual energy materialized. Thump. If the contest between Li Pailan and Liu Ruitong was akin to a light drizzle, then the formidable pressure exerted by these two elders was akin to a torrential tempest. Beholding the regal mien of Ruan Sen, Jiang Xiaobai's heart stirred with fervent aspiration, resolving to one day command the world with similar dominance. Unbeknownst to him, Ruan Sen's current focus lay solely on vanquishing the tenacious Insha. The fundamental yet enigmatic cultivation law of the land, the heaven and earth decree, was unleashed by Ruan Sen. Ominous clouds coalesced overhead, birthing a colossal vortex. Swiftly, A resplendent beam of golden light descended, enveloping Ruan Sen in its radiant embrace. Heaven and earth without limit, duality and four forms. Divine might of the great heavens. I shall be the vessel. Ancient incantations poured forth from Ruan Sen's lips, instilling solemnity in all who heard. With a mighty surge, Ruan Sen expelled the thick column of light, piercing directly through Insha's chest. In a final, resentful gaze, Insha dissipated into the ether. The suddenness of it all left onlookers in stunned silence. Victory had been achieved. Insha was no more. Jubilant cries erupted, igniting the elven castle in a frenzy of celebration. Do you still wish to fight? Liu Ruitong beckoned, and Little Qing led the aviary host away. With a resounding clang, Li Pailan's sword slipped from his grasp, the sound heavy with defeat. I have lost, he conceded. Hearing this, Li Pailan also conceded defeat, and Jiang Xiaobai slowly approached, remarking, There is no curse of the brave trials here. They merely exploited your instinct to survive, compelling you to protect this place. At these words, Li Pailan could hardly contain herself, chuckling bitterly and muttering, Then what was the purpose of my slaying so many? With that, she rose unsteadily, picking up the long sword from the ground. Oh no, she can't be thinking of. Before Jiang Xiaobai could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of a blade slicing through flesh behind her. Liu Ruitong, wiping her tears, sank down to the ground, ignoring Jiang Xiaobai entirely. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern, hastily kneeling beside her and asking, What is wrong, my dear auntie? Why do you look so distressed? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruitong's sobs intensified. Jiang Xiaobai, at a loss, gazed at Liu Ruitong, unsure of how to comfort her, and settled for simply remaining by her side. You haven't held my hand to walk together. After an indeterminate period of weeping, at least the span of a tea break, when Jiang Xiaobai was nearly asleep, Liu Ruitong suddenly choked out these words. Taken aback, Jiang Xiaobai paused before responding. Look at you now. You're all grown up. If I hold your hand, what would others think? What is wrong with that? Jiang Xiaobai pressed her forehead in contemplation, eventually concocting a reason she deemed acceptable. You must marry one day, if others see us like this. They might not find you appealing. I don't want to marry. For reasons unbeknownst. It seemed that ever since Liu Ruitong broke free from the illusion and reverted to her true self, Jiang Xiaobai found her increasingly difficult to appease. What will you do if you don't marry? I want to be with Big Brother, she insisted. You're still young. You don't grasp the concept of a lifetime. Liu Ruitong raised her head, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal, lightning-like glow. I understand. Infatuation is about possession, but love is about devotion. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by her words, for they were the very ones he and his former comrades often uttered. Little did he expect to be lectured by a mere child. Chapter 46, returning to the Gujian sect, apologized to him. How could those two disciples have known Liu Ruitong's true power? They merely perceived her as a troublemaker. However, this presumption confined them to their beds for nearly half a year. After dealing with them, Liu Ruitong turned and said with a cheerful grin, Big Brother, take me to see where you live. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and led her towards the void cloud pavilion. Lingyun, you just wait. It seemed this murderous aura affected Liu Ruitong, who looked at him timidly, not daring to say another word. After a long while, Jiang Xiaobai realized he had lost control. He quickly took Liu Ruitong's hand, saying with heartfelt remorse, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Crack. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was calmly enjoying the spiritual liquid made from the heaven-defying pearl in his room, he suddenly heard someone approaching outside the void cloud pavilion. Here they come. Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes, a radiant brilliance seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness of the corners. He pondered that revealing his true strength was not yet opportune. Thus he feigned an extreme agony, softly lying on the ground. Senior Brother Ling, please save me. His acting prowess was so exceptional that even Ling Yun, a person of profound depth, was deceived, showcasing Jiang Xiaobai's innate talent. Where have you been all this time? Although Ling Yun felt a sense of trepidation regarding Jiang Xiaobai's almost monstrous cultivation speed, he refrained from taking any action due to the presence of an enigmatic woman by Jiang's side. Ling Yun contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, pouring out a bluish-purple pill into Jiang Xiaobai's hand. Why does this pill differ in color from the one I consumed before? Jiang Xiaobai questioned. You haven't taken any medicine for a while. This pill is intended to enhance your restorative effects. Jiang Xiaobai hesitated, noticing the fleeting glance in Ling Yun's eyes. This medicine is poisoned. Though he had already discerned this fact, he could not refuse to consume it in Ling Yun's presence. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. Upon seeing him ingest the medicine, the smile on Ling Yun's lips grew increasingly sinister, yet it was but a fleeting moment. Since you are all right, I shall take my leave. Jiang Xiaobai subtly hummed, indicating he could not see him off, and Ling Yun merely waved his hand before departing. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's silence, Liu Ruitong pouted slightly and wandered off to play. After a considerable time, Jiang Xiaobai gradually reopened his eyes. With a deep exhale, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "It seems that Ling Yun has truly resorted to drastic measures, unveiling such a potent poison. Were it not for my battle god technique having ascended to the advanced earth rank, I might have genuinely found it difficult to evade this calamity." Reflecting on the battle god technique, Jiang Xiaobai found himself perplexed as to why it had elevated from the intermediate mystic rank to the advanced earth rank. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, he shook his head, deciding to postpone such thoughts until Ruan Sen awoke. Abandoning all distractions, the heavenly decision flowed silently within his body, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy with an almost violent force. Had there been an outsider present, they undoubtedly would have exclaimed in astonishment, "This person is about to ascend." A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from the depths of Jiang Xiaobai's heart, causing the entire void cloud pavilion to tremble slightly. At the mid-stage of qi condensation, Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fist, a mix of unease and dissatisfaction crossing his face as he thought, "Why have I only advanced by a single level?" Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed that his heart's qi was still actively absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, with an even greater force pulling it in. There was still room for advancement. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Xiaobai hastily closed his eyes, allowing the heavenly spiritual energy to surge wildly within him. After a brief period, he finally opened his eyes again. But the outcome left him somewhat discontented. To his surprise, his abilities had not progressed. He remained at the mid-stage of qi condensation. He had anticipated a leap to the Dan formation stage. Upon reaching the core formation stage, one can condense a golden core within the sea of consciousness. With golden cores classified into ordinary inner cores, flawless inner cores, and immaculate golden cores, each surpassing the last in power. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, intending to venture out for a stroll to clear his mind. "Elder brother, look at this." Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Liu Ruitong examining something by a tree. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai emerge, she promptly beckoned him over. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, his body slightly sinking before launching himself into the air using the reactive force of the ground. "Look, this paper seems to mention a joint trial by the 5 major sections." Jiang Xiaobai received the paper from Liu Ruitong and scrutinized it carefully. After a moment, he realized the timing was off, and it dawned on him that the paper had been issued 2 months prior. At that time, he had been cast into the elf forest by Ruan Sen to cultivate the god of war art, which perfectly coincided, hence his ignorance. "Does elder brother wish to attend?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled, crumpling the yellowed paper in his hand, and declared, "Yes, why wouldn't I?" With that, he took Liu Ruitong's hand and descended the mountain, leaving behind the discarded paper, which spontaneously burst into flames. Chapter 47. Return to the black market. Lian Qingke a little further ahead. "And we'll reach the black market." As he said this, a pang of sorrow struck Jiang Xiaobai's heart. After all, Liu Ruitong was still quite young, and it was indeed somewhat perilous for her to accompany him constantly. "In a while, I'll take you to find your elder brother." Liu Ruitong perked up, lifting her head in astonishment and asking, "You've seen my elder brother?" Jiang Xiaobai shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, perhaps we should part ways here. First, after exchanging spiritual liquid for 5 sword talismans, Jiang Xiaobai led Liu Ruitong into the auction house. 10 low-grade spirit stones, announced the voice of the guard. Without a glance, Jiang Xiaobai produced from his pocket the esteemed VIP card Mr. Mo had previously given him. He informed Mr. Mo that he sought an individual. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai wielding the VIP card, the guard dared not delay and promptly escorted him to the backstage, leaving behind a throng of envious and resentful gazes. Feeling apprehensive amidst the crowd, Liu Ruitong instinctively grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand. However, recalling his encounter with Liu Ruitong in this very place, Jiang Xiaobai resolutely shook off her hand. Taken aback by this abrupt rejection, Liu Ruitong stood frozen in place. Jiang Xiaobai was acutely aware of her thoughts. At such a tender age, encountering a man willing to risk his life to save her in a moment of peril would undoubtedly stir profound emotions. "Excuse me," he kept saying as he maneuvered past her, finally reaching the backstage. "Little brother Haihei, it's been ages. Where have you been? I've truly missed you." Upon entering, he was greeted by the enchanting voice of Tsang Ryun, capable of rendering any man weak in the knees. Yet, having cultivated the battle god's secret art, his mind was not easily swayed. While Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, Liu Ruitong was visibly displeased. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "What is your relationship with him? How can you speak so shamelessly? Truly indecent." Although Tsang Ryun was unfamiliar with Liu Ruitong, she could discern the latter's distressed demeanor, which led her to a certain understanding. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "Little sister, when I met him, you were likely unaware of it." Liu Ruitong cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Xiaobai, who, determined to cause her heartache, nonchalantly stepped forward and confirmed, "Indeed, I met Tsang Ryun quite some time ago." The weight of this revelation bore heavily on Jiang Xiaobai's heart, for he realized that Liu Ruitong's background was far from ordinary. He felt a reluctance to inhibit her growth, believing she would eventually carve out her own niche in the world, perhaps even finding a man she truly cherished. This thought shattered Jiang Xiaobai's heart. Yet he masked his anguish, striving not to reveal his inner turmoil. The three stood frozen in place, each wary of provoking a confrontation. At that moment, Mo Lao's voice resonated, providing a timely reprieve. "Brother Haihei, I have brought the person you seek." This man had long been a trickster in the black market, evading capture. Yet today, inexplicably, he had presented himself. Before Mo Lao could finish, Liu Ruitong's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Liu Ruitong, trapped behind two black market guards as if ensnared by some unseen force, instantly lifted his gaze upon hearing Liu Ruitong's voice, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. In the next heartbeat, the two guards were sent sprawling. As Mr. Mo felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated inviting more individuals, Jiang Xiaobai reached out to restrain him. Merely shaking his head, "I shall compensate you," he assured. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Mr. Mo was filled with immense joy and hastily instructed the two individuals to depart. "Xiaodong, how did you break the seal?" he inquired. "Brother, you have no idea how I have endured all this time. However, I encountered someone truly remarkable. He is right there." Liu Ruitong extended her hand, intending to indicate the presence of Liu Ruitong, yet there was no trace of Jiang Xiaobai in the vicinity. "Well, since he has left, it is clear he does not wish to be found. Let us depart," Liu Ruitong said, naturally grasping Liu Ruitong's hand. Yet, a pang of sorrow pierced Liu Ruitong's heart. Once the two had taken their leave, Jiang Xiaobai descended from the beams and stood before Mr. Mo. "Here, this is your compensation." Mr. Mo received a gourd filled with spiritual liquid, his smile broadening uncontrollably. "Are there any elixirs left?" he inquired. Mr. Mo shook his head and replied, "Elixirs are not so easily obtained." "Mr. Mo, you are well-versed and knowledgeable. I wish to show you something." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's enigmatic tone, Mr. Mo immediately recognized that he possessed something extraordinary and promptly led him to the basement. This is the legendary shadowless sword," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his heart leaping at the mention of the word legendary, yet he maintained an air of composure, continuing to inquire, "Pray tell, what can this shadowless sword accomplish?" The ecstasy in Mr. Mo's gaze confirmed to Jiang Xiaobai that this was indeed a unique treasure of the world. yet he hesitated to use it without fully understanding its capabilities. The legend of the Shadowless Sword is a divine weapon forged during the Age of Antiquity. Created alongside the 10 Directions obliteration by the illustrious Fuxi, capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Although unable to conceal his joy, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly regained his composure, pondering how such a formidable artifact could be in Yang Lafafa's possession. This shadowless sword recognizes only one master, revealing its true form solely to those it acknowledges. Perhaps Jiang Xiaobai's expression of bewilderment was too pronounced, for old Mo sighed and added, though the shadowless sword possesses the power to devastate the world, it can also turn against its master. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Xiaobai broke into a cold sweat. The dragon's roar echoing in his mind during his battle with Yin Sha was indeed real. However, in the heat of the moment, he had failed to notice it. Now, in light of old Mo's words, he felt a wave of dread. What could happen with excessive use? Old Mo shook his head, replying, "This is merely what I've heard from others. After all, how could such legendary artifacts be encountered by just anyone?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, sheathing the shadowless sword as he departed the basement alongside old Mo. The look of delight on old Mo's face left Song Ruiyin utterly astonished, wondering how this young man managed to elicit such joy from the head of the auction house each time he visited. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, experiencing for the first time a night without Liu Ruitong's company since their acquaintance. As the dawn broke the next day, Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes briefly, only to suddenly sense an intruder within the void cloud pavilion. Before departing, Jiang Xiaobai, with foresight, had placed a detector within the void cloud pavilion to forestall any disruptive actions by Ling Yun and his cohorts. To his surprise, his precaution proved justified when some individuals dared to intrude upon his abode. At the break of dawn, there was indeed a clamor of curs outside. Emerging from behind the doorway, Jiang Xiaobai, clad in pristine white, exuded an aura that immediately weighed heavily upon the visitors. Jiang Xiaobai, one of them declared, "I have brought the disciples of the immortal bird hall, along with an executive disciple, to adjudicate your transgressions." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, retorting, "So Nanfeng, having failed on your own, you seek assistance?" Nanfeng's face flushed crimson, yet he maintained a rigid facade, asserting, "Let me inform you that this executive disciple has reached the late stage of qi condensation." Jiang Xiaobai scoffed inwardly, musing that even the Yin fiend had failed to vanquish him, and this mere late-stage qi condensation cultivator dared to challenge him. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's silence, both Nanfeng and the executive disciple surmised that he had been overcome with fear, and they grew smug. "It is still within your power to beg for mercy on your knees." "Oh," Jiang Xiaobai responded nonchalantly, which truly incensed the man. The man uttered some incantations and then remained still. At that moment, a falcon descended from the heavens, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaobai. Hearing the sound, Jiang Xiaobai, without even glancing, reached out and seized the falcon's beak, twisting it gently. The bird's head snapped off. To see the falcon he had painstakingly raised meet such a swift demise at Jiang Xiaobai's hand caused a surge of blood to well up within him, and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, witnessing the plight of the reinforcements he had summoned. Nanfeng could not help but lament his misfortune with a self-deprecating sigh. "Are you not here to judge my offenses?" Jiang Xiaobai stood before the two individuals, his disdainful gaze almost piercing them through. Chapter 48, The Trials of the Five Major Sects. "What did you say? That worthless individual actually defeated a disciple of the steward?" Ling Yun erupted in fury within his residence, reprimanding the gathered disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect. His anger was not unfounded. After all, it was difficult for anyone to accept that someone they had spared multiple times had now risen to such impressive heights. "Senior brother Ling, what should we do next?" a disciple timidly inquired. Ling Yun sighed, instructing them to disperse. To his astonishment, that individual had indeed managed to survive. It was evident that he needed to seek counsel from the elders to determine a course of action. Ling Yun felt somewhat indecisive. He had several opportunities to strike decisively, but hesitated, fearing that his actions against the true chief disciple might come to light, only to strengthen his adversary further. Thus, he resolved to consult the elders. Steadying himself, Ling Yun made his way to the conference hall of the Ancient Sword Sect. This hall served as the highest venue for all the elders and the sect leader to deliberate on matters, wherein disciples were strictly forbidden from approaching, save for official summons. Consequently, despite its grandeur, the hall appeared rather eerie due to the lack of presence. Ling Yun, I have heard that the steward disciples you sent have all been defeated by Jiang Xiaobai. An elder seated in the center spoke slowly, exuding an aura of authority that compelled Ling Yun to bow his head. Yes, esteemed elder. I am aware that the time for the joint trials of the 5 major sects is approaching, so I dispatched someone to gauge Jiang Xiaobai's progress in his cultivation. What was the outcome? Although Ling Yun was reluctant, he could only truthfully report. Respected sect leader, Jiang Xiaobai is no longer the same as he once was. The sect leader stroked his beard, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes, and remarked, I wonder if the other elders have anything to add regarding Jiang Xiaobai's prowess? As the chief disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, despite lacking genuine skill, he had always received considerable favor from the sect leader. Furthermore, he had now ascended to an extraordinarily formidable existence, which undoubtedly brought much honor to the sect leader who had always supported him. Though the elders around felt 1,000 unwillingnesses in their hearts, they could only nod in agreement. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's strength was evident, and opposing him would inevitably provoke the sect leader's ire. Noticing the silence, the sect leader chuckled and continued. In that case, let Jiang Xiaobai represent our Ancient Sword Sect in the trials. Hold on, sect leader. Before he could finish, a voice interjected. It was none other than Ling Yun's uncle, an elder of the sect. I believe sending only one person is somewhat unwise. The sect leader, well aware of their relationship, understood his intentions and nodded for him to proceed. I think we should send several individuals. This way, they can look out for one another, and it would also enhance our chances of victory in the trials. If he merely wished to send his nephew, he should just say so without all the grandiose rhetoric. Ling Yun's uncle's face flushed, yet he maintained, I am merely considering the reputation of the Ancient Sword Sect. The sect leader gestured, silencing him, and then produced a golden talisman from his sleeve. Besides its potential to create formidable talismanic treasures, this type of golden talisman served as a means of communication for the Ancient Sword Sect. He traced something in the air with his finger as a pen upon the talisman. Moments later, the talisman expanded dramatically and then dispersed into countless small streams of light that shot out of the council hall. I have already decreed that each sect shall select a participant for the trial. Does that appease you, Martial Brother Ling Ling? Ling Yun's uncle, the Ling Ling in question, flushed slightly and mumbled a few words before falling silent. Since there are no further objections, the matter is settled. We shall depart for the trial in 7 days. As you command. The elders responded in unison and withdrew from the council hall one by one, leaving the sect leader seated, seemingly lost in thought. How did Jiang Xiaobai suddenly become so formidable? The sect leader pondered, gazing into the empty hall before vanishing in a flash. Inside the Void Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai was engrossed in accelerating his cultivation with a bottle of spiritual liquid. Despite the protection of the war god art, this was not the elf forest, and attracting unwanted attention would be imprudent. A gust of wind swept through the hall, jolting Jiang Xiaobai out of his meditative state. Something's on the ground. He rushed to pick it up and discovered a note with a few words scrawled on it. Dear brother, I will grow stronger. Wait for me. The familiar elder brother's address caused Jiang Xiaobai's eyes to redden, conjuring the image of Liu Ruitong playfully asking him for treats. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Jiang Xiaobai mused about the peculiar events of the day, yet his heart urged him to remain vigilant as he slowly turned around. Long time no see. I've heard you've become formidable. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. It was the sect leader, the very person who had tenderly cared for him when he first assumed the identity of the true Jiang Xiaobai at the Ancient Sword Sect. Although their communication had waned over time, his gratitude had never diminished. Seeing the excitement in Jiang Xiaobai's gaze, the sect leader expressed his satisfaction, saying, You've grown up. This simple statement bore the weight of countless emotions, laden with bittersweet memories that only he could truly comprehend. Once a discarded talent, Jiang Xiaobai had endured humiliation and even faced ostracism from the elders. Yet, all those struggles had not been in vain. He had emerged stronger. A figure no one dared to provoke within the Ancient Sword Sect. His tears flowed freely, releasing the burdens of past grievances and trials. The sect leader understood the immense pressure Jiang Xiaobai bore as the chief disciple and gently patted him on the back. "Sect leader, what brings you to see me?" After shedding his tears, Jiang Xiaobai regained his composure. Although his voice still trembled slightly, it was far steadier than before. "The joint trial of the 5 major sects is about to commence, and I came to see if you were prepared." Jiang Xiaobai nodded reassuringly to the sect leader, expressing that even if he were unable to emerge victorious, his survival remained assured. The Earth-level battle god technique had rendered his body nearly impervious. And had it not been for the vast disparity in capabilities between the two parties, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Observing the incessant movements of the Shiyun Pavilion lately, he inquired, "What have you been up to?" Jiang Xiaobai felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having pilfered numerous storage bags and consumed a fair share of spirit pets from the Immortal Beast Hall, knowing the sect leader had undoubtedly invested considerable effort to maintain his own interests. "I have broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. Yet it seems I am ensnared at a bottleneck, unable to ascend further." The following morning, Jiang Xiaobai set out for the back mountain. Armed with a long sword he had unearthed from the Shiyun Pavilion the previous day. The shadowless sword was indeed a divine artifact. Should it fall into the hands of another, his demise would be inevitable. The turtle spirit technique and the rebirth of the underworld phoenix, 2 treasures acquired from young Lafafa, should suffice to deal with formidable adversaries. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xiaobai finally arrived at the back mountain. Although he had frequented the Black Street on numerous occasions, he had always been pressed for time, thus failing to truly appreciate the scenery here. Now, with a moment to spare, he discovered that the Ancient Sword Sect possessed such a paradisiacal locale. Towering trees with broad, verdant leaves stood majestically, their lushness seemingly in a unique communion with the sunlight, absorbing its essence and thriving with remarkable vitality. The ground was adorned with wildflowers, their shell-like shapes painted in rosy hues, exuding an effortless grace and freshness. The blossoms in full bloom were equally enchanting, pure white and naturally appealing. As Jiang Xiaobai silently lamented his failure to dedicate more thought to cultivating his inner peace in this place, he ventured deeper into the surroundings. Throughout the day, he encountered no formidable beasts, though he did spot numerous rabbits and mice. Could there truly be wild creatures here? Just as he pondered this, a sudden buzzing emanated from his bosom. Hastily, Jiang Xiaobai retrieved the source, only to discover it was the bracelet he had obtained from the head of the emerald toad. How could this object emit sound on its own? Before he could fathom the situation, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a plume of black smoke billowing from a fissure. A roar. As the smoke dissipated, Jiang Xiaobai finally beheld the source of the roar, a colossal quadrupedal serpent, measuring at least 30 feet in length, was eyeing the bracelet in his hand with malevolent intent, its crimson tongue flickering ominously. Jiang Xiaobai cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated that this trinket would attract such a ferocious creature. Had he known, he would have never picked it up, even at the cost of his life. Yet, regret was futile now, for the serpent lashed its tail and charged towards him. In the presence of such a behemoth, Jiang Xiaobai felt as insignificant as a newly hatched chick. However, he was not inclined to surrender to his fate. "You vile beast, prepare to face me," he shouted, shaking off his trepidation as he unsheathed his sword from behind and charged forward. The serpent, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's reckless advance, glimmered with excitement and opened its massive jaws to strike. Observing the scene, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but smile, thinking to herself how this foolish creature truly lacked intellect. With a swift sidestep, she narrowly evaded the creature's gaping maw. As she passed, she deftly drew her sword, leaving a mark upon its rugged hide. Though the beast was too thick-skinned to feel much pain, it was nonetheless incensed by the mockery and lunged back at her in fury. Jiang Xiaobai smiled gently, retrieving 5 sword talismans from her storage pouch. Heaven and earth, the 5 elements above. Though her words seemed disjointed, they ignited the 5 floating talismans, which radiated a blinding luminescence. The 4-legged serpent, caught in the dazzling light, froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaobai thrust the talismans forward. The immense spiritual energy surged through the air toward the serpent, which, sensing the peril, realized Jiang Xiaobai was not to be trifled with. However, it was too late. The 5 sword talismans were already upon it. No matter how agile it was, there was no evading them, and it could only brace itself for the impending doom. Witnessing the serpent's reckless response, Jiang Xiaobai contemptuously muttered beast and increased her output of spiritual energy. Clang! Boom! At the moment of impact between the serpent and the sword talismans, Jiang Xiaobai perceived a crisp sound, followed by a thunderous explosion of flesh. Gazing at the scattered remnants of the creature, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, such is the power of 5 sword talismans. How formidable would 10 be, I wonder? Surely, they could obliterate anything. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to turn and leave, his keen eyes suddenly caught sight of something shimmering with light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a silver crystal. Indifferently, Jiang Xiaobai tossed the object into his storage bag and continued on his way. Chapter 49. Outdoor barbecue in the stillness of the forest. The faint chirping of insects intensified Jiang Xiaobai's sense of solitude, while the chilling air sent a shiver down his spine. I should hasten to break through to the later stage of qi condensation before making further plans, he thought. With a moment of mental focus, he moved forward, unaware that a pair of green eyes was watching him intently from behind. The wolf bared its sharp teeth, its long crimson tongue lolling out as it boldly stood on the thick grass. Jiang Xiaobai felt his hair stand on end, cold sweat pouring from him. Since childhood, he had harbored a profound fear of wolves, let alone such a massive white wolf. With a howl, the wolf lunged forward, effortlessly shattering the sword tip it had clamped in its jaws. With his sword broken, Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to discard it to avoid injury. Thus, he found himself unarmed, facing the ferocious white wolf with nothing but his bare hands. The man and the wolf stood poised on the grass, neither willing to make the first move, both reluctant to concede. Any slip, no matter how minute, could lead to a fatal outcome. Time seemed to stretch as they remained locked in their standoff. Jiang Xiaobai felt as though the blood within him had congealed, rendering him utterly powerless. Jiang Xiaobai stirred his right hand, and a sword talisman fell into his grasp. Before he could recite the incantation, the white wolf, ferocious and menacing, bared its gleaming silver fangs. At that moment, a chill ran through Jiang Xiaobai, although he could unleash tremendous damage with the sword talisman. It required time to activate the incantation. Though the duration was brief, every second was a precarious balance between life and death. The wolf's slightest movement would allow Jiang Xiaobai to summon the talisman, while even the faintest action from him could result in the wolf swiftly severing his throat. It was a duel of endurance, a trial of willpower. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the solitary figure of man and wolf, they had unknowingly traversed the long night. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai, being merely a mortal, despite having cultivated the battle goddess art, lacked the relentless patience of a beast honed by a lifetime of hunting. He faltered, his legs giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the white wolf leaped into the air, jaws agape, ready to strike at Jiang Xiaobai. The situation grew dire. He felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, rendering him nearly powerless. The wolf seemed to effortlessly pin him down, its gaping maw mere inches from his face. It is said that in times of crisis, individuals can unlock extraordinary capabilities. However, Jiang Xiaobai had no time to ponder the veracity of this adage. In a desperate bid for survival, he reached out, gripping the wolf's upper and lower jaws, astonishingly managing to halt its advance by a fraction. Howl! The white wolf let out a howl, yet its voice, controlled by Jiang Xiaobai, sounded rather comical. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Xiaobai burst into laughter, inadvertently loosening his grip slightly. Witnessing laughter in the face of danger, The white wolf felt a profound sense of humiliation. With Jiang Xiaobai's strength diminished, the wolf seized the opportunity to open its jaws wider and lunged forward with determination. Although Jiang Xiaobai's strength had waned, his mastery of the war god technique endowed him with heightened awareness, and a formidable power emanated from his heart in all directions. Infuriated, the white wolf pressed down on Jiang Xiaobai, yet a void lingered between its hind legs. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaobai delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's abdomen. No physical practitioner could withstand the full force of Jiang Xiaobai's strike, let alone this slightly oversized wolf. The kick sent the wolf soaring like a meteor across the night sky, and after several breaths, it crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to rise, approaching the fallen wolf with a surge of melancholy, reflecting, "Killing you was never my intention. Perhaps in the next life, you shall be human." Just then, as Jiang Xiaobai grappled with his thoughts, the bracelet that had fallen earlier emitted a resonant hum. Jiang Xiaobai felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Pondering the enigmatic nature of the bracelet, why did it incessantly remind him of an impending significant event upon his arrival at the back mountain of the Ancient Sword Sect? Contemplating this, his gaze fell upon the white wolf before him. It appeared to be no ordinary creature, despite plummeting from such a great height and meeting its demise. Not a single drop of blood was shed. Jiang Xiaobai reached into his sleeve and retrieved a talisman, silently reciting a few incantations until the talisman ignited spontaneously. The flickering flames, in the vast solitude of the forest, appeared even more desolate. Fortunately, it was no longer night, alleviating his fears of any other beings troubling him. With a swift gesture, he cast the fiery talisman onto the white wolf. A hissing sound ensued, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to cautiously approach to discern what had transpired. To his astonishment, the white wolf's body bore no signs of scorching whatsoever, leaving him utterly perplexed. It was crucial to note that the flames summoned by this talisman possessed the potential to incinerate an entire forest in an instant. Yet the wolf's carcass remained unperturbed beneath the blaze. Regaining his composure, Jiang Xiaobai produced another talisman from his robes, ignited it, and hurled it toward the wolf. After repetitively casting up to 5 fire talismans, only then did the wolf's fur exhibit signs of charring. Jiang Xiaobai marveled at the wonders of the world, awaiting the moment when the wolf's flesh would be thoroughly cooked. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat had rendered Jiang Xiaobai almost unable to restrain himself. Without a care for whether the wolf meat was fully cooked, he tore off a piece and began to chew. To his surprise, as soon as he tasted it, he felt his depleted strength rapidly replenishing. While indulging in his meal, Jiang Xiaobai sensed a multitude of sounds emanating from the forest. It was not a singular noise, but rather a chorus resonating from various directions. He paid little heed to it and turned back to his task of devouring the wolf meat. Suddenly, the call of a bird pierced the air. Jiang Xiaobai glanced upwards and was taken aback to find a colossal green bird circling above him. With a dismissive thought, he mused that having slain true dragons, this creature was hardly worthy of concern. "Ah, it is you, Jiang Xiaobai. I have been searching for you for quite some time." A voice broke through the air, and Jiang Xiaobai turned to see a figure brandishing a long spear, his face ablaze with fury. "Are you also from the Ancient Sword Sect?" This question was rather superfluous, given that the newcomer was clad in the garb of a disciple of the sect. The man glanced up at the green bird, a hint of disdain creeping into his tone. "I never imagined that while your martial arts were lacking, you excelled in consuming food." Jiang Xiaobai, unfazed, continued to gnaw at the leg of meat in his hand. Feeling dismissed, the man's anger swelled within him. With a low growl, he shouted, "Prepare yourself," and charged forward. With a mere scoff, Jiang Xiaobai seized the half-eaten wolf leg and countered with it. The spear struck the leg, sending it flying, yet the assailant did not pause. With a nimble leap, he darted forward again. Upon observing the individual's movements, Jiang Xiaobai immediately discerned the sophistication of their martial arts. Evading the initial spear thrust, he inquired in a hushed tone, "May I know your esteemed name?" Clang. The tips of their respective spears collided directly, generating a formidable surge of energy that swept through the forest. Jiang Xiaobai and Yang Yang locked gazes, the sparks emanating from their spear tips foreshadowing a battle of mortal consequence. Bang! The instant their spears parted, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Great Luo Sun heavenly traverse finger. In a surge of action, Jiang Xiaobai extended his right hand, his fingers aligned, and a beam of dark light shot forth. Sensing the imminent danger, the verdant avian took flight preemptively, causing the black light to miss its mark and instead carve an unervingly large crater into the lawn. Observing the array of mystical techniques possessed by Jiang Xiaobai, Yang Yang's heart surged with avarice, plotting to eliminate him and seize his abilities. However, Jiang Xiaobai, having weathered countless trials, readily perceived the covetous glint in Yang Yang's eyes. A faint smile played upon his lips as he softly declared, "You are unworthy. We shall see who prevails." Yang Yang retorted, incensed by Jiang Xiaobai's words. With a wave of his hand, he summoned, "Verdant Falcon, lend me your strength. Intercept that green creature." The avians seemed to comprehend the command, converging upon one another after Jiang Xiaobai's utterance. An emerald radiance shimmered across the landscape, momentarily blinding onlookers. The azure nether phoenix descended, instilling a sense of oppression even in Jiang Xiaobai, as if he were being suppressed by an immense force. The green bird, upon seeing the dark phoenix charging directly towards it, showed no sign of fear. Instead, it dashed forward like a member of a suicide squad. "What a foolish bird," Jiang Xiaobai muttered, then looked up at Yang Yang. The latter was quite startled by this sudden turn of events. Initially, he had thought that with its help, victory would be easily his, but he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Xiaobai possessed such a bizarre entity. Watch the spear. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai did not hold back, charging forward with a loud shout, spear in hand. His speed was astonishing. Yang Yang only saw a blur before Jiang Xiaobai's deathly smile appeared right in front of him. Yang Yang was naturally terrified, and in his haste, he had no time to cast any spells, so he could only retreat repeatedly, trying to dodge the spear. "You're too naive," Jiang Xiaobai sneered, extending his black spear slightly further. Since his spiritual power had been unsealed, although he hadn't cultivated much in spiritual awareness, he had been continuously refining his spear techniques. This Yang Yang claimed to be from the Ancient Sword Sect. Yet he lacked the composure expected of a disciple from such a sect. Flame burst sky. Among the techniques left by the Southern Dipper, Jiang Xiaobai had found the spear technique he used against the Yin Fiend. Without Liu Ruitong by his side, Jiang Xiaobai could only train relentlessly every day, hoping to forget the little girl who always made him happy. Until the appearance of that note a few days ago, although he hadn't forgotten Liu Ruitong, he had mastered the flame burst sky technique thoroughly. Yang Yang felt a wave of intense heat wash over him, its intensity so profound that it caused the very strands of his hair to contort. "You truly are Jiang Xiaobai." Jiang Xiaobai scoffed, retorting, "Who else would I be?" A gunshot reverberated, the projectile striking Yang Yang, sending him hurtling backward. Observing the crimson glow emanating from Yang Yang's form, Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, "You will answer my queries truthfully, or face your demise." The final word was delivered with a pronounced emphasis, and Yang Yang felt as though he had been plunged into the crucible of the Supreme Lord Lao, his entire being consumed by an unbearable heat. "What is the current state of your martial cultivation?" "Mid-stage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, musing to himself that despite being at the mid-stage of qi condensation himself, the disparity between them was vast. Unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to the late stage of qi condensation after consuming half of the enigmatic white wolf, and the execution of the fiery sky-piercing strike had propelled him directly to the core formation stage. Jiang Xiaobai furtively examined his inner sea, discovering a vaguely circular object within, and was astonished to realize that he had unknowingly reached the core formation stage. With his exceptional intellect, he swiftly deduced that the white wolf he had roasted and devoured was the catalyst. A mere thought confirmed his suspicion. How many individuals from the Holy Spear sect have arrived? Approximately 10. What is the highest level of cultivation among them? Late stage of qi condensation. Poised to break through to the core formation stage. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, yet maintained an impassive countenance. As he prepared to pose another question, He heard a cry from the battling Mingfeng nearby. Upon hearing the sound, I turned my gaze and discovered that the green bird, once belonging to Yang Yang, had been pecked to the point where it could draw breath only in vain. My initial intention was merely to have Mingfeng delay the green bird for a while before dealing with it. I never anticipated that the creature would be rendered unable to rise. A surge of joy filled Jiang Xiaobai's heart, and with a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded Mingfeng to end the green bird's suffering with a single claw strike. How do you know about me? Although Yang Yang felt a pang of grief at the loss of the green bird, the realization that his own life was held precariously in Jiang Xiaobai's grip suppressed his inner fury. He spoke in a subdued tone in the Holy Spear Sect. It is said that Jiang Xiaobai, the chief disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, is nothing but a wastrel, skilled only in indulgence. In the forest, a figure darted between the towering trees, wielding an exceedingly peculiar black spear, seemingly intent on hunting the local fauna. Yet, the absence of any creatures rendered the atmosphere eerily silent. This individual was none other than Jiang Xiaobai, who had just slain Yang Yang. With only 2 days remaining until the commencement of the trials among the 5 major sects, Jiang Xiaobai had found himself utterly empty-handed in the preceding days. Listening intently, he held his breath as he discerned a female voice. "Yang Bing, you must not speak such words lightly." Then came the voice of a man. Although he spoke with authority, a tremor in his tone betrayed his disbelief in his own assertions. As Jiang Xiaobai eavesdropped on their exchange, he began to formulate a plan in his mind. These two referred to Yang Yang as their senior brother, indicating that they too were disciples of the Holy Spear Sect. Their lack of conviction suggested they feared that Yang Yang had met with misfortune. Harboring this notion, Jiang Xiaobai smirked sinisterly, having conceived a stratagem to deal with the duo. With a swift movement, Jiang Xiaobai vanished from the tree in a blur. "Greetings, esteemed individuals." Just as the two disciples of the Sacred Spear Sect were about to depart, Jiang Xiaobai came rushing from another direction in a feigned state of panic. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" The man paused, a hint of suspicion arising upon seeing the flustered Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes darted about as he fabricated an excuse. "I just came from yonder, and I saw a person lying there, clad in garments identical to yours." As expected, the two grew apprehensive upon hearing this. The man, bearing a cyan spear on his back, cupped his fist in a gesture of respect and addressed Jiang Xiaobai. "I am Yang Qing, a disciple of the Sacred Spear Sect, and this is my junior sister, Yang Bing. May I inquire as to your name, young sir?" "I am a peripheral disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, known as Heihe." Yang Qing and Yang Bing exchanged dubious glances, yet their expressions remained tense. "Might I ask, young friend Heihe, where you encountered the individual you mentioned earlier?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, recognizing that they had taken the bait. He pointed backward and said, "It was right there. If you don't mind, I can escort you both." Consumed by the urgency to rescue his senior brother, Yang Qing paid no heed to Yang Bing's counsel, waving her off and striding ahead. Seeing this, Yang Bing sighed, drew her spear from her back, and followed. After about half an instant's worth of time, Jiang Xiaobai gestured toward the large cavity created by the Great Luo Forest Sky Traverse and said, "The person I saw just now was right here." Upon beholding the frighteningly large chasm, Yang Qing's body went limp, and he nearly collapsed. "Brother Yang, you shall not come to harm." He incessantly murmured this phrase as he trembled and approached. Viewed from behind, Yang Qing resembled a frail elder. Standing behind Jiang Xiaobai, Yang Bing's veins bulged, indicating his perpetual vigilance against any potential harm Jiang Xiaobai might inflict upon Yang Qing. Sensing the palpable tension behind him, Jiang Xiaobai turned slightly, allowing Yang Bing a glimpse of his profile, and remarked, "You are overthinking." With that, he turned away, disregarding Yang Bing's presence. Although Yang Bing's heart ignited with fury at Jiang Xiaobai's blatant indifference, he swallowed his ire, recognizing that Yang Yang had yet to be found. In stark contrast to Yang Bing's tumultuous thoughts, Yang Qing, standing by the deep pit, was now awash with tears. "Brother," he uttered as he discerned a tattered sleeve at the bottom of the pit. A closer inspection revealed it belonged to Yang Yang. Nearby lay a long-deceased green falcon, With this realization, Yang Qing could ascertain that the tattered garment was indeed a remnant of Yang. No one, aside from Yang Qing, who shared a deep bond with Yang, knew that this green falcon had been nurtured by him since childhood. Wherever Yang was, the falcon would be by his side. Their connection was truly inseparable, yet this very truth plunged Yang Qing into despair. The green falcon could not possibly survive alone. If it had perished, then surely Yang. As this thought struck him, darkness enveloped Yang Qing, and he collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to Yang Bing, who was unaware of what Yang Qing had witnessed, he lay on the ground, believing that Jiang Xiaobai had orchestrated some treachery. The fury within him could no longer be contained. He raised his weapon and thrust it towards Jiang Xiaobai's back. The intent to kill was palpable, yet he lacked the skill to conceal his movement. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly and, in a swift motion, grasped the tip of the oncoming spear with one hand. The seemingly indomitable azure spear was effortlessly subdued by his bare hands, chilling Yang Bing's heart as he felt his life was held firmly in Jiang Xiaobai's grip. As a disciple of the Sacred Spear Sect, Yang Bing was acutely aware of the techniques he had mastered. The essence of a spear lies in its ability to break through and pierce. Countless energies coalesced into what appeared to be a simple thrust, yet in reality, it was as formidable as a thunderous storm. This mental mantra had been ingrained in Yang Bing's mind. However, the meaning of those few words was unmistakable. All techniques of the Sacred Spear Sect relied on the wielding of a spear. Without one, he was merely an individual slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Jiang Xiaobai, not being a disciple of the Sacred Spear Sect, could not fathom the significance of the spear in their practice. Feeling as though he had been ridiculed, Yang Bing discarded his spear and swiftly retrieved a long sword from his storage pouch. Does your Sacred Spear Sect also practice swordsmanship? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaobai heard a sudden sound behind him. Be careful, junior sister. A gust of wind surged from behind, and Jiang Xiaobai had no time to defend himself. Rolling on the ground to evade the attack. You killed Brother Yang. Jiang Xiaobai's expression stiffened as he rose from the ground and asked, Why do you accuse me of killing your brother? Yang Qing furrowed her brow and said, The green falcon is adorned with several azure feathers, and upon our previous encounter, you exuded a similar scent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai momentarily froze, contemplating that the feathers might have belonged to the phantom phoenix. Suddenly, a dark light flickered, and in the astonished gaze of Yang Qing, Jiang Xiaobai manifested a long spear in his hand. Since you wield a spear as well, allow me to engage you with the same weapon, he declared. Yang Qing chuckled dismissively, thinking it audacious for an unknown youth to challenge her. Prepare to see my skill. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing the disdain in Yang Qing's eyes, swiftly thrust his spear forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qing also charged with her spear, leaving only Yang Bing standing quietly, observing their duel. As a fellow disciple of the same sect, Yang Bing held unwavering confidence in Yang Qing. Unable to fathom that Jiang Xiaobai could best the most formidable member of the Sacred Spear Sect, the spear tips met, igniting a flurry of sparks that left onlookers breathless with suspense. It appears your strength is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding my full-force thrust. Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a wry smile. You are not lacking either, emerging unscathed. Flame of the heaven shattering. The crimson light swirled around the obsidian spear, and Yang Qing felt an intense heat emanating from Jiang Xiaobai, as if she were being cast into the flames. Divine waterfalls. What Jiang Xiaobai had not anticipated was that this seemingly frail Yang Qing possessed a profound understanding of the elemental principles, causing him to grow solemn. The searing heat dissipated, swiftly replaced by a chilling cold that enveloped him. Undaunted, Jiang Xiaobai, with a mere tremor of his spear's tip, ceased his direct opposition. Break. Yang Qing, discerning this opportune moment, swiftly transitioned from a thrust to a sweeping motion, aiming at Jiang Xiaobai. The ensuing gust of wind bore down, leaving Jiang Xiaobai with no recourse but to brace the black spear across his chest to mitigate the impact. A palpable undulation materialized from the collision of the two spears, instantaneously leveling the verdant grass in its wake. Having barely withstood the assault, Jiang Xiaobai felt a tempestuous upheaval within, nearly succumbing to nausea. Remarkably formidable youth, Jiang Xiaobai conceded. Genuinely impressed. Only a select few had ever rendered him so discomposed. I shall no longer hold back. The prior lapse in vigilance had cost Jiang Xiaobai dearly. Suppressing his discomfort, he fixed his gaze upon Yang Qing. Yang Qing, merely shaking his hand, retorted with a playful taunt. Weren't you exceedingly arrogant? Let me witness that arrogance once more. Then witness it you shall. The words were barely uttered before action ensued. Yang Qing perceived a fleeting blur, losing sight of Jiang Xiaobai until Yang Bing's alarmed cry of "behind you" pierced the air. Thud. With a backhanded motion, the spear was positioned defensively, as Jiang Xiaobai's black spear thrust forward, eliciting another resounding boom. In contrast to the previous exchange, it was Yang Qing who faltered this time. Jiang Xiaobai, spotting a significant opening behind Yang Qing, propelled himself forward with a swift step, lunging once more. Chapter 52. Reconciliation. Yang Qing, acutely aware of his disadvantage, entertained a fleeting notion of abandonment, opting to yield and collapse forward without resistance. Unbeknownst to him, that fall inadvertently saved Yang Qing's life. It turned out that while Jiang Xiaobai's thrust was exceedingly fierce, it was executed in a straight line, allowing Yang Qing, who had collapsed to the ground, to escape this peril. I concede. Rising to his feet, Yang Qing readily acknowledged his defeat, discarding the spear in his hand as he declared, "You may kill or maim me at your discretion." Jiang Xiaobai, feeling a flush of embarrassment after his missed strike, was further moved by Yang Qing's generous spirit, which caused him to feel remorse for his previous petty actions. The battle is not yet over. With that, he deftly lifted the spear and offered it back to Yang Qing. Surprised at first, Yang Qing soon broke into a smile, readied his stance, and replied, "I seek your guidance." The two charged at each other, leaving Yang Bing standing in place, bewildered and utterly confused by the unfolding events. They sparred for an indeterminate duration, only pausing when the sun dipped below the horizon, both panting heavily. It became clear to both that they shared a mutual understanding. Having laid down their guard to engage in conversation, gasping for breath, Yang Qing, supported by Yang Bing, seated himself and inquired about Jiang Xiaobai. Heh. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, struggling to sit upright, responding, "I am Jiang Xiaobai." Upon hearing his true name, Yang Qing's expression darkened as he cautioned, "You must tread carefully. The other 4 major sects, including our Sacred Gun Sect, harbor significant intentions towards your Ancient Sword Sect." With that, Yang Qing lifted his gaze to the boundless starry sky, falling silent. Yang Qing and Yang Bing are likely not your true names either, are they? Indeed, Brother Jiang possesses remarkable insight. Yet I am curious as to how you came by this knowledge. Jiang Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance at Yang Qing and remarked, "Surely your sect isn't lacking in intellect. The names you use all share the same surname. If it weren't for a family lineage, such a coincidence would be improbable." A hint of embarrassment crossed Yang Qing's face as he chuckled lightly and replied, "My birth name is Wen Tianfeng, and my junior sister's name is Cheng Wenwei." Cheng Wenwei? Upon hearing Yang Bing's true name, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, nearly leaping from his seat. "What is it?" Wen Tianfeng and Cheng Wenxin exchanged puzzled glances, surprised by Jiang Xiaobai's intense reaction. "My brother heard rumors of a place called the Elven Forest, where a life-saving elixir could be found, and he set out in search of it. Unfortunately, he has been missing for 5 years." Jiang Xiaobai felt immense regret, pondering why he had been so hasty in ending his life at that time. Perhaps his expression was too unnatural. As Cheng Wenwei seemed to sense something amiss and anxiously inquired, "Have you seen my brother?" Jiang Xiaobai hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth, but upon seeing Cheng Wenxin, who was in tears, his heart softened and he confessed, "I have seen him." "How is he?" "He appears to be doing well." Cheng Wenhui, upon hearing this, managed to regain her composure slightly, wiping her tears with her sleeve before saying, "I apologize for causing you distress." When Tianfeng, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of sorrow. He had harbored feelings for Cheng Wenhui all along, yet now he realized how little he truly knew about her. "Your diligent cultivation is driven by the aspiration to one day possess the strength to seek out my brother." With this sentiment expressed, there was little left to discuss among the three. Jiang Xiaobai rose gracefully and, with a respectful gesture, Bid farewell to the two before vanishing into the vastness of the night. The leaves, aware of their impending fate, futilely struggled upon the branches, nearly adding to the burden of the tree. Jiang Xiaobai seemed to grasp something profound, and his gaze towards the sect leader shifted. Sect leader, are you implying that you? The sect leader raised a hand to silence Jiang Xiaobai and unexpectedly settled himself upon the dust-laden ground. Noticing that Jiang Xiaobai remained standing, the sect leader, with a gentle smile, extended a hand. Jiang Xiaobai felt a force compelling him to sit, and he complied, finding himself beside the sect leader. This matter must remain confidential. After all, you are the next sect leader of the Ancient Sword Sect. What? I am to be the next sect leader? Why was I oblivious to this? Chapter 53. The Journey Down the Mountain. Jiang Xixiang, do your best. Win the competition. The echoes of cheers resonated through the Ancient Sword Sect, and Jiang Xiaobai responded with smiles to those who praised him along the way. Young man, do not let me down. My time is limited. Once the crowd dispersed, the sect leader sat alone in the conference hall, a hint of sorrow reflected in his expression. As they stepped beyond the protective barrier of the Ancient Sword Sect, Ling Yun, who trailed behind Jiang Xiaobai, suddenly spoke. You are leading us to the trials, yet I challenge your capability. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from engaging in further debate and simply retreated to the back of the line. Then it falls upon you, Brother Ling Yun, to lead the way. The crowd expressed their discontent, for Jiang Xiaobai was undeniably the strongest disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, and Ling Yun's sudden intervention was rather unwelcome. Ling Yun let out a cold chuckle and stepped towards the front of the group, only to soon realize something was amiss. You there, hand over the map. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai retrieved a faded piece of parchment from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Yun. To his astonishment, after examining the map, Ling Yun carelessly dropped it to the ground. You dare to deceive me with this? A keen disciple, stepping forward, noticed the discarded map and exclaimed in disbelief. There are no words on this map. Realizing his oversight, Jiang Xiaobai sheepishly remarked, How could I forget? Only those whose eyes have been personally cleansed by the sect leader can discern the contents of the map. This revelation sent the crowd into fits of laughter, thinking that Ling Yun sought to showcase his prowess only to be outmaneuvered. Ling Yun's face flushed with anger as he glared at Jiang Xiaobai, his eyes ablaze with fury. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaobai paid him no mind and moved to the forefront of the group, calmly stating, Shall I lead the way? Any objections? None. However, Jiang Xiaobai was not finished with Ling Yun. He called out loudly, Brother Ling, what is your opinion? The person in question was Feng Shui, whom he had not seen since their parting on the Black Street. How had Jiang Xiaobai transformed so drastically? In her memory, he was a man of fiery temperament, one who would not hesitate to engage in a confrontation if provoked. The profound strategy currently unfolding indeed astonished Feng Shui. Were it not for the jade pendant adorning her waist, which indicated her identity, she might have felt misplaced. The Steward Hall is the sect responsible for administering punishment within the Ancient Sword Sect, where all who err are sent to face retribution, elders included. The thought of the ominous atmosphere surrounding the Steward Hall sent shivers down the spines of the crowd, who promptly assured one another that they would refrain from using spiritual power. Amidst the throng, only Ling Yun displayed an expression of disdain, muttering softly, I shall use spiritual power. Let us see what you can do about it. Jiang Xiaobai, in stark contrast to his former self, now possessed physical capabilities that surpassed human limits. Even those beside Ling Yun failed to catch his words, yet Jiang Xiaobai heard them distinctly. It appears that senior brother Ling is somewhat dissatisfied with me. Just as Ling Yun was about to retort, he heard Jiang Xiaobai's subsequent remark. Then, let us split into two groups. Do not try to deceive me. How can I reach the trial site without a map? Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly, and the confidence in his demeanor made it evident to the others that he had prepared for this moment. I have transcribed a copy of the map. You shall carry my version, while I will retain the one given to me by the sect leader. Ling Yun felt a flicker of temptation but remained wary of potential trickery, questioning, You sly rascal, what if the map leads us into the territory of some fearsome beast? We would be doomed without a burial place. Just then, two individuals emerged from the remaining crowd and positioned themselves behind Ling Yun, while the same occurred beside Jiang Xiaobai. Only one person remained between them, and that person was Feng Shui. "Sister Feng, come over here," he beckoned. Upon hearing Ling Yun's call, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Feng Shui harbored a desire to join Jiang Xiaobai's team, yet felt conflicted about abandoning Ling Yun, who had accompanied her in cultivation. She resolved to wait a few more days to see who would reach the trial grounds first. "Let's go," Ling Yun exclaimed, unable to restrain himself any longer, and strode forward. Jiang Xiaobai did not follow, but instead turned towards the village. "Senior brother Jiang, shouldn't we hasten our journey?" A disciple behind Jiang Xiaobai asked timidly. He had initially wanted to join Ling Yun's team, but was rejected due to his weak strength, leading him to join Jiang Xiaobai's group. Although unprompted, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to perceive the disciple's thoughts, replying, "When you haven't rested for several days, you'll realize the importance of sustenance." He then inquired, "What is your name?" Jiang Xiaobai addressed the disciple named Yin after Zhou, whose eyes conveyed admiration for Jiang Xiaobai despite his reticence. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai dismissed his thoughts and quickened his pace. "Senior brother Jiang, slow down. We can't keep up," Zhou Yining finally called out. Jiang Xiaobai surmised that Yin was either insecure or genuinely a promising cultivator. "I can't go on," Yin managed to utter before collapsing, his vision darkening. In a short span of time, Jiang Xiaobai, Zhou Yining, and Yin Yitao arrived at the modest village. "Procure some preserved meats," Jiang Xiaobai instructed. After the two nodded and departed, Jiang Xiaobai remained in place, surveying his surroundings. Although the village was small, it was bustling with life, teeming with villagers who seemed to flow endlessly in and out. Suddenly, a familiar face flitted by. Jiang Xiaobai took a couple of steps forward and discerned the person's features clearly. It was Wang Kuan. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's call, the man turned his head in response. Jiang Xiaobai, upon seeing him, felt a twinge of curiosity and inquired, "Shouldn't you be in the sect's duty hall?" Wang Kuan chuckled softly, grasped Jiang Xiaobai's sleeve, and whispered, "Brother Jiang, I sneaked out without permission. Please don't tell the sect leader." The audacity of descending the mountain without the leader's consent was striking. Jiang Xiaobai also chuckled lightly, but his demeanor quickly shifted to seriousness. "You are breaking the law. Your transgression is compounded." Wang Kuan, upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's change in expression, could only helplessly plead with him not to expose his predicament. After a considerable pause, Jiang Xiaobai, having found sufficient amusement, assured him that he would not inform the sect leader. Chapter 54, Reunion with Wen Tianfeng. Having traveled for several days without rest, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kuan did not display any signs of fatigue, though the two disciples trailing behind were already breathless, unable to speak as they struggled to keep pace. "Let us take a moment to rest," Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhou and Yin immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After instructing Wang Kuan to ensure the safety of the two, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly vanished from their sight. It seemed Brother Jiang's martial arts had advanced considerably. Wang Kuan sighed inwardly, contemplating when he might elevate his own strength from the mid-stage of qi condensation to the Dan formation stage. Without further ado, he decided to focus on matters of importance. In but a few breaths, Jiang Xiaobai found himself upon a desolate expanse. The barren landscape was suffused with golden sand. Even the heavens above bore a pale yellow hue. As Jiang Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, he soon retrieved from his bosom the bracelet capable of attracting colossal beasts. The bracelet did not disappoint his expectations. It began to hum shortly thereafter. He hoped it would facilitate his transcendence from the realm of qi condensation to that of Dan formation. No sooner had he uttered these thoughts than he observed a billowing cloud of yellow sand emerging on the distant horizon. "It has arrived." Jiang Xiaobai steadied his mind, his black spear manifesting in his grasp with a heightened sense of vigilance. Amidst the swirling sands, the vague outline of an enormous beast's head was discernible, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to retreat with utmost caution. After retreating 100 paces or so, the yellow sands gradually ceased their tumult. A roar erupted from the beast, yet it remained unseen. Jiang Xiaobai picked up a shard of stone from the ground and hurled it with force into the yellow sands. The stone vanished upon impact, not even a sound of its descent escaping into the air. Jiang Xiaobai sensed an eerie presence within the sands and promptly thrust his spear forward. The sands, seemingly possessing a will of their own, parted as he approached rather than confronting him directly, allowing him to slip through the gap. Cursing under his breath, he charged forward once more. With a light push from his toes, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Roar! Just as the spear was about to pierce the sands, a thunderous bellow emanated from within, startling Jiang Xiaobai and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the spear. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Rise! With a deft motion, 5 sword talismans were summoned forth, floating gently before Jiang Xiaobai in response to his commanding shout. The talismans, known as the demon-breaking orders, began to rotate around their pointed tips, initially at a leisurely pace that gradually accelerated. A subtle hum resonated through the air, casting a greenish hue across Jiang Xiaobai's face. He instructed the sect to convey that they had succumbed to unconsciousness due to a monster's assault. Wang Kuan, hesitant to defy the current Jiang Xiaobai, refrained from questioning this assertion and merely nodded in agreement. A day later, the sect finally dispatched individuals to retrieve the still unconscious Zhou and Yan. Wang Kuan followed closely behind Jiang Xiaobai, his head bowed in silence, until he noticed that Jiang Xiaobai had abruptly halted. Do you think I am a coward for not reporting to the sect that Ling Yun was responsible for their injuries? Wang Kuan hastily gestured that he meant no such thing. However, Jiang Xiaobai seemed oblivious to his protestations and continued, the sect does not intervene in the disputes among disciples. They only seek the capable. As long as one possesses strength, even if their assertions are incorrect, they are deemed correct. Wang Kuan paused, pondering the implications of Jiang Xiaobai's words. Hurry up, Jiang Xiaobai called, and Wang Kuan looked up only to realize that Jiang Xiaobai had already disappeared from sight, prompting him to quicken his pace to catch up. As they traversed a rocky outcrop, Jiang Xiaobai's ears caught a voice demanding their compliance. You would do well to surrender the map in your possession. He gestured for Wang Kuan to conceal himself. I am the leader appointed by the sect master. Your threats are unwarranted. Before he could finish, the initial voice interrupted once more. Why do you have so much nonsense? If it weren't for the presence of Cheng Wenwei, I would have seized it long ago. Cheng Wenwei? Does that mean the man is Wen Tianfang? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled to himself, realizing that even the formidable Wen Tianfang had his map snatched by his fellow disciples. Now that you're here, don't hide. Wen Tianfang suddenly declared, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. I do not wish to engage in combat with my fellow disciples. You may come forth. Jiang Xiaobai rose from behind a large rock and stretched lazily, saying, Brother Wen, it has been a while. It has hardly been 5 days since we parted. Where does this long time come from? With a mischievous grin, Jiang Xiaobai instructed Wang Kuan to remain still as he approached Wen Tianfang. What is going on? Wen Tianfang remained silent. But Cheng Wenwei spoke up. They are trying to seize the map from us. If you are so capable, why not take action yourself? Wen Tianfang sighed, replying, They are my fellow disciples. I do not wish to fight. Very well, then you owe me a favor. Seeing Wen Tianfang nod, Jiang Xiaobai accepted the spear he offered. Flame breaks the heavens. A fiery brilliance flashed, and soon, few disciples from the sacred spear sect remained standing. Who are you? Jiang Xiaobai shrugged and replied, Ancient Sword Sect. Jiang Xiaobai. Then why can you wield a spear? As their spear tips clashed, the opponent was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond his initial intent, when Tianfang promptly interjected, Brother Jiang, a mere reprimand should suffice. There's no need for fatalities. Jiang Xiaobai, assenting with a nod, assured him that he was acting with restraint before advancing once more. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's renewed approach, the individual, consumed by a mixture of terror and trepidation, succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Xiaobai and Wen Tianfang exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Wang Kuan, glancing over, beheld Cheng Wenwei, struck by her ethereal beauty as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. While cultivation could enhance one's appearance, this woman's allure seemed almost excessive. Jiang Xiaobai, jolting Wang Kuan from his reverie, greeted her with a respectful bow, saying, I trust you'll pardon his behavior, fair maiden. The lad is simply unaccustomed to such refined beauty. Thereupon, he escorted Wen Tianfang to a secluded corner to deliberate on certain matters. Brother Wen, might I trouble you for a glimpse of your map? Wen Tianfang, without suspicion, acquiesced, retrieving the map from within his garments and placing it in Jiang Xiaobai's hands. Upon unfolding the map, Jiang Xiaobai found himself equally unable to decipher any markings. With a self-conscious chuckle, he returned it to Wen Tianfang. Pray tell, what destination do you seek? Chapter 55, Falling Star Mountain, Cleansing the Glacial Palace. Upon hearing the name of their destination, Jiang Xiaobai realized that they were bound for the same location. Promptly, he extended an invitation for them to accompany him. Wen Tianfang, who was anxious about traveling alone, gladly accepted Jiang Xiaobai's proposition. What shall become of your fellow disciples? Jiang asked. The sect will retrieve them, Wen Tianfang replied. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, and after Wen Tianfang dispatched the signal, the four of them set forth on their journey. Brother Wen, I observe that your martial arts have significantly advanced. May I inquire about your current realm? Merely the consummation of qi condensation. The conversation between these two left Wang Kuan in the rear feeling a surge of trepidation. How could such lofty realms be discussed with such nonchalance? As if they were trivial matters? He lamented that he had yet to even graze the surface of the late stage of qi condensation. Days passed, and Jiang Xiaobai took advantage of this time to learn several techniques of spear play from Wen Tianfang, the most satisfying of which was a broad attack technique known as the Golden Spear's Fiery Spirit. Although Jiang Xiaobai had acquired a fair number of techniques, they were primarily suited for solitary combat. In the event of facing numerous adversaries, it would prove tedious to deal with them one by one. Time slipped by in this manner until an unexpected turn of events occurred at a flying station. A flying station, as the name suggests, is a resting place for the cargo of flight. Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kuan had never heard of such a place, trailing closely behind Wen Tianfang and Cheng Wenhui. However, after only a few steps, Jiang Xiaobai encountered someone he both wished to see and wished to avoid, Ling Yun. It was not fear that governed Jiang Xiaobai's actions, but rather a sense that the time was not yet ripe to confront Ling Yun. Just as Jiang Xiaobai attempted to conceal himself behind Wen Tianfang to evade detection, Ling Yun had already spotted him. Isn't this the chief disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect? What a surprise to encounter you here. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's name, people gathered around, for the chief disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect was regarded as a mere failure, a rumor that had circulated throughout the cultivation world. Everyone was eager to witness what manner of fool Jiang Xiaobai truly was. Wen Tianfang was also somewhat aware of the relationship between Jiang Xiaobai and Ling Yun. He took a couple of steps forward and introduced himself, saying, I am Wen Tianfang, a disciple of the Holy Spear Sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? It is none of your business. Step aside. Ling Yun retorted insolently, and Wen Tianfang made no move to stop him as he passed by. Do not lay a hand on him. At the very moment they brushed past each other, Wen Tianfang swiftly grasped Ling Yun's arm before he could reach Jiang Xiaobai. Are you attempting to meddle in the affairs of our sect? Brother Jiang, it seems Ling Yun is being rather overbearing, Wang Kuan whispered to Jiang Xiaobai, who merely shook his head, indicating he did not wish to engage. Understanding Jiang Xiaobai's intent, Wen Tianfang declared, Allow me to stand in for Brother Jiang and exchange a few moves. Upon seeing Wen Tianfang take the initiative, Ling Yun scoffed. I do not engage with individuals from other sections. Boom. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the surrounding crowd to sway unsteadily. Your leg techniques are commendable. I presume your master taught you well. Ling Yun dismissed the remark with a huff, fully aware that he was no match for Wen Tianfang, and chose to depart with his companions instead. As the onlookers witnessed the abrupt end of the confrontation, they felt a wave of disappointment and gradually dispersed. Your strength matches mine. It appears you intended to deliver a sudden strike, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a chuckle, adding that one was truly akin to a worm within his belly. Cheng Wenhui stifled a laugh, pondering the peculiar metaphor. Wen Tianfang refrained from prolonging the conversation on this topic and led the three of them toward the waiting area for the journey. The migratory bird is an exceptionally large avian species, and the summoned nether phoenix appears as insignificant as an ant in its presence. Due to its suitability for long-distance travel and its capacity to carry substantial loads, it has been employed as a means of remote transportation. Upon witnessing such a colossal creature, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kuan could not help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Jiang Xiaobai was struck by a notion, pondering that this must be akin to an aircraft within the realm of cultivation. After when Tianfang procured the necessary permits, he guided them onto the bird's back, where Jiang Xiaobai was astonished to discover the presence of wooden cabins. These served as resting quarters for travelers, much like their own accommodation. As Jiang Xiaobai followed Wen Tianfang in search of his designated room, he suddenly heard a voice mention that the next destination of the migratory bird was home to a soul refiner. A soul refiner? Jiang Xiaobai recalled the remuneration offered by Mo Chongling when he had spared him, and the mention of a soul refiner stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Brother Jiang, are you seeking a soul refiner? When Tianfang inquired casually, to which Jiang Xiaobai readily acknowledged. Perfect, my junior sister and I also have matters to attend to. We can assist each other. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from probing further, understanding that it was best not to question Wen Tianfang's reticence. Just as they conversed, the migratory bird shook its wings, indicating its imminent departure. Everyone, hold on tight, a voice echoed from somewhere, though its volume was modest. It resonated clearly among all on the bird's back. With a call, the migratory bird took flight, soaring into the sky. The intense tremor nearly caused Jiang Xiaobai and his companions to fall from their seats. However, to Jiang Xiaobai's astonishment, when Tianfang remained seated, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. You merely need to secure the black strap around your waist, he remarked, gesturing toward an inconspicuous strap at his own waist. Chapter 56. A visit to the Dongfang family as anticipated. Wang Kuan muttered to himself and quickly followed suit. Fortunately, the Dongfang family was a well-known establishment in the Falling Star Mountain, and they effortlessly gathered information regarding its location. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dongfang family, Jiang Xiaobai realized that their sect was dwarfed by the grandeur of the family, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Senior brother Jiang, look. Wang Kuan suddenly pointed to a large gate, exclaiming, it appears there is a notice posted there. Jiang Xiaobai approached with Wang Kuan, and upon closer inspection, they discovered a notice seeking skilled individuals to repair the protective barrier, offering a genuine reward of a second-grade soul. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Xiaobai, prompting him to tear down the notice. Onlookers applauded as they witnessed the notice being removed, while the guards of the Dongfang family, seeing it was taken down, politely invited. Gentlemen, please follow me. They led Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kuan into the courtyard, where the guiding guard departed, leaving the two of them standing there. Senior brother Jiang, what do they mean by this? If they do not come out, shall we leave? Jiang Xiaobai pondered, finding it cumbersome to draw his sword each time, and decided to forego placing it in a storage bag, opting instead to carry it directly on his back. Nay, it is I who have been discourteous. At that moment, an aged voice echoed, and Jiang Xiaobai turned to see an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. He was attended by no fewer than 30 guards of varying stature, further convincing Jiang Xiaobai that this was indeed the patriarch of the Oriental family. Does the patriarch not fear that I might depart after such a trial? To those who are capable, much is given. The patriarch wasted no words, simply gesturing for Jiang Xiaobai to approach. May I inquire as to the lineage of this young man? The Ancient Sword Sect. Upon learning that he was a disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect, the patriarch expressed his reverence and inquired further. May I know the young man's name? Jiang Xiaobai, the foremost disciple. Perhaps Jiang Xiaobai's reputation in the cultivation world was excessively disparaging, for upon realizing that the man before him was indeed Jiang Xiaobai, the patriarch revealed a hint of reluctance. If the patriarch doubts my abilities, he may have his guards test me. The patriarch considered this and, finding no harm in it, ordered the two closest to him to step forward. Hold, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, stating, two are insufficient. Let them all come together. Though his words were not loud, they caused those within the nearby pavilion to crane their necks, eager to witness Jiang Xiaobai's impending defeat. Both of you simultaneously? The patriarch gestured towards Wang Kun behind Jiang Xiaobai, clearly doubting that Jiang Xiaobai could overcome his 30 guards. By myself. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Preposterous boasting. Indeed, the guards of the Oriental family are all composed of experts from Falling Star Mountain. Ignoring the words of those around him, Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled faintly as he drew forth the long sword from behind him, softly stating, "I invite the 30 of you to enlighten me." The 30 individuals, incensed by Jiang Xiaobai's apparent disregard, felt their anger boil over. Seeing the clan leader nod in agreement, they all surged forward. Jiang Xiaobai, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, flicked his purple sword and swiftly incapacitated the first 2 assailants, rendering them immobile. Having dealt with them, he turned without hesitation to confront the advancing newcomers. In this manner, he had already dispatched 8 adversaries, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers who were bewildered by the sudden ineffectiveness of the once formidable guards of the Dongfang clan. What they failed to comprehend was that each seemingly careless strike from Jiang Xiaobai was imbued with the spiritual awareness cultivated through the war god technique. Regardless of how proficient the opponents were in their spiritual powers, they were utterly defenseless against this unprecedented spiritual perception. As they witnessed the downfall of 8 of their brethren, the remaining fighters began to scrutinize Jiang Xiaobai with newfound seriousness. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? It was unclear. Yet it appeared to diverge from the tales surrounding the chief disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect. The clan leader pondered whether there might be some malicious intent behind the rumors. Nodding in agreement with this possibility, he looked up at the battlefield only to realize that his guards had dwindled to 5. These remaining 5 were the original protectors of the Dongfang clan, known as the 5 Brothers of Dragon and Tiger. Jiang Xiaobai lowered his purple sword and, with a respectful gesture, addressed them. "Might I inquire if any of you wish to continue this contest? After such a long wait, we have finally encountered worthy opponents. Why not engage?" Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily and remarked, "It appears that you all possess great confidence in your agility. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us take action." No sooner had he spoken than the imposing figure at the center stepped forward, an aura reminiscent of a dragon emanating from him. Rising Dragon, engage. With their elder brother in motion, the remaining 4 assumed various stances, each radiating distinct energies. Fierce Tiger, engage. Green Serpent, engage. White Shark, engage. Mysterious Tortoise, engage. Together, the quintet formed a composition that could be deemed flawless. Even Jiang Xiaobai felt a flicker of admiration. Were it not for the rigorous training the 5 had undergone, he would have been compelled to master their techniques. With his gaze lowered, Jiang Xiaobai seemed lost in thought, yet the rising dragon, unfazed by the circumstances, lunged forth. Although imbued with draconic energy, it regrettably lacked the essence of a true dragon. With a resounding roar, the authentic cry of a dragon escaped Jiang Xiaobai's lips. A sonic wave derived from his unintentional comprehension during the slaying of a golden dragon. As anticipated, the man who claimed the rising dragon technique was sent hurtling away by the force of the dragon's roar, crashing heavily against a decorative boulder. Elder brother. The remaining 4 were taken aback. If their strongest brother could be so easily vanquished, what chance did they have of enduring even a single exchange? What do you wish to do? Do not act rashly. The man struggled to turn around and, clasping his hands, inquired, "Might I ask what other intentions you harbor, young brother?" Jiang Xiaobai offered a slight nod to the man and replied, "I possess a method that could render the 5 of you virtually indomitable." The quintet was taken aback, none anticipating such an audacious declaration from Jiang Xiaobai. Chapter 57. Mending the barrier. Humility and composure are easier said than done. The assembly escorted Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kun into the grand hall, dispersing at the patriarch's command. What a resplendent hall, Jiang Xiaobai mused, impressed by the affluence of the Oriental family. If the Blackstreet's ornamentation was a sapling, this was a venerable, centuries-old tree. The hall shimmered with gold. The materials used in its construction were likely treasures most would never glimpse in their lifetime. "I trust our humble abode amuses you," the patriarch remarked, offering seats. Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Kuan settled in, awaiting his explanation of the repair method. Our Oriental family has dwelled in Falling Star Mountain for centuries. The protective barrier erected by our forebears is now failing, hence our search for someone to mend it. Jiang Xiaobai found it hard to believe that an object the size of a table could safeguard Falling Star Mountain, spanning hundreds of kilometers. What? You doubt it? Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Very well, observe. The patriarch placed his hand on the screen, bathing the room in a warm, radiant light. Barrier, release. At his words, Jiang Xiaobai felt the earth tremble, though the tremors soon subsided. Now look outside. Obeying, Jiang Xiaobai stepped out and gazed at the sky, met with an overwhelming darkness. Indeed, as you have observed, the mountain known as Falling Star Mountain derives its name from the daily descent of stars upon the earth. While this phenomenon may sound enchanting, the reality is that a single star crashing down can claim hundreds of lives. Jiang Xiaobai dared not be careless. He had contemplated such a method before. Yet the potential consequences of the barrier shattering were too dreadful to fathom. As a mere merchant, he lacked the wisdom of cultivation, and he pondered whether the young brother's suggestion was worth attempting. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and replied, "The spiritual power cultivated by each individual is unique. Should one attempt to forcibly merge them, the lighter consequence would be severe injury and immobility, while the graver outcome could lead to an explosive demise." Upon realizing the complexity of the situation, the clan leader felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. "Is there a soul-refining master in your clan?" Jiang Xiaobai's mind sparked with a theory that was both feasible and audacious. The clan leader, unaware of Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, mistakenly believed he was now solely interested in the reward. Indeed, however, this matter has yet to be resolved, so regarding the reward, Jiang Xiaobai sensed the clan leader's misunderstanding and quickly clarified, "Esteemed leader, that is not my intent. A soul-refining master possesses unparalleled control over flames. If they could refine this artifact while I impart my spiritual power alongside, we might just succeed. I have indeed heard of this method before." The clan leader furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by other concerns. "Are you worried about my spiritual power being insufficient?" Although the chieftain was hesitant to broach the subject directly, he nodded, recognizing that the prosperity of the entire Falling Star Mountain was at stake. "Then allow me to present this to the chieftain," Jiang Xiaobai said. Thereupon, Jiang Xiaobai retrieved several dozen vials of refined spiritual liquid from his storage bag. With a delicate incantation, the liquid within the vials ascended into the air, coalescing into an immense azure mass. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, and within the liquid mass, the three characters of faintly materialized before dissipating into mist. "So, you are the guard commander of Falling Star Mountain. My respects." The commander, seemingly oblivious to the greeting, seized the chieftain's robes and bellowed, "Who is responsible for this? Such potent spiritual energy. Do they intend to obliterate Falling Star Mountain?" Aware of the commander's cultivation, the chieftain recognized the gravity of the situation. "I am the one who produced this spiritual energy," Jiang Xiaobai admitted. Upon hearing this, the commander lunged forward, intent on subduing him. However, Jiang Xiaobai deftly evaded the attempt. "Commander, hold your hand." The chieftain interjected, preventing an imminent altercation. "What? Are you concerned that I might slay him?" The commander retorted, though he ceased his advance. "Nay, I fear for your demise. You old codger." Despite the commander's words, he displayed no genuine anger, indicating a long-standing familiarity between the two. "Dongfang Bai, who is this lad?" Jiang Xiaobai silently mused that the chieftain's name, Dongfang Bai, was rather unappealing. This young man has come to assist in repairing the protective barrier and has already demonstrated his capabilities. Upon hearing this, the commander let out a cold snort and strode out of the hall, directly kicking the door in the courtyard. "Do not take offense. He is simply that kind of person," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, shaking his head. "It's no trouble." Suddenly, a sound emanated from within the hall, and after the commotion settled, Jiang Xiaobai adopted a serious demeanor, turning to Dongfang Bai and inquiring, "Might the clan leader now acknowledge my strength?" Dongfang Bai nodded vigorously. Since even his old friend had claimed that this young man's spiritual energy was sufficient to flatten Falling Star Mountain, Repairing the protective barrier would surely be a mere trifle. Clan leader, please promptly hand over the soul refiner to avoid any unforeseen incidents during this time. Dongfang Bai assented and led Jiang Xiaobai to a room, stating, Jiang Xiaobai shall reside in this room, while Wang Xiaobai will stay next door. Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of concern, aware that the longer they delayed, the more precarious the situation became. The protective barrier had already been compromised, and the hall was suffused with an overwhelmingly dense spiritual energy. Should an explosion occur, Falling Star Mountain would truly be at risk. Let us proceed as planned, the clan leader agreed, and the two stood amidst the thick, obscuring white spiritual energy, awaiting the arrival of the soul refiner. The energy was incredibly potent. One could only wonder which imminent figure had arrived. Upon hearing a voice from outside, Dongfang Bai's expression brightened, and Jiang Xiaobai realized that the soul refiner had arrived. Sir, we have already deliberated on how to restore the barrier. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, with strands of gray beginning to adorn his hair. Let us defer this matter for the moment. I am curious as to which luminary has graced our clan with their presence, capable of conjuring such a profound aura. While I harbored reservations regarding the chieftain's assessment of Jiang Xiaobai's formidable strength, the pronouncement from this soul refiner has unequivocally dispelled my misgivings. After all, we speak of a soul refiner, a rarity among cultivators, perhaps 1 in 100,000, which underscores their esteemed status. Indeed, it is I, Jiang Xiaobai declared, observing the soul refiner's incredulous gaze. He chose to openly acknowledge his identity. Can it truly be you? Jiang Xiaobai has grown accustomed to skepticism. He understands that only tangible displays of prowess can substantiate his abilities. Soul refiners, despite their prestigious standing, rely on the same cultivation methods as other practitioners, refining their skills through the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, swiftly urged the two to rise, as he believed it was inauspicious for those of greater age to prostrate before him. I am Jiang Xiaobai. Are you the esteemed Jiang Xiaobai, the foremost disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect? The soul refiner's countenance lit up with delight. He was privy to more than just disparaging remarks about Jiang Xiaobai. He was also aware of authentic accounts, such as his triumph over a disciple of the Deacon Hall despite being of a lower level, and his swift dispatch of a falcon with a single strike. Having heard their esteemed guest address Jiang Xiaobai with deference, Dongfang Bai regretted not extending the customary hospitality and felt remorse for having doubted his capabilities. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a bashful chuckle, now that the soul refiner has arrived. Let us commence without delay. The soul refining master promptly acknowledged and, after allowing Dongfang Bai to depart, approached Jiang Xiaobai, whispering, I seek your guidance. I am unworthy of such praise. Jiang Xiaobai raised his left hand, causing the screen fan that lay on the ground to levitate gently. Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence. Please proceed. With a swift flick of his wrist, Jiang Xiaobai positioned the fan in midair, pointing his right hand, the purple sword, towards it. A dense aura of spiritual energy surged forth from the liquid sphere towards the screen fan. Three-legged golden crow, I humbly borrow your fire, 5 elements and 7 orifices. Let the flames ignite of their own accord. Upon uttering the incantation, the soul refining master radiated a crimson aura, resembling one who had been thoroughly roasted. Go! With a commanding shout, a pale yellow flame materialized before the soul refining master, racing towards the screen fan in the direction indicated by his finger. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, instantly evaporating the puddles that dotted the courtyard. Patriarch, hasten to bring water. Both Jiang Xiaobai and the soul refining master shouted in unison. Startled by their urgency, the patriarch outside rushed in with his entourage. Perhaps due to the intensity of their combined efforts, both of their hair bore singed marks, causing Dongfang Bai great alarm. We are unharmed, do not halt their efforts, lest the entirety of Falling Star Mountain be doomed. With this instruction, Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, wholly focused on channeling spiritual energy. At that moment, the soul refining master spoke again. Patriarch, quickly summon Commander Dongfang Shua. He is trained in spiritual power and can assist in delivering the water source. Dongfang Bai felt a tightening in his chest and quickly insisted, I am not fatigued. There is no need to trouble Commander Dongfang Shua. However, the Soul Alchemist exclaimed, It is not a matter of your exhaustion. Rather, your pace cannot possibly keep up with the intensity of these flames. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai realized the gravity of the situation and promptly sent someone to summon Dongfang Shua. Yet, time was of the essence, as small flames had already begun to emerge from the ground within the courtyard. Perhaps due to the Dongfang family's reputation for kindness, or perhaps out of a desire for self-preservation, someone among the onlookers suddenly cried out for assistance. Instantly, everyone present rushed back to their homes, bringing pots and bowls to douse the courtyard with cool water. Dongfang Bai felt deeply moved and bowed to the crowd, saying, Thank you all for your help. No, esteemed patriarch of the Dongfang family, it is you who has always protected us, the humble citizens, who know nothing. We ought to be the ones expressing our gratitude, they replied. Hearing this, Dongfang Bai's eyes welled with tears, streaming down his face. Chapter 58. Successful restoration in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Dongfang Shua arrived, witnessing the sweltering heat in the courtyard. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. Crouching down, he chanted an incantation at a small water source beneath the artificial mountain. Water spirit, arise. As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful surge of steam enveloped the area, causing everyone present to feel an abrupt drop in temperature, shivering uncontrollably. As Dongfang Shua rose, a steady stream of water, about the size of a bowl, erupted from the source. Prepare yourselves. I shall pour water directly from above. Ready? They responded eagerly. Though these two sentences may appear simple, the reality of their execution is fraught with immense difficulty. This is primarily due to the fact that the Soul Refiner and Jiang Xiaobai are jointly engaged in the delicate task of restoring the screen fan. Should either party's focus waver, the endeavor will undoubtedly culminate in failure. The presence of such dense spiritual energy further exacerbates the stakes, for a misstep here could lead to truly unimaginable consequences. In essence, this scenario is akin to two individuals igniting fireworks in a gasoline-laden environment. Or perhaps even more perilous than that. Jiang Xiaobai extended his left hand, grasping at the air, and astonishingly, the torrent of water that was meant to cascade upon them veered instead towards him. Yet, upon contact with Jiang Xiaobai's hand, he exerted force, causing the water to spiral around the screen fan. Little brother, I've been waiting for that. Dongfang Shua exclaimed, striking away the debris left by the rockery, allowing a stream of crystal-clear water, approximately a yard wide, to surge skyward. Witnessing this spectacle, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the onlookers. Although none among them were practitioners of the art, the searing heat radiating from the flames and the chilling sensation emanating from the water made it abundantly clear that accomplishing this feat was a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. To their surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous youth was indeed capable of such a remarkable task. Go for it, big brother, shouted an unknown child, prompting a wave of encouragement that washed over everyone present. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, his heart resolute as he called out, Let us go. Heroes are born from the young. With a silent commendation in his heart, Dongfang Shua ceased his idle chatter and directed the water column towards Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was equally resolute. With a flick of his right hand, the violet sword, despite lacking his control, astonishingly maintained its suspended position, leaving the onlookers in awe. After relinquishing the sword, Jiang Xiaobai lightly tapped his toes, propelling himself off the ground, disregarding the towering water column that loomed before him. With a resounding crash, rather than being sent flying, Jiang Xiaobai was instead drawn into the watery embrace. Within the ever-expanding sphere of water, a figure could be discerned standing still. Just as the crowd began to doubt Jiang Xiaobai's endurance, an unexpected turn transpired. Dragon Chi awakens. A resonant dragon-s roar erupted, and from the depths of the water sphere surged a water dragon. The dragon did not target the individuals present. Instead, it spiraled around the screen fan, The soul refining master cast a glance at Dongfang Shua, who merely shook his head and exited the courtyard. My brother Jiang has yet to emerge, I fear. Impossible. My senior brother will come to no harm. The soul refining master's words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Kuen's voice. As the head of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Bai understood the necessity of maintaining morale. He quickly approached Wang Kuen, saying, "Young brother, do not fret. Perhaps he merely succumbed to slumber." Wang Kuen, far from angered, chuckled, yet the chill in his words rivaled the earlier humidity. "You suggest my senior brother has merely fallen asleep? Do you believe that? Do you all believe that?" Wang Kuen turned to the surrounding crowd, who shook their heads in unison. Wait, there's movement within. The soul refining master's sudden declaration served as a morale booster for the onlookers, prompting Wang Kuen to dart forward, his gaze fixed intently on the water sphere, searching for any sign of activity. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether that was indeed the voice of Nandu. Why had he come seeking him? Insha's prowess had dramatically evolved. It was unclear how he had acquired an epic weapon, and the Forbidden River army was on the brink of annihilation at his hands. A sense of urgency enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. After all, the formidable techniques he possessed had been imparted to him by the Nandu sect. How much longer could they endure? 3 months remained. If by then he had not arrived, the Forbidden River desert would surely vanish from this realm of celestial martial arts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xiaobai adopted a serious demeanor and affirmed his commitment to go. Nandu did not manifest, yet his voice lingered. "I have already communicated with the soul residing within you, and I shall ensure he imparts to you even more formidable techniques." Chapter 59. The War Goddess Art. Celestial level not far from the Dongfang family, Jiang Xiaobai, with Ruan Sen's assistance, was mending his own injuries. "You reckless fellow, attempting delicate work without the necessary tools. How can I possibly commend you?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, replying, "Ruan Sen, you taught me that one must assist others in their times of need." Ruan Sen shot him a disapproving glance, stating earnestly, "What level have you attained in the War Goddess art now?" "Earth level, perhaps." Observing Jiang Xiaobai's smugness, Ruan Sen scoffed, "Do you consider yourself quite formidable?" Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, responded, "Is that not sufficient?" "Certainly not. In 3 months, you will face not just anyone, but Insha." A chill ran through Jiang Xiaobai. Ruan Sen was suggesting that he would battle Insha? Is this not akin to courting death? Despite acquiescing to Nandu's entreaty, a rash venture would merely culminate in utter annihilation. Only by elevating the god of war art to the celestial echelon can one possess the requisite qualifications to contend with Insha. Is Insha truly of such formidable caliber? Observing the scene, Ruan Sen demurred, still far too deficient. "I shall proceed with measured steps." Whereupon, he extricated the unconscious Jiang Xiaobai from the fissure he had wrought. 3 days elapsed, and Jiang Xiaobai had finally surmounted the propensity to lapse into unconsciousness from the formidable concussive force engendered by the heaven and earth art. "It appears the time is nigh. I shall commence augmenting the spiritual force of the heaven and earth art." Jiang Xiaobai assumed the posture, assenting with a vocal affirmation. Once more, that familiar golden effulgence enveloped him, Jiang Xiaobai experiencing a sensation akin to bodily rupture, the rampaging energy coursing through his form in a chaotic maelstrom. Just as he contemplated employing his spiritual intuition to counter the onslaught, Ruan Sen interjected, "Do not employ any spiritual force or intuition. You must rely solely upon your physical constitution to endure." Jiang Xiaobai nodded with arduous effort, gritting his teeth to withstand the torment. Within the golden radiance, Jiang Xiaobai's raiment had been utterly rent asunder, his naked form persevering through the ordeal. Merely a few breaths transpired before Jiang Xiaobai's person commenced to hemorrhage profusely. A dense layer of blood scabs rendered Jiang Xiaobai's appearance scarcely human. Ruan Sen contemplated cessation, yet heeded Jiang Xiaobai's stentorian exhortation to continue. "Such fortitude, such mettle," Ruan Sen inwardly exclaimed, amplifying the force of his hands. As the energy intensified, Jiang Xiaobai teetered on the precipice of collapse, emitting a thunderous roar before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, he fainted once more. Ruan Sen clapped his hands and muttered to himself. Could it be that the energy of the heavenly decision is too overwhelming? Although Jiang Xiaobai can withstand some of it, he is still far from adequate. At least he should be able to endure for half an hour. I'm fine, bring it on. It's merely half an hour, I assenti it. Come. With a roar that resonated through the heavens, who could fathom the peril of the world? I am not merely here to save the Southern Dipper. I also intend to revive you. Ruan Sen was deeply moved by these words. He understood that a tender sapling in a greenhouse could never become a towering tree. Resolutely, he intensified the spiritual energy in his hands. Jiang Xiaobai let out a fierce shout, and the scabs on his body shattered, revealing the tender pink flesh beneath. A resonant hum echoed, and Jiang Xiaobai felt his mind clear significantly. Before him, he vaguely perceived the emergence of a dragon-like entity. Break for me. Jiang Xiaobai was too preoccupied to contemplate the nature of this creature. His sole focus was on transcending the war goddess technique. Striving to endure the half-hour Ruan Sen had mentioned. I cannot sleep. I must break through. With a struggle, Jiang Xiaobai sat up, silently reciting the incantation of the war goddess technique, forming seals with his hands as he sat on the ground. Ruan Sen stood vigilant by his side, guarding him. Should anything go awry at this moment, Jiang Xiaobai could potentially explode into a mist of blood. This lad shows promise. I shall claim him. Ruan Sen seemed to hear a voice and glanced around, yet found no source of spiritual energy. Stop searching. Your strength is too feeble to be worthy of being his master. With a flicker of thought, Ruan Sen disdainfully remarked, If I am unworthy, then are you? What right has one so fearful of exposure to judge another? A mere wisp of spectral energy exhausts your spiritual reserves. Yet you dare claim the right to mentor this youth? Ruan Sen was taken aback, wondering how this person knew of this matter. In 3 months, I shall retrieve this boy. Until then, you may resume your former pursuits. With that, the voice vanished, never to be heard again. Ruan Sen slumped to the ground. A broken man, his thoughts in disarray. He gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, who was absorbed in his breakthrough, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. I can only hope this person does not bring you harm. Jiang Xiaobai remained in that posture for 2 full days. Until one evening, when the energies of the heavens stirred with great force, Ruan Sen rose to his feet, watching the tumultuous sky with growing apprehension. The celestial-level battle god art, a realm none have reached since its founder. This boy is truly a prodigy of cultivation. No wonder that person has taken an interest in him. At this thought, Ruan Sen's heart grew heavy once more. However, now was not the time for such worries. Ruan Sen retreated a few steps, lest he disturb Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough. Hum. A resonant hum emanated from Jiang Xiaobai's chest, and a verdant orb of light slowly ascended, hovering above Jiang Xiaobai's head. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Jiang Xiaobai. The orb wavered but held firm. Ruan Sen focused his gaze and realized that the orb contained the bracelet from within the emerald toad's skull. After a moment's contemplation, he found nothing particularly strange about this occurrence. After all, this bracelet is a celestial artifact, and it is not uncommon to seize the opportunity for cultivation in such a manner. In ancient times, serpent demons would borrow human bodies to evade heavenly thunder. Now, this bracelet has taken advantage of Jiang Xiaobai's form to harness the power of thunder for its own training. Ruan Sen sighed, extending his hand to set up a defensive formation around Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt as if he were adrift in an ethereal void, utterly devoid of strength. Crack! Just as Jiang Xiaobai pondered where he might be, a thunderous roar echoed from the pitch-black expanse above. Startled, he attempted to rise, but found himself utterly immobilized. A silver bolt of lightning descended, illuminating his surroundings for a fleeting moment and revealing the truth of his location, the Forbidden River. No sooner had Jiang Xiaobai grasped this reality than the lightning struck, precisely targeting his heart. Ah! A cry escaped his lips. Yet it did little to alleviate the excruciating pain that felt as though he were being torn apart by 5 horses. Crack! Crack! 2 more thunderclaps followed, and before Jiang Xiaobai could recover, he was struck twice more. In an instant, it felt as though a searing flame had been thrust within him. mercilessly torturing his nerves with an agonizing burn. Soon after, an icy chill descended upon him, threatening to freeze him solid. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xiaobai resolved to endure. But the relentless oscillation between heat and cold became unbearable, leading him to despair of surrendering. "You, young man, cannot withstand such minor trials?" A voice resonated within his sea of consciousness, and to his astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai found himself able to sit up, struggling to rise. The excruciating pain coursing through his body nearly shattered his sanity. "Who are you?" A voice resounded in the depths of his heart. A query that would surely instill terror in anyone. "It matters not who I am. Our paths will cross again. For now, I must ensure that you do not perish so easily. Remember, your journey ahead is still long." A golden orb of light gradually materialized before Jiang Xiaobai, who, with great effort, grasped it in his hand, a wave of invigorating energy coursing through his arm. Summoning it from thin air, a black gun appeared in his grasp. It mattered not. Survival through this tribulation was paramount. The silver lightning, seemingly imbued with sentience, struck down once more as Jiang Xiaobai prepared himself. A bolt as thick as an arm. "Thunderstorm cloud," he cried, raising his gun toward the heavens, and with a leap, he soared into the sky. Bang! Unlike his usual practice of the thunderstorm cloud, this time the lightning hurled Jiang Xiaobai away with tremendous force. The lightning here appeared far more formidable than the usual. Breathing heavily, he pondered, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. The figure that danced before him seemed to possess the ability to unravel the heavenly thunder. With no time to contemplate further, Jiang Xiaobai stood firm and replayed the shadow's postures and movements in his mind. Soaring dragon, 9 heavens. He moved, like a swift gale or the cascading Milky Way, his speed so great that he could see the afterimages of his own actions. This truly was a miraculous technique for salvation, if one were to categorize it. It would undoubtedly be of Earth-level mastery. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Lei observed that Jiang Xiaobai had evaded the strike, and an overwhelming roar erupted as at least 10 bolts of silver lightning descended from the sky after merely 3 breaths. The timing was impeccable. Jiang Xiaobai bellowed as he unleashed the complete Xianglong Jiu Yutian technique. Each fork of silver lightning grazed his body perilously. After evading all the falling thunderbolts, the pitch-black sky finally began to dissipate. The blinding light signified that Jiang Xiaobai had successfully passed the trial of heavenly thunder, and from this moment forth, his war god art was genuinely elevated to the celestial tier. Chapter 60. Fire in the left hand. Cold in the right, the overwhelming sensation of power radiating from Jiang Xiaobai imbued him with a feeling of contesting against the heavens and the earth. However, he soon detected an anomaly. Not far away, a spectral figure was guarding a young man, his expression fraught with urgency, as if awaiting something. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized that the figure was Ruan Sen, and the youth was none other than himself. Ruan Sen, with a gentle push of his toes against the ground, a deep pit was instantly formed. Before Jiang Xiaobai could comprehend the source of his newfound immense strength, he was propelled forward, soaring at least 30 zhang, crashing heavily upon a precipice. Emerging from the fissure, Jiang Xiaobai discovered, to his astonishment, that aside from his tattered garments, he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. He gazed at the meditative version of himself, which gradually began to fade until it became completely transparent. Congratulations. How does the power of the celestial war god art feel? Upon hearing Ruan Sen's congratulations, Jiang Xiaobai shyly scratched his head and replied, "Aside from not quite adapting to such overwhelming strength, I haven't noticed anything amiss." The alchemist, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Jiang Xiaobai's self-deprecating humor, introduced himself. "I am Inda, expelled from the Alchemist Association many years ago. It is rather shameful that I have failed to cultivate a decent inner elixir over such a long time, hence I wish to seek." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai delved into his inner consciousness. Apart from the familiar black spear, he also discovered a pockmarked small orb. "I am not particularly well versed in the matter of elixir condensation, so I cannot promise significant assistance." Having said this, Inda understood his course of action, promptly retrieving a spherical object inscribed with intricate runes from his bosom. What you see sealed within is the second purity soul. I hope you will graciously accept it. Jiang Xiaobai, without hesitation, extended his hand and placed it into his storage pouch. As for how to utilize this second purity soul, he decided it was best to explore it at his own pace. I have a condition. Please, speak, and I assure you that I will do everything within my power. Could you teach me the art of soul refining? Inda found himself in a quandary upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's request. It was not that he was unwilling to teach, but rather that becoming a soul refiner was no simple feat. A soul refiner must possess an exquisite control over flames as well as an acute sensitivity to the souls of exotic beasts. Both qualities are indispensable, which explains the rarity of soul refiners. I see, so that is the case. Having listened to the conditions stipulated by Inda, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, yet, with a lingering sense of hope, inquired, "Would you ascertain whether I fulfill the aforementioned requisites?" Indao approached Jiang Xiaobai's right side, beckoning him to extend his right hand, which he then scrutinized with meticulous attention. "The lines upon your right hand possess a frigid essence, rendering it unsuitable for the command of fire." Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, extending his left hand, and stated, "Pray, examine this hand as well." Inda shook his head, yet proceeded with the examination, remarking as he did so, "The elemental attributes of an individual's left and right hands are invariably congruent. It is improbable for two distinct." His words trailed off as an expression akin to one struck by lightning washed over Inda's countenance. Inda fell silent, uncertain of the potential ramifications of precipitous cultivation. His own hands bore only the most rudimentary Huang-grade fire, thereby impeding his advancement beyond his current station. Not only are all cultivation techniques stratified by rank, but the capabilities of soul refiners are also intrinsically linked to their inherent fire attributes. Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each echelon signifies a distinct level of mastery over flames. Sir, your flame belongs to the Xian grade, verging upon the upper echelons thereof. Jiang Xiaobai was unable to fully comprehend the intricacies of Inda's discourse, gaining only a rudimentary understanding upon its conclusion. Huang-grade flames suffice for the most commonplace soul refiner, whereas Xian-grade flames grant direct entry into the Soul Refiners Association. Before he could succumb to elation, Inda promptly tempered his enthusiasm, stating, "Sir, the frigid nature of your right hand is diametrically opposed to it. Hence, the efficacy you can elicit is, at best, that of Huang-grade flames. Huang-grade it shall be, then, at the very least. It marks a tentative step across the threshold of soul refining. I possess a soul here. Should you succeed in dispelling this array, it shall attest to your adequate perception of souls." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, preparing for Inda to set up the formation. "By the name of the soul refining master, I command you to activate the array." With a single command, a layer of white mist enveloped the orb that Inda had just produced from his sleeve. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Xiaobai found himself engulfed in darkness. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered himself in a realm shrouded in fog. "Sir, there exists a soul within this formation. As long as you can locate it, you shall be deemed qualified. However, the prerequisite is that you must not employ any spiritual power." The final statement plunged Jiang Xiaobai into deep contemplation, pondering how he might navigate this challenge without the use of spiritual energy. Although he perceived this as a formidable obstacle, it did not lead to utter despair. He closed his eyes and gradually attuned himself to every inch of this peculiar space. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, jolting Jiang Xiaobai into action as he sprinted towards the source of the noise. Within the brief span of time, he discerned a unique characteristic of this place. The mist had thickened considerably, rendering even the slightest movement a strenuous endeavor. Jiang Xiaobai steadied his mind and surveyed his surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances. A low growl echoed through the fog. Indeed, as Jiang Xiaobai continued to probe with his consciousness, he finally stumbled upon an inconspicuous corner where a magnificent white tiger lay. This beast was enormous, measuring at least 10 to 20 feet in length when standing, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light that sent shivers down Jiang Xiaobai's spine. How could such a colossal creature exist here? Lost in thought, the white tiger suddenly let out a roar and lunged towards him. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed internally, muttering that it was just as well. As he attempted to evade, he realized that his speed within the dense fog had diminished to that of a snail. Cursed be his forgetfulness. He was unaware of how long the white tiger had lingered here, effortlessly piercing through the thick mists like an arrow shot from a bow. The gigantic claws of the beast were mere moments away from his face when, suddenly, the resonant roar of a dragon echoed across the sky. The white tiger, momentarily stunned, did not retreat but circled Jiang Xiaobai with predatory intent, its gaze fixated upon him. Anxiously, he let out a dragon-like roar, feeling cold sweat drench his back. With a thunderous bellow, the white tiger lunged at him from behind. Jiang Xiaobai was astonished by the beast's intelligence, yet in this dire moment, he had no time for such frivolous thoughts. Channeling all his spiritual energy into one leg, he forcefully kicked the white tiger, breaking through the viscous fog. The creature, already suspended in midair, was sent flying several paces away by his powerful strike, disappearing from sight. Uncertain whether the fog was toxic, Jiang Xiaobai, having spent only a brief time within it, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Biting his tongue to regain clarity, his mind began to whirl with thoughts. Eureka! Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a method to combat the fog materialized in his mind. With great effort, Jiang Xiaobai retrieved 2 vials of spiritual liquid from his storage pouch, preparing to disperse them into spiritual energy to counter the oppressive mist. Unbeknownst to him, the spiritual liquid in his storage pouch was nearly depleted. Jiang Xiaobai gazed mournfully at the scant remnants, contemplating the necessity of acquiring more once he exited this place, for it would otherwise prove insufficient. Without dwelling on such thoughts, he focused on the present. Jiang Xiaobai extracted all the spiritual liquid and, with a decisive gesture, condensed it into spiritual energy, encircling himself with a protective aura. In doing so, he felt an overwhelming sense of invulnerability against the surrounding mist. He now sought the elusive object. Although his mobility had improved, the soul that Inda mentioned remained undetectable. Jiang Xiaobai wandered aimlessly through the fog, shielded by the spiritual energy that enveloped him. Time slipped away unnoticed until he sensed a sudden drop in temperature, indicating something amiss. Growing wary, he scanned his surroundings. Yet visibility remained woefully inadequate. A bold idea sparked in his mind. Could the sound of a dragon's roar disperse the mist? Resolute, he inhaled deeply, channeling the faint essence of true dragon energy within him, and unleashed a thunderous roar. Upon completion, he immediately perceived a significant enhancement in visibility. Seizing the opportunity, he hurried forward, only to notice a flicker of light to his right. Driven by curiosity, he approached, hopeful that this phenomenon might be the soul Inda had spoken of. A radiant orb gradually materialized within Jiang Xiaobai's line of sight. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was on the cusp of touching the light, a sudden gust of wind assailed him from behind, prompting him to roll away to safety. With no other recourse, he resolved to take a gamble. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xiaobai charged towards the white tiger without hesitation. Although the white tiger possessed sentience, it was far inferior to that of a real human. It had intended to launch an initial attack, but it did not anticipate that Jiang Xiaobai would rush towards it as if he were unafraid of death. With a mighty roar, the white tiger lunged forward. Unwilling to be outdone, Jiang Xiaobai, who had just broken through to the celestial rank of the god of war technique, was eager to test his newfound power. This white tiger had conveniently presented itself as a worthy opponent. Without pausing in midair, Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fist and struck the white tiger's paw with tremendous force. The white tiger was taken aback by the sheer power of the human. A crisp crack echoed as its paw went limp. The aftermath of the clash was a broken paw for the tiger, while Jiang Xiaobai remained unscathed, without even a scratch on his hand. The celestial rank god of war technique was indeed formidable. Having tasted victory, Jiang Xiaobai strode forward and bellowed, "Come on, you beast!" Unexpectedly, several more tiger roars reverberated from the surrounding mist.